I was working with my classmates in the lab to solve a problem, but there was an explosion. When I woke up, I found myself being carried by a group of people in ancient costumes. They said that the eldest lady of Qingfeng village had taken a fancy to me and wanted me to be her son-in-law. I thought I was dreaming, or maybe they were acting, but when I was taken to the village, I realized that I might have traveled through time. I traveled through time to become the body of a poor scholar whose parents had both died and who was bullied to death. I was locked in a room and decided to escape. I only found a pair of scissors in the room. Just as I was trying to figure out a way, a beautiful woman was pushed in. I thought she was also captured and wanted to take her with me. But later I found out that she was the female bandit and it was her father who captured me for her. My journey through time was full of surprises and thrills. Be gentle with your movements. This kid has delicate skin and tender flesh. Don't hurt him. He is so skinny that he looks like a sickly person. I don't know what the young lady likes about him. What else can I like about him? It's nothing more than that he's a pretty boy and has good education. Su Changfeng felt a little dizzy. He remembers clearly that he and several classmates were working on a difficult problem in the laboratory. Just when everyone was studying hard, there was an explosion. He didn't even have the chance to react and was instantly engulfed by the flames. When he woke up, he came to this place. A group of guys dressed in ancient costumes, carrying me tied up, seemed to have come to a theater. Brother, please stop for a moment. My classmates are still in the lab. Please help me call the police. Laboratory. Call the police. You educated people are quibbling with me, I don't understand. Our young lady chose you to return to Qingfeng village as her son-in-law. This is a blessing for you in this life. You don't have to suffer as a teacher. His nonsense did not arouse the sympathy of these people. Instead, they educated him, as if they were addicted to acting and immersed in their own world. The young lady doesn't have a son-in-law yet. You are the first one. You are so lucky. Behave yourself when you get to the village, and don't make the young lady angry, or you'll be in big trouble. Judging from what these people say and the tone of their voices, it doesn't seem like they are acting. Until these people carried him to a village. Along the way, he recalled the previous and subsequent situations and suddenly realized a serious problem. There was no way he could survive such a large-scale explosion. Even if he survived, it shouldn't be in this kind of situation, but in the hospital. Am I already dead? Then I have traveled through time. Bang. While he was thinking about something, he was pushed into a room. The door was closed and several guards surrounded the room. There is nothing missing here: tables, chairs, beds, and even a dressing table. There is also a fragrance in the room, which is quite pleasant. The most eye-catching things are the calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall and the writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone on the table. The restraints on Su Changfeng were removed by these guys. The conversation between several people came into his ears again. Guard this place well. If our young lady comes back and finds that the person is missing, you will be in trouble. You all know our young lady's abilities. She is the type who can kill a tiger with 3 punches. Don't you want to be that tiger? The sounds outside faintly reached Su Changfeng's ears. At this moment, some memories emerged in his mind, and with the fusion of the two, he had figured out some of the situation. He traveled through time and was born into the body of a poor scholar in Qingping County. It's a bit miserable to talk about this scholar. He obviously had a very high level of knowledge, but because he offended someone, his property was robbed and his parents were beaten to death. He didn't even have the money to go to Beijing for the imperial examination, and could only rely on his little knowledge to make a living as a teacher in the county town. Even so, those people had no intention of letting him go. On his way home, he was surrounded by a group of people, beaten and kicked, and finally beaten to death in the street. It is precisely because of this that Su Changfeng was able to take advantage of the opportunity and travel to this world. But he didn't expect that as soon as he came here, he was spotted by a female bandit and kidnapped into this mountain village. This female bandit is very powerful. She can kill a tiger with 3 punches. Sitting in front of the mirror, looking at the thin figure in the mirror, Su Changfeng was a little scared. With such a small body, can you resist that tigress? Don't let someone sit on you and kill you. It is obvious that the eldest lady in the mouths of these bandits has been labeled as a fat and strong woman and a tigress by Su Changfeng. It is impossible for a good-looking person to kidnap a man from outside and bring him home as her husband. Only a woman who is so ugly that no one wants her would do such a thing. We have to find a way to escape from here. Su Changfeng doesn't care whose body he has traveled through to now. He only knows that if he doesn't leave, he will become the most miserable time traveler. I just came here and was sat on to death by a woman. It's so embarrassing to tell others about it. So he began to rummage through the drawers in the room, searching continuously, trying to find tools that could help him escape. However, this room is very clean and there is nothing useful to be found here. After half a day, I found nothing except a pair of scissors. On the other side, Qingfeng Village, Zhongyi Hall. Meng Xiaonan had her long hair draped over her shoulders, tied with a gold ribbon, and wore a white long dress, which made her already snow-white skin even more beautiful. She is the daughter of Meng Yi, the leader of Qingfeng Village. At the age of 18, in that era, she was already old enough to get married. However, because she had too high standards and often associated with these gangsters, she had never found someone she liked. At this moment, she was sitting at the table, playing with the sword in her hand and listening to her father's nagging. Meng Yi had a full beard on his face, and his eyes could scare people to death. He has the look of a macho man, but he speaks such soft words. Xiaonan, my dear, I have invited this man for you. He is a scholar from Qingping County. He is not only literate, but also very knowledgeable. We must get the wedding done this time, so that I can have an explanation when I go to see your mother later. Your father, I became a bandit in order to raise you. Was it easy for me? With a smile on Meng Xiaonan's face, the soft sword in his hand suddenly thrust out, and a clear sword chanting sounded, like a musical instrument, with a long and lingering melody. Dad, did you catch the wrong person this time? Teacher Su Changfeng from Qingping County. That's for sure. Dad made sure to find out everything before arresting him this time. Marriage is a serious matter, how can it be treated as a joke? Meng Xiaonan stood up and put away his sword, saying, I'll go take a look first. As long as the person is right, this daughter will be mine. That's what you said. Don't wait until then. I know, I know. You are the leader of Qingfeng Village. Why are you so hesitant? As he spoke, he walked outside. She did not go to find Su Changfeng through normal channels, but changed her clothes and was pushed into Su Changfeng's room. One of them lost his balance and fell towards Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng was quick to act and supported the other person. Immediately afterwards, a fragrant breeze entered Su Changfeng's nose. Subconsciously looking at Meng Xiaonan, Su Changfeng was stunned for a few seconds. What a beautiful woman. While thinking this in his heart, he said, Beauty, are you okay? Beauty. Meng Xiaonan was stunned for a moment, then blushed, shook her head and said, It's okay, thank you, sir. Looking at her appearance and listening to her voice, Su Changfeng suddenly felt that these bandits were such bad guys that they treated a girl like this. Were you also captured by them? Meng Xiaonan was slightly startled, then said, So, the young master was also captured. Su Changfeng got angry when this matter was mentioned. He placed some tools he found in the room on the table and said angrily, It's my bad luck that I was favored by a tigress here. Let's not talk about this, but you, don't worry at all, I will take you out before dark. Tigress. The expression on Meng Xiaonan's face was very interesting. Looking at the handsome and fair-faced scholar in front of her, she found it hard to imagine where his confidence came from. Not to mention that I am here to guard, with just the defense of Qingfeng Village, the other party can't escape, right? A wooden stick, some ropes, and a pair of scissors. This is the tool Su Changfeng has found so far. Comparing the dismantled bed legs and the mosquito net cut into strips on the bed, it is easy to associate them with the wooden stick and rope in his hands. Su Changfeng just looked at her with a wooden stick in his hand, then came to the door. Pointing at the table, he said, Overturn the table. Ah. Meng Xiaonan didn't understand for a moment. It was not until Su Changfeng reminded her again that Meng Xiaonan finally understood. He lifted up the table casually, and the things on the table fell to the ground. Bang bang bang. Su Changfeng began to knock on the door and shouted outside, "Open the door quickly, this lady has fainted." I thought I had to explain something, but unexpectedly, the door opened as soon as I opened my mouth. The guy guarding the door appeared at the door. Su Changfeng raised his stick and hit the opponent on the back of the head. The other party didn't even have a chance to react before fainting on the ground. Simple and brutal. Meng Xiaonan was dumbfounded and stood there with an expression of disbelief. "What are you doing standing there? Help me." Su Changfeng quickly closed the door and dragged the guy who fell to the ground to the bed. It was not until this time that Meng Xiaonan came to his senses and ran forward to help. However, her clumsy appearance gave Su Changfeng a headache. "I couldn't help but pull the other person. Forget it, I'll do it, you go guard the door." Meng Xiaonan said, "Oh," and walked slowly towards the door. At this moment, all she could think about was the blow from the other party. Fast, accurate and ruthless. He doesn't look like a weak scholar at all. And why was the brother from the mountain village who was beaten just now so easily fooled? While thinking about this question, she suddenly found that Su Changfeng had taken off the other person's clothes and was putting them on himself. He poked his head out and asked Su Changfeng, "What are you doing?" Su Changfeng did not answer. After changing his clothes, he came to the door again, gently opened the door, and stretched his head to look outside. There was such a big noise in his room, but no one outside noticed it at all. No matter what, Qingfeng village is just a bandit's den, and the people here have a weak sense of defense. "Hey, brother, your people fainted." Su Changfeng shouted to another bandit not far away. Meng Xiaonan was surprised to find that the other party just ran towards this side without any sense of vigilance. She didn't even have time to exchange glances with the other party before she was knocked unconscious by Su Changfeng again. Too cruel. The attack was ruthless, and the movement was as smooth as if he had done it countless times. "I just wanted to find an obedient husband, but I never thought of finding such a strong guy." Just as Meng Xiaonan was thinking about the seriousness of the problem, Su Changfeng repeated the same action. They strip people of their clothes, tie them up, and force cloth into their mouths. Seeing Meng Xiaonan still standing there stupidly, he laughed and scolded, "What are you still standing there stupidly for? If you want to follow me out, change your clothes quickly." Meng Xiaonan has woken up and is doing things efficiently according to Su Changfeng's arrangements, which is completely different from the slow movements just now. When she changed clothes with Su Changfeng on her back, Su Changfeng's eyes widened. The other person was dressed conservatively just now, but now that her outer clothes were taken off, he discovered that her figure was so enchanting. With a curvy figure, this is what a devilish figure should be like, right? Soon, Meng Xiaonan covered her figure again and changed into men's clothes. In order to make Meng Xiaonan act more realistic, Su Changfeng wrapped a turban around his head and drew a mustache on him with a pen. What's more, after dressing like this, Meng Xiaonan couldn't even recognize herself in the mirror. "Sir, are we going out like this?" Meng Xiaonan was a little unsure. She thought Su Changfeng would have some clever idea, but it turned out to be the simplest way of escape. "What else? Do you still want to be a prisoner here?" As he spoke, he pulled the other person and ran outside. Feeling Su Changfeng's broad palm, Meng Xiaonan's face turned red instantly. Although she rejected the other party's dominance, she was very honest in her heart. "There is no way. I have been strong for too long and I am too tired. I really want to find someone to rely on. Which woman living in this world doesn't want to find a strong arm for herself? But it's daytime now. If the two of us go out like this, we'll be discovered." Su Changfeng didn't think so much. He walked around the mountain village with the other party in a grand manner and even said hello to people he met. He looked so cool, as if he was originally from this village. "Do you know how many people are in this bandit den?" Su Changfeng did not answer, but asked a question instead. "How many?" Meng Xiaonan had a strange look on his face and turned to look at Su Changfeng. "More than 2,000 people." Su Changfeng smiled. "In such a large village, if two strangers appear, and if they act stealthily, they will definitely attract the attention of the other party. If these two people were open and kept greeting them, they would only guess that we were someone's relatives or newcomers to the village. This is called darkness under the lamp." Listening to Su Changfeng's explanation, Meng Xiaonan sighed slightly. It's a very simple truth, but not many people dare to do it. But Su Changfeng not only did it, but he did it so naturally. Just now when Su Changfeng greeted the brothers in the village, she even had an illusion that Su Changfeng was a brother in this village. It was not until Su Changfeng took her out of the village that she suddenly came to her senses. Do you really want Su Changfeng to escape from here? Cannot. She became more and more interested in this poor scholar. If she really let him escape, wouldn't it be a loss of a talent? She began to leave marks secretly to inform the brothers in the village in a unique way. The sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. Only when Su Changfeng confirmed that it was safe did he suddenly stretch out his arms and sigh. Hey, you're free now, so you don't need me to take you back now that you're here, right? Of course, if you want to follow me, I don't mind. Only a fool would not want such a beautiful woman to follow him. Meng Xiaonan took off her hat and let her hair fall loose again. He turned his gaze to Su Changfeng and asked, "What about the young master? What are your plans?" Su Changfeng laughed, "The world is so big, I want to see everywhere. Have a look." Meng Xiaonan chuckled and shifted his gaze from Su Changfeng to behind him. "Hurry up, it's just ahead. You can't even look at anyone well, just go back and expect to be punished." Shouting and cursing, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, came from behind. Su Changfeng's face, which was originally smiling, slowly stiffened. There is no reason. The other side is either a regular army or a group of bandits. Their reaction ability should not be so fast. What are you still standing there for? Run! Su Changfeng pulled Meng Xiaonan up again and ran in one direction. If Su Changfeng escaped alone, although she understood, she would not have any better feelings towards him. But at this critical moment, Su Changfeng did not forget to pull her along. The more this happened, the more she didn't want to let Su Changfeng go. Because, there are not many good men in this world. With Meng Xiaonan as a traitor, they definitely couldn't escape. They ran less than 500 meters before they were surrounded by the bandits again. He was tied up and taken to Qingfeng village. When being kidnapped this time, Su Changfeng thought a lot and his eyes stayed on Meng Xiaonan for a long time. Finally, a conclusion was reached. This woman is a spy placed by the other party by her side. It was the honey trap that the tigress used on me. It was still the same room. Su Changfeng, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, wanted to slap himself. Especially with the lights and decorations outside, people kept coming into his room with the big red wedding character pasted on it, decorating it as a wedding room. I was really blinded by her beauty. Why would they lock a captured woman in the same room with her newlywed son-in-law? Now, I am just waiting to be sat on to death by that tigress. He reacted, but it was too late. When others travel through time, they either have a golden finger or an incredible identity, and then they can sleep on the lap of a beautiful woman when drunk and hold power over the world when they wake up. As for him, not only has the golden finger not appeared so far, but he has also become someone else's prisoner. Just as he was lamenting the unfairness of fate, the door was pushed open and a middle-aged man walked in with a smile on his face. The man's attire was decent, but totally out of place with the style of the entire cottage. He looks more like a scholar than a bandit in the mountain village. Is it comfortable living here? As soon as this person entered the room, he had a smiling face. Although he seemed gentle to others, he gave Su Changfeng a very uncomfortable feeling. Comfortable? How can it be uncomfortable? Su Changfeng laughed, here we have food and drink, and we can have our wedding night soon. This is the life many men dream of. My surname is Kong, my given name is Jie, and I am the second in command of Qingfeng village. The middle-aged man introduced himself, closed the door, walked to the table and poured himself a glass of water. His action made Su Changfeng squint his eyes, feeling that something was wrong with the script. I only heard Kongerdang say, although you are a weak scholar, you are quite capable. If someone hadn't tipped you off, you would have been able to escape Qingfeng village safely this time. Su Changfeng is not a fool. This second-in-command surnamed Kong has some hidden meaning in his words. He thought it over again, and also came to the table, picked up the kettle and poured himself a glass of water, staring at the other person with his eyes wide open. From a psychological perspective, the guy named Kong in front of me has ulterior motives. The first thing to do after entering the room is to close the door. Then I just watched as the water was poured steadily for me, but all this was to relieve the tension in my heart. So, Su Changfeng started his own test. What he didn't expect was that as soon as he started to test the waters, the other party revealed all his secrets. It can be said that the second in command, whose surname was Kong, did not take him seriously at all and did not want to put on an act in front of him. What does this mean, Mr. Kong? Nothing special. I'll help you escape from Qingfeng village, and you help me get rid of Meng Yi. Except Meng Yi. Su Changfeng thought he had misheard, and said with a wry smile, "You, as the second in command of Qingfeng village, can't do it, but you expect a poor scholar to do it." Although he said this, he had already started to think about it in his mind. The guy in front of him wants to get rid of Meng Yi and make him the boss of Qingfeng village. And what about yourself? He wanted to escape from Qingfeng village and avoid being killed by that tigress. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. No matter what happens afterwards, cooperating with this guy is definitely the best choice. Bang. A porcelain vase was placed on the table. Brother Su, you may not know yet. There are two major fighting forces in Qingfeng village, which is why all the brothers in Qingfeng village want to rebel but dare not. Listening to what the man surnamed Kong said, Su Changfeng glanced at the porcelain bottle and said, "Please continue." The first one is naturally the big boss Meng Yi. Although he looks rough, he is a martial arts expert. If Meng Yi is not eliminated, no one else will ever have the possibility of taking the position. And the second one? His daughter, Meng Xiaonan. Tigress. Su Changfeng blurted out and stood up quickly. Even the second Master Kong was stunned by his address to Meng Xiaonan and was unable to react for a while. But he immediately laughed and said, "Yes, that's the tigress that Brother Su mentioned. This tigress is extremely skilled in swordsmanship, and she usually keeps a low profile. But from what I know about her, her martial arts skills are even better than Meng Yi's." Call. Su Changfeng sat back on the bench, looking back and forth between Kong Erdangjia and the porcelain bottle in his hand. "Second Master, you knew this was going to be difficult, but you still came to me. Does that mean you already had an idea?" Kong Erdang suddenly laughed and said, "On the wedding day, I will be in charge of Meng Yi, and you will get rid of Meng Xiaonan. Afterwards, I will sit on the throne of the boss, and you can take some money and continue to go back to Qingping County to be your teacher." "How?" "Me." Su Changfeng pointed at his nose. "Second Master is such a joke. Meng Xiaonan is so strong, how can I get rid of him by myself?" The second leader Kong pointed at the porcelain bottle and said, "Brother Su may have forgotten that on the wedding night, the bride and groom have to drink from the same cup of wine. Poison." Su Changfeng is not a fool. He immediately came to his senses just by hearing the other party's reminder. "That's right, Xiaonan. Well, that tigress certainly wouldn't have thought that you could find poison while being locked up here, right?" Su Changfeng's silent heart was ignited again. Until Kong Erdang left, he was still thinking about the possibility of this matter. Kill. This was Su Changfeng's first time, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Holding the porcelain bottle, the more I thought about it, the more nervous I became. This tigress is very skilled in martial arts. What if this dose of medicine doesn't kill her? The moment he opened the porcelain bottle, a familiar smell hit his nose. He knows a little about medicinal herbs. Now these familiar smells have little to do with poison. What's going on? Su Changfeng didn't want to die unjustly like this. If I were a son-in-law here, even though my wife might be a little ugly, at least I could save my life. It would not be worth it if I fell into the trap set by the second Lord Kong and lost my life. There are not enough experimental equipment here for him to check the authenticity of this bottle of poison. The only thing we can do is to let him test it with living creatures. After his last escape, everyone in Qingfeng village was on guard against him. How could they give him another chance? "Son-in-law, this is the wedding dress you will wear tomorrow." Just as he was hesitating with the porcelain bottle in his hand, the door was pushed open again. But this time, it was an old maid who opened the door. She was holding the bright red wedding dress in her arms, with a smile on her face, and she glanced at Su Changfeng from time to time. That look made it easy for Su Changfeng to associate the other person with the tigress who had been targeting him, which made him feel a little uneasy. It doesn't matter if he's scared, the key point is that he wants to use the old woman in front of him as an experiment. So, thank you so much for coming here in person for such a small matter. Su Changfeng changed his usual behavior, picked up the kettle, poured a bowl of water for the other party, used his body as a barrier, and sprinkled some ingredients into the bowl. This is our first time as a groom, and there are many things we don't understand. We need you to explain the rules to us. Having said that, he naturally handed the bowl of water to the other person. I was afraid it would be too toxic, so I didn't dare put more. But this old woman was receiving such preferential treatment for the first time, and she was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. Take the bowl of water and drink it all. At the same time, he said, Sir, you are joking. If this wasn't your first time as a groom, how could you have been caught here to marry our young lady? To be able to become the son-in-law of our Qingfeng village, you must have been a good person in your previous life. Marriage is nothing more than the ceremony of worshipping in the hall. Anyway, our village doesn't follow those rules. We are mainly going to talk about some details of entering the bridal chamber. After a while, the old woman continued to talk fluently and showed no signs of collapsing. Instead, he pulled his collar, fanning himself with his hands, and kept winking at Su Changfeng. Something is wrong. Su Changfeng suddenly felt that there must be something wrong in some link. Generally speaking, for deadly poisons, even if the amount you put in is small, there can't be no problem at all, right? So, he poured another bowl of water for the old woman and added some seasoning into the bowl. Because it was too hot, the old woman drank the bowl of water again. This time the effect came out quickly. The old woman's face turned red. She not only flirted with him with her eyes, but also made some moves towards him. The pair of wrinkled hands gradually moved up along his legs. Looking at the body that was gradually approaching and the malicious eyes, Su Changfeng was frightened. This isn't a poison, it's an aphrodisiac. What does this Kong want to do? Su Changfeng found that his brain was not enough. It was agreed that I would poison and kill the tigress. Now, the other party gave himself a bottle of this stuff. If he really put the medicine in the wine, even a fool could guess what would happen tomorrow night. By then, I will really. Wrong. Su Changfeng slapped the old maid who was pestering him and used his imagination to reason about the whole thing. He is now the fish on the chopping board, and there is no reason for Kong Jie to help the tigress to harm himself. If you are not helping the tigress, why give yourself this bottle of medicine? Got the wrong one. Or maybe it's because of lust. He finally realized that no matter how he thought about this matter, it was not good for him. Luckily I took precautions in advance. If I had really put the medicine in the wine, tomorrow night. Su Changfeng couldn't imagine it. At this time, the old woman came up again and started tearing her clothes. Fortunately, not much of the drug was given, otherwise this matter would definitely not have ended. After about half an hour, the effect of the medicine on the old woman wore off, and she left the room with a blushing face. When she went out, she flirted with Su Changfeng, which made Su Changfeng shiver violently and get goosebumps all over his body. After figuring out the effect of the medicine, Su Changfeng no longer had any hope for Kong Jie. He hid the medicine and sat on the bed, lost in thought again. No matter what happens tomorrow, when the lights are turned off and my eyes are closed, I will still be a woman, no matter how bad it is, right? Once the situation in Qingfeng village stabilizes, I can find a way to escape. Anyway, I won't be the one who suffers. With the knowledge I have learned, how can I not make a career in this world? When the time comes, I will find 30 beautiful concubines to serve as bridegrooms for 30 days a month, and I will make up for the humiliation I suffered today. After figuring this out, Su Changfeng clenched his fists and waited for the wedding to arrive. Qingfeng village. In Meng Xiaonan's boudoir. A woman in her 40s was combing Meng Xiaonan's hair with a wooden comb. Looking through the mirror and seeing the unhappy expression on the face of the beautiful woman behind him, Meng Xiaonan suddenly laughed. Third aunt, I'm inviting a son-in-law to our Qingfeng village. It's a great joyous event. You don't need to have such an expression, right? When the woman heard her say that, she sighed and said, "How could third aunt not know you? If your father hadn't forced you into a corner, you wouldn't be so impulsive." Meng Xiaonan turned around, took the woman's hand, smiled bitterly, and said, "It doesn't matter who you marry. Instead of marrying someone I can't control, I might as well find a weak scholar and hold him in my hands for the rest of my life, and do whatever I want." "You really think so?" The woman obviously didn't believe what she said. "Of course, doesn't third aunt know me best?" The woman shook her head, patted Meng Xiaonan's palm with her backhand, and said, "Your father is a rough man, he can't see the meaning of this, but third aunt can see it. The current Qingfeng village seems to be harmonious, but in fact it is a mess. Your second uncle." "Aunt." Before third aunt could finish her words, Meng Xiaonan interrupted her and quickly ran out the door, looking around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to this side, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Some things can't be said carelessly." "Nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. I know what kind of person Kong Lao Er is better than you do. It's very likely that your third uncle died at his hands." Seeing that the woman had no intention of stopping, Meng Xiaonan became anxious and grabbed her third aunt, persuading her, "Aunt, I know you are feeling aggrieved, I am trying to find a solution now. What do you think? Lure him to take the initiative, and then take the opportunity to kill him." As he said this, Meng Xiaonan reached out and touched his waist. "Let him take the initiative." Third aunt was stunned for just a moment, then she reacted immediately and just looked at her niece in front of her. "Xiaonan, you are getting married this time, right?" "Aunt, you may not know that my second uncle is not only targeting you, he is also targeting me. If I were to get married suddenly this time, he would surely be unable to resist interfering. When that time comes, I will kill him, and my father and the brothers in the village will be speechless." Third aunt was breathing rapidly, as if she was meeting her eldest niece for the first time. "So this Su Changfeng is just a victim of this incident?" "Of course not. After tomorrow he will be my husband. I will do my best to keep him safe, and I will also compensate him in the future. By doing this, my mother will rest in peace and my father won't have to worry about me every day." Speaking of this, Meng Xiaonan recalled the contact with the other party yesterday, and a rare trace of shyness appeared on her face. Third aunt could clearly see the shame on her face. For a moment, she couldn't figure out why her eldest niece had such an expression. "Miss, the second in command has entered the son-in-law's room." Meng Xiaonan, who was originally talking to her third aunt, had a strange expression on her face after hearing this. "How long were you in there?" "It will take about a cup of tea." "Okay, I get it. Go back first and pretend you didn't see anything about this." As he watched the brother who came to report leave, the smile on Meng Xiaonan's face disappeared. He muttered, "What on earth does this Kong Lao Er want to do?" Seeing that she was lost in thought, third aunt couldn't help but remind her, could it be threatening him? "No." Meng Xiaonan shook her head and said, "He has no reason to do this, because he knows that at this point, he has no way to stop me from getting married tomorrow except to take the initiative." "You mean, he wants to join forces with Su Changfeng and take the initiative?" Meng Xiaonan shook his head, "But this Su Changfeng is just a weak scholar, what's the point of looking for him? Or do you want to use him to plot something behind the scenes?" Meng Xiaonan took a deep breath and said, "As for what's going on here, we'll know tomorrow." She had already arranged everything for the wedding banquet, just waiting for Kong Jie to take action. As for her marriage with Su Changfeng, as she said just now, it was just a small surprise in this matter and would not affect the overall situation. Su Changfeng never thought that he would get married in a flash one day. "I don't even know what the bride looks like, and I'm going to enter the bridal chamber tonight." Listening to the beating of drums and gongs outside and feeling the hustle and bustle outside the door, he felt very uncomfortable. Because the person was rescued, the other party was still on guard against him. So, from beginning to end, everyone was celebrating outside, but he was the only one hiding in the house, pacing back and forth, wearing a bright red wedding dress. There were two brothers from the village guarding outside the door. It was not until the wedding ceremony that someone came to watch over him and took him to the right place. This was his first close contact with his bride, and also his first time to come into contact with the core of Qingfeng village. To his relief, the bride was not as fat and strong as he had imagined. At least she's slim. Although the other person's head was covered with a red veil and his appearance could not be seen clearly, Su Changfeng was already very satisfied. As long as she has a good figure, at worst I won't have to look at her face at night. He was carried in front of the bride and looked at the bearded man sitting there and Kong Jie sitting not far away. Su Changfeng knew that the person sitting on the main throne was Meng Yi, the leader of Qingfeng village. There was constant noise all around him, and while he was still looking at these people one by one, the wedding ceremony had already begun. A bandit is a bandit. Even during the wedding ceremony, they forced his head down. That rude look made Su Changfeng very uncomfortable. What a familiar scent. Just as the couple were bowing to each other, a fragrant breeze entered his nostrils, which made him startled and he subconsciously glanced at the bride opposite him. What are you looking at? Come on and worship. A strongman held his head down by force and quickly completed the last rites. According to normal procedures, he also has to drink with the guests. Now, she was pushed directly into the bridal chamber. It was the room where he lived, and it had been decorated in a very decent manner. When he was forced into the room, the bride was already sitting on the wedding bed. Bang! The door closed, and they were the only two left in the room. He turned his head to look at the door behind him, listening to the loud laughter outside, and felt puzzled. It's not even dark yet, are we going to have our wedding night now? Who can bear this tomorrow morning? While saying this, he had already walked to the table, poured himself a glass of wine, and drank it all in one gulp. He didn't notice that behind him, the bride on the bed had lifted up her red veil and was smiling at him. Cough cough. Meng Xiaonan deliberately coughed twice to attract his attention. But he just looked back and turned around immediately. His behavior really made Meng Xiaonan a little unhappy, so she took the initiative to speak and said, "Hey, on a day like this, you just sit there like this." As soon as these words came out, Su Changfeng turned around abruptly and stared at the bride in front of him. He was very familiar with this voice. The first woman he met in this world, and the one who spent the longest time with him. Swish. The veil was lifted, revealing Meng Xiaonan's true face. With a little makeup and the bright red wedding dress, she was breathtakingly beautiful. What? You don't recognize me so soon? Seeing Su Changfeng staring at her, Meng Xiaonan suddenly laughed. She didn't look like a bride at all. She just sat down at the table casually and poured herself a glass of drink. It was not until this time that Su Changfeng finally reacted. Are you the tigress? Why, not like. Why did you tie me up? I like it. The conversation was too straightforward, and he found it hard to adapt for a while. Seeing Su Changfeng like this, Meng Xiaonan suddenly laughed. This smile is even more beautiful. Okay, I just want to use you as a shield to lure my second uncle into action. If you don't want to stay here afterwards, I will find a way to send you out. Well. This reversal of events made Su Changfeng a little unable to adapt. The second uncle you are talking about is Kong Jie. You know. Of course I know. He will take action this afternoon. At this point, seeing Meng Xiaonan staring at him, Su Changfeng casually took out the porcelain bottle from his arms and said, "You are also in his plan. This thing is what he gave me." Meng Xiaonan kept staring at Su Changfeng. She thought that the other party would not be able to accept her true identity. Who would have thought that the other party would remain calm while talking to me? This was quite unexpected for her. Then why did you tell me this? Nonsense, this old guy told me it was poison, but actually he gave me a bottle of aphrodisiac. He wants to take advantage of my wife, how can I possibly do what he wants? Meng Xiaonan was stunned for a moment, obviously surprised by Su Changfeng's words. Wife, let's save the heart-to-heart talk for later. Now is our wedding night. Don't you think it's a bit abnormal to keep chatting? Su Changfeng changed the subject, catching Meng Xiaonan off guard. What's the meaning? Su Changfeng rubbed his palms and laughed. You captured me, didn't you just take a fancy to my beauty? Now that we have gotten married and worshipped in the church, what should we do next? As he said this, he pointed to the big bed behind the other person. At this time, no matter how stupid Meng Xiaonan was, he knew what the other person was thinking. His face turned red, he snorted, then drew a long sword from his waist and placed it directly on Su Changfeng's neck. Su Changfeng had never expected that someone would bring a sword to the wedding. The soft sword is tied around the waist, and judging from the sound of the sword, it is obviously not an ordinary object. "Wife, I know you are not ready yet. Let's not rush. Let's have a drink to calm down first and talk about it in the evening." As he said that, he took the initiative to pour a glass of wine for the other person and pushed it in front of him. At the same time, he moved his head away from the soft sword. He was so cautious, afraid that the other person's hand would be unsteady and cut his skin. Seeing that the other party still refused to move his sword, Su Changfeng said again, "Hey, Qingfeng village is a bandit den no matter what. Have you ever thought about whitewashing this place?" Swish. The soft sword was removed from Su Changfeng's neck, and Meng Xiaonan looked at him with a smile. "What do you mean by whitewashing?" "We want to make this place an officially recognized place. No matter how big we become, they won't send troops to suppress us." As soon as these words came out, Meng Xiaonan suddenly stood up. "Do you have a solution?" Cough cough. This time it was Su Changfeng's turn to cough, and he turned his gaze to the wine jug on the table. The meaning is very clear, let Meng Xiaonan admit his mistake. Just as Meng Xiaonan gritted his teeth and was about to pour him some wine, the sound of fighting suddenly broke out outside. "Oh no, there's a fight outside." At this moment, how could Meng Xiaonan still have the mind to flirt with Su Changfeng? He grabbed him, opened the door and ran out. However, the moment she pushed open the door, two steel knives swung towards them. Meng Xiaonan reacted very quickly, grabbed Su Changfeng's arm and pulled him behind her. She flew out and kicked the steel knife out of one of the men's hands. "Uncle Huzi, you guys." The bearded man was an elder in the village who had been nice to him, but now he had drawn his sword against him. Meng Xiaonan felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. "Miss, we don't want this either. The second in command has given us more." As the bearded man spoke, he swung the steel knife towards Meng Xiaonan again. The two men had clear goals and ignored Su Changfeng's intentions. They just launched a fierce attack on Meng Xiaonan. Meng Xiaonan was obviously unable to move freely, and for her, the fight was a bit frustrating. Even so, it only took 3 moves to cripple one of them. Looking at the young man lying motionless on the ground, and then at the steel knife beside him, Su Changfeng picked up the steel knife on the ground without thinking. "Little brother, the second in command has ordered that if the plan fails, we will kill her together." The guy whom Meng Xiaonan called Uncle Beard, saw Su Changfeng holding a long knife. He was originally at a disadvantage, but now he seemed to have grasped something and shouted at Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng is very brave. He dares to approach under such circumstances. How can he look like a weak scholar? "Don't worry, I know what's going on." Su Changfeng approached the two with a smile on his face. Just as Meng Xiaonan was looking at him with disappointment, the steel knife in Su Changfeng's hand pierced into the bearded man's back with a puff. "You." The bearded man had a look of confusion on his face. Looking at the steel knife that pierced his body, he felt more unwilling. "She is my wife." Who the hell would point a knife at his wife? It was his first time killing someone, and Su Changfeng didn't expect that he would be so decisive. Not only do you not feel any discomfort, but you will even feel that there is nothing wrong. This may be related to his identity as a time traveler. He subconsciously felt that he did not belong to this world, so when he killed people, he did not feel much guilt. In order to achieve the killing effect, he pulled out the steel knife and stabbed the opponent again. 2 consecutive slashes completely took the bearded man's life. With the opponent's strength, he didn't even have the strength to resist. Su Changfeng shouted at Meng Xiaonan, "Why are you standing there like an idiot? He's ready to kill you, and you're still entangled with him. Go find your father quickly, today's situation is a little unusual, Kong Jie is more prepared than you." Su Changfeng shouted, but cursed in his heart. Kong Jie had previously said that this woman was very strong and her strength was among the best in this mountain village. Now, anyone in the village can fight with her. How powerful is she? As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Xiaonan was instantly brought back to reality. He didn't even have time to pay attention to Su Changfeng and ran towards the wedding venue first. Seeing this, Su Changfeng slowly wiped the blood off the steel knife on his body. As if that was not enough, he got some blood from the bearded man and smeared it all over his face and body. He endured the unpleasant smell of blood and made himself look miserable. Although Su Changfeng reminded him, it was too late. When Meng Xiaonan arrived at the scene, it was already in chaos, with people lying everywhere. Even her own father was lying on the ground, trying to stand up. Standing in front of Meng Yi was Meng Xiaonan's third aunt, Zhao Sanyang. At this time, Zhao Sanyang also had many wounds on her body. In other words, Kong Jie was lustful and wanted to take Zhao Sanyang into his harem. Otherwise, with Zhao Sanyang's martial arts, how could she have been able to resist him for so long? Why bother? Kong Jie held the steel knife, licked his lips, and looked at Zhao Sanyang with eyes full of possessiveness. Meng Yi is no longer useful, and his daughter is probably no longer useful either. From now on, this village will be named Kong. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable for you to follow me and enjoy the good life than now? Zhao Sanyang tightly gripped the steel knife, looked back at Meng Yi who was lying on the ground and trying hard to stand up, her eyes red. Kong Lao heir, he is your sworn brother. Bullshit big brother. Kong Jie snorted. When we founded Qingfeng village, we agreed to share the wealth, but he has always occupied the position of the boss. I can only be called Kong Lao heir in my life. What about the third brother? Is my husband. Him. Kong Jie seemed to be filled with endless grievances, and his voice became louder. He knew that I liked you, but he got there first. Did he ever consider my feelings? So he deserves to die. So, you really killed him. If I don't kill him, I, Kong Jie, will never be able to forgive myself in this life. No matter what choice you make, Meng Yi will not escape death today. Let me deal with him first, and then I will deal with his precious daughter. Thinking of Meng Xiaonan who was still waiting for him to rescue her in the bridal chamber, his body felt hot. Where is the time to waste with each other here? He showed no mercy with the steel knife in his hand and slashed towards Zhao Sanyang. The gap in strength between the two sides was already huge. Once Kong Jie used all his skills, Zhao Sanyang had no power to resist. After just a few moves, his body flew backwards and fell heavily beside Meng Yi. Meng Yi was desperate and tried several times to get up and save the other person, but his legs were broken and he couldn't move at all. He could only watch the steel knife in Kong Jie's hand slashing towards him. Sanyang, I, Meng Yi, feel sorry for you and for the brothers who have been through thick and thin with me. Live well. As he said this, he closed his eyes and prepared to face the judgment of death. He lived a glorious life, but he never expected that in the end he would die at the hands of his own brother, and at his own daughter's wedding. Father. Just as he closed his eyes, Meng Xiaonan rushed over, broke through layers of obstacles, and blocked Kong Jie's fatal knife. As soon as she appeared, the brothers who were still fighting with others all ran towards her. Looking at the remaining 100 brothers, Meng Xiaonan's eyes instantly turned red. Miss, we've been fooled. This Kong Lao heir instigated our brothers to rebel. All dead. The voice sounded beside Meng Xiaonan. Looking at the men in front of him, Meng Xiaonan clenched his fists, his nails almost digging into the flesh. Kong Jie on the opposite side did not expect that Meng Xiaonan would actually run out. Looking at the other person's current appearance, he seems full of energy and obviously doesn't look like someone who has taken drugs. Xiao Nan, you. Before he finished speaking, another figure ran over. Holding a steel knife, just such a short distance already made me breathless. He ran and shouted, Second Master, this woman had planned this long ago. The bearded man died to save me. The person who came running over was Su Changfeng. Looking at his miserable appearance and listening to his words, Kong Jie secretly cursed him as an idiot. But he still said, it doesn't matter. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, this Qingfeng village will still be named Kong. Su Changfeng had already come behind Kong Jie and was pointing at Meng Xiaonan with an angry look on his face. Second Master, this tigress is so powerful, I'm here to help you. Kong Jie turned his head and looked at Su Changfeng behind him, his eyes full of mockery. No matter how good he was at pretending, he lost his temper at this moment and said unhappily, Okay, just stand aside, you have none of your business here. Su Changfeng's behavior made everyone feel disgusted. Meng Yi didn't expect that even his own son-in-law would turn against him. Zhao Sanyang came to Meng Yi's side and looked at Meng Xiaonan with despair, feeling sorry for her niece. Even the look in Meng Xiaonan's eyes when she looked at Su Changfeng changed slightly. The good impression that the other party had given her before disappeared completely at this moment. Not to mention them, the people on Kong Jie's side looked at him with even more displeasure when they saw him flattering them like that. What does other people's unhappiness have to do with Su Changfeng? Now he just wanted to solve the trouble at hand as soon as possible. Only when the turmoil in Qingfeng village is quelled can one's own safety be adequately guaranteed. So he repeated the same trick, taking advantage of the fact that Kong Jie looked down on him and the fact that all his attention was focused on Meng Xiaonan, and stabbed out with the steel knife in his hand again. Phew! No one would have thought that a man as powerful as Kong Jie would be backstabbed by a weak scholar. Su Changfeng miscalculated. He underestimated Kong Jie. Just when he was about to strike again and kill Kong Jie with the same method he had used to kill the bearded men, Kong Jie turned around and slashed him diagonally with his knife. He was unable to dodge and was cut by the opponent, leaving a deep wound on his waist. Fortunately, Kong Jie was seriously injured, otherwise the knife would have taken his life. I was careless. Su Changfeng let go of the steel knife in his hand and retreated quickly. At this time, Meng Xiaonan seized the opportunity, drew out his soft sword, and flew towards Kong Jie. He was no match for Meng Xiaonan to begin with, and now he was seriously injured. How could he withstand the opponent's attack? The fight, which had been suspended, started again. Zhao Sanyang, who had a misunderstanding about Su Changfeng, reacted and pulled him to a safe place in time. You, why are you so stupid? He is a martial arts expert, and you are just a scholar. She no longer knew what to say. On the contrary, Su Changfeng grimaced in pain, covered his wound and looked at Zhao Sanyang, forcing a smile and saying, Kong Jie wants to kill my wife, I will stop him with my life. What's wrong with a weak scholar? As long as the method is right, he can still be killed. When he said this, not only was Zhao Sanyang moved with tears in her eyes, but even Meng Yi who was lying next to him was impressed by what he did. Thousands of words were reduced to 3 words. Good son-in-law. The entire operation was centered around Kong Jie. At this time, Kong Jie had not even lasted 2 moves before Meng Xiaonan killed him with a sword. He was still unwilling to die, and his eyes were full of hatred when he looked at Su Changfeng. Kong Jie died and the battle situation suddenly changed. Meng Xiaonan joined the battle and took care of several people in an instant as if there was no one around. Holding a soft sword, the graceful figure danced among the crowd, and Su Changfeng was stunned. It was not until this time that he realized how powerful this woman's martial arts skills were. Xiaonan is fine, this battle should be over. Meng Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He has great confidence in his daughter. Sure enough, under the leadership of Meng Xiaonan, those people instigated by Kong Jie could no longer bear the speed of death and gradually gave up resistance. They could follow Kong Jie in rebellion, but they also had families. If he gave up the attack now, maybe he could give his family a chance to survive. If the fighting continues, the outcome will definitely not be good. Gradually, more and more people gave up, and the battle finally came to an end. Looking at Meng Xiaonan standing there with a long sword in his hand, Su Changfeng was so excited. This woman is not only beautiful, but also extremely powerful. Based on what she did just now, she could have resolved this chaos even if she hadn't taken any action. It's a pity that this woman is brave but not wise, and too confident. It was precisely because of her self-confidence that her father almost died. Brother, what are you going to do with these people? Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Zhao Sanyang helped him treat his injuries while looking at Meng Yi. Others might not be able to see anything in that look, but Su Changfeng saw it clearly. This Zhao Sanyang has a deep affection for the bandit leader in front of her. Meng Yi turned his gaze to Su Changfeng. Good son-in-law, you have made the greatest contribution this time. How do you think this matter should be handled? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Sanyang stopped what she was doing and stared at Meng Yi in a daze, as if she didn't understand what he was thinking. Looking at Su Changfeng again, I couldn't help but feel excited. Just based on Meng Yi's action, the injury was worth it. Apart from anything else, he has established a foothold in Qingfeng village and in this world. Father-in-law, you are joking. I dare not take the credit for this. He said that he didn't dare to rob, but God knows how proud he was in his heart. Meng Yi asked for his opinion at this time, which clearly showed that he wanted to test his ability and assess him. So, he endured the pain in his waist and said, I think these people were bewitched by Kong Jie and their crimes do not deserve death. But since they can rebel once, they will rebel again if another Confucius comes along next time. Su Changfeng's words not only made Meng Yi frown, but even Zhao Sanyang looked strange. Su Changfeng has said all the good and bad things, so why don't you tell me about this idea? Seeing the expressions on their faces, Su Changfeng could naturally guess what they were thinking. He continued, so, my suggestion is to let these people take their families and leave Qingfeng village. Meng Yi nodded slightly, and when he was about to speak, Meng Xiaonan had already returned. As soon as he came back, he heard Su Changfeng's words. While helping Meng Yi treat his injuries, he refuted Su Changfeng's words. Dad, I don't agree with his idea. Su Changfeng had a strange expression on his face. He looked at Meng Xiaonan with tears in her eyes and carefully helped Meng Yi treat his injuries. Looking at the wound on his waist that hadn't stopped bleeding yet, he felt a sour feeling in his heart. Since Xiaonan doesn't agree, let's forget about it. Su Changfeng suppressed the pain and forced a smile on his face. He had clearly said that, but he still added a sentence afterwards. But I always stick to the advice of better having less than having less. Sometimes a rat can spoil the whole pot of soup, just like Kong Jie. As soon as he said this, Meng Xiaonan, who had originally held an opposing opinion, suddenly hesitated. Just this moment made Meng Yi more determined. This matter is based on. By the way, what is your name? Meng Yi turned his gaze to Su Changfeng. There was no pain on his face, but it was full of embarrassment. He keeps calling his son-in-law a good son-in-law, but he can't even remember his name. It's embarrassing to tell anyone about this. Zhao Sanyang and Meng Xiaonan beside them were both silent. Su Changfeng quickly responded, my surname is Su, my name is Changfeng, you can just call me Changfeng, father-in-law. Meng Yi nodded and said, let's do as Changfeng said. Saving their lives is already a great blessing from heaven. Seeing that Meng Xiaonan wanted to speak, Meng Yi waved his hand to interrupt her. Xiaonan, you are a strong martial artist, but your soft-heartedness will only ruin things. Dad is useless. From now on, the affairs of this mountain village will be handed over to you. Well, you and Changfeng will manage it. Changfeng is injured now, you take him to treat it first. Let Dad handle the rest. Su Changfeng felt very comfortable and even stretched out his hand to signal Meng Xiaonan to help him. He was still injured, and he was injured for the sake of the village and for his wife, him. How can I accept that the other party doesn't treat me better? Meng Xiaonan glared at him fiercely, but had to step forward and cooperate with Su Changfeng. The sparks that the two of them accidentally created made Su Changfeng distracted. Meng Xiaonan supported Su Changfeng and walked towards their wedding room. After she left Meng Yi's sight, she suddenly shook off Su Changfeng and said unhappily, all right, there's no one here, stop pretending. Su Changfeng curled his lips, clapped his hands, and his eyes wandered back and forth on Meng Xiaonan's body. He smiled and said, I am also a wounded person. How can you treat a wounded person like this? Meng Xiaonan looked Su Changfeng up and down, muttering, injured. Your body is too weak. You just got a little scratch. You can't even walk. Feeling the abnormal concern of this woman, Su Changfeng snorted, what do you know? If Kong Jie had used a little more strength in this knife, you would have been a widow now. Cut. Meng Xiaonan supported the other person again, muttering, with your current body, there is no difference between me and a widow. Su Changfeng quit. He stared at Meng Xiaonan and said word by word, I say, when we insult others, can we change the way we do it? If it doesn't work, we'll have our wedding night tonight so you can see how powerful I am. Su Changfeng admitted that his current body was indeed a little weak. Although it is weak, it has not reached the level that Meng Xiaonan said. Meng Xiaonan's face turned red, and she raised her foot to kick Su Changfeng, but Su Changfeng dodged it. I only heard her cursing, if you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I will turn you into a useless person? While they were flirting here, Qingfeng village underwent earth-shaking changes on this day. Although Meng Yi is a rough guy, he is still the boss of this mountain village after all. All those people were driven out of Qingfeng village that day. There were more than 2,000 people in the stronghold, and this time nearly 2/3 of them were driven away. The entire village was empty in an instant. The rest, except for the 100 or so fighters, are all the elderly, the weak, women and children. Meng Yi sat in the loyalty hall, his legs unable to move, the blood on his body not yet dried. Looking at the empty space below, his face was filled with worry. There were 7 or 8 people standing sparsely below. All of them had wounds on their bodies and the expressions on their faces were not very good. Brother, if we just drive them away, what if they want to take revenge later? If they bring government officials here, wouldn't we be in trouble? Listening to the discontented voices below, Meng Yi sighed slightly and said, should we kill them all? As soon as he said this, someone immediately stood up and said, if it really doesn't work, we can also do what Xiaonan wants. Meng Yi snorted softly. When Qingfeng village was first established, the core was the word righteousness. Because of righteousness, we can come together and continue to become stronger. Now these people have betrayed us, and if they continue to stay here, it will only cause our Qingfeng village to be separated quickly. There was total silence below. Everyone understands the truth, but no one would be willing to see the power they have worked so hard to develop reduced to its original state in an instant. Lao Zhang, from now on, the internal affairs of this mountain stronghold will be handed over to you. Seeing that no one responded below, Meng Yi made arrangements again. Zhang Deshang, who was sitting below, never expressed his opinion. His face was covered with stubble, and there was a scar on his face, and his arm was wrapped in bandages. Just as he was sitting there daydreaming, he was interrupted by Meng Yi. Brother, how can I, a rough guy like me, manage the internal affairs? In the past, all the internal affairs of Qingfeng village were handled by Kong Jie, who was literate and good at accounting. What about yourself? He could recognize a few big characters, but having to deal with so many troubles every day was enough to make his head explode. Then tell me, who should be in charge of the internal affairs of Qingfeng village now? Meng Yi raised his voice a few notches. Zhang Deshang stood up, looked around, and finally found that apart from himself, there seemed to be few people who could be of great use. Just when he was about to take on this responsibility, an idea suddenly occurred to him and he said, Brother, I have a good candidate here. Meng Yi frowned and was so angry that he wanted to kick him. But now that my legs are disabled, I need someone to carry me to get up. Brother, don't be anxious, listen to me first. Zhang Deshang suddenly perked up and said excitedly, I guarantee this person will be the one that Big Brother has in mind. Meng Yi took a deep breath and stretched out his hand to signal the other party to continue. Zhang Deshang was slightly excited and said, this person is my eldest brother's son-in-law, Su Changfeng. Regardless of how much contribution he made in this incident, I specifically investigated him when I arrested him earlier. The scholar from Qingping County had great talent, but because he offended Zhao Xian, he didn't even have the money to take the exam. He could only work as a teacher in Qingping County with his meager income. With his knowledge, he should be more than capable of handling the internal affairs of our village, right? Meng Yi's eyes swept over everyone below. Seeing that no one spoke, he said, he is a weak scholar, I'm afraid he can't convince people, right? What's wrong with a weak scholar? All we need is his smart brain. As for the military force, we have old Zhang here, and Xiaonan is backing him up. Who dares to disobey? When Zhang Deshang said this, his eyes were also scanning the other people in Zhongyi Hall. Now that things have come to this, Meng Yi has the same idea, what else can others say? To put it bluntly, this is Meng Yi's family affair, and they just need to pretend to do it here. Brother, don't hesitate any longer, just nod your head and I'll go get him here right now. Zhang Deshang said this and was about to leave. Meng Yi was startled and quickly stopped him. Why are you so impulsive? Even if I agree, you can't find him until tomorrow. Why tomorrow, today? Nonsense, today is his and Xiaonan's wedding day. You dragged him here, do you want Xiaonan to stay alone in the empty room? As soon as Meng Yi said this, everyone else started laughing. Zhang Deshang blushed and scratched his head, I was too impulsive. Let's discuss it tomorrow at noon. It's noon yet. Do you really think that the injured Su Changfeng has such strong fighting power? At this moment, he was sitting beside his newlywed bed, enjoying Meng Xiaonan's treatment. His eyes were looking over Meng Xiaonan. Her graceful figure, undulating like the waves, makes people fascinated by her involuntarily, and it is difficult to take their eyes off her. If he wasn't inferior to the other person in strength, he might have pounced on him. The unintentional touch of the other person's palm made him even more distracted. After treating the wound on his waist, he finally couldn't bear it anymore. My dear, this is our wedding night. Can you really bear to sit here all night? Meng Xiaonan was slightly startled and subconsciously kept a certain distance from him. He pulled at his clothes and asked with a vigilant look, "What do you want to do?" "You know what I want to do." Su Changfeng deliberately showed an evil expression. "Is that what you are doing?" Although Meng Xiaonan was alert, she was unforgiving in her words. "What's wrong with this? I'm in good health. If you don't believe me, just try it and you'll know." As he said this, Su Changfeng pretended to rush towards Meng Xiaonan. The next day, just after dawn, Su Changfeng, with dark circles under his eyes, was pushed out of the wedding room by Meng Xiaonan. Dad's legs were injured, and she didn't have anything else to think about now. She just wanted to go and check on his injuries. "Hey, be careful when you talk later." Meng Xiaonan tugged at her clothes, obviously a little nervous. On the contrary, Su Changfeng seemed to be fine, looking around from time to time, as if he was the master here. When you first arrive in this world, the most important thing is to understand the situation here. Everything else is off the table. At this time, Meng Yi was receiving treatment from a doctor. When he saw the two of them, he immediately forced a smile despite his tired face. "How's it going? You didn't get enough rest last night, okay?" Looking at Su Changfeng's dark circles, he endured the pain in his legs and laughed loudly on purpose. Su Changfeng naturally knew what he meant. It was nothing more than the wedding night, where young people had too much fun. It would be fine if things were really as Meng Yi thought, but the key is that he did nothing. Last night, as soon as he pounced on her, he was beaten up by Meng Xiaonan. With his skills, he was no match for Meng Xiaonan. This woman was very strong, so strong that it made even him, a man, feel ashamed. What made him happy was that Meng Xiaonan did not compete with him for the marital bed, but instead separated a part of the quilt on the bed and slept directly on the floor. The tiredness on his face was due to a lack of rest the previous night. However, he refused to admit defeat. He said to the other party, "Father-in-law, you are joking. It's such a good day. Anyone who falls asleep right away is a fool." Not only did these words make Meng Yi laugh, but even the doctor who was examining Meng Yi gave him a second look. After just one glance, the doctor snorted with a look of contempt, and never looked at Su Changfeng again. "Uncle Shen, my father's injury." At this time, Meng Xiaonan came to Meng Yi and asked the doctor a question. Listening to Meng Xiaonan's tone and looking at the other party's attitude, Su Changfeng couldn't help but look at the doctor a few more times. Although he had little contact with Meng Xiaonan, Su Changfeng knew that this woman had her own pride and was not respectful to everyone. Before the doctor could answer, Meng Yi suddenly interrupted their conversation. He just said, "Brother Shen said that my injury is not serious and I just need to rest for a few months." "Really?" Meng Xiaonan's face lit up with joy and he turned his gaze to the doctor again. The doctor chuckled, glanced at Meng Yi, and said, "I never said that." Meng Yi laughed and said, "It's almost the same anyway." The doctor didn't explain any further, and Meng Xiaonan didn't ask any more questions. Only Su Changfeng looked at Meng Yi's legs and felt helpless. Anyone with a little bit of awareness could have heard that the leader of Qingfeng village could no longer save his legs. "Given the current situation, I will probably have to spend the rest of my life in a wheelchair." Wheelchair? When Su Changfeng thought of this, he immediately made up his mind. If there is time, it would be nice to build a wheelchair for this father-in-law. "Xiaonan, we are all rough guys here, so let's just ignore some rules. Go out for a while, I want to talk to Changfeng about something." At this moment, Meng Yi changed the topic, making Meng Xiaonan's face stiffen. "Father." "What?" You just got married and you don't even listen to your father. Meng Xiaonan glanced at Su Changfeng, and although she felt unhappy, she still walked out. The doctor named Shen went out immediately. He left happily, without saying a single unnecessary word before leaving. His cool look made Su Changfeng even more curious about him. As soon as the two of them left, Meng Yi's expression changed. He stretched out his hand to signal Su Changfeng to sit down in front of him. Su Changfeng knew that the other party had something important to discuss with him, so he was not polite at all. He even guessed what the other party was going to say to him. Really? Meng Yi entered the topic directly. Do you know why I kept you here and sent Xiaonan away? Su Changfeng turned his gaze to Meng Yi and said, Father-in-law, your legs. Never mind my legs, I'm talking about you now. Su Changfeng sighed slightly and said, if my son-in-law is right, it should be related to Kong Jie's matter, right? Ignoring Meng Yi, he continued, as the second in command of this mountain stronghold, Kong Jie does not hold great power, but he also plays a vital role. This time he has instigated so many people to rebel, and many important positions are left unattended, so my father-in-law wants me to take over Kong Jie's position. Meng Yi frowned and stared at Su Changfeng. If Su Changfeng hadn't guessed it, he would feel better. But Su Changfeng guessed it, and very accurately. This made him doubt whether Su Changfeng had done it on purpose when he persuaded him to drive those people away. Su Changfeng didn't care about the other person's expression, but continued, Father-in-law must be wondering whether my suggestion yesterday was selfish. Here, I will also tell you the truth. There is definitely some selfish motive, but if I were in my father-in-law's position, I would do the same. I explained the reason yesterday. Even if our Qingfeng village is short of people, I will find a way to find people later, but I will not use these again. Call. Meng Yi remembered what Zhang Deshang said yesterday. In some ways, my son-in-law is indeed a talented person. What do you mean now? Meng Yi tried to move around, but the place where he was sitting did not allow him to move his body freely. Su Changfeng immediately understood what the other party meant and stepped forward to straighten the other party's body. At the same time, he said, this heavy responsibility, if placed on anyone in the village, could make them feel suffocated. Although my son-in-law is not talented, he can take over this important task, so father-in-law does not need to worry at all. Bang. Meng Yi slapped the chair with an agitated expression. Okay, we'll have a gathering at the Loyalty Hall at noon, and I'll let you manage the internal affairs of Qingfeng village. Housekeeping. Su Changfeng was stunned for a moment, thinking that Meng Yi had said something wrong. Now Meng Yi's legs are unable to move. According to his previous analysis, the other party should give him a higher responsibility. For example, taking over his position as the boss. At worst, you can always be the second in command. How did it become an internal matter? Why? Do you have any other opinions? Su Changfeng waved his hands quickly and said, no, I just think that Qingfeng village needs to rest and recuperate after this battle. It is most appropriate for my son-in-law to take over the internal affairs of Qingfeng village. Meng Yi burst into laughter. He was very satisfied with Su Changfeng's performance. At the same time, he shouted outside the yard, Xiaonan, you can come in. Meng Xiaonan, who was eavesdropping outside the yard, immediately opened the door and rushed in when he heard this. As soon as he was admitted to the hospital, he immediately gave his advice. Dad, no matter how powerful he is, isn't it too hasty to give him such great power right away? Reckless. Meng Yi snorted. You beat up your men on your wedding night, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. I'll have someone guard you tonight. If this happens again, you wait. Guard. Su Changfeng was startled. How could they tell outsiders about what happened between husband and wife? Well, if someone is watching, will my wife be willing to commit the crime? Meng Xiaonan's worries were in vain, and Su Changfeng successfully took over the internal affairs of Qingfeng village. In other words, from this moment on, he can make decisions on many matters in Qingfeng village. It's a big responsibility, but it's very suitable for Su Changfeng now. Even though Qingfeng village is not big now, for him, with this identity, he can show his strengths. Moreover, now that Meng Yi has both legs disabled, he is the one in charge and his power is much less. Of course, even if the other person's legs were not disabled, he was still his father-in-law. A son-in-law is half a son. As long as he doesn't make any mistakes based on principle, he will be fine in Qingfeng village. The moment Su Changfeng walked out of Zhongyi Hall, he felt relaxed both physically and mentally. The shackles brought about by the time travel have been mostly lifted since then. The remaining half is the woman next to me. Power, money, and beauty. The first two are easy, but the latter one requires some skills. Hey, do you remember what you said earlier? Just when he was feeling emotional, the beautiful Meng Xiaonan next to him took the initiative to speak. We are husband and wife now, even if you don't want to, you still have to act, right? At least there should be some changes in the name. Otherwise, if your father finds out, you will suffer the consequences. After Su Changfeng gained real power, his attitude towards speaking changed. This change made Meng Xiaonan very unhappy. But she had no other choice. Who made Su Changfeng have someone backing him up now? She believed that as long as the two of them quarreled and did not make any mistakes in principle, her father would definitely stand on Su Changfeng's side. Stop talking nonsense to me and just tell me, do your words still count? Su Changfeng stopped, stared at Meng Xiaonan, and laughed. That look made Meng Xiaonan feel particularly uncomfortable. Obviously, her strength far surpasses Su Changfeng's, but she can never gain any advantage over him. She always felt something was wrong, but she didn't know what it was. Su Changfeng pretended not to know and asked, "What did I say?" As soon as these words came out, Meng Xiaonan became angry instantly. You said at the time that you could help Qingfeng village get out and no longer be despised by others. Su Changfeng shrugged and said, I did say that, but I'm not the boss here. There are some things I can't do just because I want to. I need support. Support. Meng Xiaonan snorted. My father has asked you to manage the internal affairs of the entire Qingfeng village. He is just short of giving you the position of the head of the family. Is that not enough support for you? Su Changfeng shook his head. Not enough, far from enough. At least you are still standing on the opposite side of me, and the brothers in the village are still dissatisfied with me. Meng Xiaonan was so angry that she was fuming, but she had no way to deal with him. I could only say helplessly, tell me, what exactly do you want to do to fulfill your promise? Su Changfeng continued walking forward with his hands behind his back. His smug look made Meng Xiaonan want to beat him up again. Xiaonan, tell me first, what level is our village in Qingping County? Meng Xiaonan was stunned at first, then began to think about it. After just a few seconds, she responded, in the entire Qingping County, there are at least a dozen mountain villages like ours, big and small. Whether it is financial resources or strength, we are the well-deserved boss. Meng Xiaonan is still very proud of this. But Su Changfeng curled his lips when he heard this and said, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. With us doing this, has the magistrate of Qingping County ever thought of getting rid of us? He dares. Meng Xiaonan snorted, even if he is given 10 times the courage, he won't dare. Su Changfeng laughed and said, I didn't dare to do that before, but now the strength of Qingfeng village has been reduced by at least half. Meng Xiaonan became mute in an instant. Seeing that the other party was speechless, Su Changfeng continued, Kong Jie is dead, and Qingfeng village is in serious internal friction. The first thing we need to do now is to protect ourselves. Therefore, starting from today, we must give orders to the brothers in the village to take it easy and not do anything illegal or disorderly. So what shall we eat? Meng Xiaonan was obviously dissatisfied with Su Changfeng's arrangement. If bandits don't rob, how can they have food to eat? They now rely entirely on more than 100 brothers in the village to support their families. What you ate before, you eat now. You are talking without any pain. If a bandit doesn't steal or rob, then he is not a bandit. He will starve to death sooner or later. Meng Xiaonan's theory is extremely inconsistent with Su Changfeng's. Su Changfeng was so angry that he laughed at this silly woman. He stopped again, stared at the other person, and corrected him. Today I must correct something for you. Stealing and robbing are things that low-level criminals do. If we want to get out of our current predicament, we must use advanced methods. Meng Xiaonan was also angry. She folded her arms and stared at Su Changfeng, wanting to hear his words. Su Changfeng was not at all scared, and continued, low-level bandits steal and rob every day, and then they are afraid of official crackdowns, so they live on the edge of a knife every day. But high-level bandits are different. They can use many formal means to make money. For example, they opened money shops, became grain traders, and purchased land and charged large commissions. The most important thing is that we can take advantage of both the black and white sides. We have such strong power that the black side dare not touch us, and we have grasped the lifeline of the economy so that those officials are reluctant to touch us. These words left Meng Xiaonan dumbfounded, and she remained in a daze for a long time without reacting. You mean this is a businessman? Merchants are easily bullied, so we don't become merchants. We are just bandits, but the way we rob has changed and become more advanced. Gurgle. Meng Xiaonan took 2 steps back, his eyes changed, and even the tone of his voice changed. But, apart from robbing, we don't know how to do anything you said. Su Changfeng laughed. If you don't know, you can learn. If you don't understand, you can ask. As long as I know it, it's fine. Meng Xiaonan clenched her fists and bit her red lips lightly, as if she was making some important decision. After a few seconds, she suddenly looked up, with a determined look in her eyes. Okay, I'll make the arrangements right away. From today on, the brothers in the village will not steal or rob, and will live a peaceful life. Let me be frank with you first. If you let us go hungry, the responsibility will be all on you afterwards. I will take your life and report it to the brothers in the village. After saying that, she turned around and left, completely forgetting that she and Su Changfeng were still husband and wife. Looking at the other persons departing back, Su Changfeng had a big smile on his face. This woman looks like that even when she's angry. She looks fierce and aggressive, which has nothing to do with the word tigress. He was worried before, worried that it would be difficult for him to convince the other party. Now it seems that he was thinking too complicatedly. Just like what Meng Xiaonan said just now, these people have long forgotten all other skills except robbing. Among this group of bandits, a modern man like him suddenly appeared, and he was simply using cheats all the way. Kill indiscriminately. On that day, Meng Xiaonan passed on Su Changfeng's order. This has caused dissatisfaction among many people. They are bandits. It's understandable not to let them steal, but if we don't let them rob, what will they eat? Doesn't this mean they will lose their jobs? So now there are more and more voices of dissatisfaction in Qingfeng village, and they are all directed at Su Changfeng. This Su Changfeng is a worthless intellectual. It's completely nonsense to let him manage our internal affairs. Tiejuan, this guy was recommended by your father, so you also have some responsibility. That's right, I did something wrong, and my son wants to help me solve it. Go find Su Changfeng and ask him to revoke this order. Zhang Tiejuan, son of Zhang Deshang. He is fat and has big ears, and looks like a stupid guy. He carries his steel knife wherever he goes, always pretending to be a top swordsman. At this moment, he heard the words of the brothers around him, his head got hot and he stood up directly. I'll go now. Is it really possible for a sour scholar to defy the heavens? As soon as I left, I heard other people's voices echoing me from behind. That's right. This scholar is not only jealous, but he also stole our Xiaonan. Go over and beat him up, and vent your anger. These echoes made the brainless Zhang Tiejuan even more angry, and he couldn't help but quicken his pace. Su Changfeng had no idea that his order would cause such a huge response. At this moment, he was lying on the table at home, drawing a blueprint with charcoal. With the muscle memory of this body, he can use a brush, and his handwriting is quite good. But in his opinion, the brush was still a bit slow for drawing such detailed drawings and was far less useful than the charcoal in his hand. A closer look reveals that the drawing he drew is of a wheelchair. Not only is there a complete graphic, but the shapes and sizes of each component are all marked out. With this kind of blueprint, anyone can find a carpenter who is similar in skill to make it. If there is a good blacksmith in this village, he can make a metal wheelchair. Just as he was drawing seriously, the gate of the courtyard was suddenly pushed open, and the tall and strong Zhang Tiejuan ran over cursing. Su Changfeng, get the hell out here. As soon as he pushed open the gate, he rushed to Su Changfeng, grabbed his collar and lifted him up. With Su Changfeng's current physical condition, how could he withstand such torture from the other party? He was very depressed and didn't know how he had offended the other party. After struggling twice, he failed to break free, so he asked hurriedly, "Who are you? Do you know where this is?" "Stop it, I'm Zhang Tianjuan, and I came here today just to reason with you." After hearing the other party's reasonable talk, Su Changfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. In this bandit den, he was most afraid of those unreasonable guys. Because you can't do anything about this kind of person. "Brother, this is not the way you talk, is it?" Su Changfeng patted the other person's hand and said, "Let me down first. Let's sit down and talk about it. There is nothing in this world that cannot be explained." Bang. Zhang Tianjuan simply threw him aside. Reason. The steel knife in his hand is reason. Su Changfeng's body was so weak that he slowed down a few steps and couldn't bear it anymore, so he sat down on the ground. He was a little annoyed, but at this moment, he stood up with a smile and patted his butt. He put away the drawings, then served tea and water, as if what had just happened had never happened. The more he did this, the more uncomfortable Zhang Tianjuan felt. "Stop being sour with me and just tell me, was it you who gave the order not to let us rob?" When Su Changfeng heard this, he immediately understood the other party's intention. He did not deny it and admitted openly, "Yes, it was me." "You fucking..." Zhang Tianjuan stood up quickly, drew his sword and was about to chop at Su Changfeng. Looking at the other party's impulsive look, Su Changfeng was not afraid at all at this time. He said, "Have you ever thought that if I don't have the support of the boss, would I dare to give this order?" "Really?" As soon as he said this, Zhang Tianjuan stopped again. A pair of eyes looked at Su Changfeng and asked uncertainly, "Are you saying that this order was given by my uncle Meng?" Su Changfeng shook his head and explained, "I gave the order, but he came up with the idea." "Impossible." Zhang Tianjuan snorted, "It's impossible for my uncle Meng to destroy our jobs." Su Changfeng could see that this guy was just a rough guy with no brains. This is the kind of person he likes most. Easy to cheat. Be obedient. "By the way, what was your name just now?" Su Changfeng handed the brewed tea to Zhang Tianjuan, and then asked him a question as if he was chatting with a friend. "My last name is Zhang Tianjuan." Zhang. Su Changfeng looked at the guy in front of him and suddenly remembered Zhang Deshang whom he met in Zhongyi Hall. These two people look quite similar. "Brother Tianjuan, I must first correct your point of view here." "Correct me." Zhang Tianjuan tried to stand up again but was held down by Su Changfeng. "Don't be impulsive, just listen to me, okay?" Su Changfeng explained his intentions to the other party very patiently. He repeated to Zhang Tianjuan the theory that he had used to deal with Meng Xiaonan. Maybe he could convince Meng Xiaonan, but he couldn't make Zhang Tianjuan understand. Seeing that the other party still had a ferocious expression, his scalp suddenly went numb. After thinking for a moment, he patted the other person's shoulder and asked, "Just tell me, do you want to eat delicious food? Do you want Qingfeng village to become famous throughout the world? Do you want to?" Zhang Tianjuan became very excited as he answered one question after another. "I was so excited that I forgot the purpose of coming here and said, I want to, I dream about it, but can you do it?" Su Changfeng snorted, "What you said, if I'm not capable, why would the boss listen to my advice? How dare I give an order that would displease everyone?" When Zhang Tianjuan heard this, it seemed, that was indeed the truth. Excited, he drank the tea handed to him by Su Changfeng, wiped the corners of his mouth with his sleeves, then stood up and said, "I understand. I'll go and reason with those guys now." Seeing the other party holding a steel knife, Su Changfeng's mouth twitched and he quickly stopped him. "Brother Tianjuan, you can't reason with them. You can't let too many people know about this." "Why?" Zhang Tianjuan was obviously stunned. "Because not everyone is as sensible as you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianjuan straightened his back and said thoughtfully, "It seems, that's the truth. But, they are making a fuss now, I can't just let them go on like this, right?" Su Changfeng waved his hand and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter, we can use tougher methods to deal with them. They can be dissatisfied with orders, but they still have to abide by the rules. If anyone refuses to obey, let them come to my wife and I will beat them until they obey." Zhang Tianjuan subconsciously took 2 steps back and was about to leave when he was stopped by Su Changfeng again. By the way, brother Tiejuan, is there any good blacksmith or carpenter in our village? Zhang Tiejuan's attention was successfully diverted, and he asked, what are you looking for this for? Su Changfeng, make something fun. Su Changfeng gained a little fan. Zhang Tiejuan now admires Su Changfeng very much. Especially when he suppressed those opposing voices and found Su Changfeng again. When he saw the carpenter in the village making a perfect four-wheeled vehicle according to the drawings in Su Changfeng's hand, his eyes widened. Rubbing his hands, with a curious look on his face, even the way he addressed Su Changfeng changed. Brother, what is this? It looks so high-end. Su Changfeng did not explain, but sat on it, stretched out his hand and shook it, and the four-wheeler moved slowly forward. Although they were wooden wheels and made a clattering sound when they were used, it still made Zhang Tiejuan very excited. I see. This is for Uncle Meng, right? Bang. Su Changfeng snapped his fingers and said, you are quite smart, kid. As he said this, he stood up from the wheelchair, pushed the wheelchair, and took Zhang Tiejuan away from the carpenter's house. He said, my old father-in-law's legs are temporarily unable to move. He stays at home all day long without anyone to take care of him. Shouldn't I show my filial piety to him? Zhang Tiejuan nodded repeatedly. But then he retorted, brother, who said that no one takes care of uncle? Su Changfeng was slightly startled, turned his head and said, I just said that, you took it seriously. Zhang Tiejuan laughed and said, Aunt San has been taking care of him these past few days. She goes there every morning and goes back after dark. Well. Hearing this, Su Changfeng instantly imagined a scene in his mind. Recalling the look Zhao Sanyang gave Meng Yi at that time, an outrageous idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Would it be a blessing in disguise for my father-in-law to fool around with Zhao Sanyang? Just as he was thinking about it, the two of them had already pushed the wheelchair to where Meng Yi lived. When Zhang Tiejuan was about to push open the gate, he was grabbed by Su Changfeng. Don't worry, let's see what happens first. Through the half-open gate, Su Changfeng could clearly see the situation in the yard. Meng Yi was sitting on a chair with his bare chest. Zhao Sanyang was holding a basin of water and a towel, wiping his body. Today, Zhao Sanyang is dressed gorgeously and standing next to Meng Yi. They are simply the real-life version of Beauty and the Beast. Hey, what are you two doing standing here? Just as the two were observing the situation in the yard through the gate, a voice sounded behind them. Xiaonan. Su Changfeng was slightly startled, and immediately turned around and cast an inquiring look at the other party. The two had been married for a few days. During these few days, that is, on the first night, they lived in the same room, one sleeping on a bed and the other sleeping on the floor. During the remaining days, his wife seemed to have disappeared, and her figure was no longer seen in this mountain village. At this moment, Meng Xiaonan looked very tired, as if he had not had a good rest for several days. What have you been doing these days? How did you become like this? Meng Xiaonan ignored him and said to Zhang Tiejuan, what are you doing? When Zhang Tiejuan heard this, he quickly said, it's him. He made a four-wheeled cart for Uncle Meng, and we're here to deliver it. Four-wheeled vehicle. Meng Xiaonan then turned her gaze to the wheelchair in front of Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng knew that his daughter-in-law still had too many opinions about him. After all, it was he who gave the order. The brothers in the mountain stronghold have been having a hard time these days because they have been living off their savings. The responsibility lies with him. So he explained, it's just a wheelchair. The conversation between the three interrupted Zhao Sanyang in the yard. His face turned red, he said hello to the three people and left with the basin of water, leaving only the shirtless Meng Yi sitting there. Looking at the three people who came in, he said with a smile on his face, what wheelchair? I want to see what it's for. Meng Yi was still very satisfied with this son-in-law. It doesn't matter if he is physically weak, I have plenty of opportunities to train him, but a good mind is not easy to train. It was not until Su Changfeng pushed the wheelchair in front of him and, with the support of Su Changfeng and Zhang Tiejuan, lifted him onto the wheelchair that he realized how useful this thing was. Especially after Su Changfeng told him the function of this chair, he was so excited. He knew very well that his legs could not be cured. But with this unique chair, he can do a lot of things by himself. At least he doesn't have to be like a disabled person who can't do anything. Good son-in-law. This time it is a compliment from the bottom of my heart. The eyes looking at Su Changfeng became a little hot. That's thoughtful. Not to mention him, even Meng Xiaonan knew his intention, and the way she looked at him changed. But she still refused to admit defeat, muttering, "Humph, it's just a trick. If you really want to, you can fix the mess you left behind." Although the voice was small, Meng Yi and Su Changfeng could hear it clearly. Meng Yi smiled awkwardly, then asked, "What's wrong? I haven't seen you these few days. Did something happen?" Meng Xiaonan looked unhappy. He sat down at the stone table in the courtyard and said with a little worry, "I don't know why the imperial court has gone crazy recently. They have started to suppress bandits." Suppress the bandits? Meng Yi's face looked extremely bad. It's really like when it rains it pours. Before the incident at Qingfeng village, they would not have been too worried even if they heard that the imperial court was suppressing bandits. The strength is there, Qingping County will not be stupid enough to clash with them. It's different now. They are not strong enough and things can easily go wrong. As if seeing the worry of the father and daughter, Su Changfeng laughed instead. Comforting him, "Don't worry, there are always more solutions than problems. This kind of thing may not be directed at us." "You're still laughing." Meng Xiaonan snorted, "If the other party attacks us, we can only flee from here. Get away. Su Changfeng doesn't want to leave here. This place has beautiful mountains and rivers, and is a little far from Qingping County, making it an excellent place for development. If I leave here, who knows if I will still have such good luck. Xiaonan, go and find out if there is any disaster in Qingping County." Meng Xiaonan was stunned for a moment. This Su Changfeng actually treated her as an errand boy. So, she didn't agree directly, but asked, "What do you want to do?" Su Changfeng laughed and said, "Donate money. Anything that can be solved with money is a small matter. Don't forget, we don't steal or rob now, we have to rely on our own hands to eat. Not only do you have to pay taxes normally, but you also have to donate some money from time to time. Speak for the people and relieve the worries of the court." Meng Xiaonan was stunned and just stared at Su Changfeng, as if she wanted to see through him. Because Su Changfeng's current words sound very much like a spy sent by the court. If this is possible, who would want to become a bandit? Among these brothers in Qingfeng village, which one of them was not forced by life to run here to become a bandit? "Changfeng, you may not know our Qingping County. It is a bottomless pit." Meng Yi kindly explained to Su Changfeng, "Once you set this precedent, they will think you are rich and easy to bully. If we rob things, it's against the laws of Dakong, but if they rob, it's banditry. So, do you understand?" Su Changfeng laughed and said, "Father-in-law, you are worrying too much. We are bandits and we should show our muscles to them appropriately. On one side are the gangsters who can create benefits for them, and on the other side are the gangsters who oppose them at every turn. If the two teams are equally matched, what do you think they will choose?" "You mean? Keep balance. As long as we can grasp the balance here, we will be absolutely safe." Finally, he convinced the stubborn father and daughter with words. When walking out of Meng Yi's residence, Su Changfeng felt refreshed and couldn't help stretching. When his arms relaxed, he subconsciously reached out to pull Meng Xiaonan's hand again. This time he failed and was slapped by Meng Xiaonan. "Su Changfeng, don't forget our agreement. If you make a move again, don't blame me for being rude." Su Changfeng laughed, "Xiaonan, we are husband and wife, and newlyweds. If we don't show some affection, others will be suspicious. I doubt you, you're just trying to take advantage of me." Apart from anything else, the two of them didn't spend much time together these days, but every time they met, Meng Xiaonan's opinion of him would change. At least now he won't be as aggressive as he was at the beginning. As long as there is improvement, it's fine. For Su Changfeng, this is progress. "Xiaonan, do you think there is a possibility between third aunt and your father?" Su Changfeng changed the subject and stumped Meng Xiaonan with his question. "What do you mean? Don't you see that third aunt is interested in your father? Don't talk nonsense. If this gets out, third aunt will be so desperate. That's the truth. A man and a woman are together all day, and they have had physical contact. Why are you not allowed to say anything? You're still talking. Meng Xiaonan narrowed his eyes and said angrily, if you have this time, you should think about how to make money. Su Changfeng didn't say anything else, but followed Meng Xiaonan back to his residence. There was not even a servant to make a fire and cook. The life of this bandit Meng Xiaonan is quite miserable. No matter what, she is also a young lady, and her father is a bandit leader. There must be a maid to clean the house, light the fire and cook, right? No. Meng Yi didn't have it, and neither did Meng Xiaonan. Even the old woman from last time was an idle person in this village. This made Su Changfeng very puzzled, at least it was very different from the feudal society in his mind. Just as Meng Xiaonan was about to enter the kitchen, she was suddenly startled by Su Changfeng in the kitchen. What you do? Su Changfeng was wearing a simple apron and was busy in the kitchen. Cook. If you don't cook, what are we going to eat at noon? We can't just go to Auntie San's house for a free meal, right? Meng Xiaonan was speechless for a moment. When she was about to say something, she saw Su Changfeng's series of skillful movements, which shocked her. One person started the fire while the other cut the vegetables. Heat the pan, add the vegetables, stir fry. This series of actions seemed to have been performed countless times. You always do this at home. Meng Xiaonan came to the stove and started to help. What else? Su Changfeng responded indifferently, grabbed some large grains of salt and sprinkled them into the pot. He has long wanted to improve life here. When cooking, there is no seasoning and the food is bland and tasteless. If he didn't have to eat them every day, he wouldn't eat these things at all. After all, he is a time traveler. If he cannot change anything here, he might as well be reborn again. Next time, let me do this kind of thing. Before he had even finished cooking a side dish, he was attracted by Meng Xiaonan's whispers. Meng Xiaonan was seen lowering his head and continuously adding firewood to the stove. That absolutely beautiful face made Su Changfeng stunned for a few seconds. With this kind of looks and figure, if she lived in his era, why would she need to do these things? You can make money even when you are lying down. Su Changfeng did not answer until he had cooked 2 side dishes and then stopped working. In the yard, in front of the table. 2 people, 2 bowls of rice and 2 side dishes. This was the first time Meng Xiaonan ate food cooked by Su Changfeng. The taste was excellent and just the right amount of flavor, even better than the banquets she usually had in restaurants in Qingping County. How did you do that? He kept moving, constantly picking up vegetables from the plate, and soon finished both plates of food on the table. Seeing that the other party had such a good appetite, Su Changfeng smiled. Sorry, it's so delicious. Seeing that Su Changfeng hadn't picked up his chopsticks yet, Meng Xiaonan looked at the 2 clean plates and her face immediately blushed. Su Changfeng smiled, poured the soup in the plate into the bowl, mixed it with rice and started eating. As a cook, your doing this is the greatest affirmation of me, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. If you like it, just eat at home more often in the future and don't go out all the time. The reason why the food tasted delicious was simply because he found some wild seasonings outside and put them into the food. After the meal, Meng Xiaonan seemed like a different person and took the initiative to help clean up the dishes. Su Changfeng did not compete with her. Although this woman seems very tough, she is very easy to communicate with as long as you can grasp her weakness. Look, the way she washes the dishes and chopsticks looks like a young wife. Meng Yi was taken care of by Zhao Sanyang, and after they got married, she separated from Meng Yi. It seems like this is the custom in the village. No one explained it to him, and Su Changfeng didn't ask. After dinner, I practiced Tai Chi in the yard. In his previous life, he even signed up for a class to exercise. Now I do a set of exercises early in the morning and another set after meals, which can effectively improve this weak body problem. His actions once again caught Meng Xiaonan's attention. For the first time in my married life, I have such a great interest in Su Changfeng. In the past, I just wanted to find a cultured person to cooperate with my series of plans. It was not until now that she realized that this person was full of good qualities. Not to mention that he can read and write, he is smart and somewhat clever, and the most important thing is that he can get along well with the people here. For example, my childhood friend Zhang Tiajuan is a special example. She had never seen Zhang Tianjuan admire someone so much before. Then there is the ingenious skills in making the wheelchair, and the cooking skills just now. Now, they started boxing again. Even though this boxing technique was a bit weak, and even had a sense of uncoordinated limbs, at least he took action, right? Hey, you can't box like this. Ask my dad to teach you some moves. His boxing skills are pretty good. Su Changfeng, who was boxing, suddenly stopped his movements and a smile appeared on his face. In just a short while, sweat appeared on his forehead. It's just Tai Chi, but it shows how weak the original body is. With a physique like this, if he didn't practice, he doubted that even if he conquered Meng Xiaonan, he would not be able to satisfy her. Too weak. It's better to put the matter of teaching boxing aside for now. If you are free, accompany me to the county town. Why are you going to the county town? Meng Xiaonan's tone changed a lot, as if she had accepted Su Chang's existence. Don't you want to do business and make a lot of money? If you don't find out the specific situation before doing business, how can you make money? Meng Xiaonan was slightly stunned, then nodded and asked, when are we going? Su Changfeng glanced at the sun above his head and said, now, we can still get back before dark. Okay then. I'll go get 2 horses and we'll be back quickly. Well. Hearing this, Su Changfeng immediately made a bitter face and said to Meng Xiaonan, well, 1 horse is enough, I can't ride a horse. Su Changfeng learned from his original body's memory that the world he came to was an imaginary world. The Dakang dynasty was the country where he lived. Dakang had a total of 9 states and 36 counties, each of which managed 7 to 8 counties. Qingping County was located in Yozhou and was under the jurisdiction of Shanghai County. According to the information Meng Xiaonan had obtained, there was no major disaster in Shanghai County. It doesn't matter if there is no disaster. Su Changfeng can find countless reasons to use money to do good deeds. That day he sent someone with money to Qingping County. The excuses have all been found for the county magistrate of Qingping County. Due to the excellent public security management in Qingping County, Qingfeng Village has been favored many times during its business trips. In order to give back to the imperial court and benefit more people, King Fengzhai donated silver for the construction of Qingping County. Sitting in the yard where Meng Yi was, Meng Xiaonan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth. Instead it was Meng Yi and Su Changfeng. The 2 men sat at the stone table and actually drank some wine. As for Zhang Tianjuan, he had already been sent away by the 2 of them. Xiao Nan, if you have nothing to do, just sit down and rest. Don't keep walking around. You are not tired, but we are all tired. Listening to his father's words, Meng Xiaonan became angry and said, our people have been gone for so long and haven't come back yet, aren't you worried? What are you worried about? Meng Yi said with a smile, you know who this Qingping County magistrate is better than me. We have found him an excuse, and now we are giving him money. How can he not accept it? But the court. Didn't Changfeng just say that the imperial court is suppressing bandits? We are businessmen, and we are businessmen who care about the imperial court. As long as the Qingping County magistrate is not stupid, he will not go against money. Listening to Meng Yi's words, Su Changfeng gave him a thumbs up. Who said that this father-in-law is brave but not wise? He looks big and strong, but he is actually very careful. As long as someone enlightens him, he can see things more clearly than anyone else. Meng Xiaonan came to the table angrily, sat down and poured herself a cup of tea. Even if this is over and our crisis is resolved, but we can't rob anymore, how can we sustain our lives? Meng Yi was stunned for a moment, his hands holding the wine glass hovered in midair, and he couldn't help but look towards Su Changfeng. He himself did not realize that since Su Changfeng came, the other party had been occupying the dominant position. Just like a military strategist, he always has a lot of ideas in his head that convince him. And he began to develop a dependence on it. Seeing that the other party was looking at him, Su Changfeng could only find a way to dispel the doubts in their hearts. After all, he still needs to rely on these 2 people to support him. Father-in-law, this situation can actually be easily resolved. How to solve it? Both father and daughter turned their eyes to him, waiting for his idea. Su Changfeng stood up and explained, be self-reliant. I have observed our place. The surrounding mountains and rivers are excellent and the land is very fertile. The idle population here accounts for more than 30% to 40%. It is totally an incorrect way of doing business to rely on more than 100 brothers to make money. When the Meng father and daughter heard what he said, the expressions on their faces were not very good. They thought Su Changfeng had some good idea. That's it. If they could, they would have done it long ago. Why would they still be living on the edge of a knife every day? But Su Changfeng didn't realize it at all, and continued to talk about his strategic plan. The idle population can become self-reliant and even earn a little money to supplement their family income. The remaining 100 brothers will do some business and make a lot of money. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Yi interrupted him. Forget about farming. You know what the people outside are like. As for doing business, what kind of business do you think people like us are suitable for? Su Changfeng frowned, somewhat confused about Meng Yi's attitude. However, after searching his memory and learning about the situation in Qingping County, he felt relieved. If the people can't get enough to eat after farming, that's because they are the ones who are hungry. We are different. What's the difference? Meng Xiaonan curled her lips and added a sentence. We don't have to pay taxes for now. Well. When these words were spoken, Meng Xiaonan was stunned. She suddenly forgot that Qingfeng village was a bandit den. Besides, I have a certain talent for planting. I guarantee that the crops we grow will yield better yields than others. The father and daughter looked at each other and asked again, what about doing business? I don't need to say more about doing business, right? Su Changfeng was calm and composed, and involuntarily moved closer to Meng Xiaonan. While the woman was not paying attention, he grabbed her hand. Meng Xiaonan was caught off guard and subconsciously wanted to hit someone. But when she saw her father sitting in front of her, she could only suppress the anger in her heart. The two were newlyweds, so although it was a bit rude to do so, there was nothing wrong with it. If she got too excited and hit someone, Meng Yi would definitely be suspicious of their affairs. At this moment, Su Changfeng was so proud that he needed the other's white and tender little hand and said, open a casino, build a restaurant, set up a bank. These are all businesses. As long as we want to do it, there is no business that cannot be done. Listening to Su Changfeng listing the series of businesses, how could Meng Xiaonan take care of her own hands? She stared at Su Changfeng with her eyes wide open, and said unhappily, do you really think business is so easy? Besides, the businesses you mentioned have already been taken over by others. If we do it now, we will only be excluded endlessly. Seeing her so excited, Su Changfeng smiled and said, don't be impatient. Things like this always take time. I didn't say to do it now, did I? And you? I'm just saying that this is our next plan. If we want to achieve this, we need to plan for the long term. What's the long-term plan? Su Changfeng chuckled and said, let's start by building a restaurant. With our donation this time, it would be okay for our people to open a tavern in Qingping County, right? Meng Xiaonan nodded and said, that's no problem, we can open it even if there is no donation. How can the money earned from this pub be enough to support the lives of hundreds of us? That's the big problem. Su Changfeng laughed and held the other person's hand, his actions becoming more and more outrageous. He said, to run a business, you have to expand it and make it different from others. Let's find some pretty women and do it in the pub. Bang. Before Su Changfeng could finish speaking, Meng Xiaonan had already pulled out his hand and pushed Su Changfeng towards him. He cursed, are you running a tavern? You are running a brothel. Su Changfeng curled his lips, what brothel? It sounds so bad. This is a restaurant. It's all the same. Meng Xiaonan gritted her teeth in anger, that look could kill. Not to mention her, even Meng Yi's eyes changed when he looked at Su Changfeng. Seeing the attitudes of the two, Su Changfeng didn't know why they were so resistant, but he still said, okay, let's put it another way. We do this to find a way for homeless women to survive. Can you accept this? 2 horses, 3 people. Zhang Tiejuan became a bridge between the two, riding a horse carrying Su Changfeng, slowly walking on the official road to Qingping County. Riding on the same horse with a man made Su Changfeng feel extremely sick. He didn't have a good look on his face, but Meng Xiaonan was laughing all the way. How could she not know what Su Changfeng was planning? It was precisely because of this that she called Zhang Tiejuan over to deliberately discuss Su Changfeng. Hey, Tiejuan, your brother is not good at riding, you have to teach him well. How can a grown man like him survive if he can't ride a horse? Although they were weak scholars, riding and archery were also things they learned. If you can't even ride a horse, it's a bit embarrassing to tell others about it. Don't worry, Xiaonan. Leave him to me. I promise that he can learn to ride a horse even before he reaches Qingping County. Zhang Tiejuan was a big and strong man. Riding on the same horse with Su Changfeng, he gave people the feeling of an adult leading a child. It's no wonder that Su Changfeng has a strong learning ability, so strong that even he himself is a little surprised. As long as Zhang Tiejuan said it once, he could remember it clearly and understand it thoroughly. He had not noticed this situation before, until he started learning horse riding this time, when signs of this began to emerge. Could it be the effect of traveling across time? Shaking his head, Su Changfeng didn't think much about it. Anyway, this situation is a good thing for him. It only takes about an hour to get from Qingfeng village to Qingping County. In such a short time, Su Changfeng learned how to ride a horse, and he looked very skilled, not like a novice at all. The contrast between before and after is completely normal in Zhang Tiejuan's eyes. Of course, no matter what happens, he can make it seem normal. But it was different for Meng Xiaonan. The look in her eyes when she looked at Su Changfeng changed again. This man was like a bottomless pit, and she always felt that she couldn't see through him. Qingping County is a small county on the edge of Shanghai County and is not as lively as one might imagine. The three of them were very familiar with the place, especially Meng Xiaonan, who walked in front of the two of them, leading the way throughout the journey, holding the horse. We're at the county seat, where do you want to go first? Meng Xiaonan brought the two of them and stopped in front of a mansion, then turned and looked at Su Changfeng. Zhao Mansion. Su Changfeng suddenly stopped, looked up and saw the two big words on the mansion, and couldn't help but look at Meng Xiaonan a few more times. There are so many good places to stop, why ask for his opinion here? What does this mean? The Zhao Mansion is where the wealthy Zhao Xian lives. This Zhao Xian was the guy who killed Su Changfeng's original parents, and forced Su Changfeng to be unable to even raise the money to go to Beijing for the imperial examination. Seeing that Su Changfeng didn't say anything, Meng Xiaonan twisted the reins in his hand and said calmly, "If you are angry, I can go in and kill this Zhao right now." Su Changfeng was startled and said quickly, "Don't mess around, Zhao Xian is quite powerful." Snort. Meng Xiaonan snorted lightly, as if not taking his words to heart. Zhang Tiejuan on the side grinned and said, "Brother, you think too highly of this guy, he is just a local rich man. With just a word from you, I can bring my brothers here tonight and burn this place down. I guarantee that no one will notice it, and there won't be any disturbance the next day." Sweat broke out on Su Changfeng's forehead. He turned around and left, not daring to stay here at all. It's not that he was afraid of Zhao Xian, but he was afraid that these two people would not know the limits and do something stupid. However, he still felt warm in his heart and his liking for Meng Xiaonan increased. Although this woman usually treats her badly, she always remembers this incident. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said what I just said. Go to Tianxiang Tower. Su Changfeng took the lead and headed towards the city. Tianxianglu. Meng Xiaonan's expression was not good. Didn't you just eat when you came here? Are you not full? It's not that I'm hungry. I want to find out about some things in the city. Tianxiang Tower is definitely a good place to go. Hearing this, Meng Xiaonan handed the reins to Su Changfeng. You go first. I have some things to do in this city and will rush over later. Before the two of them could react, she had already walked back the way she came. What is she going to do? Brother, she is your wife, shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Tianxianglu is considered the largest restaurant in Qingping County. Su Changfeng only knew that there was such a place, but had never been there. When the two came here, they heard the noisy sounds in the restaurant and immediately frowned. It looks big, but it doesn't give a good feeling. The layout of the restaurant was not good, and the service was not good either, at least that was how Su Changfeng felt. The two of them had been sitting at the table for a while, but the waiter hadn't come to greet them yet. For it to be the largest restaurant in Qingping County, it probably means the food and drinks are pretty good. It was not until the food and wine were served on the table that Su Changfeng realized that his judgment was extremely wrong. He only tasted a few bites of the side dishes and didn't pick up his chopsticks anymore. As for the wine, even if he can no longer drink, there will be no problem with drinking a few bowls. It's not a problem of alcohol content, but the fact that the brewing technology is really poor. I'll give you a task. Zhang Tiejuan, who was eating, suddenly stopped what he was doing and looked at Su Changfeng excitedly. Brother, tell me. Su Changfeng looked around twice, then said, now go find the owner of Tiangxi Anglu and buy out their restaurant. Ah. Zhang Tiejuan thought he had heard it wrong. The restaurant is doing well, how can you just buy it? Brother, this is not a good thing, right? Does Tiangxi Anglu have a backer? Zhang Tiejuan shook his head, that's not the case. I think what we are doing is a bit of bullying. Su Changfeng laughed and said, forget it, when Xiaonan comes over, I'll ask her to buy it. Zhang Tiejuan's mouth twitched twice, but he finally stood up and walked towards the counter. Bang. The steel knife in his arms was thrown onto the counter. Boss, please help me find your boss. I have business to discuss with him. Zhang Tiejuan's voice rang out. Su Changfeng filled himself a glass of wine, listened to the noise coming from not far away, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Zhang Tiejuan's purchase of the restaurant had not yet been completed when a loud noise suddenly broke out in the restaurant. Zhao Xian is dead. He was hanged on the door beam of the Zhao mansion. The death was extremely tragic. He must have offended some important person. From the conversation between these people, Su Changfeng stood up quickly. It was at this time that Meng Xiaonan, who had separated from them, walked in from outside. As soon as he entered the restaurant, he attracted countless eyes. Su Changfeng is no exception. Looking at the approaching figure, the expression on his face was not much better. When the other person sat down in front of him, he frowned and asked in a low voice, did you do this? What? Meng Xiaonan's eyes were evasive and he didn't want to admit it. Zhao Xian is dead. Dead. Meng Xiaonan looked up at Su Changfeng and said, you won't doubt me, will you? Su Changfeng did not answer, but said, don't be so impulsive next time. For this kind of thing, it's better to say hello to me first. Meng Xiaonan was eating by himself, not paying any attention to him. Brother, I can't buy it. Zhang Tiejuan came back, looking dejected. What's wrong? Su Changfeng felt that something went wrong. He asked Zhang Tiejuan to purchase Tiangxi Anglu because Zhang Tiejuan was fat and big-eared, liked to use a knife to reason with people, and would use force to resolve any disagreement. Now look what happened. The knife hasn't even been drawn yet, why are you retreating? The boss of Tiangxi Anglu is dead, so we can't buy it now. Zhang Tiejuan felt a little unhappy. Seeing that no one was paying attention to this side, he whispered, brother, how about we use force? Dead. Su Changfeng ignored his subsequent words and was instead curious about how the big boss died. Yes, you also know that big boss, he is the rich man Zhao Xian. Well. Su Changfeng raised his head and glanced at Meng Xiaonan. At this time, Meng Xiaonan was still concentrating on eating. Eating is fake, he just uses eating to cover up his guilty conscience. Let's go. Su Changfeng was so angry that he stood up and was about to leave. Zhang Tiejuan and Meng Xiaonan followed closely behind. Seeing that Meng Xiaonan didn't say a word all the way, Su Changfeng smiled bitterly. He had no intention of blaming the other party, and even felt a warm current flowing in his heart. The scene in front of the Zhao residence was very lively. Not only were there a large number of onlookers, but there were also many yamen runners maintaining order. The scene had not been disturbed by anyone, and it was obvious that they were waiting for the investigating police officer to arrive. Zhao Xian's fat body was hanging on the front door of his house, and his family members were crying loudly below. Seeing this scene, Su Changfeng's heart was suddenly moved for no reason. Brother, this guy has sword wounds all over his body. Judging from the wounds, the murderer is a kendo master. Zhang Tijuan on the side actually started to analyze. After this analysis, Su Changfeng turned his attention to Meng Xiaonan again. After hearing what Zhang Tijuan said, Meng Xiaonan glared at him fiercely and cursed, "Will you die if you don't speak?" Zhang Tijuan was so scared that his neck shrank, not knowing how he had offended the other party. But he still kept his mouth shut. Neither of them noticed that at this moment, Su Changfeng's body underwent subtle changes. In the past, Su Changfeng gave people a feeling of being inconvenient, as if his hands and feet could not keep up with his thoughts and did not obey the commands of his brain. Now, just at that moment, this feeling has completely disappeared. Su Changfeng smiled, and while holding the horse, he said to the two of them, "Don't worry about this place. Let's go back first and come back when we have time. Get on the horse." Following Su Changfeng's order, the guilty Meng Xiaonan was subconsciously pulled to his side, jumped up and jumped onto the horse's back. The movements were very skillful, and it was not until they had walked a long way away that Meng Xiaonan realized something was wrong. "You." The two of them rode on the same horse, and Su Changfeng held her body in his arms. After such a long time, she only blushed now. He turned his head and looked at Su Changfeng, and suddenly found that Su Changfeng seemed to have changed. "I can't describe the feeling, but I always feel that the other person is more pleasing to the eye. Don't go to Qingping County for the time being. Settle your family first." The domineering speech made Meng Xiaonan nod subconsciously. She didn't realize at all that she was the one who should make the decisions for the family, and that Su Changfeng's current behavior was not in line with their agreement. Without giving her much time to think, Su Changfeng had already started galloping on his horse. Who can ride a horse so well on the first day of riding practice? Su Changfeng. This man is like a mystery. The more you look at him, the more difficult it is to understand him. She didn't react until they returned to Qingfeng village and Su Changfeng patted her shoulder to signal her that they were home. So soon. Her face turned red and she quickly jumped off the horse. Looking at the other person running away with a red face, Su Changfeng's expression was a little amused. He shouted at the other person, "Don't run around at night, I have something to discuss with you." These words made Meng Xiaonan look even worse. Whose young wife is running around everywhere? Those who run around at night are unfaithful women. Fortunately, no one was paying attention nearby, otherwise she wouldn't know how to explain it to her father. Su Changfeng did not return to the house, but walked towards the forest with a sickle and a bamboo basket on his back. Since he gave the order, there are people in this mountain village who actually cooperate with his orders. Look, many people have already started to reclaim the wasteland here. Cutting trees, weeding, tilling the land. Although these people's movements were a bit unnatural, Su Changfeng was still very pleased to see them busy. With so many idle people, if we don't find something for them to do, it will only add to the burden on the more than 100 brothers. But he is not very popular. Walking in the mountains, there were so many people busy here, but no one greeted him. He was not the kind of person who would care about things, so he just went into the forest. There are many wild beasts in the mountains, and robbery is prohibited recently, so the brothers in the mountain village have set their sights on these wild beasts. Going into the mountains to hunt became a daily necessity for them. Su Changfeng didn't dare to go deep into the mountains like these people. He just walked around the periphery for a few times, looking for some wild vegetables and some natural seasonings. The gift of nature, the entire mountain forest is full of treasures. Many things are used as medicines, but few people know that they can also be used as seasonings. He has certain skills in collecting these things. If he finds something that he thinks can be planted, he will even dig it out with the roots and soil, preparing to cultivate it when he returns. Once these things are put into use, they are all means of making money. It can be said that the mountain forest where Qingfeng village is located is simply a natural treasure. Sixth son, have you seen your uncle? It was getting dark, and Meng Xiaonan was waiting at home, but there was no sign of Su Changfeng. I started to get anxious. Afraid that Su Changfeng would secretly leave Qingfeng village. You know, Su Changfeng originally wanted to escape from here. But since the Kong Jie incident, they subconsciously ignored this matter. Some people saw him going into the mountains, as if he was going to collect medicine. The sixth son was originally named Shen Lu, the grandson of the Dr. Shen Liang. His parents died young and he has always been with his grandfather. Despite his young age, he is quite popular in this village. Many people are waiting for him to grow up and marry their daughters to him. Collecting medicine. Meng Xiaonan finally breathed a sigh of relief. But she still muttered, no one was injured, so why go into the mountains to collect medicine at this time? Liuzi shook his head, put down the medicine basket on his back, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, it's for cooking. I brought a lot of medicinal materials from my place the day before yesterday, saying they were used for cooking. Little ant, you have to keep an eye on him. My grandfather said that medicine is 3/4 poisonous, and you can't take it carelessly. As soon as these words came out, Meng Xiaonan suddenly remembered the meal he had eaten at noon. I understand. You go back first. I'll go look for him in the mountains. Liuzi nodded repeatedly, we have to look for him. He is too weak to run away even if he encounters a wild beast. After he said that, Meng Xiaonan walked faster. Su Changfeng was surrounded by wild beasts. Half sitting on a branch, he watched the 3 wild wolves circling the tree below, his heart pounding. He was already very careful, only moving around the outskirts of the forest, but he still unexpectedly encountered a mountain wolf. Fortunately, he was smart and climbed up the tree. Otherwise, with his small body, he would definitely become food for the wolf. Court death. Just when he didn't know how to escape from here, a delicate cry was heard. Holding a long sword, he stepped on the ground with both feet, jumped up, and then used the surrounding tree trunks to gain strength, reaching a height of 3 or 4 meters. Looking at the person coming, Su Changfeng immediately saw hope. Wife, leave one behind and go back to eat wolf meat. Wolf meat is not delicious. It has a fishy smell and the meat quality is not good. However, Meng Xiaonan still cooperated very well with Su Changfeng. He raised his sword and slashed it down. One of the mountain wolves fell in a pool of blood without even a sound. This was the second time Su Changfeng witnessed Meng Xiaonan's fighting skills. Powerful. Not only is his swordsmanship superb, but his body movements are also very graceful. Especially in these mountains and forests, like a flying fairy, the 3 wolves quickly died or escaped. Who asked you to go into the mountains? Didn't anyone tell you what the situation is like in the mountains? Meng Xiaonan stopped and got angry. Why don't you come down and stay in the tree for the new year? Looking at the other person's angry expression, Su Changfeng didn't look embarrassed at all. I would like to go down, but it's so high, I can't go down. Su Changfeng tried it twice and then laughed. If you can go up, you can come down. Meng Xiaonan definitely didn't believe what he said. She always felt that this guy was too cunning and would be deceived by him if she was not careful. Are all writers like this? If you don't come down, I'm leaving. Seeing that the other party wanted to leave, Su Changfeng hurriedly slid down holding the tree trunk. As a result, the branch broke accidentally. Careful. Meng Xiaonan was startled, jumped up, hugged him, and landed steadily on the ground. Feeling the other person's worry and smelling the fragrance coming from the other person, Su Changfeng subconsciously squeezed into the other person's arms. For the first time, I felt the majesty of this woman. From this we can see that the other party wrapped himself up for ease of movement. You. Meng Xiaonan was so angry that he pushed her away and said angrily, who told you to go into the mountains? It was not until this time that Su Changfeng dusted off his body and grabbed the dead wolf. He said, I saw that you liked the food I cooked at noon, so I thought of going into the mountains to find more seasoning so that you can eat more. This explanation deserves full marks. At least after hearing this explanation, Meng Xiaonan was speechless for a moment. Even the way he looked at Su Changfeng changed. He no longer blamed the other party, and even helped Su Changfeng drag the wolf. Wolf meat doesn't taste good, so why are you carrying it? Not tasty. Su Changfeng laughed, that's because you don't know how to make it. When you go back, watch me make it for you. I guarantee you can eat 2 more bowls of rice. When we returned to the village, it was already dark. Smoke rose from the village, and many people began to prepare dinner. The 2 of them originally wanted to stop by Meng Yi's place to visit, but when they arrived at the other's door, they saw Zhao Sanyang having dinner with him. They didn't dare to disturb him and left. Both of us are single, and if we like each other, there's nothing wrong with being together. Su Changfeng muttered to himself, completely ignoring Meng Xiaonan's thoughts. Some people are just bound by all kinds of rules, which makes everyone unhappy in the end. What's the point? If it were me, no matter what others say, I would first make myself comfortable. He didn't stop eating until he returned home and started washing vegetables and cooking. Help me pick the bones. Meng Xiaonan's face turned cold, but he finally took the kitchen knife and obeyed the other party's command. At this moment, the two of them busy in the kitchen really looked like a young couple. The meal did not take too long. When the fragrance wafted through the yard, some people in the village had not finished their meal. When the sumptuous meal was served on the table, Meng Xiaonan's mouth started watering. She hasn't even tasted it yet, but the appearance alone is already making her drool. Before Su Changfeng came to the table, she couldn't wait to pick up the bowl and chopsticks and started eating. This situation has never happened to other women. In this world, when it's time to eat, women are not entitled to start eating until men sit down at the table. But now Su Changfeng is the son-in-law, so Meng Xiaonan doesn't have to follow this rule at all. By the way, when I went into the mountains to look for you, I met Liuzi, and he asked me to tell you that some herbs cannot be taken carelessly. Medicine is poisonous to some extent. While he was talking, his hands did not stop moving. Su Changfeng knew what she meant. It's nothing more than worrying that you might have eaten the wrong thing. Don't worry, I also know some pharmacology. These things are considered food ingredients, so you can eat them without worry. As soon as she finished speaking, the wolf meat that Meng Xiaonan had said was not tasty had already been eaten by her. Looking at her wolfing down the food, Su Changfeng burst out laughing. After the meal, Meng Xiaonan actually burped. Seeing Su Changfeng making fun of her, her face blushed, and she snorted, pretending to ignore him. Today is the first normal meal Su Changfeng has eaten since coming to this world. He also ate an extra bowl of rice. Tell me, if you hadn't been so impulsive today and we had bought Tiangxi Anglu, how would our business have been like with my spices? Meng Xiaonan was stunned for a moment, then his face turned cold. I also know that you are doing this to avenge me, but before we do anything in the future, you'd better discuss it with me. Meng Xiaonan's expression became more and more ugly. At the end of her speech, she suddenly took out a stack of things from her arms and threw them in front of Su Changfeng. What is this? Su Changfeng was unable to react for a moment. Don't you want Tianxiang Tower? Here is the deed to Tianxiang Tower. It was a thick stack, and apart from the silver bills, the rest were all land deeds. Looking at these things, Su Changfeng's head exploded with a buzzing sound. You stole it from Zhao Xian. Take it, just take it. Meng Xiaonan corrected the mistakes in Su Changfeng's words. Su Changfeng looked at the deeds carefully, sweat pouring down his forehead. Sometimes he had to sigh that robbery was the fastest way to get rich. However, this road is very dangerous. He carefully put these things away and said to Meng Xiaonan, I will deal with these things. They cannot be taken out in a short time. Meng Xiaonan knew what he was thinking, curled his lips, and said, once this case is understood, even if these things are taken out, no one will pursue them. The Dakang law only recognized land deeds and not people. Every land deed had a government seal on it and could be bought and sold at will. Even if you lose it, you can only blame yourself for your bad luck. Su Changfeng shook his head and smiled bitterly. This was a drawback of this era and also a big loophole. Put this aside for now, and help me with one more thing later. What's up? Let's see if there's a brewery nearby. Why would we need to look for this? We have it in our village. I can take you there right now. But why are you looking for a wine shop? We're looking for a winery to make wine. When we open our restaurant, we must have a sign to attract customers, right? We can't just rely on food. You can also make wine. Meng Xiaonan didn't know what to say. She just stared at Su Changfeng and asked uncertainly, are you really the teacher in Qingping County? Early in the morning, Su Changfeng got up early, brushed his teeth, and went running. My daily routine is very regular, so regular that it's a little scary. I jogged for several laps until I was sweating all over, then I slowly stopped. Then I took care of the plants I dug up yesterday, and then practiced Tai Chi in my yard. No one knows how good Su Changfeng's mood is now. Since returning from Qingping County yesterday, this body finally belongs to him completely. The feeling of having no hindrance in his every move made him feel cheerful. Meng Xiaonan watched everything he did without saying a word. After the other person finished brushing his teeth, she took out the simple toothbrush made of some unknown hair and looked at it. It was too late yesterday, so they ended up not going to the winery in the village, but instead agreed to go together this morning. When he saw Su Changfeng finished his soft boxing, he was thinking of calling him to join in, but he found that Su Changfeng had gone to the kitchen to cook again. Meng Xiaonan was powerless to change this strange lifestyle habit and could only observe it carefully from the side. The winery in the village cannot be called a winery at all. It's just that an uncle in the village likes to drink and can make wine himself, so he set up such a small equipment. As time went by, this uncle was responsible for brewing all the wine in the entire village. The quality of the wine is not that good, otherwise Su Changfeng would not have thought of making wine. When the two arrived here, they happened to meet Zhang Tiajuan, who was buying wine here. "Brother, Xiaonan, are you guys here to get some drinks too?" Seeing the two of them, Zhang Tiajuan ran over quickly and greeted them. "We don't make wine, come here to make wine." Zhang Tiajuan smiled and put his arm around Su Changfeng's shoulders. "Brother, drinking is fine, but brewing is not. Not only does it require a lot of craftsmanship, it's also a waste of time." Su Changfeng just smiled and didn't say much. At this time, another person walked out of the winery. He was wearing coarse linen clothes, with a rope tied on his head, and his back was a little hunched. He must be at least 40 years old. Yuan Qing, a guy Meng Yi rescued in his early years. He doesn't know any martial arts, but he knows a few words. He is a very honest person and usually doesn't talk much. After learning the purpose of Su Changfeng's visit, he immediately took him to visit the winery without saying a word. People who are addicted to alcohol are like Yuan Qing. Anyone else would have doubted Su Changfeng's purpose, but he was the only one who, after visiting the winery, actually sat around the table with the other party, writing and drawing on paper with charcoal, and started communicating. This exchange between the two left Meng Xiaonan aside, and even Zhang Tiajuan couldn't stand it anymore and left the scene early. Meng Xiaonan wanted to urge the two of them several times, but when she saw how serious they looked, she forced herself to hold back. "Uncle Yuan, you can handle the craftsmanship yourself, I am just giving you a suggestion. We can try it first, and if it works, the winemaking process will be completely handed over to you in the future." Finally, Su Changfeng stood up, patted his palms covered with charcoal ash, and ended the conversation. "Don't worry, sir. I'll try my best. I'm actually very curious whether this method can produce high-concentration wine." Su Changfeng laughed loudly. "It's probably possible, but it will cost a bit of food. It's a little troublesome for us at the moment. Using grain to make wine is indeed a bit of a luxury at the moment. If anyone knew about this, they would probably poke him in the back." He couldn't care less about all these. He had his own plan. He wanted to make Qingfeng village bigger and stronger and dominate the world. This was the only thing he could do. "Uncle Yuan, remember, this method cannot be passed on to others." Yuan Qing nodded repeatedly, patting his chest and assuring, "Don't worry, sir. Even if it's my son, I won't pass it on to him without your permission." That's not the case. Su Changfeng really enjoyed Yuan Qing's attitude towards him. In this mountain village, many people don't want to say hello to him when they see him, and some even feel a little repulsive towards him. But Yuan Qing's attitude today made him change his mind about some people in the village. After leaving the winery, Meng Xiaonan remained silent. She kept looking at Su Changfeng. Because she knew Yuan Qing's character very well, if Su Changfeng's winemaking method was useless, Yuan Qing would definitely ignore him. "Since you have been talking to Su Changfeng for such a long time and so seriously, it means that this method is still feasible. You really know how to make wine?" Finally, she couldn't help it and asked. Su Changfeng was thinking about something, and when he heard this, he suddenly stopped. Fortunately, Meng Xiaonan stopped in time and avoided getting bumped into. "How can I make wine? I just know how to make wine." Meng Xiaonan was skeptical about his answer. No matter what Su Changfeng can do now, it is no longer a rare thing for her. It was as if the other party was a bottomless pit and his potential could never be exhausted. Ever since Qingfeng village issued an order prohibiting robbery, the people in the village always seemed to have lost their souls. Even when reclaiming wasteland, everyone would be distracted. This is a typical occupational disease. There is no shortcut to changing this habit except time. Xiaonan, something happened, come with me to see your father. Before the two of them returned home, Zhang Deshang ran over. Seeing the other party's anxious look, Meng Xiaonan didn't even ask the specific reason and ran after him. Su Changfeng frowned and followed behind the two of them. Now he can be regarded as a high-ranking person in Qingfeng village. If there is something big going on in the village, he has the right to know. Meng Yi was receiving treatment from Shenliang, with his legs bare and a few silver needles stuck in his legs. Not far away from the two of them, Zhao Sanyang was drying clothes. Brother, Shijiazhai was captured. The surviving people came to us and asked us to give them a place to hide. Zhang Deshang looked anxious, opened the courtyard door and explained the reason. Where is the person? Meng Yi looked a little solemn. Not only Meng Yi, but also Shenliang and Zhao Sanyang stopped what they were doing and looked at Zhang Deshang. At this time, Su Changfeng had already pushed the door open and happened to hear Zhang Deshang's words. Right at our outpost, Shihu was seriously injured. There seemed to be only a dozen people in the entire village. Push me and go out to have a look. Meng Yi spoke, obviously taking this matter seriously. Instead, it was Su Changfeng who suddenly stood up. Father-in-law, what is the overall strength of the Shijiazhai? And what about Shihu, what kind of person is he? Meng Yi seemed to have just seen Su Changfeng, and when he heard his question, he began to explain. Shijiazhai is located in our Qinglong mountain. They are our neighbors, but their strength is far inferior to ours. This Shihu is very powerful. Even if I were in my prime, I would not be his match. How does Xiaonan compare to him? Su Changfeng asked again. This time Meng Yi did not answer, it was Meng Xiaonan who answered him. Within 100 moves, I will defeat him. She said this with great confidence, and no one present even refuted her. This gave Su Changfeng a clear understanding of the strength of his wife again. After he had a clear idea in his mind, he came up with an idea and said to Meng Yi. Father-in-law, how about letting me go and meet this Shihu? Sentry post. In fact, Qingfeng village is just a stronghold in Qinglong mountain. 2 thatched houses and a wooden gate. It looks like a hunter living in the deep mountains. Little brother, where is your boss? I, Shihu, brought my brothers to surrender, and this is how Meng Yi received me. The impression Shihu gave to Su Changfeng was not what he had imagined. This guy looks particularly clean, and he doesn't look like a bandit, but more like a Confucian scholar. Behind him, more than 10 people were all injured and looked extremely miserable. Only he, even though his clothes were stained with blood and his face was cut, could not hide the aura of a Confucian scholar. Don't blame me, Uncle Shi, my father-in-law is ill and cannot come in person. But I am fully responsible for all matters in this village, and it is the same when I come here. Su Changfeng clasped his hands together and saluted the other party. He represented Qingfeng village and actually saluted the other party and called him uncle, which made the young men behind him dissatisfied. It seems that the rumors are true. Qingfeng village has suffered a heavy blow this time. They actually let a hairy kid take charge. As Shihu spoke, he was already approaching Su Changfeng and the others. As soon as he made a move, Zhang Deshang and others immediately took up defensive positions. Their actions made Shihu laugh out loud. Qingfeng village has been badly damaged, and I, Shihu, have brought my brothers to surrender. Since you are the person in charge here, then tell me, with my strength, can I be the boss? Swish. The steel knife was swung out and Zhang Deshang glared at him. Shihu, even though something unexpected happened in my Qingfeng village, it is not something that people like you can cause. Shihu finally turned his gaze to Zhang Deshang, a smile flashing in his eyes. Meng Xiaonan followed Su Changfeng the whole time without saying a word, ready to fight with the other party at any time. Instead, Su Changfeng took 2 steps forward and said, Uncle Shi, you are joking. When Dakang issued the order to suppress the bandits, Qingping County first attacked your Shijiazhai. Do you know why? There was no smile on Shihu's face anymore. He stared at Su Changfeng with his fists clenched. With Shijiazhai in its current state, no matter who you surrender to, no one will accept you. They may even use your heads to curry favor with Qingping County. Shihu's face turned even worse and he took 2 steps back. Now that you have taken refuge in Qingfeng village, we treat you with courtesy. Saving you is like saving you from a dangerous situation, but Uncle Shi is thinking of taking over your position. Do you think you have the strength to do this, or do we in Qingfeng village not know how to deal with it? This time, not to mention Shihu, even the brothers behind him drew their weapons. Everyone calls us bandits, but they don't know that we in the underworld value righteousness the most. If my Qingfeng village had taken you in, Uncle Shi would have been grateful to me, so why would he attack us? So, Uncle Shi, stop joking. If Uncle Shi trusts me, Su Changfeng, then bring your brothers along. My Qingfeng village has prepared wine and food. Su Changfeng was accused of both good and bad things, and he was also accused of something. Shihu's face looked unhappy and he stood there for a long time without moving. Why? Uncle Shi thinks that our Qingfeng village is a dangerous place and is afraid of it. As soon as the provocation came out, Shihu snorted lightly and took the lead to walk towards Qingfeng village. The food and wine were indeed prepared, and Su Changfeng also used high standards to host the reception. He took out the seasonings that he usually used, and even took out the game that everyone hadn't finished eating. Several tables were set up just to entertain these people. I have to say that Meng Yi really trusts him. In the past, he would never have done such an obviously thankless thing. In the end, they followed Su Changfeng's wishes and held a welcoming banquet here. As they drank the wine and ate the food, the brothers from Shijiazhai all felt their noses sore. The moment before, they were just rats crossing the street, but now they have become guests of honor. Just as Su Changfeng said. Before coming here, they had already joined several forces. Either they are afraid and keep them out, or they draw their swords and drive them out. Only Qingfeng village was so welcoming to them, and there were even doctors to bandage their wounds. Meng Yi appeared. In order to support Su Changfeng, he was pushed by Zhao Sanyang to the banquet and met Shihu. It was not until this moment, when Shihu saw that Meng Yi's legs were disabled, that he realized that Su Changfeng had not lied to him. Brother Meng, heaven and earth are my witnesses. From now on, my life belongs to Qingfeng village. With tears in his eyes, he raised the bowl and toasted Meng Yi. Meng Yi grinned, took the bowl and drank it all in one gulp. He wiped the wine from his lips with his sleeves and said, "We have been fighting for power and developing our own forces all our lives, but in the end we can't resist an order from the government. Brother, you have taken the wrong path. We are old now, and the world will belong to the young from now on." As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Su Changfeng standing beside him. Holding the bowl, veins bulged on the back of his hand as Shihu tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart. This time, the order to suppress the bandits was issued by Wang Dikun. He was too greedy and was afraid that the Shanghai County magistrate would blame him, so he used us as an example to curry favor with his superior. Wang Dikun is the current county magistrate of Qingping County. This was also the first time Meng Yi heard such remarks. However, based on his understanding of Wang Dikun, he was the kind of person who would do such a thing. Shihu's anger had not yet subsided, and he continued, "My Shijiazhai is self-sufficient and has never robbed any caravan, not even civilians. But why did Wang Dikun target us?" Meng Yi did not answer, and even Su Changfeng looked at Shihu in surprise. Because he thinks we are easy to bully, and he can spend less energy and maximize his interests. I don't care about Shijiazhai, but there are also Lijiazi and Zhangjiazhai. This time, all the people he destroyed were called villages, but they were just weak civilians living in seclusion in the mountains. Su Changfeng was puzzled and looked at Meng Xiaonan who was sitting next to him. Meng Xiaonan seemed to know what he was thinking, and whispered, "If it is true as he said, then this bandit suppression order is abnormal." Su Changfeng picked up the bowl and took a small sip, but his mind was drifting away into the sky. "Brother Meng, I really want to know. The news of the internal strife in your Qingfeng village has long been spread throughout Qingping County. Why did Wang Dikun bypass you this time and attack my Shijia village?" Not only Shihu, but even the brothers he brought with him looked towards Meng Yi. No one doesn't want to know. Because according to normal reasoning, Qingfeng village is also easy to take over now. Meng Yi smiled and turned to look at Su Changfeng. His action made Shihu very curious. Is it related to my nephew Changfeng? Su Changfeng is not stupid. If he tells the truth at this time and let Shihu know that he gave gifts to Wang Dikun, wouldn't he hate himself to death? So, he quickly explained, Uncle Shi, you don't know that our Qingfeng village is now taking another path. What road? The road of merchants and bandits. Merchants are merchants, and bandits are bandits. The story of the merchant bandits frightened Shihu. Not to mention Shihu, Meng Yi and others all twitched their lips when they heard his remarks, thinking he was talking nonsense. What do you mean, nephew? Shihu finally expressed the doubts in his mind. Su Changfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he had successfully avoided the topic. He explained, merchants act according to the laws of the court, but bandits are different. They all violate the laws of Dakang. So let's make a compromise and use the bandits' methods to do business. Well. Shihu was now confused and didn't understand what Su Changfeng meant. However, Meng Yi and others understood this method in advance, so they had no other expression except a bitter smile. Seeing that the other party still didn't understand, Su Changfeng explained again in a popular way, to put it bluntly, when you talk to me about reason, I will fight you with fists. When you fight with me with fists, I will talk to you about reason. After hearing this, Shihu finally understood and blurted out, isn't he a scoundrel? Su Changfeng laughed, you can understand it this way. To put it bluntly, it is a battle between civil and military. We are not following the order. The main thing is to be in the middle and maintain a balance. But is this method of operation useful? Su Changfeng picked up the wine jar and poured a bowl of wine for the other party, saying, at least it is very useful for dealing with people like Wang Dikun. Shihu picked up the bowl and said, my dear nephew is a scholar, and we are homeless anyway. From now on, if you need my help, just let me know. I, Shihu, will never frown. Since the Kong Jia incident, there have been a large number of vacant houses on the mountain. Not to mention that Shihu only has more than 10 people, even if thousands of people came, Qingfeng village could accommodate them. The people who had just settled in Shijiazhai did not dare to run around. They all stayed in their resettlement houses and cleaned their own homes. No one would feel comfortable living under someone else's control. This went on for several days in a row. Boss, are we really going to stay here? Are you willing to be inferior to others? At Shihu's residence, 2 relatives were helping him keep the place clean, while they were also complaining. Then tell me what I should do. Originally Shihu was fine, but the 2 guys kept talking more and more outrageous, and he couldn't stand it anymore. Leave here and go find trouble with Wang Dikun. To seek revenge. Or, to find a new place and re-establish your position. Of course he knew what these 2 people were thinking, but he just didn't say it. Don't make such remarks again in the future. Shihu snatched the broom from one of the men and said, we in the Green Forest believe in loyalty. Qingfeng village has been kind to us, and we just need to remember it in our hearts. The 2 of them looked at each other, and finally shut their mouths, not daring to say anything. Before finishing the cleaning, Shihu, in a bad mood, walked out of the yard alone and wandered aimlessly in the mountain village. Qingfeng village is not a monolithic entity. After just a stroll, Shihu heard some bad comments. They are all directed at Su Changfeng. He could still hear some clues from these fragmentary remarks. He had a very good impression of Su Changfeng and even thought that he was a talented person. However, the other party's actions are sometimes difficult to understand, not to mention those whose interests have been damaged, even he himself sometimes cannot understand. Before he knew it, he arrived at the yard where Su Changfeng lived. At first he didn't know that this was Su Changfeng's residence, until he looked into the yard and was immediately attracted by Su Changfeng in the yard. At this time, Su Changfeng was sitting at the table in the yard, reading a book. To be precise, I am flipping through the pages of a book, and I am doing it very quickly. Turning the pages one by one and seeing how serious he looked, he began to wonder if this guy was just pretending. It wasn't until the other party picked up the pen and started writing that he frowned even more. Both the pen Su Changfeng used and the way he wrote were different from what he knew. The writing speed was so fast that he wanted to go forward and take a look to see what the other person had written. "Uncle, it's done." Just as Su Changfeng was holding the strange pen made of goose feathers and writing furiously, and Shihu was watching attentively outside, an excited voice sounded behind him. "Hey, brother Shi, you are here too." Shihu was caught peeking, and looked a little embarrassed. He quickly said, "I was just wandering here when I had nothing to do." "That's great, come in and try our newly brewed wine." Yuan Qing was very excited. He held a wine jar in one hand and 2 bowls in the other. He had already arrived in the yard while talking. Su Changfeng had just cleaned the table when Yuan Qing's voice rang out again. "Sir, this method is feasible. The aroma and concentration of this wine are absolutely up to standard." As he said that, he poured a bowl for Su Changfeng. All of a sudden, the aroma of wine filled the air, even arousing Shihu's craving for wine nearby. "Uncle, try it." He called Su Changfeng son-in-law all the time. Yuan Qing's attitude towards Su Changfeng was completely different from those people. Su Changfeng glanced at Shihu and didn't say much. He just picked up the bowl and took a sip. Yuan Qing beside him swallowed his saliva involuntarily and asked nervously, "How is it? Is it a good wine?" Su Changfeng shook his head and said, "The taste is still a little off, but for us, it's good enough. If we improve it later, there shouldn't be any big problems." Call. Hearing this, Yuan Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Su Changfeng handed the remaining bowl of wine to Shihu and said, "Uncle Shi, do you want to try it?" Shihu was slightly startled and said, "Can I, too?" In fact, when he smelled the aroma of wine just now, his alcohol addiction had already been aroused. "Sure." After getting Su Changfeng's consent, he immediately took the bowl in his hand. Just one bite and a spicy taste rushed straight to the top of my head. Shihu assured that he had never tasted such fine wine in his life, and that if he could get this wine outside, he would pay a fortune for it. "This? How?" Seeing the other person's expression, Su Changfeng laughed. He continued, "If we take this wine and sell it, can we get a good price for it?" "Sell?" Shihu was anxious and said quickly, "My dear nephew, this kind of fine wine is hard to taste even for gods. Are you willing to sell it?" Su Changfeng laughed loudly, "We brew wine to make money, otherwise how can I continue my business as a merchant bandit?" When Shihu heard this, he gritted his teeth and said, "It's okay to sell it, but can you sell me 2 jars of this wine first?" "No, it's 10 jars, give me 10 jars first." This time, not only Su Changfeng was happy, but even Yuan Qing beside him was as happy as a child. "Let's drink this wine ourselves, it's free." When the wine was first exchanged, everyone overestimated their own alcohol tolerance. Totally drunk, Shihu lay flat on the ground, looked up at the sky, seemed to recall what he had experienced in the past few days, and burst into tears. Holding a steel knife, Zhang Tiejuan performed the drunken knife dance in Su Changfeng's courtyard. Only Yuan Qing had been drinking for many years and had become a heavy drinker, so although he was drunk at this moment, he still remained a little sober. "Sir, what's the name of this wine?" Su Changfeng staggered with a smile on his face, and responded, "This wine originated from our Qingfeng village, so let's call it Qingfeng Brew, how about it?" "Good." Yuan Qing took note of it and poured himself another bowl. However, he didn't dare drink too much. He only took a sip of the bowl and put it down. When Meng Xiaonan came back, he looked at the 4 people stumbling around in the yard with a very bad expression on his face. "What's going on?" He hurried out to call for help and asked them to take the other 3 people home. He reached out and patted Su Changfeng's face, and his hand was instantly held by Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng opened his eyes with drunken eyes, looked at the beautiful face in front of him, and smiled foolishly. He became even more drunk and stood up staggeringly, shouting that he wanted to continue drinking. Not only did he want to drink, this guy even started to imitate the literati and recited ancient poems shakily. "The clouds are like clothes, the flowers are like faces, the spring breeze blows over the threshold and the dew is gorgeous." At first, Meng Xiaonan wanted to say something bad to him and take him back to the house to rest. But when he heard the first 2 lines of his poem, he suddenly stopped what he was doing. Why did she snatch Su Changfeng back to be her son-in-law of Qingfeng village? Isn't it because she was impressed by his literary talent? However, after such a long time of marriage, this husband has performed well in all aspects except for his weak health, except that he has never recited any poetry. Looking across Dakong, literati and poets are extremely popular. Which of those young ladies does not admire literary masters very much? She, Meng Xiaonan, is naturally no exception. Although I am not well educated, I can still tell the good from the bad of these two lines of poetry. After careful consideration, the look in his eyes when he looked at Su Changfeng had undergone a huge change. Just as she was expecting the other party to compose a few lines of poetry, Su Changfeng was very bold and stretched out his hand to hook her chin. Admiring the other's beautiful face, he continued to chant, "If we hadn't met on the top of the Jade Mountain, we would have met under the moon on the Jade Terrace." After chanting, he laughed out loud and kissed the other person. Unfortunately, Meng Xiaonan's heartbeat quickened and his eyes closed. This guy actually fell down because of drunkenness. Meng Xiaonan's face flushed, and she quickly helped the other person up and walked him to the bed. "Take off your shoes and socks, get a basin of warm water, and use a towel to wipe it." This was the first time Meng Xiaonan took care of a man so attentively. Even her father had never been so attentive to her. That night, Su Changfeng vomited several times and looked so miserable. If it were in the past, Meng Xiaonan would definitely ignore him. But today, she took care of him until late at night. Su Changfeng felt itchy on his face while he was in a daze. When he opened his eyes, he saw Meng Xiaonan lying on the bed, with her beautiful hair scattered on her face. Recalling what happened last night, he immediately understood. I wanted to get up quietly and try not to disturb the other person. I never expected that Meng Xiaonan would wake up immediately as soon as I moved. People who practice martial arts have a high level of alertness, which Su Changfeng admires very much. After wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth, Meng Xiaonan subconsciously sat up straight. "Awake, are you still dizzy?" Feeling the other party's concern, Su Changfeng actually felt a little uncomfortable. "It's okay. Although I can't drink a lot, I sober up very quickly." While sorting out her clothes, she said, "Thanks." This thank you made Meng Xiaonan a little overwhelmed. They are husband and wife, and it is natural for the wife to take care of her husband, but now, the other party is thanking her. This was the first time that Meng Xiaonan felt awkward. Although he was drunk all night last night, it did not affect Su Changfeng's self-disciplined life this morning. Jogging, watering the crops I planted, and then boxing. Looking at Su Changfeng's light boxing skills, Meng Xiaonan couldn't bear it anymore. "Hey, have you ever heard of this saying?" "What?" Su Changfeng was not angry when his boxing practice was interrupted. Instead, he asked Meng Xiaonan seriously. "If you don't practice martial arts, it will all be in vain." Su Changfeng was slightly stunned, then he laughed, "Of course I've heard of it, but so what?" Meng Xiaonan put his hands behind his back, as if he had become a different person, and came to Su Changfeng. "At your current age, your bones have already fully formed. It will be difficult to achieve any great success if you continue to practice. But it's still good to give you some ability to protect yourself." Before Su Changfeng could react, she continued, "Well, go find my dad later and ask him to teach you a set of exercises, and practice them slowly first. With the help of the technique, you will find that your strength will increase very quickly." "Wait a minute." Su Changfeng shook his head. "Just ask for it for me later. I have to go to the county town." "What are you going to do in the county town again?" Meng Xiaonan had a suspicious expression on his face, looking confused. Su Changfeng stopped boxing, walked into the kitchen and started making breakfast. His life was always so fulfilling that Meng Xiaonan could hardly bear to watch it. Following Su Changfeng closely, how could she still be the self-righteous young lady she used to be? The time has come. Zhao Xian's case should be over. We should activate the title deed of Tianxiang Tower. If I continue to live like this, I'm afraid I'll be scolded to death by these brothers in the village before I even start making money. Meng Xiaonan was still listening carefully at the beginning, but when she heard the latter part, her face turned cold and she said, "Who dares to scold you?" Su Changfeng just smiled and didn't say much. Instead, Meng Xiaonan saw this and said, "I'll go to the county town with you." "Need not." Su Changfeng smiled and said, "Just let Tiejuan come with me, you go about your business." "No." Meng Xiaonan shook his head. "He's such a rough guy, I don't trust him with you." Su Changfeng paused his hand movements and turned to look at Meng Xiaonan. Meng Xiaonan seemed to realize that she cared too much about Su Changfeng. His face turned red, and he forced himself to explain, "Don't get me wrong, I don't want you to die too early, otherwise I won't be able to report to my father. Besides, if you die, I will have to find someone else to deal with my father, which is very troublesome." "Is that so? Fine then. Help me find a horse and we'll go together after breakfast." "Looking for a horse?" Meng Xiaonan recalled the feeling of riding a horse together when they returned from the county town a few days ago. I almost wanted to say no. "Oh, I'll go right away, but you have to be prepared for not being able to find it. The horses in this village are very valuable and you can't just borrow them whenever you want." Watching the other person leave, Su Changfeng almost laughed out loud. This woman has gradually begun to change. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could defeat the other party. The kind that is completely obedient. Qingping County, Central Street. A luxurious carriage slowly drove through the streets and stopped in front of Tianxiang Tower. Sitting in the carriage were Rong family's eldest daughter Rong Yoshue, and Rong Yoshue's personal maid Shang Yun. Rong Yoshue held the scroll in her hand with a calm expression. The way she read seriously was enough to impress all the talented men in Qingping County. The curtain of the car was lifted, and Shang Yun was smiling. "Miss, we have arrived at Tianxiang Tower. According to what you said, the poetry gathering is about to begin. I really don't understand what the young lady is thinking, holding a poetry reading in such a small place. Can we really recruit talents?" Rong Yoshue put away the book at this point and said with a smile, "The poetry gathering is just for our Rong family to settle down here as soon as possible. As for recruiting talent, if we can find one, that would be great, but if we can't, we won't lose out." Shang Yun had already lifted the curtain and got off the carriage. Yes, miss, you are good at calculating. Even the master has to admire you. This time, you will definitely be able to take root in this small county. Use Qingping County as a springboard, then go to Shanghai, build a career, and win over the master. This way, the young lady can find her ideal husband who suits her heart and belongs to her." Rong Yoshue rolled her eyes at her, and then got off the carriage with her support. He laughed and scolded, "You girl, your mouth is getting more and more talkative. Our target this time is Tianxianglu, the #1 restaurant in Qingping County. Don't say those useless words. Rong Yoshue's goal this time is big. She wants to use the limited resources she has at present to expand and strengthen her business in order to compete with her father. Because she had a bet with her father, if this happened she could do as she wished. If that doesn't work, she must be married off according to her father's wishes." Su Changfeng didn't know that there would be obstacles on his trip to Qingping County. But even if he knew, he wouldn't worry or be afraid. With the title deed in his hand, he would be invincible unless the opponent was extremely powerful. This time, his wish came true and Meng Xiaonan really did not borrow the horse. The two of them rode on the same horse, which swayed all the way, making their hearts tremble. Until they arrived in front of Tianxiang Tower, they were still thinking about the collisions along the way and sighing that the journey was too short. Tianxianglu is quite lively today. As soon as he dismounted from his horse, Su Changfeng was attracted by the scene in front of Tianxiang Tower. It seems like a poetry reading. After settling the horses and giving instructions to the waiter who came out to greet them, Meng Xiaonan followed Su Changfeng with excitement on her face. It seems like a big shot has come to Tianxiang Tower. Su Changfeng knew very well how difficult it was to hold a poetry reading in this small county. If someone who is not a person of status comes here and wants to hold a poetry gathering, he probably won't even be able to get past the county magistrate. But these have nothing to do with us. We are here today to take back what belongs to us. The two of them stepped into Tianxiang Tower one after the other. The last time he visited Tianxianglu, he didn't have a particularly good impression of it. Unexpectedly, after not seeing it for a while, it seemed like the place had a new owner and everything had undergone a major transformation inside and out. You said, could it be that the owner of Tianxiang Tower has changed? Su Changfeng made a small joke. The talented people who are usually not seen all gathered in Tianxiang Tower today. The tables and chairs in the hall were arranged in rows, and the tables were filled with side dishes and drinks. No money is required, you just need to make couplets, match the first line of someone else's couplet, and leave a second couplet, and you can eat here for free. As for those that don't match, you can either watch from outside or pay a high price to buy a spot. Seeing this novel way of seating, Su Changfeng obviously had no interest in it. His target today is Tianxiang Tower. What poetry reading? Is it related to him? He was not interested at all, but Meng Xiaonan who came with him was very interested. Hey, aren't you a scholar? Hurry up and answer. If you answer correctly, we can have a free meal. Looking at Meng Xiaonan who was so excited, Su Changfeng looked strange and asked, you still need this meal? Meng Xiaonan reached out and grabbed his arm. Her tone actually had a hint of coquettishness. Are you right? This was the first time that Meng Xiaonan had taken the initiative to be so intimate with him since they got married. With a smile on his face, he held the other person's hand with his backhand and walked towards the couplets with a smile. He wanted to find an interesting couplet, write it down and then get down to business. He never expected that Meng Xiaonan was much more excited than him, and kept pulling him and urging him. Here, what do you think of this? Su Changfeng had never seen such an excited expression on this woman's face. That's it. Suddenly I was inspired and started writing. First couplet, the moon under the water is the moon in the sky. It can't be said to be a very common pair, but it does not pose a problem for Su Changfeng. Second line, the person in front of you is the one you love. Seeing Su Changfeng write the second couplet easily, Meng Xiaonan's face flushed and she kept saying good. Meng Xiaonan's actions attracted the attention of the people around. When everyone saw this woman, their eyes widened. Unfortunately, this woman is not someone to be trifled with. Seeing everyone looking at her, she glared at them and shouted angrily, what are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyeballs and soak them in wine. Well. When Su Changfeng heard these tough words, he smiled bitterly. To put it bluntly, this woman is a bandit leader who has killed people and licked their blood. Naturally, she exudes a murderous aura that is simply incomparable to these weak scholars. My husband, leave a couplet for me and let's go eat. That smug look, like a victorious old hen, made people laugh and cry. He was just in a good mood, and suddenly an eternal absolute emerged in his mind. He just casually wrote down the first couplet and followed the other person towards the set table. There are many dishes and the wine glasses are specially made. From everything here, it can be seen that the host of this poetry reading is either rich or noble. The two of them had just sat down when Shang Yun rushed into a room on the second floor holding the couplet that Su Changfeng had just made. Miss, your pair has been matched. Is it correct? Rong Yoshue, who was originally sitting in front of the window and reading a book, suddenly stopped. He placed the scroll on the table and then took the paper handed to him by Shang Yun. She read the couplet over and over again, with the smile on her face growing wider and wider. Who wrote this couplet? Hearing the question, Shang Yun's face turned slightly ugly, and she said, I didn't have time to ask, the woman next to him was too fierce. Fierce. Rong Yoshue smiled even more and asked again, did he leave the first couplet? Yes, it's a bit long, so I asked someone to copy it down. Show it to me. Rong Yoshue rarely looked so anxious. When she took the paper in her hand and read the long couplet, her heart was quite shocked. I read it over and over again, but I still couldn't come up with the second line. Wangjiang Tower, looking at the river flow, Wangjiang Tower looks at the river flow, the river tower is eternal, the river flow is eternal. Xiaonan, let's get down to business first, this poetry meeting is meaningless. Hearing the noisy noises around him, Su Changfeng wanted to escape from the scene. He really couldn't stand this kind of scene. Especially when these talented people wrote poems, it was like pouring garbage into his ears. Although he could not write poetry, he had been familiar with the 300 Tang poems since childhood and had an astonishingly high vision. Where is the room for all this garbage? Don't. Meng Xiaonan subconsciously grabbed Su Changfeng's arm and pressed him into his seat. It's still early, there's no rush to attend the poetry meeting and then do business. Su Changfeng felt helpless. He just couldn't understand why a bunch of guys who had nothing to do after eating were just trying to be cultured here. What was the point of participating in this? Look, the real boss is coming out. At this moment, Meng Xiaonan shook Su Changfeng's arm. Su Changfeng was also attracted by the two people who had just walked down from upstairs. It's a woman. Su Changfeng was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but look at it twice more. She was wearing a long white dress with floral embroidery all over the front, including the collar and cuffs. Just one glance and Su Changfeng couldn't take his eyes off. This woman is so beautiful, and she has a scholarly air about her, and that temperament is the most attractive. Not only him, but all the men present were attracted to this woman. Does it look good? Just as Su Changfeng was sizing up the other person, Meng Xiaonan's sour voice sounded beside him. Su Changfeng was slightly startled, then immediately came to his senses. Looking at Meng Xiaonan's unfriendly eyes, he chuckled, "It's pretty, but it's far inferior to you." No matter what era, women like to hear lies. Meng Xiaonan is no exception. "Come on, I don't know you. Men like this type of her." He said this, but a smile appeared on his face. Not to mention Su Changfeng, even she likes this one. At this time, Rong Yoshue and Shang Yun had already arrived on the platform. There was a long table, with food and wine on it. "Thank you all for giving my Rong family this honor. I will drink first as a token of my respect." Rong Yoshue picked up the wine glass and drank it all. If it was Meng Xiaonan, Su Changfeng would really think that the other person was drinking alcohol because of his generous look. But when the wine glass was in Rong Yoshue's hand and she drank from it, was it wine or water? This was a bit intriguing. "Today, we are meeting friends through poetry. I hope that the talented Qingping can show off what he has learned. Anyone who wins the poetry competition today can enjoy the financial support of my Rong family for the next few years until he or she passes the high school entrance examination. This is an opportunity. If Su Changfeng were still alive and a poor teacher, he would definitely seize this opportunity at all costs." Similarly, there are many people like Su Changfeng throughout Qingping County, which is why the poetry meeting is so lively. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. In this kind of situation, who wins and who loses depends on what the other person says, right? Throughout the whole show, Su Changfeng was only very interested in Rong Yoshue herself, and everything else stood aside. He just listened for a while, without even drinking the wine, and stood up to leave. "Hey, leaving now?" Meng Xiaonan wanted to stop him, but seeing Su Changfeng's indifferent look, she finally gritted her teeth and took out a piece of paper. He put the paper on the table, held it with something, and left with Su Changfeng. Written on the piece of paper was the poem Su Changfeng recited when he was drunk that night. And the signature of the poem is Su Changfeng. "Why are you in such a hurry? Wait for me." Meng Xiaonan hurriedly caught up with Su Changfeng and grabbed him. She didn't notice at all that after this night's changes, her attitude towards Su Changfeng had taken a 180-degree turn. "They wouldn't even touch me before, but now pulling and tugging is a common occurrence. What did you leave behind?" Su Changfeng turned his head and glanced at Meng Xiaonan beside him, with a doting smile on his face. "After being with this woman for a long time, I not only feel safe, but also relaxed." "The poem you wrote. When did I ever write a poem?" Su Changfeng was amused by the woman and wanted to reach out to touch her hair, but when he thought of the soft sword at her waist, he stretched out half of his hand and then retracted it. "Last night, when you were drunk, you wrote a poem to me." Su Changfeng was stunned for a moment, and the disjointed fragments of yesterday appeared in his mind. Thinking of the changes in this woman today, he suddenly had an epiphany. Is it because of the poem I read last night that the other person has changed so much towards me? If that's the case, then what am I worrying about? In the future, just send him a few more songs when you have nothing to do. Then he will be obedient to you and can do whatever you want, right? As they were talking, the two of them had already arrived at the backyard of Tianxiang Tower and found the shopkeeper there. The shop owner was busy at this time. Although a poetry reading may not make Tianxiang much money, it can bring their fame to a higher level. Moreover, they knew clearly that after this poetry reading, they might have a new boss. The Rong family trading company, which was famous in Yozhou, was involved in all walks of life and even did some business in the imperial palace, making it a true imperial merchant. With such a background, how could they not be excited? Everyone, be quick. As long as we get this done well, you will all get some benefits. If you mess up, you all have to pack up and get out. Looking at the bustling scene here, Su Changfeng winked at Meng Xiaonan. Meng Xiaonan also knew that it was her turn to take action. So, she took the deed, came to the shop owner, drew her sword, and patted him on the shoulder. The shop owner was busy and wanted to get angry, but when he saw the sword, his heart skipped a beat and he quickly and carefully put on a smile. "Miss, what advice do you have?" Meng Xiaonan smiled and said, "I dare not give you any advice. I came here today to inform you that Tianxi Anglu will be temporarily closed starting tomorrow." "What?" The shop owner thought he had heard wrongly. But then sweat broke out on his forehead and he stammered and couldn't speak. Because at this time, Meng Xiaonan had an extra land deed in his hand. How did his former boss Zhao Xian die? A chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and his head kept shaking like a dragonfly skimming the water. If Zhao Xian hadn't died, he wouldn't have been able to take over the entire Tianxiang Tower with just a land deed. But Zhao Xian was dead, and his death was unclear. In addition, Meng Xiaonan had the sword at his neck. Unless the shop owner was stupid, he would not do anything inappropriate at this time. "I'll slap you and then give you a sweet treat." Seeing that the deterrent effect was good, Su Changfeng slowly stepped forward and hooked his hand on the shop owner's shoulder. "Don't be nervous. This Tianxi Anglu is just temporarily renovated and will open normally in the future. As long as you do a good job, I will give you the money you deserve." I understand." The shopkeeper dared not say anything at this time, he could only keep responding. Tianxi Anglu. The poetry reading is still going on. Just as Shan Yun said, there are only a few talented men in the entire Qingping County, and it would be a blessing to have one who can really catch the eye of her young lady. Over such a long period of time, the poems written by these people are either not well balanced or are like doggerel, which is not worth appreciating at all. Rong Yoshua had already lost her patience, but she had set up the scene herself and she had to go through with it even if she cried. "Shang Yun, have you found the person who made the couplet earlier?" "Miss, I'm already looking for him. As long as he's at the scene, he will definitely be able to." Just as Shang Yun was replying carefully, a maid came trotting over with a folded piece of paper in her hand. "Miss, we didn't find the person, but he left a poem when he left." Rong Yoshua, who had lost her patience, suddenly became interested. "Where's the poem? Bring it to me and let me see it." The paper had been folded, obviously not for use in their poetry gathering, and the handwriting wasn't particularly pretty either. But when she read the poem, her heart couldn't help but pound. Every word touched her soul and made her immersed in it. Shang Yun, who was standing by, stretched her neck to look, and her eyes lit up. "Miss, this poem seems to be written especially for you." If Meng Xiaonan heard this, she would probably regret showing off this poem. Rong Yoshua pressed the paper against her chest, smiling hard, and said, "Look for him. No matter who he is, we must find him." Seeing her young lady losing her composure, Shang Yun smiled secretly and said, "Young lady, I heard that when this young master came, he was accompanied by a woman. Although she was a little fierce, she was pretty." Rong Yoshua didn't care at all. She took out the poem in front of her again, savored it carefully, and said, "This young man is so talented. It would be abnormal if he didn't have a woman by his side. What if it's not a young master, but an elderly man? Go away, go away. You always have such an annoying mouth. Be careful that you won't be able to get married in the future." Seeing her young lady like this, Shang Yun smiled even more happily. The two of them completely forgot that their purpose this time was not for the poetry meeting or to meet some talented scholar, but their real purpose was Tianxiang Tower. At this time, the Tianxi Anglu had changed hands, and under coercion and inducement, the store owner had to accept the fact. When the poetry meeting was over and Rong Yoshua started to take action, Su Changfeng had already brought Meng Xiaonan back to Qingfeng village. Riding on the same horse, this loving young couple made the brothers in the mountain village jealous, and they even secretly cursed Su Changfeng. "Nephew, I was looking for you, where have you been?" As soon as we arrived at the mountain stronghold, Shihu came towards us. "I went to Qingping County and bought a restaurant. I will renovate it tomorrow and open it the day after tomorrow." Su Changfeng jumped off the horse and wanted to reach out to catch Meng Xiaonan, but he didn't expect that Meng Xiaonan didn't need his help at all. She had already jumped off the horse and headed towards her home. She has a lot of things to do now. After settling the horse, she also has to go to her father to ask for the martial arts skills. Buy a restaurant. Su Changfeng always manages to surprise people, and this sudden remark almost made him forget the purpose of his visit. Has my nephew's business bandit model begun to be implemented? Seeing Shihu like this, Su Changfeng laughed and said, "It's done. The Tianxiang Tower in the county has been bought. It will be the first step for us to start our business." The two of them walked together, led by Su Changfeng, towards where Meng Yi lived. As Su Changfeng walked, he said, "Tianxianglu is just a springboard. The business we really want to do is more than that." "What kind of business do you want to start, nephew?" Su Changfeng put his hands behind his back and started to make big plans in order to stabilize Shihu, the latecomer. "Tianxianglu is a means of publicity for us, and also the starting point for us to officially enter the trade route. With the help of Tianxianglu, our King Fengniang can gradually become famous and eventually become well-known in Dakong. When we have money, we can do more business. For example, cloth, food. We do whatever makes money." Call. Shihu swallowed his saliva, obviously full with the pancake. "My dear nephew is a man of great talent, but I, Shihu, do not have any special abilities. If there is any need for my help, please feel free to arrange it for me." Su Changfeng laughed loudly and said, "There is something going on right now. I wonder if Uncle Shi is interested." "What is it?" "Go to the county town and take over Tianxianglu." "Me?" Shihu stopped and said, "Is it okay?" As they were talking, the two had already arrived at Meng Yi's residence. At this time, Meng Yi was sitting there drinking wine. The wine they drank was the Qingfeng wine that had just been brewed in the village. Not far away, Zhao Sanyang just walked out with a basin of warm water and happened to hear the conversation between the two. He opened his mouth twice, as if he wanted to say something, but when he thought of his identity, he swallowed his words back. In fact, she was worried. After all, Shihu had just arrived. If he was given an important task directly, what would happen if the Kong Jie incident happened again in the future? She just became a little sensitive because of Kong Jie's matter. Su Changfeng said, "Okay, why not? Tianxianglu will still have the same crew. I asked Uncle Shi to go there just to keep the peace. Don't forget, we are on the business bandit route. If Tianxianglu encounters any trouble, we will need to use our fists to deal with it." Shihu understood Su Changfeng's intention instantly. He was very touched that Su Changfeng could entrust this matter to him, but he was still a little worried. "I am now on the wanted list of the imperial court. If I go to the county town like this, will I?" Before he finished speaking, Su Changfeng dispelled his concerns. "Uncle Shi, you can rest assured about this. My trip to the county town today was not completely fruitless. There is not even a single arrest notice in the entire Qingping County. Do you think this list is useful? Wang Dikun is just pretending. He doesn't even want to do the most basic face-saving work. How can we be in any danger?" After his explanation, Shihu felt relieved. Besides, we are in charge of Tianxiang Tower, and that is the operation behind the scenes. We are still businessmen in public, and we will not expose ourselves easily, right? Okay, I'll get ready now. Shihu completely forgot the purpose of his visit to Su Changfeng. As soon as he left, Zhao Sanyang expressed her concerns. "Changfeng, there are still many useful people in the village, why did you let him go?" Meng Yi, who was sitting next to him, also looked at him, wanting to see how he would explain. Su Changfeng came to the table and sat down, saying with a wry smile, "Third and also knows that with my current prestige, it is not enough to shock the brothers in the village. No matter who goes, they may go against me. We are just starting out and can't afford to lose. Shihu is different. He has just joined us and urgently needs to do something important to repay our gratitude. It is most appropriate to give this matter to him. Zhao Sunyang was speechless for a moment. Meng Yi looked at Su Changfeng with a look of relief and sighed, "Good son-in-law, you have suffered so much." At this moment, Meng Xiaonan rushed in from outside. "Dad. Hey, my husband is here too." Su Changfeng was greatly pleased with her address. Before the three of them could ask, Meng Xiaonan took the lead and said, "Since everyone is here, I want to discuss something with you." Meng Yi looked at his daughter with a doting look on his face, and even Zhao Sunyang did the same. "If you have something to say, just tell me. Why are you being so secretive?" Meng Xiaonan chuckled, came behind the other person, pushed the wooden wheelchair, and said, "You have a lot of internal skills, right? Teach your good son-in-law a set, let him combine it with boxing, and practice slowly." Meng Yi was slightly startled, then he looked at Su Changfeng meaningfully, and said with a smile, "Why, are you starting to dislike Changfeng's poor health?" Su Changfeng felt ashamed after hearing this. He hasn't even tried it yet, so how can he say he can't do it? It's simply slander. Jokes aside, Meng Yi is really not stingy at all. Pushed by Su Changfeng, the two of them left the yard and came to an open space in front of the mountain village. Meng Yi's voice rang out, "With your current bone age, it's too late to practice martial arts." This was not the first time Su Changfeng had heard such remarks. Hu said the same thing to him last time, and his wife Meng Xiaonan also said the same thing. "I know. I'm not planning on becoming a martial arts master. I just want to improve my physical strength so that I can at least protect myself, right?" Meng Yi still likes this mentality very much. He glanced at Su Changfeng, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. "Xiaonan is my only daughter." Su Changfeng didn't understand. They were just talking about martial arts, why did the topic take a sudden turn now? "I promised her mother that I would raise her and let her get married. Now I hand her over to you, and of course I hope you can protect her. Let Su Changfeng protect Meng Xiaonan. If I say this to others, I will probably be laughed at by my brothers in the village." Putting aside other things, given the current situation of the two, the one who needs protection is definitely Su Changfeng, not Meng Xiaonan. Seeing Su Changfeng's stunned expression, Meng Yi laughed again, took out a cloth bag and handed it to Su Changfeng. The cloth bag was a little worn, as if it had not been opened for many years. "What's this?" Su Changfeng took it in his hand, feeling a little curious. "Don't you want to learn the inner skills? This is it." He opened it carefully, and saw a book without a cover in front of Su Changfeng. "Take it back, study it carefully, and then commit it to memory in your mind, so that you will never forget it. After you have memorized it, burn the book and don't let anyone know that you have learned this skill." Listening to Meng Yi's solemn speech, Su Changfeng always felt that there was some big secret involved. "Even if it's Xiaonan, don't tell her." Su Changfeng started to look through the books in front of the other person. There are pictures and texts, and the texts are obscure and difficult to understand. Even if he has a good memory, he won't be able to remember them in a short period of time. "What is this technique called?" Meng Yi grinned, "Dozhuan Qian Kuan, this is something from my sect." "Master." Looking at Meng Yi again, Su Changfeng suddenly felt that this father-in-law was not simple and even had a hidden identity. Seeing Su Changfeng still flipping through it, Meng Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, I can no longer use this thing, and keeping it will only cause trouble. Also, you should start learning this when you are young, otherwise you will end up like me, unable to even beat your own daughter." He slowly put away the leatherless book and pushed Meng Yi to stroll around the mountain village. Up to this point, he did not mention the matter of the technique again, and the other party did not mention it either. They strolled around for more than 2 hours until Meng Xiaonan ran out and called them back to eat. This was the first time the family had eaten together since Su Changfeng got married. Su Changfeng sometimes wants to ask, what the hell are the rules in this village? Does getting married mean I have to live separately from my parents? Okay, go back and eat. Starting tomorrow, practice according to the book until you remember all this stuff. Then I will teach you boxing. This was the last time Meng Yi mentioned martial arts. Su Changfeng didn't care much about martial arts. Instead, he was concerned about the affairs of Meng Yi and Zhao Sunyang. "Father-in-law, I have something to say." "Should I say it?" Don't come on, just say whatever you want to say, we are not outsiders. Su Changfeng pushed the other person and started to go back, saying, in fact, you and third aunt can form a family. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he had said the wrong thing. Because at this moment, Meng Yi frowned and snorted, don't say such things again in the future. If it were in the past, Meng Yi might have listened to such words. Now that his legs are disabled, if the two of them really get together, wouldn't he be harming each other? Su Changfeng opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. When the family sat at the dining table and ate the delicious meal, Su Changfeng looked at Zhao Sanyang opposite him. If it were someone else in this situation, they would have already left. But Zhao Sanyang sat at the same table with them to eat, and her intentions were very obvious. But Meng Yi's legs were disabled and he didn't dare to accept this woman at all. Moreover, the other party was the woman of his sworn brother. The meal was not a very pleasant one, at least that's what Su Changfeng thought. While they were eating, Shihu had already packed up his things with a few of his brothers and headed towards Qingping County. They dressed up just in case. Just as Su Changfeng said, Shihu now urgently needs to do something big. Only in this way can they gain a foothold here. Otherwise, in their current state, they would be ostracized by everyone just like Su Changfeng. Boss, if we go to Qingping County now, isn't that like entering a tiger's den, with no way back? That's right. I think Su Changfeng is deliberately trying to torture us to death. What kind of business? They are all born as bandits. Can they do business better than the merchants in the city? Listening to the complaints of his brothers around him, Shihu rode on his tall horse, looked straight ahead, and did not make any comments at all. In fact, he was also nervous and afraid of being tricked by Su Changfeng. But he has no choice now. Boss, how about we? That's enough. Finally, Shihu interrupted his brothers and said, after we enter the city, Monkey will go in first to inquire around and make sure there is no danger, and then we can go in together. The most important thing is Tianxianglu. When the time comes, you can take the token and go find the shopkeeper to find a way for us. Be careful. Even if Su Changfeng heard what he said, there would be nothing to say. The more he said this, the more it proved that Su Changfeng had not chosen the wrong person. They have all started to take over Tianxiang Tower. In Qingping County, Rong Yushue had just walked out of a poetry meeting. On the second floor of Tianxiang Tower, in a side room, Rong Yushue's face turned pale as she listened to the words of the shop owner in front of her. She was born with a beautiful face, but now it was as white as ice. Shopkeeper Tong, you didn't say the same thing a few days ago. The shopkeeper of Tianxianglu stood in front of Rong Yushue, so nervous that he didn't know where to put his hands. Miss Rong, it's not that I don't know the rules, it's just that I can't make the decision. Our master doesn't plan to sell it now and wants to run it himself, so you guys teamed up to play a trick on me? Rong Yushue's tone was calm, but anyone who knew her knew that she was on the verge of exploding. Seeing that the other party stood there and no longer argued, she forced herself to calm down. Please help me contact your master, and I will talk to him personally. Shopkeeper Tong raised his head, glanced at Rong Yushue, and whispered, that's possible, but the time is uncertain. Bang. Rong Yushue slapped her hand on the table and said, it's okay, I can wait. Shihu successfully entered Qingping County. There was no danger here as he had imagined, and everything seemed as if nothing had happened. Even when they entered the city, there were no soldiers to check on them. Monkey successfully contacted shopkeeper Tong and made an appointment to meet at Tianxianglu to discuss the opening of the business the next day. Now shopkeeper Tong is still a little scared. Although he still doesn't know the identities of Su Changfeng and others, he can make a rough guess. Now, after meeting Shihu, he became even more certain of what he was thinking. These people are bandits in the mountains, and each of them has committed murders. He wanted to report to the authorities, but he was afraid that he would be killed by these ruthless bandits before he could report to the authorities. After all, former boss Zhao Xian is a good example. Therefore, he now just wants to pretend that he doesn't see it, so he can get the matter done, take the money, withdraw in time, and find another job. On the second floor of Tianxiang Tower, in a room near the window, Shihu looked out the window as usual. Not only him, but also several of his brothers were scattered in various corners of Tianxiang Tower, checking the surrounding situation at any time. Shopkeeper Tong's heart was pounding. Facing Shi was more uncomfortable than facing the eldest daughter of the Rong family. Sit. Seeing that there was no big commotion outside, Shi smiled and motioned for the other party to sit down and talk. No need, I just need to stand and answer. Seeing the other party so nervous, Shi smiled, picked up a peanut and said, "What? My words don't work." Bang. Shopkeeper Tong sat down opposite him. My legs were shaking and my head was a mess. Third brother, pour him some wine. Shi Lao-san, who was standing by, responded and poured a bowl of wine for Manager Tong with a forced smile. It was not the wine produced by Tiangxi Anglu, but the wine they brought from Qingfeng village. Seeing this scene, Shopkeeper Tong could no longer sit down, and he tilted his body and fell to the ground. "Uncle, I have an 80-year-old mother and a..." "Stop talking nonsense. I just asked you to drink some wine. Are you so scared?" As he spoke, he picked up the bowl on the table and took a small sip. Qingfeng brews wine that is different from other wines. This wine is strong, and just a small sip is equivalent to a bowl of it he usually drinks. So now he didn't dare to drink it all at once and could only savor it sip by sip. Seeing him like this, Shopkeeper Tong finally felt relieved. He just thought that the other party wanted to kill him to silence him, so he gave him a bowl of poisoned wine and asked him to end his life. "Drink." After wiping the sweat from his forehead, Shopkeeper Tong quickly picked up the bowl and wanted to drink it all. He is the owner of Tiangxi Anglu. He usually drinks a couple of bowls of wine when he has nothing to do. His alcohol tolerance is there, so what is he afraid of? However, when he took a sip of the wine, he first coughed due to the spiciness, and then felt ecstasy. This time, he took a sip carefully. After drinking it, the fragrance remains. This wine. How is it? Shi laughed loudly, stood up and took the wine jar from Shi Lao-san's hand, and said, "In the future, Tianxiang Tower will add another kind of wine, which is Qingfeng brew." Gurgle. Shopkeeper Tong felt less fearful and asked uncertainly, "How much of this wine can be supplied each month?" "Don't worry about this. If there is no supply, I will find a way. But you must promote the reputation of this wine." Shopkeeper Tong nodded continuously like a chick pecking at rice. Looking at the bowl of wine on the table, he wanted to take 2 more sips. But Shi was sitting opposite him, and he was a little scared and didn't dare to drink at all. At this moment, Shi took out another package and threw it on the table. "And this, the newest seasoning. I'll have someone tell you how to use it later." "Seasoning?" "Yes, adding a little bit when cooking can make the food more delicious." Shopkeeper Tong nodded again, but completely forgot that there was a Rong Yoshua waiting to meet his big boss. At this time, Su Changfeng was still worried about Shi. Holding the internal energy technique in my hand, I tossed it over and over again but didn't know where to start practicing. In the yard, Meng Xiaonan was taking care of the plants that Su Changfeng had planted earlier. The whole courtyard is green, but it looks a little messy. "Hey, what kind of mind did my father give you?" Seeing that Su Changfeng was just reading and not practicing at all, she couldn't help but ask the questions she had wanted to ask for a long time. "It's just an ordinary mental method." Su Changfeng continued studying without even raising his head. Although he didn't know why Meng Yi didn't let him reveal it, he believed that the other party would not harm him. "Don't be discouraged. Given your current situation, you can only cultivate this ordinary mental method. Once you have developed your inner strength, you will be able to learn those boxing techniques with half the effort." Meng Xiaonan's way of speaking and tone have changed now. She's really like a young wife. The only thing that made Su Changfeng feel inadequate was that this woman still slept separately from him. The only difference is that now the other person is sleeping on the bed, and I am sleeping on the floor. In his words, the hard floor is beneficial to his martial arts practice. This kind of words is just to deceive himself. Meng Xiaonan felt very benefited. She had a feeling that someone cared for her. "By the way, I ran into Qijuan when I went out just now. The brothers in the village sent a few representatives to complain to my father." Meng Xiaonan didn't want to talk about this at this time, but she felt that Su Changfeng needed to know about this. "Is it related to me?" Su Changfeng put away the book and looked at Meng Xiaonan with a smile. Yes, they have had trouble getting food recently, and they haven't gotten any results from hunting in the mountains for a few days, so they are all feeling very angry. Meng Xiaonan said this, clapped his hands, and walked towards Su Changfeng. How about we go back to our old ways? Su Changfeng raised his head and glanced at the other party, then shook his head and said, no, it hasn't come to that point yet. But Meng Xiaonan bit her red lips lightly, and began to worry about Su Changfeng. I'm going to find my father now and ask him to take out the family assets. After so many years, he still has a lot of spare money. He stood up and walked towards the room. When he came out again, he was holding the stack of deeds in his hand. He put them on the table and said, we still have so many good things. It's more convenient to use them to collect rent than to ask your father for money. Rent. Meng Xiaonan was slightly startled and took the deed from the other party. It's not a good idea to take it out at this time, right? Su Changfeng waved his hand and said, there's nothing wrong with that. Give these things to Uncle Deshang and ask him to go to the city to collect rent. Remember, the rent you charge must be less than before, and if the other party can't afford it, don't force it. Why? Meng Xiaonan was puzzled. Because these things of ours did not come from legitimate sources, and only a win-win situation can make everyone feel at ease. And after collecting the rent, 10% will be donated to our county magistrate Wang Dikan. Meng Xiaonan clenched his fists, feeling unwilling. Su Changfeng came up to her, patted her shoulder and said, these things will be vomited out sooner or later. A group of rent collectors appeared on the streets of Qingping County. These people followed the proper procedures and started collecting rent from each household, collecting rent for 2 streets in total. However, when collecting the rent, the methods were relatively gentle, and they even had friendly communication with the store owner. It doesn't matter if we don't make money, we can owe it, but we need to write an IOU and we can renew it when we have money. These people not only collect rent, but also help tenants solve some minor problems. Is there anyone causing trouble? Catch him and give him a good beating, leaving you with no place to vent your anger and just having the beating for nothing. In just 2 days, these tenants' impression of their new landlords increased, and some of them even became close friends with their landlords. Moreover, the county magistrate Wang Dikan also likes this method very much. These people knew the right measure very well, not only helping him solve a lot of problems, but also allowing him to gain a lot of benefits from it. The death of the stingy Zhao Xian will benefit a large number of people. Anyone who is not a fool will know what to choose in this matter. Even if the Zhao family caused trouble, it would probably end in nothing. With the money, the crisis of Qingfeng village having no food to eat was temporarily resolved. In addition, Zhang Deshang and others praised Su Changfeng highly when they returned, which made the people in Qingfeng village feel that they seemed to have misunderstood Su Changfeng. They both robbed, but they did it with force. They were terrified after the robbery and some even hid for a long time after committing the crime, not daring to show their faces. Look at Su Changfeng again. They are robbing people with legal means, making these people hand over the money to them voluntarily, and it is also legal and compliant. After they finish robbing today, they can continue tomorrow. Even with this, he still snatched more than them. For a while, the voices of dissatisfaction with Su Changfeng in the entire Qingfeng village became much smaller, and some people even began to greet him after seeing him. They called him son-in-law all the time and tried their best to mend the relationship between them and Su Changfeng. On the other hand, Tianxianglu reopened after being closed for 1 day. Although the name of Tianxianglu has not changed and there are still the same workers, the overall situation has undergone tremendous changes. In front of the restaurant, in front of the vacant land, they drew some white lines to form a parking area. There were a few well-dressed girls standing in front of the door with smiles, ready to greet guests who came to eat at any time. The store has a few more waiters, who are always on the first and second floors. Whenever someone calls, they will be able to arrive at the scene as soon as possible. The biggest change is in the food at Tianxianglu. There is a new type of alcoholic beverage with sky-high prices here, and even the prices of meals are several % higher than usual. However, the taste is really good. Once you eat it here, you will never forget it when you get home. Look, Rong Yoshue, who had been living in Tianxiang Tower, waiting to meet the big boss behind the scenes, felt quite stirred up in her heart after finishing her meal here. At this time, there were 7 or 8 side dishes and a jar of Qingfengniang in front of her. She doesn't usually drink, but for the sake of her family's business, she would occasionally take a sip or two. Shang Yun, are you sure we are still in Tianxiang Tower? Her question made Shang Yun laugh and cry. But Shang Yun still replied, Miss, we haven't been out for 2 days. Are we still in Tianxiang Tower? Don't you know? But why are the food and drinks here so different? I've also asked the shopkeeper here. What does the shopkeeper say? It is said that the boss here has carried out a reform and replaced the chef. What about the wine? I didn't mention the wine, but it seems to be made from grain. It's too expensive and doesn't sell well here. Rong Yoshue was eating the food on the table, and she became more and more curious. She didn't expect that a small Qingping county would not only cause her to stumble, but also give her a big surprise. Such good wine cannot be made from grain, otherwise why doesn't their Rong family have it? After dinner, go find shopkeeper Tong and ask him when their boss is available. Having said that, he started eating again. What kind of delicacies from land and sea has she not eaten? But it's the first time like today. The old incident was brought up again, which awakened manager Tong. In the past 2 days, Tianxiang Tower has changed so much that he almost forgot about the eldest daughter of the Rong family. After being reminded by the other party, he found Shihu as soon as possible. Shihu was very proud at this time. Sitting in the small courtyard specially prepared for him in Tianxiang Tower, he drank tea and watched his subordinates sorting out the accounts of the past 2 days. Although the money doesn't come as quickly as they did when they robbed someone, it can't stop this long-term approach. If it continues to operate in this way, he believes that Tianxiang Tower alone can keep 1/3 of the people in Qingfeng village from going hungry. Master Tiger, I have something here that I forgot to tell you. Just then, shopkeeper Tong came trotting over. Through the contact over the past 2 days, shopkeeper Tong has gotten to know Shihu's character quite well, and even changed the way he addressed him. What is it? Shihu was wearing a Confucian robe and standing there, looking like a Confucian scholar, and did not look very fierce. The eldest daughter of Rong's company has always wanted to meet our boss. She has been waiting here for a few days. Do you want to meet him? Rong family, which Rong family? Shihu was startled and thought of the Rong family in Yozhou City. Their eldest daughter, what are you doing here? Shihu frowned and had a bad feeling in his heart. It was also for this Tianxianglu. I don't know what she liked about our place. We were originally going to sell this shop to her, but then our boss got there first, so. Looking at shopkeeper Tong, who spoke carefully, Shihu walked back and forth in the yard. After a long time, he suddenly said, to put it bluntly, she is just a businessman. We are not afraid of her. Since she wants to see me, I will go and meet her first. Go and make the arrangements, at our Tianxiang building, so that the scene is bigger and you don't lose face for them. Su Changfeng didn't know about Rong Yoshue's affairs, and even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. At this time, he encountered another problem. Yuan Qing doesn't have enough staff, and needs to purchase a large amount of food, otherwise it will not be able to meet the demand outside. Even though it was only 2 days, they sold dozens of kilograms of wine in those 2 days. Moreover, the wine production rate of a small winery is not high, so Yuan Qing found Su Changfeng and expressed his demands. When Su Changfeng heard this, he was amused by the other party's honesty. Uncle Yuan, there are so many people in our village. If you are short of manpower, you can go find someone else. Yuan Qing scratched his head and said, but, no one wants to do this, right? Give them starting wages. With wages, people will be willing to do the work. Besides, you can also choose people who are quick-witted and smart to do the work. Is this okay? Why not? You get paid according to the work you do, and you don't have to worry about what others say. If we want to change, we have to change from beginning to end. What about the food? Su Changfeng was stumped by the question. For Dakang at that time, grain for brewing wine was a luxury in itself. Although Dakang had no ban in this regard, few people did so. Because food prices are high. I will find a way to deal with the food issue. You just need to stabilize the current situation. Meng Xiaonan started learning to cook. Her hands were clearly holding a sword, but now they were holding a kitchen knife. There is no way. Su Changfeng has been too tired recently. He is so tired that he even has to practice at night. These 2 nights, when she was lying on the bed, she saw Su Changfeng sitting on the ground, with his eyes slightly closed, practicing his martial arts. During the day, he kept flipping through the old account books and taking care of the unknown plants he had planted. As more and more things happened in Qingping County, Meng Xiaonan found that he had become a big idler. In the past, he could rely on his kung fu skills to stand up for his brothers in the village. Now that there is no need to fight and kill, she has become the one with the most free time. If she doesn't learn to cook and do housework, she will really become a useless person. Looking at my father, his legs haven't recovered yet, and he has to get up early every morning to practice. She found that since teaching Su Changfeng a set of skills last time, her father had become more diligent, and it seemed that he had nothing else to do every day except practicing. My dear nephew Changfeng. At this time, there was a knock on the courtyard door, and Shi Hu, who had returned from Qingping County, found Su Changfeng. Do you know the eldest lady of Rong's trading company? Su Changfeng had just put away the account book in his hand when he heard the other party's words. He was slightly startled, and the image of the beautiful woman with a scholarly air appeared in his mind. Not only him, but Meng Xiaonan, who was busy, also became suspicious when he heard this and pricked up his ears to eavesdrop. What's wrong? She wants to see you. Shi Hu said with a wry smile. It can't be said that she wants to see you, but she wants to see the boss of our Tiangxianglu. Su Changfeng understood and motioned Shi Hu to sit down and talk. At this time, Meng Xiaonan tactfully brought out a teapot, poured a cup of tea for the 2 of them, then sat aside and listened openly. Meet the big boss. Su Changfeng suddenly laughed and said, then let her meet him. I just need to go to my father-in-law's place later, so I can make some arrangements while I'm there. You want her to see the boss? Shi Hu was slightly stunned, thinking that Su Changfeng had misunderstood what he meant. Su Changfeng smiled and said, who else should she meet? Will this expose our identities? What are our identities? Su Changfeng stood up and said, we are just ordinary businessmen now. People from Rong's trading company are also businessmen. It is normal for both parties to have business dealings. He knew what Shi Hu was worried about, and comforted him. Uncle Shi, I know what you are worried about, you can rest assured about this. Businessmen pursue profits. As long as she is not stupid, she will know what to do. Besides, we may become partners this time. We. Cooperating with Rong. Shi Hu felt that Su Changfeng was a little wishful thinking. What is the status of the Rong family? Although their headquarters is in Yozhou, they are imperial merchants and many of their businesses are done in cooperation with people in the palace. How could there be any business cooperation with such a powerful force and such a big shot? He was worried about this. The other party had set his eyes on their Tianxiang tower, and it was still a question whether Su Changfeng could hold on to it. Where there is demand, there will be cooperation. In order to dispel Shi Hu's concerns, Su Changfeng said a lot. In this way, Shi Hu returned to Qingping County to make arrangements, while Su Changfeng made arrangements in Qingfeng village. Because of this meeting, Meng Xiaonan had a strong sense of crisis. She had seen that woman before, and especially the look in Su Changfeng's eyes when he looked at her, made her a little worried. So, she dressed up specially that day. She, who always wore no makeup, surprisingly put some powder on her face and a light red tint on her lips. She always wears her hair casually, but today she also wore her own headdress. It was not until this time that she realized that she actually had so little jewelry. When she stood in front of Su Changfeng again, Su Changfeng was stunned. It's not that she hasn't seen beautiful women before. Technology was so advanced in her previous life, and she often watched those AI-generated pictures and videos of beauties. Moreover, the actors and celebrities on TV are all stunning when they put on makeup and use beauty filters. But this one in front of me. Su Changfeng couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Does it look good? Meng Xiaonan felt a little embarrassed when Su Changfeng looked at her. Her face turned red and she asked in a low voice. Just this one sentence instantly brought Su Changfeng back to reality. Nodded subconsciously. As if remembering the other party's ferocity, he subconsciously shook his head again. Meng Xiaonan was naturally somewhat satisfied with Su Changfeng's performance. She liked the way the other person was fascinated by her. However, when she actually met Rong Yoshue, she instantly felt inferior to her. Because the other party has a maid. Even when getting off the carriage, she needed the help of a maid. That look is somewhat noble. Compare yourself and you will see who is better. In front of Qingfeng village, Zhao Sanyang pushed Meng Yi in front, and Su Changfeng led Meng Xiaonan behind. The standard of this kind of reception may not be high, but it is enough to give face. People in wheelchairs have come out to greet you, what else do you have to say? After getting off the carriage, Rong Yoshue's first glance was at Meng Yi, who was sitting in a wheelchair. No matter how stupid she was, she knew that this was a bandit's den. But she still came. Because she believed that the other party would not dare to do anything to her. However, when she turned her gaze to Su Changfeng and Meng Xiaonan, she was slightly stunned. Some of them look familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen them before. The man is handsome and the woman is pretty, they are a perfect match. Miss. I found them. They are the ones. Before she even got close, the maid Shang Yun was so excited that she couldn't speak. What them? What's wrong with you? Rong Yoshue didn't understand what was going on, so she turned her head and looked at her little maid. Shang Yun has been by his side for many years. He knows very well what kind of person she is, and she is rarely as excited as she is today. Moreover, in a situation like this, even if something happened, she should talk about it later, not now. The couplet of Wangjiang Tower and the author of the poem. Shang Yun no longer stuttered, but her voice became louder due to excitement. It's these two. Are you sure? It will never go wrong. When the pair is right, I'll be there. This time, Rong Yoshue knew why the other party was so excited. Even she, who was always calm and composed, became excited when she learned about this situation. The hand holding Shang Yun began to tremble. From beginning to end, his eyes stayed on Su Changfeng and could not be moved away at all. The more I look at him, the more I think Su Changfeng is handsome and talented. So much so that when she came up and Meng Yi started to greet her, her eyes had not yet left Su Changfeng. The arrival of Miss Rong is truly an honor to our Qingfeng village. I have specially asked people to prepare wine and food. I hope Miss Rong will not despise it. After the words were spoken for a long time, Rong Yoshue still didn't respond, which made everyone very embarrassed. At this time, Shang Yun couldn't bear it anymore, so she shook the other person's arm, leaned close to the other person's ear, and whispered, "Miss, you taught me that women should learn to be reserved. Your current behavior is a bit too much." Everyone saw Rong Yoshue's reaction and was suspicious. At first I thought the two knew each other, until they arrived at the banquet hosting Rong Yoshue. I haven't asked yet, what is this gentleman's name? Meng Yi was startled at first, then he introduced, "This is my son-in-law, his surname is Su, and his name is Changfeng." Son-in-law. Rong Yoshue's expression changed noticeably. When she saw Meng Xiaonan before, she was still wondering what the relationship between the two was. Until this moment, she actually felt a slight pain in her heart. At this time, Meng Xiaonan, like a victorious old hen, deliberately moved closer to Su Changfeng to declare her sovereignty. Is this poem written by Master Su? Rong Yoshue's obsession was so strong that Shang Yun, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch it. They came here for Tianxiang Tower, not for poetry. How come the topic has been changed before it even started? Looking at the piece of paper that Rong Yoshue took out, before Su Changfeng could answer, Meng Xiaonan on the side took over the topic. "Miss Rong, this poem was written by my husband for me. I left it on the spot on the day of the poetry gathering because I was inspired to do so. Made it for you." At this moment, Rong Yoshue felt even more pain in her heart. Even Shang Yun, who was standing by, couldn't bear to see the trembling hands. If it wasn't the wrong occasion, she would have called her young lady back to rest. These powerful punches left the young lady with no chance to fight back. At this point, anyone present who was not stupid could see that something was wrong with Rong Yoshue. In order to ease the awkwardness on the scene, Meng Yi even deliberately changed the subject. "Miss Rong, you came to Qingfeng village this time not just for a visit, but also for some mission, right?" Meng Yi's words finally calmed Rong Yoshue down a little. She took a deep breath and tried not to pay attention to Su Changfeng, otherwise she was afraid that her heart would not be able to take it. This man was very attractive to her, something like this had never happened before. It's not really a mission, I just want to discuss a business deal with Mr. Meng. What business? My Rong family wants to buy your Tianxiang Tower. You can name any price you want. Meng Yi suddenly laughed, and instead of answering directly, he turned his gaze to Su Changfeng. Good son-in-law, what do you think of this? When he said this, Rong Yoshue's attention was once again drawn to Su Changfeng. Father-in-law, we still have great use for Tianxiang Tower, so we are not planning to sell it for the time being. Su Changfeng interrupted Rong Yoshue's thoughts in an instant, causing Rong Yoshue's favorability towards him to decrease a little. However, Su Changfeng's next words made her take it to heart. I think Miss Rong bought Tianxiang this time for our Qingfeng brew, right? Maybe we won't sell Tianxiang, but we can cooperate on drinks. Su Changfeng knew that Rong Yoshue was not doing this for King Fengniang, and Rong Yoshue also knew that the other party said this to give himself a way out. But Su Changfeng's words really attracted her. You brewed Qingfeng brew yourself. Su Changfeng picked up the wine jar on the table, filled a glass for Rong Yoshue, and said, we have just researched it. For now, this kind of wine is not available in other places except Qingping County. There are still many areas where this wine can be improved, and the quality of the wine will only get better in the future. Rong Yoshue picked up the wine glass and took a small sip. Normally people in the village drink from bowls. But today they changed to cups. This shows that they still gave enough face to the Rong family. How do you cooperate? Su Changfeng had a smile on his face. He also picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Of course we will brew it, and give you the exclusive sales rights, and you will make the difference. Exclusive sales rights. After hearing this new word, Rong Yoshue's favorability towards Su Changfeng, which had just been lost, was restored to normal. What do we have to give? She is not stupid. How could Su Changfeng give such a good thing to himself? Really? Su Changfeng said, Miss Rong should have tasted it, this wine is made from grain. The Rong family itself was an imperial merchant, so their business naturally also included grain. We in Qingfeng village don't ask for much. We just need you to provide us with food at any time. How about using the food to pay for the wine? What's the price? We can discuss this slowly. Cooperation is about win-win, so our cooperation can last for a long time. Things have come to this point, and the two have been talking for so long that Rong Yoshue has also noticed it. On the surface, Meng Yi is the boss of Qingfeng village, but the one who really makes the decisions is the other party's son-in-law. Rong Yoshue just stared at Su Changfeng for a whole cup of tea. Su Changfeng also stared at her like this, and there was almost a thread between their eyes, which made Meng Xiaonan on the side jealous. At this moment, Rong Yoshue took a deep breath and said, okay, I agree to this. Shang Yun on the side became anxious. What are they doing here? I came here for Tianxiang Tower. Now, instead of taking over Tianxianglu, they actually started doing business with the other party. She didn't hear anything else, but she did hear the one about selling grain. If I don't give the master an explanation for such a big thing when I return, the entire Rong family will surely be in turmoil. In her opinion, her young lady was bewitched by the other party and fell into his beauty trap. So, she winked at her young lady several times, but Rong Yoshue turned a blind eye. The banquet did not last too long. When the two men left, Meng Yi and others did not say much. At this point, Rong Yoshue was more certain of one thing. The real boss of Qingfeng village is Su Changfeng. Master Su, Yoshue has something to ask me. I hope you can help me solve it. When she was about to leave, she couldn't hold back any longer and said something. Ms. Rong, please speak. Rong Yoshue took out the long first couplet and asked, is this the first couplet that the young master left behind? Seeing this, Su Changfeng immediately laughed. She understood what the other party meant. This eternal absolute has stumped the other party, and he is asking me for the next line. He laughed and turned back into the house. He picked up the pen and wrote until he finished the second couplet and handed it to Rong Yoshue. Rong Yushue finally put her mind at ease. Looking at the second line, I exclaimed that it was brilliant. So much so that when she left, she was still a little reluctant, ignoring Meng Xiaonan beside her, and said faintly, I hope our cooperation will be pleasant. I also hope that one day, you can write a masterpiece for Yoshue like the one you wrote last time. After saying that, he took Shang Yun into the carriage. Watching the carriage slowly drive away, Su Changfeng was about to express his emotion when he suddenly felt a pain in his arm. Tell me, you were flirting with her just now. Do you want to become the son-in-law of the Rong family and enjoy wealth and glory? Ah. Looking at Meng Xiaonan, who was getting jealous, Su Changfeng cried out that he was wronged. How is that possible? She and I are innocent. If you don't believe me, ask my father-in-law. Hey, father-in-law, third aunt, don't leave. Su Changfeng had almost never seen Meng Xiaonan in this state. That coquettish and jealous way made him feel particularly accomplished. In his own yard, he watched the other person carrying water and watering the flowers and plants, and couldn't help but walk towards him. As if they were very familiar with each other, he touched the other's arm. Hey, are you still angry? Meng Xiaonan snorted lightly, turned her head to the side, and said sourly, why should I be angry? What is our relationship? You think too much. Su Changfeng wanted to laugh, but forced himself to hold it back. Is this still the female bandit who possesses superb martial arts and kills without blinking an eye? When Kong Jia rioted, she was so unrestrained that Su Changfeng still felt scared when he thought about it now. Look at now. Every woman has a soft heart. Sometimes it's not expressed simply because you haven't met the right person. Su Changfeng didn't understand women very well, but he could see that her attitude towards him had changed. Seeing that Su Changfeng really stopped talking, Meng Xiaonan became anxious instead. She turned her head and glanced at him, her face suddenly cold, and said, when are you going to Qingping County? I want to find a maid there. Maid? Su Changfeng thought he had heard it wrong. What kind of person is Meng Xiaonan? Ever since he was abducted to Qingfeng village, he had known that the other party was the type who was very good at hands-on work and would not enjoy being taken care of by others. Why find a maid at this time? Soon, Su Changfeng gave his answer. Compare. The appearance of Rong Yoshue was like a mirror, allowing this woman to see her own shortcomings, so she wanted to make up for it. Well, let's start by changing what's visible to the naked eye. The other party has a maid, so naturally she has to find one too. What's that expression on your face? Meng Xiaonan looked up at Su Changfeng, quite dissatisfied, and said, can't I find a maid to take care of me? Su Changfeng nodded in agreement and said, yes, of course. Even if you don't want to find one, I will find one for you. That's what you said, let's go now. Well. After taking a look at the sky, Su Changfeng immediately looked bitter. Don't worry, it's getting late. Tomorrow morning I will go with you to choose, and I promise to pick someone who is pretty, sensible, and capable. Meng Xiaonan felt much more balanced. That night, she saw Su Changfeng sitting on the ground practicing internal skills, and she wanted to interrupt him several times and ask him to go to the bed to rest. But she tried several times and just didn't dare to open her mouth. In the end, she could only lie on her side on the bed, staring at Su Changfeng's profile, in a daze. Although it has been a short time since Su Changfeng started practicing, he has clearly discovered that his health is much better than before. Although he hadn't felt any energy yet, there would be nothing wrong with him not sleeping all night. This is the difference between internal and external practice. Train your muscles, bones and skin externally, and your breath internally. He is now trying to develop that breath. Get up early to run and do some boxing, then go see what you planted. As for chores like cooking, now that he has someone to help, he no longer has to do anything. Hey, didn't you say you were going to the county town? When are we leaving? Yesterday in front of others she was calling me husband all the time, but when I woke up she started calling me hey again. Looking at Meng Xiaonan, who began to pay attention to her appearance, Su Changfeng smiled and said, go now. I'll go get the horses ready. He definitely didn't need to prepare the horse because Meng Xiaonan had already done it. In the past, I would find an excuse that it was difficult to borrow a horse. Now there is no need to even have excuses. It's just a horse, you can ride it if you want. Before going to the county town, Su Changfeng had to behave himself, for fear of upsetting this woman. Now the situation has changed. I can move occasionally, and even when I hug each other, I can use some strength. There would be no problem even inadvertently feeling the other person's majesty. While riding, I would occasionally bump my face against the other person's face. Both of them enjoyed this little trick and neither of them said anything. Su Changfeng even felt that the time had come, and at least it shouldn't be too difficult to capture this woman now. But he didn't gamble because he was enjoying the feeling he was having. It makes him feel comfortable to do this, a guy who has never been in love. Qingping County is still the same as always. There are not many people, but it is still more lively than Qingfeng Village. When I passed by the Zhao mansion again, it had lost its former prosperity. The gate was closed tightly, and there was some excrement stuck on the vermilion door. Even two of the big red lanterns hanging in front of the gate were broken. Su Changfeng knew that the current situation was not only caused by Zhao Xian's death, but more because of Meng Xiaonan's interference. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the other party to decline so quickly based on their financial situation. Tianxiang Tower has now become the property of Qingfeng Village. Although Meng Yi is the boss behind the scenes, the actual controller is Su Changfeng. Looking at the lively scene in front of Tianxiang Tower and those well-dressed girls, Meng Xiaonan snorted. Is this what you call rescuing a damsel in distress? Su Changfeng smiled and argued, isn't it? It's a great thing to allow women to earn money to support their families without having to sell their bodies. But you let them show up. Su Changfeng was unhappy. He stopped, put his hands behind his back, turned around and looked directly at Meng Xiaonan, and said seriously, Madam, you have to remember one thing, no matter who you are in this world, you should enjoy your due rights when you are born. Why is it normal for men to have affairs outside, but why is it considered public and criticized for women to make money outside? Take Miss Narong for example, who dares to say bad things about her behind her back. Meng Xiaonan felt very comfortable, especially when Su Changfeng called her madam, which made her not refute Su Changfeng's words for the first time. At this time, shopkeeper Tong noticed the two from afar and came out from the store to greet them. Master, madam, please come in. Seeing the other party's servile appearance, Su Changfeng shook his head and said, don't bother with that. Just do your thing. That being said, how could Manager Tong dare to neglect these two people? Not only did he accompany them from beginning to end, but no matter what was needed, as long as the two of them showed any sign of it, he would immediately get things done. Su Changfeng sometimes sighs, no wonder so many people like the life of rich people. After spending a long time in this environment, he will become addicted to it. Seeing that the other party could not be driven away, Su Changfeng did not insist on his own opinion, but asked, by the way, we came here mainly to find a maid, do you have any connections? Looking for a maid? When shopkeeper Tong heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. He has so many connections for this kind of thing. What kind of person are you looking for, sir? Su Changfeng glanced at Meng Xiaonan, who quickly said, you can't look too bad, otherwise you'll lose face when you go out. You also need to be tactful, at least you can't give people the feeling that you're in the way, right? By the way, if you can read, it would be the best. Shopkeeper Tong was very excited. When he came out of Tianxiang Tower, he had already selected a candidate. Along the way, he even thought of the words of persuasion. I had just arrived home and before the gate was even opened, I heard shouting and cursing in my yard. Listening to his wife's merciless scolding, he sighed slightly, but there was nothing he could do. When the gate of the courtyard was opened, I saw a little girl sitting in front of the pool, crying and washing clothes. The little girl has red lips, white teeth, and delicate facial features. Other than some dry skin, there's nothing wrong with it. Overall, she is still a beauty. On the other hand, his wife was standing behind the men with her hands on her hips, cursing loudly. You keep scolding me. All you do is scold me all day long. Can you still stay in this family? Shopkeeper Tong muttered to himself, glared at his wife fiercely, and then came up to the girl. Holly, stop washing and follow your uncle. The little girl's name is Dongqing, and she is the niece of Tong the shopkeeper. His parents died early, and he has been living with his uncle. At first, everything was fine. The family lived in peace and lived a pretty good life. But as time went by, the situation changed when Tong's children grew up. When quarrels started at home, they were usually over trivial matters, and in the end, all the blame was directed at Dongqing. Uncle. Don't say anything more, your uncle has found a good family for you this time. Hearing this, Dongqing felt a pang in his heart and almost cried again. In the end, it still couldn't escape the fate of being sold. Behind me, the aunt who had just finished scolding kept asking for money after hearing this. Master, you can marry, but the betrothal gift must not be small, otherwise we will have been supporting her for nothing for so long. Shopkeeper Tong ignored her completely and forcibly dragged Dongqing out of his yard and hurried towards the direction of Tianxiang Tower. Dongqing, you have to remember that the person your uncle is looking for you this time is the proprietress of Tianxianglu, your uncle's boss. After you follow her, you must be more diligent. You went to school when you were young and you know a few words, which just meets their requirements. Dongqing was confused. After listening to her uncle's words, she suddenly realized that the situation was not what she thought. Uncle, aren't you going to sell me out? Sold it. Shopkeeper Tong said unhappily, what do you think of your uncle? Having said that, he slowed down his pace and began to explain to the other party. It's the big boss behind my uncle who wants to find a maid for his wife. I thought you'd be bullied by that woman at home every day, so you might as well be a maid. And our boss is not simple. Have you heard of the Rong family in Yozhou? Their eldest daughter suffered a great loss in this confrontation with the boss. She left us early this morning and went back to her Yozhou. Listening to his uncle's words, Dongqing also started to get nervous. He tugged at his clothes and said, Uncle, will this make me look a little dirty? What if people don't like it? After she reminded him of this, Shopkeeper Tong realized that this was indeed the case. He looked around, then pulled his niece and ran into the shop next door. It doesn't matter. We still have plenty of time. Let's go in and dress up first so as to give a good impression to the host. Su Changfeng and Meng Xiaonan had been waiting at Tianxiang Tower. During this period, he also went to meet Shihu. Upon learning that Meng Xiaonan was looking for a maid, Shihu happily followed the two of them. In the wing room on the second floor, Shihu and Su Changfeng sat by the window drinking, while Meng Xiaonan looked out the window boredly. Here it comes. Suddenly, Meng Xiaonan saw Shopkeeper Tong running towards her with a little girl outside the window, and she immediately became alert. Sure enough, while they were talking, the two of them had already arrived at the box where they were. Holly lowered her head, so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands. Meng Xiaonan looked the other person up and down, and the more he looked, the more he liked him. What's your name? Reply to Madam, Holly. Meng Xiaonan looked up at Shopkeeper Tong and asked, is this voluntary? Shopkeeper Tong nodded repeatedly and said, I dare not forget what Madam arranged. This is a niece of my family. Her parents died early, and it would be her blessing if she could follow my wife in the future. By the way, she can recognize a few words, which just meets Madam's requirements. After hearing this, Meng Xiaonan had a general understanding of Dongqing. If it were someone else, there might be an assessment or something. But Meng Xiaonan didn't do these things at all. It's not that she doesn't understand, but she thinks it's unnecessary. She's just a maid. As long as we are attracted to each other, everything will be fine. Okay, it's her. After making the decision, he turned his head and looked at Su Changfeng, as if asking for his opinion. Although this opinion is optional, it is also a kind of respect for Su Changfeng. With a maid, I can be considered a person of status. However, Meng Xiaonan still couldn't get used to this kind of life with a maid taking care of her. Especially when she saw a 15-year-old girl with wounds all over her arms and calluses on her hands. She feels distressed. As soon as Manager Tong and Shihu left, she started pouring water for them. This action scared Dongqing. I came here to be a maid, not to enjoy life. She hasn't even started taking care of her, but instead asks her master to pour her some water. How can this work? With a plop, Holly fell to her knees. If Madam dislikes what Dongqing is doing, just tell her directly and Dongqing will change. This incident also scared Meng Xiaonan. What are you doing? I just noticed that your mouth is very dry. Drinking more water will help. Ma'am, please put the cup there, Dongqing can do it herself. Looking at the actions of the master and servant, Su Changfeng, who was sitting in front of the window, was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. If there is anyone who is not used to it, it should be him, a person who has traveled through time and space, who is not used to this kind of life. But Meng Xiaonan, an aboriginal, is not used to this kind of life. How can this be justified? He didn't even bother asking someone to serve tea or water, but insisted on doing it himself. On the way back, because he couldn't bear to see the other party go on foot, he specially asked manager Tong to arrange a carriage for them. When she got home, she watched the other person cook and she actually helped. Su Changfeng suddenly discovered that this woman usually looked a little fierce, but after getting along with her for a long time, he found that she was actually very cute. It's not that Meng Xiaonan is not used to this kind of master-servant life, but that she feels sorry for Dongqing and uses her actions to show her dissatisfaction with this society. I say, just be quiet and let her do it. Su Changfeng couldn't bear it anymore and grabbed Meng Xiaonan. She said earnestly, if you continue like this, she won't be able to eat well. Meng Xiaonan was wearing an apron and holding a kitchen knife in her hand, and was about to walk into the kitchen. Hearing Su Changfeng's words, he immediately stopped what he was doing and retorted, but, I'm fine now. Su Changfeng shook his head and said, you are looking for a maid, not a lady. If you take her job away from her, she'll start to doubt herself. What do you doubt? I doubt my ability to do the job, and I even doubt whether you don't want to use her. In fact, Su Changfeng is also suspicious now. What kind of family tradition can make Meng Xiaonan what she is now? He suddenly became curious about the mother-in-law who had never been mentioned by anyone. With a maid in the house, Su Changfeng enjoyed the good life. This girl named Holly is really capable. Someone cooks the meals at home, cleans the house, and washes the clothes. His daily tasks now, apart from practicing martial arts, reading books, and occasionally flirting with his wife, everything else has nothing to do with him. By saving so much time, he can do a lot of important things. Well, if there is a chance, we need to find 2 more maids. Su Changfeng thought this in his heart with a smile on his face. Son-in-law, news came from the county that our first batch of grain has arrived. Please make some arrangements and see who will go to receive it. Just as Su Changfeng was taking care of the plants he had cultivated, Yuan Qing ran over excitedly. He has been worrying a lot about Qingfeng brewing recently. When cooperating with Rungs, the other party would take as much as he could brew, which also meant that he had a lot more people under his command. Although no money has been seen yet, everyone has a rough idea of what is going to happen, so they are no longer anxious. Why would we need to receive it? Just ask Sherhu to send someone to bring it back. Su Changfeng had guessed that such a day would come a long time ago and made arrangements casually. Please tell Uncle Deshang to find some people to vacate some houses to store the grain. If possible, it would be best to build a few granaries and hire someone to manage them. Granary. Yuan Qing didn't think much about it. As long as Su Changfeng arranged it, he would do it immediately. In his heart, there is nothing else except wine. But just as he reached the gate of the courtyard, Meng Yi became uneasy when he heard Su Changfeng's arrangements. Changfeng, what do you want to do? As the leader of Qingfeng village, Meng Yi has a broad vision. As soon as Su Changfeng opened his mouth, he immediately felt that something was wrong here. As soon as he saw Meng Yi, Su Changfeng immediately stood up and went to greet him. Yuan Qing greeted him and left happily. Su Changfeng pushed the wheelchair and said, why did you come here alone? Where is third aunt? Meng Yi waved his hand and said casually, aren't we going to plant rice recently? Xiaonan pulled me over and gave me instructions. You haven't told me what you meant by that just now. Su Changfeng pushed the wheelchair to the table and poured a cup of tea for the other person. Father-in-law, what do you think of the current situation in Dakong? Dakong. Meng Yi was stumped by this question. He is just the boss of a mountain village. How can he talk about national affairs? Su Changfeng just asked this and naturally didn't expect him to answer. Therefore, before the other party could organize his words, he had already asked and answered his own questions and started explaining. A small county magistrate in Qingping County can issue an order to suppress bandits, and take the lives of ordinary people to seek credit. This is just one of the reasons. Secondly, as the eldest daughter of the Rong family, who is an imperial merchant, she can actually act on her own initiative and sell grain to us in order to gain greater profits. It is said that one can see the big picture from the small, and from this point we can see that the internal problems of our dakang are very big and complicated. What does this have to do with what you did? Meng Yi still didn't understand. Su Changfeng smiled bitterly and said, our Qingfeng village is nothing more than a den of bandits. If we were born in a peaceful era, the imperial court would not allow us to go unchecked. If we were born in a chaotic era, we would also be a thorn in the eyes of others. If you don't want to be bullied, you can only strengthen yourself. Meng Yi clenched his fists, veins bulging on the back of his hands. So that's why you're cooperating with the Rong family, obtaining food from them, and storing it for use in wartime. Meng Yi was not stupid. After hearing this, he finally understood. My son-in-law has foresight and knows how to prepare for a rainy day. Su Changfeng nodded. Yes, this is an opportunity, we just need to lower the wine yield, and all the extra grain can be stored. Only by storing up food, building high walls, and strengthening ourselves can we be invincible in this world. Call. Meng Yi took a deep look at Su Changfeng and sighed, my father-in-law is old and there is nothing I can do to help you, but you can do it. I will never hold you back. Also, how are you doing with the technique I taught you? Have you developed a sense of qi? This is why Meng Yi came here suddenly. Su Changfeng shook his head and smiled bitterly, it is working. I have been breathing more smoothly recently, and my hearing and sense of smell have improved. However, the sense of qi mentioned in the book has not appeared. Meng Yi was obviously disappointed when he heard this, but he still comforted her, it's okay, you started learning martial arts too late, so it's normal to be slow. Don't be anxious, the more anxious you are, the easier it is to make mistakes. Meng Yi went back, and when he left, Su Changfeng couldn't help but remind him again. Father-in-law, third aunt is really nice. She is interested in you. You can consider it. There was no response, but this time Meng Yi did not blame Su Changfeng. Looking at the way Meng Yi left, Su Changfeng always felt that his father-in-law was worried about something. Otherwise, why would he suddenly come here and ask about his internal energy techniques? Unable to figure it out, Su Changfeng didn't think about it any further. All he needs to know now is that his father-in-law has no bad intentions towards him. He shook his head, closed the door, and went towards the fields on the mountain. Meng Xiaonan took her third aunt to the fields, obviously influenced by herself. Because he told the other party that they had to do business and could not neglect rice planting. The other party took my words to heart, so he wanted to do more in this regard. The other party wanted to help out of kindness, but Su Changfeng had his own ideas. If he allowed these people to plant the crops, he was worried that his plans would be ruined. The entire Qingfeng village is reclaimed from mountainous land. There are small plots of land on the hilltop that don't look very big. Even if all of them are planted with rice, it would only be enough for them to eat at most. This is very different from planting on the plains. Even before we arrived, we could already see the villagers in the village working hard. Hey, isn't this Changfeng? Why are you running into the fields? You are so delicate and fragile, it's better for you to stay at home and give orders. You can't do the rough work like us. I was just talking about your Xiaonan, but she just wouldn't listen. The change in attitude before and after is huge. Now when he goes out, no matter who he meets in the village, no matter men, women, old or young, he will say hello when he sees him. Young people who are usually on good terms with each other will call them by their first names and make a joke. Those who don't usually talk to each other and can't call him by his name will call him uncle. What's more, some people will even call him the second boss. Of course, these titles are not important. What is important is that Su Changfeng likes the current atmosphere very much. It shows that everything he has done before is worth it, and it also shows that he has gained a foothold here. From a distance, I saw Meng Xiaonan and others busy in the fields. She did not go to the fields, but stood at the edge of the fields and continued to direct. Tai Jun, be careful. These are called experimental fields. They were specially reserved by your brother. Don't mess around. Dongqing, don't follow them, we can just stand here and watch. He kept giving orders, very professionally. When Su Changfeng saw this situation, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This woman was not crazy yet, and she still remembered that these fields were reserved for experiments. Looking at the busy figures in the fields, Su Changfeng came over happily. He took off his shoes, rolled up his trouser legs, and stepped into the fields. "Husband, be careful." "No, sir, just let them do this kind of thing." "How can you, a scholar, do this kind of work?" "Master, don't get your clothes dirty. There are all kinds of names, no two are the same. But everyone has the same purpose, they all care about Su Changfeng and don't want him to get tired." Did he go to the fields to farm and grab the limelight? Of course not. Although he did not study agriculture, he was from the 21st century. Just watching these people's movements and the way they farmed could give him a headache. Just giving these people a few words of advice can be equivalent to the manpower of several other people. Look, he just worked with these people for a while and immediately walked out of the fields. That's what I said. How can you scholars do this kind of work? When Third Aunt saw how miserable he looked, she couldn't help but laugh and scold him. Meng Xiaonan also hurried forward to help him wipe the sweat from his forehead. Su Changfeng didn't take these people's mocking concern to heart at all. He chuckled, found a branch nearby, and started drawing on the ground. "Tiejuan, stop busying yourself. I have something to entrust to you." Zhang Tiejuan was standing in the field, holding rice seedlings in his hand, watching his joke. When he heard Su Changfeng shouting, he immediately ran over here. "Here I come, bro." Not only Zhang Tiejuan, several people gathered around curiously. Su Changfeng explained as he drew, "Go find the blacksmith in the village and ask them to make more tools according to this shape to replace the ones you have. Also, when you plant, you must keep the distance between the seedlings in order. These are my test fields, and you must plant them strictly according to my requirements. Do you understand?" Zhang Tiejuan and others were completely confused by his arrangements and had no idea what was going on. But they obeyed Su Changfeng's orders. During this half-day, Su Changfeng kept pointing out these people's operating methods, and if there were anything they didn't understand, he would personally take charge. On the other side, Sherhu came back with his men. This was his first time working with the Rong family, and he wanted to do it himself to ensure that nothing went wrong. Not only did he bring the dozen brothers he brought from Shijiazhai, he also found a dozen brothers from King Fengzhai. There were more than a dozen carriages lined up in a row, but only 5 or 6 of them were loaded with wine. The reason for mobilizing so many horse-drawn carriages was, of course, to transport food. Meng Yi came out personally to boost morale, followed closely by Su Changfeng and Meng Xiaonan. Looking at the people ready to go and their tense expressions, Su Changfeng stepped forward and said, "There's no need to be so nervous. The other party is the Rong family. Ordinary bandits don't dare to intercept them. Besides, our handover location is in Qingping County. Who among the bandits around here would not give some face? Even so, we have to be careful and send people back to the village to report every once in a while." Having said that, Sherhu did not dare to be careless and nodded vigorously. "Also, our Qingfeng brew is priced at 1 tael of silver, and as for grain, it's all market price. When you hand over to their person in charge, you should have a sense of proportion in mind and keep good records at all times." 1 tael of silver. At present, the exchange rate in Dakang is 1 tael of silver is equivalent to 1 guan of money, which is 1,000 won. The cost of their Qingfeng brewing is only a few dozen coins at most. Su Changfeng's pricing is simply robbing money. No, that's even more cruel than robbing money. Not only Sherhu, but also Meng Yi, who was sitting in a wheelchair, frowned and said, "Changfeng, is this price too high?" "Is it high?" Su Changfeng came to the carriage and touched the wine jar on the carriage. "We are the only one who has the technology to make Qingfeng brewing. Looking at the whole Dakang, or even the whole world, we are the only one. We sell it to the Rong family. With our exclusive sales rights, the Rong family can even sell the wine for 2 taels or more. Do you really think that Rong Yoshua acted on impulse? She has been doing business for many years and is familiar with the market conditions in various places. She knows what the exclusive sales rights mean, so she will cooperate with us. Not to mention 1 or 2 taels, even if I offered a higher price, she would have no choice but to agree. Su Changfeng did not hide his words from his brothers in the village, because he was not afraid at all. He was not afraid even if he said these words in front of Rong Yoshue. Because, if this matter happened to Rong Yoshue, the other party would only be more ruthless than him. If a businessman is not ruthless enough, how could he have made Rong's business so big? Qing Fengyang just happened to meet Rong Yoshue, so he suffered a slight loss, which temporarily benefited the other party, and he could also take advantage of the other party's power. Once their foundation is stable and their city walls are solid, there will be better wines such as King Fengshui and King Fengqiangjiang. At that time, it will be considered as real money robbery. Seeing Shi Hu and his brothers embark on the journey, even Su Changfeng felt a little excited. This was their first large-scale transaction. If successful, their business and banditry would be on the right track. From now on, Qingfeng village will no longer have to risk their lives to rob. Just relying on traveling merchants, they can feed everyone and let Su Changfeng live a life like a king. The more Meng Yi looked at his son-in-law, the more admiration he showed. At this moment, he finally had an idea in his mind and became firm in his inner thoughts. Tiejuan, go inform everyone in the village to gather in the square. I have something to tell you. Before returning, Meng Yi had already made arrangements. This sudden scene made everyone stunned. Does everyone have to be present? Zhang Tiejuan asked uncertainly. Yes, no matter young or old, as long as you can move, everyone will be here. The so-called square is actually the largest open space in Qingfeng village. 18 kinds of weapons are placed on it, and there is also a small arena for the brothers in the village to practice martial arts. Because the place is big and spacious enough, whenever there is any big event in the village, people will gather there. Dad, did something happen? Meng Xiaonan took over from Zhao Sanyang and took the initiative to push Meng Yi's wheelchair, asking with some concern. Meng Yi turned his head and looked at his daughter. He has seen the recent changes in his daughter and is very happy about it. It was because of this that he came up with this idea. Don't you realize that everyone's way of addressing Changfeng is a bit confusing? Chaos. Meng Xiaonan was slightly startled and asked, does this have anything to do with his name? Meng Yi laughed loudly and said, yes, it is very relevant. I called everyone together this time to correct everyone. From now on, when you call Changfeng, you must use the same caliber. At this moment, all the people present looked towards Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng also had a bold idea at this time, and seemed to have guessed what Meng Yi wanted to do. However, his expression was not very good. Qingfeng village, in the martial arts training ground. Hundreds of people, men, women, young and old, gathered together sparsely. It was not until this moment that Su Changfeng got a glimpse of the entire Qingfeng village. An old man leaning on a cane, a woman holding a child with his bare bottom. How could this be a bandit's den? It is clearly a larger village. He suddenly understood why Kong Jie rebelled in the first place. This kind of situation would be fatal if it happened in any mountain village where people make a living by robbery and live on the edge of a knife. These people were talking and laughing, not realizing that something big was going to happen today. Meng Yi was pushed by Zhao Sanyang and came to the stage. Next came the real fighting force of the mountain strongholds, standing in order, their expressions not relaxed. We have been in Qingfeng village for quite a few years, but we rarely get everyone together to talk. When Meng Yi's voice sounded, the crowd below instantly fell silent. As expected of a martial artist, his voice is so loud, as if he has his own tweeter. Just now, we did a big business in our village. As long as this deal is successful, from now on no one will go hungry, and we can even live a good life. Meng Yi lowered his head and pointed at his legs, the sound continuing. However, I, Meng Yi, was murdered by a villain, and my legs are crippled. I can no longer lead everyone to live a good life. But God has sent us another one. Changfeng, come here. Su Changfeng felt someone pushing him on the back and subconsciously walked towards the ring. Father-in-law. Meng Yi smiled even more and said, besides, I'm old now, and I can't do everything well. But Changfeng is different. He is knowledgeable and has many ideas. No one should have any objection to him leading the group, right? It was quiet below, no one spoke. But judging by the reactions of the crowd, they seemed to disagree with this. It was just because Meng Yi was the head of the family that it was difficult for them to refute. Okay, since no one has any objections, now I announce. Master, I have an objection. At this moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. As soon as this voice came out, everyone turned their attention to him. The speaker was Shen Liang, the only doctor in the village. I saw him slowly walking forward a few steps, and happened to be behind Meng Xiaonan. We are a cottage here, and we are all bandits. Of course bandits use force to establish rules. How can he, a weak scholar, make us follow him willingly? Meng Yi clenched his fists, as if he had already guessed it. Just as he was about to speak, Meng Xiaonan in front of Shen Liang was suddenly pushed out. Looking back at Shen Liang, she seemed to understand what the other party meant, and she just came to the ring bravely. He is my husband, maybe he doesn't have superb martial arts skills, but I do. From the moment he becomes the boss, I will stay with you to protect him. If anyone is dissatisfied, he can challenge me. If he can defeat me, I will give up the title to him. Meng Yi was slightly startled and looked deeply at Shen Liang below. He had discussed it with Shen Liang, but the script shouldn't be done like this. He looked at his daughter again and sighed slightly. Although this method was effective, it was not very effective and was not the result he wanted to see. However, having already come this far, he could only keep going. If this is the case, he will have a lot more time, a lot more. Since no one has any objections, I declare. From today on, Su Changfeng will be the leader of Qingfeng village, and everyone must call him the boss. Father-in-law. Su Changfeng admitted that he had been thinking about this day for a long time. But when Meng Yi actually announced it, he felt very uncomfortable. Meng Yi made this announcement at this time, obviously treating him as his own. For a moment, my heart felt sour and the words were stuck in my throat, and I couldn't utter a single word. After announcing the matter, Meng Yi waved his hand and said, "All right, that's all. Remember to disperse in the future." As he finished speaking, none of the hundreds of people below left. They all stood there like fools. What? Someone drove nails into your feet, and you can't even walk anymore, right? At this point, the crowd began to disperse. However, at this moment, Meng Xiaonan's face looked serious. He walked up to Meng Yi and stared at him intently. "Dad, your leg, is it incurable?" There was no one else on the arena, and Meng Yi had nothing to hide. With a bright smile on his face, he said, "Dad's wish has been fulfilled. It doesn't matter whether this leg can be cured or not." Meng Xiaonan squatted down, tears streaming down her face, a feeling of regret rising in her heart. If I had not been so confident at the time and had spoken out about the matter in advance, perhaps such a tragedy would not have happened. Meng Yi stretched out his hand, held Meng Xiaonan's hand, and said with emotion, "Dad is old and tired, and it's time to take a rest. It's a good thing that Dad can take the burden off his shoulders." Su Changfeng stood aside, saying nothing. A string in his heart was touched again. The unhappiness that I had felt when these people robbed my cottage disappeared completely. "Changfeng, you won't blame me for not telling you in advance, right?" At this time, Meng Yi turned his gaze to Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng quickly shook his head, and when he opened his mouth to speak, he found that his voice was hoarse. "From today on, I, Su Changfeng, promise that as long as I have a bite to eat, I will never let the brothers in the village go hungry." Meng Yi loosened his palm, leaned back on the chair, and said, "Practice martial arts well and seize the time to develop your sense of qi. I have a great gift for you. Sunyang, let's go back." Looking at the two people's leaving backs, Su Changfeng fell into deep thought. He didn't realize that not far away, Shen Liang sighed slightly and left quietly. The direction he went to was exactly where Meng Yi lived. "Holly, go back with your wife to rest." Dongqing immediately stepped forward and helped Meng Xiaonan up. What she didn't expect was that Meng Xiaonan stood up, wiped the tears on her face, and said, "No, I will go wherever you go. As I said just now, until you lose the ability to protect yourself, I will not leave you." Su Changfeng was slightly startled and said, "It was just a casual comment, how could you still? This is not something you say casually." My father believes in you and wants you to lead everyone on the right path. Naturally, I will try my best to help. What's more, you are my husband, and it is my duty to protect my husband. What happened today? It's as if the entire Qingfeng village has changed. They think of themselves as Tang monk, right? Okay, I'm tired, I need to go home and rest now. With that said, the person took the lead and headed towards home. Meng Xiaonan snorted and followed closely. Dongqing, who was following behind, looked at the backs of the two and suddenly laughed. Meng Yi's residence. 2 plates of appetizers and a jar of good wine. Shenliang and Meng Yi drink together. As for Zhao Sanyang, she had been sent away by Meng Yi long ago and went out to relax. Old Shen, you broke our promise today. You didn't tell me that kid didn't practice breathing energy. If you look closely, you can find that Shenliang is different from normal people. This old man's hand holding the bowl has 6 fingers, and these 6 fingers are evenly distributed. If you don't look carefully, you can't find it. Both hands are still in the same condition. After hearing Shenliang's words, Meng Yi didn't feel guilty at all. Both of them are half-measured. He doesn't have any foundation in martial arts. He can only turn the world around in a fight. Even if he hasn't developed the sense of qi, it doesn't matter. But it has a great impact on you. Me. Meng Yi took a sip of wine and grinned, my wish is fulfilled. What is your wish? Shenliang said angrily, you haven't hugged your grandson yet, and you haven't given an explanation to Sanyang. Meng Yi was speechless and could only drink with his head buried in his head. On the other side, Su Changfeng led Meng Xiaonan back to his residence. It was only at this time that Meng Xiaonan let him go. However, at this time, Meng Xiaonan was sitting in his own yard, lost in thought, his thoughts having long since flown away to who knows where. Su Changfeng couldn't bear it anymore and said angrily, didn't you say you would protect me? In your current state, what can you do to protect me? Meng Xiaonan supported her chin with one hand and glanced at Su Changfeng out of the corner of her eye. No matter what my condition is, it is definitely enough to protect you. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Why? Do you want to practice with your husband? Just tell me if you dare or not. Am I afraid of you? The couple seemed normal just now, but suddenly they became hostile. Dongqing stood there dumbfounded. She wanted to say something to persuade them, but before she could open her mouth, the two of them had already taken up their positions and started fighting with each other. I thought the two were going to fight for real. Even if they didn't use swords, they would at least use some force, right? After all, Meng Xiaonan is an expert. What's the result? The two of them wrestled with each other without caring about their image, like 2 children, venting their emotions. At the beginning, Dongqing would carefully try to dissuade them. Later, the two of them started pulling each other's clothes and even biting each other. Dongqing knew that if he stayed any longer, the 2 masters would only dislike him. So she tactfully left the yard and closed the gate. After about half an hour, the noise in the yard died down, and instead, the voice of Su Changfeng could be heard. Dongqing, go prepare 2 side dishes. The courtyard door opened again, and when Dongqing saw the two of them, he almost screamed out loud. Fortunately, she forced herself to hold it back, lowered her head and rushed into the kitchen to do her own work. In front of the table, 2 disheveled figures were constantly tidying up their clothes and the weeds on their heads. At the same time, he was still complaining. You have no moral principles at all. Why are you biting people? You bit it first. Then you can't bite randomly. Meng Xiaonan felt much better after venting her emotions. While complaining, he adjusted his clothes on his chest. There were obvious bite marks from Su Changfeng on those 2 places, with saliva still on them, and the clothes were all wet. As for Su Changfeng, there were also rows of teeth marks on the neck and arms. The 2 of them are equally bad. By the way, you've already developed the sense of qi, why did you lie to my father? After Meng Xiaonan tidied her clothes, she turned her gaze to Su Changfeng. However, after seeing the teeth marks on the other person's neck, her face turned red and she looked a little embarrassed. What kind of feeling? Su Changfeng was unable to react for a moment. Stop it. When you were fighting with me just now, you obviously had the bonus of internal strength. No. Su Changfeng was so happy that he no longer cared about the scars on his body. He immediately sat cross-legged and began to practice the Do Zhuan Qian Kuan mental method. After a week, he was overjoyed. What Meng Xiaonan said was true, he really had cultivated a sense of qi in his body. Although it's only a hint, the kind that you can't even feel if you don't actively pay attention to it. Even so, it can keep him excited for a long time. He stopped and danced with excitement. He grabbed Meng Xiaonan, shook his arm and said, "I have cultivated the sense of qi, and I am also a martial arts master." Martial arts master? Although Meng Xiaonan was happy for him, she couldn't help but despise him in her heart when she heard him call himself a martial arts master. Soon, Dongqing prepared the meal. After this incident, the distance between the two was shortened again, and they finally looked like husband and wife. All I got in return for any physical advances was a roll of the eyes. "Master, madam, get up and have breakfast." Since Dongqing became Meng Xiaonan's maid, she has also become accustomed to their lifestyle, 3 meals a day. The door opened, Su Changfeng stretched and stopped Dongqing, who was about to enter the room. Holly was also used to this way of operation. Since she came here, she didn't enter their room in the morning but just served outside. Have Sherhu and the others returned? Replying to Master, not yet. No one came back to report the news in advance. No. Su Changfeng suddenly frowned, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. It's just Qingping County. Under normal circumstances, this transaction should have been completed yesterday afternoon. Even if it wasn't finished, someone should have come back this morning to report on the progress. This was something he had deliberately instructed before leaving, so that he would be aware of the situation at any time, just in case. Xiaonan, hurry up and go to the county town with me. Dongqing, go find Uncle Deshang right away and ask him to find a few dozen brothers to join me. Act quickly. Meng Xiaonan, who had just walked out of the house, was confused when she heard Su Changfeng's words. What's going on? Su Changfeng shook his head and said, I can't really explain it. When they left yesterday, I specifically told them that no matter whether it was successful or not, they should send someone back to report this morning. Now that he hasn't come back, I suspect something has happened. That shouldn't be the case. This is Qingping County. Who would want to mess with us? Meng Xiaonan's tone was a little undecided. Whether there is any accident or not, this transaction is very important to us, and it won't cost us much to make a trip. This time Meng Xiaonan said nothing because Su Changfeng was right. This transaction is of great importance and directly affects their future business and whether they can live a stable life in the future. Soon, Zhang Deshang gathered more than 50 brothers and followed Su Changfeng towards Qingping County. This incident even alarmed Meng Yi. More than 50 brothers galloped on horseback, following the road, heading straight towards Qingping County. It's not that Zhang Deshang can't gather more people, but that there are only so many horses left in the mountain village. These are the horses left behind after Kong Jia and others left. Together with what Sherhu had taken away earlier, these were all the belongings Qingfeng village had at present. Don't underestimate these assets, this is the reason why Qingfeng village is so dominant in Qinglong Mountain. Even if its strength is greatly weakened, it is still not comparable to that of an ordinary copycat. Boss, don't be too nervous. Our Qingfeng village is very famous in this area, and ordinary people will not be blind. I guess Sherhu forgot your arrangements. If you ask me, we don't have to go there. We can just wait at home. Su Changfeng also wanted to think positively and hope that his trip was in vain. But when they reached the middle of the journey and had a fight, everyone finally started to get nervous. More than a dozen bandits, tying up the wounded Shi Laosan, were coming from the opposite direction. When Shi Laosan was rescued, the anger in his heart seemed to be deflated and he immediately sat on the ground. Hurry, go and rescue them. They are hiding in the woods ahead and are trying to rob us of our food. How could Su Changfeng dare to stay any longer? He only left 1 man and 1 horse to send Shi Laosan back, and then he led his men to gallop forward again. This time, the brothers in the village were all filled with anger and didn't say a word along the way. Forest. They were extremely familiar with the terrain in this area. Just by listening to Shi Laosan's words, they already knew where it was. Fenggualan and Gitupa are the only roads leading to Qingping County, and they are the best places for these bandits to ambush. Su Changfeng knew these two places. Every time he went to the county town and passed by here, Meng Xiaonan would play a little joke on him and scare him. But there was northwest fighting taking place in Fenggualan at this time. It was very quiet, so quiet that not even the sound of insects or birds could be heard. In the distance, a dozen horse-drawn carriages were slowly approaching. Led by Shi Hu, they were talking and laughing along the way, completely unaware of the approaching danger. The transaction was completed yesterday afternoon. If they returned to Qingfeng village at that time, given their speed, they would not arrive until dark at the latest. For safety reasons, Shi Hu chose to set off the next morning, and even sent 2 people back to report the information according to Su Changfeng's arrangement. We sent one person yesterday afternoon and another one this morning to rush forward. What he didn't know was that they had been targeted for a long time, and the one they sent back yesterday afternoon had already died. In other words, Shi Laosan was a figure and still had value to be used, which was why he survived. What a pity, I didn't get to see Miss Rong this time. In the queue, a brother following Shi Hu started joking. Hearing his words, the others also started laughing. Stop it, even if they meet, what can they do? Can they still like you? Even if you don't like her, you can still feast your eyes on her. She is a great beauty famous throughout Yozhou. There are many beauties, and your sister Xiaonan is prettier than her. That's different. Sister Xiaonan is married, but Miss Rong is not. Seeing these people talking more and more outrageously, Shi Hu, the leader, could not stand it anymore and scolded with a smile, "What do you all want to do? Open your eyes, the maple forest is ahead. The boss is too cautious. Who dares to ambush us here?" Shi Hu said unhappily, "I've told you guys a long time ago, don't call me the boss anymore, we are from Qingfeng village now." Yes, 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 look at my mouth, from now on I will call you Uncle Tiger." The young man chuckled and rode his horse up to Shi Hu, walking side by side with him. He said excitedly, "Uncle, the food we brought back today is enough to cover the food we looted for several months, right?" Shi Hu snorted lightly, "Now that you know, you should work hard for me in the future. Su Changfeng is a great man. Even though he is not good at martial arts, he alone can match the efforts of all of us. After all, he is a scholar. Scholars are smart. When I have a son in the future, I will let him study. Studying is much better than practicing martial arts." Finally, the caravan arrived at Fenggualan. Their arrival broke the silence here. Phew! Stop moving forward. Shi Hu suddenly pulled the reins, and the horse's legs flew up and stopped immediately. What's wrong? Some people were puzzled and turned their eyes to Shi Hu. It smells like blood. Shi Hu jumped off his horse and looked around on both sides of the road. In just a moment, his expression changed drastically. Prepare for battle. For a moment, a tense atmosphere was overwhelming, and suddenly, a rustling sound was heard in the woods on both sides. Immediately afterwards, a large number of people and horses emerged and surrounded the dozen or so carriages. Master Shi, we meet again. Look at these people holding steel knives, they come prepared. Shi Hu looked grim, staring at the middle-aged men in front of him, and said, Ji Hang, what do you mean by this? What's the meaning? Ji Hang is the middle-aged man standing in front of Shi Hu. He looked at the dozen or so carriages behind Shi Hu, licked his lips, and said, I can't believe that after your Shijiazhai was surrounded and suppressed, you have made a comeback. They're starting to do business, right? Leave these things and the horses, and for the sake of our acquaintance, I will spare your life. Shi Hu's face was extremely bad, and he said loudly, Don't you know that my brothers in Shijiazhai have already defected to King Feng's? Obviously, Ji Heng's news is a bit behind schedule. Because the expression on his face changed. Don't bother to scare me with Qingfeng village. They are just a paper tiger now. They look good but are useless. Shi Hu held the reins and drove the horse, walking back and forth here, trying his best not to let the mount under him lose its composure. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if the Green Wind village is weakened, it is still not something that your Black Wind village can defeat. Whether you can chew it or not, you have to try it first. Go ahead. Following Ji Heng's order, the two sides immediately started fighting. It was an ambush, with more people than fewer. In just a moment, Sherhu was at a disadvantage. Seeing his brothers retreating again and again, Sherhu knew that he couldn't force his way through at this time and could only find a way to break through. If you lose something, you can earn it again, but if you lose a person, then you lose everything. Monkey, lead the men to break out and go back to the village to get reinforcements. Sherhu and Jiheng fought together, and their strength was equal. But Sherhu was riding a war horse, and after several rounds, he actually had the upper hand. Uncle, our food. You are about to die, why are you still thinking about food? Break out quickly. He knocked the steel knife out of Jiheng's hand with one blow, then turned around and cursed at the monkey. The monkey had no choice but to lead his men and prepare to break out. Run. No one can run away today. Jiheng was beaten back, and quickly retreated. He suddenly snatched the bow and arrow from the person next to him, and aimed at the monkey. Whoosh! An arrow shot at the monkey. Careful. When Sherhu wanted to rescue, it was too late. At this moment, a stone hit the arrow, disrupting its direction and saving the monkey's life. Our people. The monkey looked in the direction where the stone was thrown, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted at the stone tiger. Uncle, our people are here. At this moment, the sound of fighting intensified again. More than 50 war horses joined the battle, instantly changing the situation. Jiheng, you are so bold that you even dare to steal things from our Qingfeng village. Zhang Deshang, holding a steel knife, went straight towards Jiheng. Jiheng was dumbfounded, watching the battle situation take a sharp turn for the worse. Without a second thought, he wanted to escape immediately. Kill him. Su Changfeng watched from afar, and seeing Meng Xiaonan sticking close to him, he couldn't help but give a reminder. Meng Xiaonan turned her head and glanced at him, as if she didn't hear the order and was not moved at all. I say you are such a stubborn person. The battle situation is in our favor now. I don't need your protection. Before he could finish his words, an arrow flew towards him. Meng Xiaonan flew up, did a high-altitude spin, and grabbed the arrow with his hand. Then, he threw the arrow casually, and the guy who shot the arrow was shot in the middle of his eyebrows and fell to the ground dead. Hiss! Su Changfeng took a deep breath and even broke out in cold sweat on his back. With this distance and this strength, she is worthy of being the woman who can kill a tiger with 3 punches. Meng Xiaonan glanced at him again, with a smug look as if she was showing off to Su Changfeng. Although there was no help from Meng Xiaonan, Jiheng was still intercepted by 2 people and beaten. Sherhu was already on par with him, and now with the addition of Zhang Deshang, he had become hopeless in his desire to escape. Soon, these guys from the Black Wind village suffered heavy casualties and no longer had the courage to fight. Even without Jiheng's order, they began to flee the scene. Su Changfeng did not order a pursuit. Their top priority now is to escort the food back. If anything else happens, it would be more trouble than it's worth. At this time, Jiheng finally found an opportunity, stole a horse and escaped, but while escaping, he was stabbed on the back by Zhang Deshang. Uncle Deshang, don't chase the desperate enemy, send the food back first. Some people stayed behind to clean up the battlefield, while the rest continued on their way with the carriage. The danger was averted, and Sherhu was puzzled as to how Su Changfeng and others knew that they were in danger and arrived in time. When he heard that the 2 people he sent out did not return to the mountain stronghold, Sherhu admired Su Changfeng even more. Previously, he thought that Su Changfeng was just being cautious, so he asked him to send someone back to report every once in a while. It was not until now that he realized that the other party had ulterior motives. It is not an exaggeration to describe Su Changfeng as a genius. This time, not only Sherhu, but all the brothers who followed out had a huge change in their opinion of Su Changfeng again. More than a dozen horse-drawn carriages slowly moved into the village. Meng Yi arrived at the entrance of the village early and waited. Seeing that these people were injured to varying degrees, the expressions on their faces became extremely bad. Shi Laosan has returned safely, and Meng Yi has also learned the specific situation. But at this time, he didn't say much, just comforted, as long as the person comes back, it's better than anything else. This time Black Wind village dared to jump over our heads. If we don't teach them a lesson, they will forget the existence of Green Wind village. The meaning of this statement is very clear. It is to wake up Su Changfeng that although the food has been transported back, revenge must be taken. In fact, he didn't need to wake Su Changfeng up at all. At this time, Su Changfeng was also very angry. In this ambush, he lost 4 or 5 brothers, and 7 or 8 were seriously injured. If he doesn't take revenge, how can he convince the people? So, the injured brothers, stay home and recover, the rest of you, follow me. Father-in-law, please prepare some good wine and food for us, we will be back soon. Having said that, he turned his horse around again and headed towards the Black Wind village. Meng Xiaonan was stunned and stood there, not reacting for a long time. Seeing her like this, Meng Yi said unhappily, "Why are you standing there like an idiot? Hurry up and catch up." Only then did Meng Xiaonan react. When she caught up with Su Changfeng, she looked at the men with a strange expression. Revenge never waits overnight. This is obviously what people like them in the outlaw forest would do, but unexpectedly, Su Changfeng demonstrated it to the fullest. It's just that his martial arts skills are not good enough, otherwise he would be the most suitable person for the position of the leader of Qingfeng village. Qingfeng village became lively again. After storing the grain on more than a dozen carriages, Shen Liang took his grandson to help treat these injured people. Soon, smoke began to rise from the village, and the aroma wafted over the village. Zhao Sanyang pushed Meng Yi and looked at the lively scene around her, and couldn't help but said, "You just let him do whatever he wants." Meng Yi didn't look back and said with a smile, "This is not nonsense, this is what young people should be like. All grievances and grievances in the world are avenged on the same day. Especially since he has just taken the position of the head of Qingfeng village. If he doesn't do this, how can he win over people's hearts? But Heifeng village is not that easy to bite. They just lost so many people. What should we do if something goes wrong?" Although Zhao Sanyang is good at martial arts, she is a woman after all, and she still has more things to think about. Don't worry, Changfeng is not such an impulsive person. This time, Black Wind village sent out so many people, but they were all dispersed by us. Even though there are still many people in the village, there is not much real fighting power left. As long as Changfeng doesn't want to fight, there won't be any problem. Having said that, Zhao Sanyang was still a little worried. If it was the Qingfeng village in its heyday, she wouldn't be worried no matter how many bandits there were in Qinglong Mountain, let alone the Black Wind village. The current Qingfeng village has suffered a severe blow and cannot withstand any more turmoil. Seeing her like this, Meng Yi turned around and comforted her. Ever since Meng Yi was injured, Zhao Sanyang has been taking care of him day and night. One husband died young, and the other wife died young. They had feelings for each other, but they just couldn't get over the hurdle in their hearts. If Su Changfeng saw them in this situation, he would probably try to matchmake them again. Soon, the wine and food were prepared in the village, and everyone looked towards the direction of the Black Wind village. At this moment, no one was not worried about Su Changfeng. After spending these days together, they all knew that Su Changfeng was the most suitable person for the position of the boss. If anything happened to him, Qingfeng village would undoubtedly suffer another heavy blow. "Look, there's a fire over there." Suddenly, someone pointed at the hill where the Black Wind village was located. Qinglong Mountain is very big, and the hill where Black Wind village is located is not far from them. As the saying goes, a horse will die if it runs to a mountain. Su Changfeng could only bring a few men to this distance at most. How could the fire suddenly catch fire? There was no one in sight, only the billowing smoke that was gradually growing larger. A smile appeared on Meng Yi's face, and he turned to Zhao Sanyang and said, "Now you see, this kid is very smart. He doesn't even confront the opponent head-on." Su Changfeng returned victoriously with his men, and the brothers who went with him were all in high spirits. Just as Meng Yi expected, Su Changfeng did not fight with those people, but just set a fire in the mountain village. The fire took advantage of the wind and burned down the entire Black Wind village. From the time they rode out to the time they came back, they just made it time for dinner. "Uncle Sure, please take out some money from our store to help the injured brothers with their household expenses. And the brothers who died in this battle can each receive a pension." While eating, Su Changfeng picked up a jar of wine and poured it on the ground. The originally lively scene suddenly stopped. Sure, who looked solemn. He also raised his bowl and poured a bowl of wine on the ground. Sure, Hu Dai and his brothers thanked the boss. Su Changfeng reached out and patted his arm twice, saying, I should be the one to thank them. Not all of those who died were from Shijia's Hai, there were also people from King Feng's Hai. Su Changfeng's actions touched everyone deeply. No matter who he is, if he chooses to be a bandit, he is like a person who has put his head on his belt. People like this have long since stopped considering their own lives important, and what they are most worried about is their family. Now Su Changfeng can take care of their families after their death, which relieves them of their worries. In this case, who would not work hard for him? After the meal, Su Changfeng, who had drunk 2 more cups of wine, came to the grain storage place with several of his men. They were packed in sacks and neatly stacked in the room, which looked particularly pleasing to the eye. Boss, isn't it a bit of a waste to use all this grain to make wine? Brewing wine. Su Changfeng glanced at the people behind him and said, only use part of it to make wine, and store the rest. Starting today, we will find someone to build the granary and someone to guard it. Anyone who participates in the construction of the granary can receive a certain amount of grain as a reward. Remuneration. Someone raised an objection. We didn't have any such thing as remuneration before. We just divided it up directly. Su Changfeng shook his head and said, direct distribution will only allow more people to reap the benefits, and many people may even feel that the distribution is uneven, which may lead to trouble. Kong Jie rebelled before and won over so many people because they felt that the distribution was not equal. Otherwise, who would follow him to rebel? No one spoke anymore, everyone shut their mouths and fell into deep thought. Exchanging labor for food not only solves the problem of distribution, but also ensures the rapid development of our village. In the future, not only will you be paid for building the granary, but anyone who follows us out on missions will also receive a certain amount of money. Maybe some people do not agree with Su Changfeng's arrangements, but time and time again, they have seen Su Changfeng's abilities. Even if they have objections in their hearts, they will reserve their opinions and try the suggestions given by Su Changfeng. As soon as the order was given, what Zhang Deshang and others could not have imagined was that everyone in the village who could get the tools rushed to sign up. This situation is 2 extremes compared to the previous situation where everyone was ordered to do something. No matter who was allowed to go before, no one would say anything, but they would always have some complaints in their hearts. It's different now. If you don't let them go, they will be unhappy. Although the results have not yet come out, Zhang Deshang and others have already acknowledged that Su Changfeng was right to do so. This management style gave them a refreshing feeling. To Su Changfeng, it seemed like he had just done something insignificant. It's not just the granary issue, all the things in the village are the same, all of them are based on the system of working in exchange for compensation. Even farming can bring benefits. The wasteland was reclaimed and even rice was planted in large quantities. It was at this time that Su Changfeng distributed the plant seeds he had cultivated, such as vegetables, fruits, and some seasoning ingredients. As long as you plant it, he will buy it with money, so that the people in the village have a guarantee. For a while, the habits of eating and drinking for free were adjusted by Su Changfeng, and a wind of hope blew through the entire Qingfeng village. Su Changfeng was still very busy every day. Having cultivated his qi sense, he was not in a hurry to tell Meng Yi about this. He practiced boxing, read books, managed all the affairs of the village, and also had to spend some time to make some small inventions. However, as he became busier and busier, he gradually got used to ordering people around. For example, Dongqing in the family was originally Meng Xiaonan's maid. Meng Xiaonan herself was reluctant to order her around, but she was ordered around by him every day. Holly, the sky is overcast now, I can put away the things I hung out to dry. Dongqing, the bamboos I had people steam should be ready. Go tell the person in charge that we can stop the fire. Dongqing, the master has a backache. Find the mistress and ask her to give the master a couple of rubs. Holly. Meng Xiaonan couldn't stand it anymore after hearing him shout dozens of times all day long. Seeing Dongqing, who was so tired that she had no time to rest, Meng Xiaonan felt distressed and said, Dongqing, go back to the county town and find 2 more maids. Dongqing nodded quickly and said, I also think we should find 2 maids. The master is too tired. Turning her head to look at Su Changfeng who was already asleep on the chair, Meng Xiaonan felt heartbroken. The chair was designed by Su Changfeng and made by a carpenter in the village. When folded up, it becomes a chair that can be sat on, and it looks better than the chairs they usually sit on. When it is put down, it becomes a reclining chair, which not only has a place to put your feet, but also has a pillow for your neck, which is very comfortable. When this chair was made, Meng Xiaonan regarded it as a treasure and immediately asked the carpenter to make another one and send it to his father. Basking in the sun in the yard is a great way to enjoy life. While he was thinking about something, Su Changfeng, who was sitting there, tilted his head and almost fell to the side. Meng Xiaonan reacted very quickly. She walked over immediately and let him lean on her. At this time, Dong Qing moved another chair and placed it behind Meng Xiaonan. "Madam, does the master not get enough rest every night?" After these words were spoken, Meng Xiaonan blushed. "It's not just that I didn't get enough rest, I simply didn't get any rest at all. Because Su Changfeng meditates every day instead of sleeping. This method works fine at the beginning, but it becomes a problem over time, and the situation Su Changfeng is in now will occur. Dongqing knows that she shouldn't talk too much, but the master is really weak, and there is only the lady here. Like those rich kids, who doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines. They are not like you, my master." Meng Xiaonan's face turned even redder and she glared at Dongqing fiercely. "These are 2 completely different things. Can it be the same?" The main city of Yozhou, on the Fengbo River. A ship moves with the wind. There were more than 10 guards and more than 10 maids on this ship. An old man and a young boy were sitting at the bow of the boat playing chess. "I can't believe that your chess skills have improved so much after a trip to Shanghai County. Grandpa Su, what you said means that if I don't go to Shanghai County, my chess skills will not improve." Rong Yoshue held the chess pieces and made moves very quickly. In front of this old man, she was like a child who had never grown up and even acted like a spoiled child. "Girl, I've watched you grow up, don't I know you? You must have encountered some interesting people or things when you went to Shanghai County this time, otherwise you wouldn't have changed so much." Hearing this, Rong Yoshue suddenly laughed and said, "Grandpa Su still understands Yoshue." As she spoke, she clapped her hands. Soon, her maid Shang Yun came over with a pot of wine and 2 jade wine glasses. "Grandpa Su, this is the good stuff I got during my trip to Shanghai County. Yoshue just got it, and I sent it to you." As she spoke, she had already taken the pot of wine, filled 2 glasses, and handed them to Su Shouan. Su Shouan just smelled the aroma of wine and an interested look appeared on his face. "Pick up the wine glass, take a sip, and you will immediately smile. Good wine." Rong Yoshue was a little proud and said, "Of course it's good wine. If it's not good, I can't show it off." Su Shouan took the wine jug and poured himself another glass. He looked so casual, as if he didn't treat Rong Yoshue as an outsider at all. "Your coming here this time shouldn't just be for me to taste the wine, right? Grandpa Su is still so awesome. Stop flattering me and just say what you want to say. Don't play tricks on me." Rong Yoshue finally put aside her little thoughts and directly stated her purpose. Actually, Yoshue just wants Grandpa Su to go to the imperial capital. Su Shouan poured himself another glass. This time, he didn't dare drink it all in one gulp, but took small sips to taste it. "Go to the imperial capital, then enter the palace, and let the dignitaries in the palace taste your wine, right?" He knew Rong Yoshue's trick, she just wanted to promote her own drinks. Moreover, she has used this method more than once, and every time Su Shouan cooperated with her very well. It's not because he dotes on this girl, but every time she offers something, he has to take the initiative to go. Take the wine this time for example. "I have lived for most of my life, and I have been very powerful. I have drunk countless fine wines, but I have never tasted such delicious wine. If such wine cannot enter the palace, it is the fault of these ministers. Grandpa Su, although you have retired, you were once a holy teacher. It is normal for you to recommend good things to His Majesty, right?" Su Shouan pointed at the other party with a helpless look and said, "It's not that troublesome. Don't we just want your wine to enter the palace? Bring me a few jars of this wine. The 6th prince will come to Yozhou in a few days. I treated him with this wine at that time. If your wine can catch his eye, why worry about it not becoming famous? The 6th prince is coming to Yozhou." Rong Yushue was a little excited. Someone has already sent a letter about what happened in the past few days. The smile on Su Shouan's face disappeared, and the wrinkles on his forehead deepened. Come to Yozhou at this time, I'm afraid there will be turmoil in the imperial capital again. This time Rong Yushue did not express any opinion. When doing business, she can speak freely, and it's even okay to make a little joke with Su Shouan. If talking about matters in the court, she would tactfully keep her mouth shut and not express any opinions. This is the Rong family's code of conduct and the foundation of their family. Su Shouan seemed to realize that he had said too much and suddenly smiled and changed the subject. By the way, this wine, the name. Qing Feng Brewing, currently, apart from the brewer, only our Rong family has the right to sell it. In other words, if you want to drink this wine, you either have to go to the other party's restaurant or buy it from me. Moreover, the restaurant has a limited supply, and only provides internal drinking, and cannot be taken out to drink. Su Shouan was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Girl, you still have so many tricks. How is this different from your Rong family's own wine? Rong Yushue said proudly, there is still a difference. At least we don't know how to make wine. Then how much does this Qing Feng brew cost? 10 taels of silver. 10 taels. Su Shouan's mouth twitched twice, and he said unhappily, why don't you go and rob? Rong Yushue's neck shrank, her voice became weaker, and she said, this wine is extremely difficult to brew, and it was very expensive when I bought it. This requires transportation, labor, and management fees. My Rong group should also make some money, right? Therefore, 10 taels is already very cheap. No need to explain so much to me. Su Shouan waved his hand and glanced at the wine glass on the table angrily. He suddenly felt that he had been a bit wasteful just now. How much did those 2 drinks cost? 5 taels of silver. This wine can only be sold to the palace for 5 taels at most. You should know that the current emperor hates extravagance and waste. If you charge such a high price for the wine, won't the emperor blame me? Seeing Li Shouan's excited expression, Rong Yushue agreed immediately. Grandpa Su, you said it, 5 taels of silver, you are not allowed to regret it. After this matter is over, I will go to Shanghai County again to negotiate a big order, and then I can let Grandpa Su drink as much Qing Feng brew as he wants. Well. When Su Shouan saw that the other party agreed so readily, he felt like he had eaten a fly. Disgusting and uncomfortable. Why, you are still going to Shanghai County? Of course, I found that Shanghai County is my blessed land. Good things happen every time I go there. At this point she suddenly remembered something and took out a piece of paper from her sleeve. Grandpa Su, what do you think of this poem? As soon as poetry was mentioned, Su Shouan became excited, even more excited than when he was drinking King Fengyang just now. He reached out and took the paper. Qingping Tun. He frowned at first, and then read aloud. The clouds are like clothes, the flowers are like faces, the spring breeze blows over the threshold and the dew is gorgeous. As he read, the expression on his face changed. He even stood up excitedly, picked up the wine jug on the table, and started drinking from the spout. Who cares about the price of this wine? Good poem. The language is rich and colorful, and every word is beautiful. Just reading this poem once is like a spring breeze filling the paper, and the image of a beauty naturally emerges in one's mind. By the way, this poem is written for you, right? Which young talent wrote it? It sounded quite happy at first, but when she heard the last sentence, Rong Yoshue's expression became gloomy. This poem is not written for me, but for his wife. Su Shouan clapped his hands on the table and said excitedly, that's right, the words and expressions used in this poem are extremely sophisticated, which is not the foundation that a young person should have. Yoshue, if you have the chance, you must introduce this person to your Grandpa Su. Rong Yoshue looked up at the excited Su Shouan, opened her mouth twice, but didn't tell the truth. She was afraid of undermining the other person's self-confidence. At the same time, I made a decision in my heart that next time I meet Su Changfeng, I must ask him for a poem. No matter how high the price is, it's fine. Meng Xiaonan originally wanted to find 2 maids for Su Changfeng to relieve Dong Qing's pressure. As a result, before she found the maid, she got herself involved. Su Changfeng fell on her, and his saliva wet her clothes in front. Su Changfeng's head tilted and he suddenly woke up. Holly, my. As soon as he opened his mouth, he saw Meng Xiaonan sitting next to him. Dongqing went to the county town with Tiejuan and the others. Is that so? Su Changfeng rubbed his head and stood up and said, it's the same even if you're here. Come with me now. What are you going to do? Seeing Su Changfeng get up and run, Meng Xiaonan shouted something, but finally followed the other person with a resentful look on her face. A big pot, the things cooked in the pot are not all bamboo, but also some reeds, straw, and other miscellaneous items. It gives people the feeling of a big pot of stew. The key is that some messy and inedible things were stewed. This led to everyone in the village saying that Su Changfeng was crazy. Otherwise, why would he let people do such a thing? However, Su Changfeng had arranged it, and they had no choice but to do it. Looking at the big pot of things, Su Changfeng showed a happy expression and said to Meng Xiaonan, everyone follow me, take these things out and crush them. No one knew why Su Changfeng was so excited. This is papermaking. Since he traveled through time, all the paper he used was silk cotton paper, which was very expensive. I don't even want to use it for writing, let alone for going to the toilet. So, he usually uses the prepared bamboo strips, and they are not disposable. If that thing is well made, it's fine. But if there are burrs, anyone who uses it will know. Therefore, after becoming the boss, the first thing he did was to make paper so that he could have the freedom to use paper. Boss, what is the purpose of doing this? Seeing Su Changfeng holding a sledgehammer and pounding it in the large stone mortar, someone couldn't help but ask. Papermaking. Papermaking. Everyone was dumbfounded and turned their eyes to Meng Xiaonan. There's no point looking at Meng Xiaonan, she doesn't know what's going on either. However, once they had a unified answer in their minds, they became more motivated to work. The traditional method of papermaking is already complicated, and after this step a series of operations are required, including pulping, papermaking, and drying. Su Changfeng was a little anxious and kept repeating the same step. Fortunately, there were a lot of people there and it was not dark yet, so they were able to complete this step together. Looking at my own achievements, I felt so excited. Boss, where's the paper? Su Changfeng glanced at the guy who asked the question and said unhappily, it's still early. Don't be in a hurry. Put these things together first, add water and stir. At first, the people in the village didn't take it seriously. It was not until these helpers went back and explained Su Changfeng's papermaking technique that everyone came over. They were not well educated, but they knew how valuable paper was. Maybe they don't need it now, but if their children want to study in the future, they will definitely need it. If you could really make paper yourself, it would be an incredible craft. However, there are not as many people studying as watching the fun. After all, there were only a few people following from beginning to end. The most caring one among them is Shen Liang. This old guy is a doctor, and he has the most cultural heritage, so he is the one who uses the most paper. He pushed Meng Yi and watched with great curiosity as Su Changfeng led the women in the village around here. At this time, it was already noon of the next day. Su Changfeng arranged the paper curtains made of bamboo slices neatly and began to operate on the beaten pulp. Can you really make paper? Shen Liang moved forward as much as possible so that he could see clearly. It was not until Su Changfeng lifted up the paper curtain and the water above flowed down that a layer of yellow pulp remained on the paper curtain. Su Changfeng is not a professional, so the pulp is not evenly arranged during the production process. However, for Su Changfeng, it is already very good. What he wants is a method so that the future process can be gradually improved. Xiaonan, move the table over here and start printing paper. Meng Xiaonan hurried forward. Looking at this series of operations, everyone was dumbfounded. Did you really figure it out? Su Changfeng placed the sheets of paper one by one on the table in an orderly manner. He did not take over until sweat appeared on his forehead. It's all the first time, so the results are not very good. The reason is that they have never seen the world. Boss, this paper can't be used yet, right? Shen Liang forgot about Meng Yi and threw it aside. He moved closer to the paper and tried to touch it with his hand, but he was afraid of destroying the craftsmanship and retreated. Of course not. It needs to be dried later. Until these papers are dried, they can be used normally. Shen Liang was a little excited and said to him, then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get someone to bask in the sun. The sun outside is pretty good now. Su Changfeng laughed loudly. Don't worry, take it step by step, the tools haven't been made yet. On the other side, Qingping County, Tianxiang Tower. Since Tianxi Anglo reopened, business here has been getting better and better day by day. Despite the high price of wine, the price of vegetables is also among the top in Qingping County. However, there are many rich people, and it is still full of customers every day. Even Qingping County Magistrate Wang Dikun has become a regular visitor here. Others come here for the Qingfeng brew and the delicious side dishes, but Wang Dikun, as the magistrate of Qingping County, has more hobbies than just that. He also took a fancy to the staff who stood guard at the door to welcome guests every day. Master Hu, the county magistrate, has proposed again, asking Chu Yue to go over and accompany him for drinking. What do you think? Shopkeeper Tong felt a little embarrassed and didn't dare to look Shi Hu in the eye when he spoke. Shi Hu had a grudge against Wang Dikun, and it would have been fine if it happened once or twice, but he didn't expect that this old guy was actually a pervert and would never stop. How did you get back? Shopkeeper Tong showed a bitter face and said, I don't know what to say. This is the third time. If I make excuses again, I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand his anger. Shi Hu rubbed his head, waved his hand and said, go find Chu Yue for me. Shopkeeper Tong quickly retreated. As soon as he stepped out, Monkey clenched his fist and said, Uncle, do you want me to go? As he said this, he reached out and wiped his neck. The meaning is very clear, they want to kill Wang Dikun. No, we still have to rely on him now. If we really fall out, everything we have done before will be in vain. What should we do? Are we just going to let him bully us? Chu Yue is already suffering a lot, and it's only been a few days. Is she going to be abused by that old guy? Why are you in such a hurry? You haven't agreed yet. When Chu Yue comes, take him to hide in the village first. I will go meet Wang Dikun. Uncle. Just go if I tell you to. Being so timid is not like a man. Isn't Dongqing looking for a maid? Say a few nice words in front of her. If you can be favored by the boss, there might be a better way to solve this problem. Something happened at home, what a ridiculous excuse. On the second floor of Tianxiang Tower, in a private room. There were crackling sounds, and Wang Dikun angrily overturned the table, pointed at Shi Hu, and cursed. His face was flushed at this moment, and he had obviously drunk a lot of alcohol. When I came just now, she was still standing downstairs. My master asked her to come and drink with him, but she went home. Then tell me, where is her home? Master, I will go to her house to look for her myself. Being pointed at and scolded by someone, and the person in question is your enemy. At this moment, Shi Hu wished he could rush forward and break the opponent's neck to relieve his hatred. Where is this place? This is Tianxiang Tower, a place for guests to drink and eat, not a brothel, nor a place for officials to seek pleasure from prostitutes. But he had no choice. It was a momentary impulse, and maybe he felt good about it, but what should he do with so many people in Qingfeng village? The fact that so many people died in Shijiazhai before is a typical example. The people should not fight against the officials, otherwise they will be seeking their own death. Master Wang, I know this is a coincidence, but there is nothing we can do. What do you think? How about doing it another day? Bang. A slap landed on Shi Hu's face, and 5 fingerprints appeared immediately. At this moment, anyone from Qingfeng village would probably draw their swords and fight. But Shi Hu kept smiling the whole time. Not only did he not dodge, he even extended his right cheek when he was hit on the left cheek. Stop stalling for me. I'll give her 3 days to come to my house and apologize in person. Otherwise, not only will she, but your Tianxi Anglo will also be shut down. Watching Wang Dikun and his men leave, Shi Hu reached out and touched the place where he had been hit just now, and an imperceptible smile gradually appeared on his face. Shopkeeper Tong beside him lowered his head and dared not say a word. This is the difference. Shi Hu, who is usually so majestic, has to be so servile in front of a small county magistrate, let alone small people like them. Clean up this place, do what needs to be done, be careful these few days, don't let anyone catch you with anything. Shopkeeper Tong nodded quickly. Shi took a deep breath, walked downstairs, and headed straight for his residence. He wanted to go back and tell Su Changfeng about this. Whether to sacrifice the rook to save the king depends on Su Changfeng's choice. This is a hurdle for their Qingfeng village. Even if Su Changfeng hands over Qiuyue, he has nothing to say. At this time, outside Qingfeng village, the monkey ran all the way with the two girls. I just returned to the gate of the village, saw an acquaintance, and immediately shouted. Open the door, I have something urgent to do and need to see the boss. The gatekeeper saw at a glance that it was a monkey, and the person sticking his head out of the carriage was Meng Xiaonan's maid, so he let the monkey go without even asking any questions. Su Changfeng was still directing the women to hang up the papers to dry. The large open space was covered in white. Just by seeing this situation, he felt relieved, as if he had already seen the day when he would bid farewell to the bamboo slips. Boss, something happened. Just at this moment, the monkey came crawling over, followed by Holly and another girl of similar age. This girl has a great figure and a pretty face. Her tall stature and decent clothes make people feel a strong desire just by looking at her. No wonder Wang Dikun was so angry. Su Changfeng helped the other person up and looked back and forth between Dongqing and Qiuyue. He frowned and said, "Who is she?" Qiuyue was also a girl that Shi had just rescued recently. In order to let her have food to eat, she was arranged to work as a receptionist in Tianxiang Tower. It was normal that Su Changfeng didn't know her. Her name is Qiuyue, she works at Tianxianglu, and recently Wang Dikun has set his sights on her and wants her to accompany him for drinking. This is the third time. My uncle is afraid that he will do something wrong, so he is dealing with Wang Dikun now. Hearing the monkey's explanation, Su Changfeng frowned. This matter is a bit troublesome. Of course, what he feared most was that Shi could not control his emotions. You know, Wang Dikun's hands are stained with the blood of hundreds of brothers from Shijiazhai. A bad one, probably. Dongqing, go back and find the lady. Monkey will take her to find Sun Yang. I'm going to the county town. The words were concise and clear, but everyone had already sensed that the situation this time was unusual. Because Su Changfeng was rarely as nervous as he was today. He was only like this when Shi was ambushed in Fenggualin last time. Lust is like a sword hanging over one's head, and this time Su Changfeng was determined to kill. Meng Xiaonan didn't even know what was going on. When she just came to Su Changfeng and saw his expression, her heart skipped a beat. How confident are you that you can kill Wang Dikun? Sure enough, as soon as Su Changfeng opened his mouth he revealed important information. Is it necessary to kill him? Meng Xiaonan's expression was a little solemn. Just by hearing this answer, Su Changfeng had already guessed the answer. There is still a big difference between the officials appointed by the imperial court and those people in the outlaw forest. You should come with me to the county town first. I'm afraid Shi will act on impulse and then. He didn't say anything else. For Qingfeng village now, if it loses a Shi, it will be a huge loss, so he dare not take the risk. This time the two did not ride together. Each of them rode one horse and galloped towards Qingping County. Whoa! It's still Fenggualin. Just as the two were rushing to Qingping County, they met Shi in Fenggualin. Shi did not expect that Su Changfeng would arrive so soon and be so anxious. When Su Changfeng saw Shi, he felt relieved, but he also had a bad feeling in his heart. Boss, you guys. Su Changfeng waved his hand and said, don't say anything. Just do it. He's just a small county magistrate. I will find a way to deal with it. Ah. Shi was startled at first, then he burst into laughter. Boss, do you think I killed Wang Dikun? Su Changfeng was also startled and asked, didn't you kill him? Although I, Shi, was born in the Green Forest, I am not a reckless man who only knows how to fight and kill. Of course I want to kill Wang Dikun, but I also have to consider the safety of everyone in Qingfeng village. You didn't kill him, how could he let you go? Shi snorted and said, he gave us 3 days to hand Qiuyue over to him within 3 days, otherwise our Tianxiang Tower will not be able to continue operating. Su Changfeng had a wonderful expression on his face, and asked again, what is the identity of this Qiuyue? I don't have any identity. I'm just a girl who fled here. I was bullied when I arrived in Qingping County. I saved her. He thought there was some relationship between the two. But he still said, we still have 3 days, let's go to Qingping County first, I want to see what Wang Dikan has. If it really doesn't work, at worst we can let him become the next Zhao Xian, and then we can support the county magistrate to take office. These words made Shihu look at him with new eyes. He had even prepared for Su Changfeng to give up Chu Yue, but he didn't expect the other party to be so righteous. Following such a person, even if Shihu died, it was worth it. Tianxi Anglo was open for business as usual, but the beautiful and charming ladies welcoming guests in front of the door were nowhere to be seen. Shopkeeper Tong was a timid person. After Chu Yue's incident, he was worried about further trouble, so he withdrew these people without informing them. Su Changfeng didn't say much about this. Sitting at the table, holding a brush, writing quickly. The mouse hides at night, the fox smiles. They steal the state's food and lie to the emperor. He has thick arms and a big guts, and he deceived his majesty to become a thief. The leaves are not green, the land is not flat, you are really amazing, a little county magistrate. Su Changfeng was concentrating on writing, leaving Meng Xiaonan and Shihu who were standing next to him confused. What's the point of writing this? Could writing it down solve Chu Yue's problem? It was not until Su Changfeng stopped writing that Shihu came forward and said, Boss, what should we do now? We can't just sit here and do nothing, right? Meng Xiaonan also frowned and said, you don't want to use these things to cause trouble for him, do you? Although she was not well educated, she knew that these things were easy to remember but not elegant enough to be considered elegant. However, Su Chang smiled and handed the paper in his hand to Shihu. Wang Dikan has given us 3 days, so let's use these 3 days to shift the blame to the east. Give him enough trouble so that he's too busy to take care of us. Just because of this? Shihu took it in his hand and looked at it again, but still didn't understand Su Changfeng's intention. Yes, that's it. Su Changfeng stood up, put his hands on the table, and said, sometimes, it hurts to kill someone with a soft knife. What's the meaning? Not only Shihu, but Meng Xiaonan standing next to him also didn't understand. Of course, it's just the two of them. If it were Rong Yoshue at this time, she would be able to see Su Changfeng's intention at a glance. Now send your brothers to take a copy of this nursery rhyme each and go to different places. Then spread this kind of thing, and it would be best if all the children on the streets could sing it. This. Shihu was a little puzzled. In 3 days, not much can be passed on, right? Su Changfeng laughed, that's why it's called a nursery rhyme. I don't want you to bribe adults, but I want you to bribe children. Can't you do it? At this moment, Shihu suddenly understood and said excitedly, I understand, I will arrange it right away. Watching Shihu leave, Meng Xiaonan asked Su Changfeng, is it worth offending Wang Dikan for a woman? Woman. I'm not doing this for Chu Yue. What's that for? For the brothers who died in Shijiazhai, and for the villages on Qinglong Mountain that he destroyed. Ah. Meng Xiaonan didn't understand Su Changfeng's actions for a moment, and just stared at him, unable to look away for a long time. Su Changfeng sat down again, poured himself a glass of water, and explained, Chu Yue is just a fuse. Even if there is no Chu Yue, I will destroy Wang Dikan. How can we become the king of Qinglong Mountain if we don't destroy Wang Dikan? If Wang Dikan is not destroyed, our Qingfeng village has always been home to bandits, and he has always held the evidence. How can we clear our name? Immortal Wang Dikan. Su Changfeng listed several examples at once, which made Meng Xiaonan's heart tremble. She didn't expect that Su Changfeng had already marked the other party as dead. Inform shopkeeper Tong that Tianxi Anglo will remain the same as it was before. If we withdraw our people at this time, it seems like we are guilty. After Su Changfeng finished making the arrangements, he and Meng Xiaonan settled down in Tianxiang Tower. Sometimes it doesn't take 3 days to spread this nursery rhyme. In just 1 day, the entire streets of Qingping County will be filled with this sound. What do children understand? They don't know anything, but if someone gives them a little sugar man, they will sing it with all their might. The next day, this nursery rhyme was heard throughout the several counties under Shanghai County, and it even reached the ears of the Shanghai County magistrate. It was also on this day that Rong Yoshue visited Qingping County again. This time it's not just her, there's also a burden following behind her. He was dressed in brocade and jade robe, holding a paper fan, and looked very elegant. He was followed by several submissive servants, and his demeanor revealed the air of an arrogant official. Yoshue, this is the Qingping County you've always praised. It's nothing. It's dirty and messy, and it's far from our Linjiang city. Rong Yoshue ignored the other party's intention at all. It's a good thing that the other party said it to compare this remote small county with the main city of Yozhou. She ignored the other person, but he kept pestering her. Yoshue, I just asked someone to inquire about it. The best place in Qingping County is Tianxiang Tower. It's just a restaurant, a tiny place. I think you have to listen to me. Let's go find the county magistrate here and let him make the arrangements. How about that? Rong Yoshue rubbed his head. She wanted to chase him away, but she couldn't do anything because of his status. If you think the environment of the county government office is better than that of Tianxiang Tower, then let's say goodbye. As he spoke, his pace began to quicken. Hey, Yoshue, Tianxiang Tower is Tianxiang Tower. I didn't say anything. A group of people were walking on the streets of Qingping County, and at first glance they looked like the kind of people who were not to be trifled with. No matter where you go, people on the street will deliberately avoid you. At first they were talking and laughing, but before they reached Tianxiang Tower, the group stopped laughing. In the streets and alleys, there were officials driving children away everywhere. Some children were even frightened and burst into tears. At first, no one understood the reason until Rong Yoshue asked someone about it. Instead of solving the problem, they deal with these children. Isn't this just admitting guilt? She is a businessman. No matter how big her business is, she is still a businessman and cannot interfere in government affairs. So, she could only complain. But the young man next to him is different. Yuan Jin, the son of the governor of Yozhou, was extremely powerful. Seeing Rong Yoshue angry, Yuan Jin looked indifferent and said, "It's his business if he confessed. What does it have to do with us?" Rong Yoshue stopped, turned around, and looked at Yuan Jin with her beautiful eyes. Yuan Jin felt uneasy when she stared at him, and he quickly explained, "That's not what I meant, you know, I just..." No one could have imagined that the son of a governor, who had always been strong, would be so timid in front of Rong Yoshue. Forget it. I will write a letter right now to inform the Shanghai County magistrate of the situation here. If he is not strict in his administration, he will naturally handle it. Rong Yoshue shook her head and said, "You are wrong, this matter may have reached the ears of the Shanghai County magistrate. There is such a big commotion here now. It is obvious that someone is dissatisfied with Wang Dikun's behavior and deliberately wrote some nursery rhymes to make fun of him." "Who is it?" Yuan Jin was furious when he heard this. "You are so bold to slander the officials of the imperial court. That's why he doesn't like the other person. No brains. Maybe this person's behavior was indeed inappropriate, but as long as you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door. Now the yamen runners are arresting people everywhere, which is obviously a sign of guilty conscience. This shows that what the nursery rhyme says is true. Instead of punishing the perpetrator, you punish the whistleblower. It's neither this nor that. If it were someone else, Yuan Jin would have been angry a long time ago. But the target is Rong Yoshue, and Yuan Jin's brain is never enough when facing her. Bang. Yuan Jin slammed his hand on the table and shouted angrily, "Call Qingping County Magistrate Wang Dikun here. I want to see who gave him the courage to not even let go of a child of a few years old." The environment of Tianxianglu is even worse than Yuan Jin imagined, and it cannot even be compared with the third-rate restaurants in Linjiang City. But the food and drinks here are exceptionally good. Not only did he eat too much, but he even drank 2 extra glasses. Once you drink too much of this wine, you'll start to act crazy. Looking at his red face and his look of being the boss, Rong Yoshue shook her head secretly. It's just that the other person was born into a good family. If it were someone else, this guy would definitely not be able to be so arrogant. Wang Dikun was so busy at this time that he was exhausted. There are nursery rhymes everywhere, all of which satirize his corruption and abuse of power. Especially the one whose leaves were not green, he was almost pointing out his name. Trying to catch all these singing children from beginning to end. It's impossible to catch them all. I was still having a headache here when I suddenly heard that the governor's son came to Qingping County. This made him dare not stay at all, and he immediately ran to Tianxiang Tower. This scared the shopkeeper Tong so much that he knelt down in front of everyone. Mr. County Magistrate, I. Roll. Before shopkeeper Tong could finish his words, he was kicked away by him. That arrogant and domineering look is scary to look at. This scene happened to be seen by Rong Yoshua's maid, who ran straight to the second floor without saying a word. He came to Rong Yoshua and whispered something in her ear. Rong Yoshua frowned, and the expression on her face became worse and worse. It seems that everyone in Qingping County is afraid of this county magistrate. Rong Yoshua said, even when they go out to eat, they have to kneel down to him. Bang. He slammed the table again. Yuan Jin was already furious, and shouted, why hasn't Wang Dikun arrived yet? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Dikun's voice was heard outside. Qingping County Magistrate Wang Dikun greets Master Yuan. Wang Dikun is the county magistrate, and although Yuan Jin is the son of a governor, there is no need for them to perform such grand formalities when they meet, right? From this point, we can see what kind of person Wang Dikun is. Are you Wang Dikun? Yuan Jin blushed, slowly came up to the other person, and stretched out his hand to hook the other person's chin. Bang. A slap landed on the other person's face, and in a moment, 5 clear fingerprints appeared on his face. This slap was so similar to the one he gave Sherhu. Wang Dikun was stunned. He had no idea what was going on, let alone how he had offended the other party. It's fine that you're corrupt, but you even spared no children in broad daylight. Do you really think that this place is so remote that my father can't control you? Thump. Wang Dikun knelt on the ground. He kept kowtowed and cried out that he was innocent. Master Yuan, I am innocent. I don't know which villain spread rumors everywhere. I. Rumor. Yuan Jin snorted, if it's a rumor, why do you feel guilty? Although he is the official of Qingping County, he brings disaster to the people. Come, tie him up, send him to Shanghai County, and hand him over to the Shanghai County Magistrate. This young master wants to see how many heads he has to dare to deceive his subordinates and lie to his superiors. Looking at Yuan Jin's majestic appearance, Rong Yoshua sneered in her heart, but clapped her hands. When Wang Dikun was taken away by Yuan Jin's men and there was no one else around, she said, a good man should have lofty ambitions and do great things. According to the information I received, the 6th prince will go to Linjiang in the next few days. If you resolve the nursery rhyme incident at this time, you can definitely show off in front of the other party. By then, with Uncle Yuan's help, it would be a very good opportunity for me to serve as an official in the court. When Yuan Jin heard this, he sobered up immediately. The 6th prince is coming to our Linjiang. Can I still lie to you? What will you do if I go back now? Although my Rong family is only engaged in business, not everyone dares to bully us. Yuan Jin gritted his teeth, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation and left. Phew. Shang Yun's laughter broke the temporary tranquility in the room. The young lady is the same. She has put a lot of thought into getting rid of him. If the master knew about this, he would definitely complain again. After Yuan Jin's departure, Rong Yoshua felt relieved. He casually poured himself a cup of Qingfeng brew, took a sip, and chuckled, what does he have to complain about? If it weren't for him, how would Yuan Jin know that I was coming to Qingping County? Master, you are thinking about the young lady. Shang Yun said with a smile, Mr. Yuan is the eldest son of the governor and has a deep love for the young lady. Don't come on, I'm not interested in a young man like him who has no knowledge or skills. As if he had thought of something, he smiled and stood up and said, go and make arrangements for our people to stay here and head to Qingfeng village tomorrow. She didn't know that in the room next to her, Su Changfeng and Meng Xiaonan witnessed the entire drama of punishing corrupt officials. Only after confirming that Wang Dikun had been taken away did Su Changfeng finally breathe a sigh of relief. If you want to kill someone, you must first make him crazy. Wang Dikun has lost his composure and it is only a matter of time before he is punished. I just didn't expect this guy to be so unlucky as to meet the governor's son. Meng Xiaonan held her chin with one hand and looked at Su Changfeng. Why do I feel like this matter has nothing to do with the governor's son? It was Miss Narong who was causing trouble throughout this whole thing. At this point, she suddenly laughed. Do you think Miss Rong will guess that you are the one behind this and that's why she is helping you? Su Changfeng shook his head. It shouldn't be that amazing, right? We haven't revealed anything. It's hard to say. She's a talented woman with a smart mind. There was a hint of sourness in Meng Xiaonan's tone. Now that the matter was settled, Su Changfeng felt relieved. No matter who becomes the county magistrate of Qingping County in the future, it will no longer have much to do with him. Because he is now a legal citizen of Dakong. As long as he farms and does business and pays taxes reasonably and doesn't do anything stupid, no one will bother him anymore. A small county magistrate has made us so worried. Su Changfeng stood up, stretched, and said, let's go back to the village. Our paper should be dried now. This is how we make money, so we can't neglect it. When it comes to papermaking, Meng Xiaonan also becomes excited. Yes, let's go back and make paper. Paper is very valuable. That's a lot of money. Until now, she still confuses Su Changfeng's papermaking technique with the silk cotton paper she usually uses. If this is true, then Su Changfeng would have made a fortune. The two of them went together without disturbing Rong Yoshue. They just said a few words to Tong, the shopkeeper of Tianxiang Tower, and then left. At the same time, Shi and others were still singing nursery rhymes everywhere. Although it is not known whether it will work or not, the people in Shijiazhai really hate Wang Dikan. Therefore, they paid special attention to this matter. It was not until Su Changfeng returned to Qingfeng village that he began to arrange people to go to various places to tell Shi and others about what happened in Qingping County. It was at this time that he suddenly remembered that Qiuyue, the instigator, was still waiting for his arrangement in the village. Qingfeng village, where the paper was dried. Many people in the village are here to help, and of course, more are here to watch the fun. Dongqing was busy with the things at hand while talking to Qiuyue beside him. If you want to be our master's maid, you must learn to read people's expressions and not be afraid of hardship. Our master is a bit strange. His living habits and preferences are different from others. By the way, the master has another taboo, which is that when you get up in the morning, you cannot enter his and his wife's room without his permission. Qiuyue listened attentively and took notes carefully. She knew her current situation. If she wanted to survive, she could only obey the other party's arrangements. Shi was a good man and saved her from danger. Now that she was arranged here, she naturally trusted the other party. The boss is back. At this moment, the crowd became agitated, and some people even rushed towards Su Changfeng and Meng Xiaonan. Dongqing did the same. He didn't even bother to pay attention to Qiuyue, he just ran towards the two of them. Master, madam, you are finally back. Looking at Dongqing's worried expression, Su Changfeng laughed. Looking at the white papers again, he was in a good mood and asked loudly, is the paper dried? Yes, we have collected several batches and are storing them in our warehouse. Although Dongqing is not the person in charge here, she is Meng Xiaonan's maid, so many things will be arranged by her. Hearing this, Su Changfeng excitedly ran towards the so-called warehouse. The rest followed behind. The so-called warehouse is actually a small yard. This yard was left by the people who lived here before, but it was vacated when Kong Jie rebelled. The gate was wide open and there were several people busy in the yard. Su Changfeng came to the paper, reached out and took out a piece, and touched it. Although the quality is not up to standard, it looks okay. After saying that, he took another dozen pieces, then took out a steel knife from the waist of a person next to him and started cutting. A large piece of paper can be cut into dozens of palm-sized pieces of paper. Seeing him cutting and stacking the papers neatly, Meng Xiaonan became curious. My husband, what are you doing? She regretted asking this question. Because of Su Changfeng's answer, she couldn't calm down for a long time. I couldn't eat or sleep well, and my mind was full of Su Changfeng's answer. Oh, I'll take some and put it in our toilet to use as toilet paper. What is straw paper? Meng Xiaonan's face began to change. Because she still didn't understand why the paper had to be put in the toilet. You can understand it as toilet chips. What? Meng Xiaonan went crazy and looked at Su Changfeng with a strange look. These are precious pieces of paper, and Su Changfeng actually wants to use them to replace toilet tokens. Su Changfeng hadn't noticed the difference in Meng Xiaonan's expression, and said excitedly, "I know this thing is a little rough, but it doesn't matter. We can continue to improve it in the future. Sooner or later, I can make these papers soft and comfortable to use." Not only Meng Xiaonan, but everyone around was staring at Su Changfeng in a daze, thinking that the boss's remarks were a bit outrageous. Su Changfeng didn't care. Not to mention that he didn't notice the abnormality of his behavior. Even if he noticed, he wouldn't care. Why go to all the trouble of making paper? The main purpose is to eliminate that small piece of bamboo. Holding the cut paper, he headed towards home, ignoring everyone's puzzled looks. "Madam, the master. Don't worry about him. He always behaves strangely. This time he must be doing it to make money." Holly opened her mouth, but ultimately didn't discuss the matter any further. If using paper as toilet paper is for the purpose of making money, then the amount of money made is really incomprehensible. "By the way, madam, didn't the master ask me to find a few maids? I found one." "Who?" Meng Xiaonan followed Su Changfeng slowly. "It's her. Her name is Chu Yue. Master Tiger introduced her to me." Meng Xiaonan stopped and turned to look at Chu Yue. Chu Yue, who had worked in Tianxianglu for 2 days, knew some of the rules. When she saw the other person looking at her, she immediately stepped forward and saluted. "Chu Yue meets the madam." Meng Xiaonan still has a deep impression of the main figure in the Wang Dikun incident. Especially this woman's figure. Although she is not very old, she is taller than ordinary women, even half a head taller than her. Coupled with the tight clothes she was wearing, her legs were particularly eye-catching. "Madam, Chu Yue is still very capable, she." "Okay, I can't make the decision on this matter. Let's see what the master thinks." Dong Qing wanted to say a few more nice words but was interrupted by Meng Xiaonan. In fact, Meng Xiaonan knew very well that if Su Changfeng were asked to make the choice, he would definitely agree. Because this girl is beautiful. Which man doesn't like to find a beautiful maid? Of course, the most important thing is that this woman was introduced by Shihu. Based on her understanding of Su Changfeng, it was impossible for her to let Shihu down at this time. Because there are not many people like Shihu in Qingfeng village now. As soon as he got home, Su Changfeng went to the toilet immediately. It took him nearly a cup of tea to come out. He came out feeling refreshed, and from the expression on his face you could tell he was in a good mood at the moment. "Holly, prepare the pen and ink, master, let us try our new paper." He treated Meng Xiaonan's maid as his own maid, and there was no sense of incongruity at all. "I'm used to this." Under normal circumstances, Holly would have done these things skillfully. But today, she had her own little thoughts. She winked at Chu Yue beside her, and the two of them walked into the room together. Soon, the two walked out again. However, this time, the one who prepared things was not Dongqing but Chu Yue. Su Changfeng was so focused on his research that he didn't even notice these abnormalities. It was not until he took the pen from the other person that he suddenly felt something was wrong and turned his head to take a look. A beautiful and familiar face, standing there, almost as tall as me. "Why are you still here?" Chu Yue's hands trembled and she lowered her head subconsciously. She was really scared, afraid that she would not be liked by her new master and would be kicked out. Fortunately, Dongqing took over the topic at this time. "Master, she is the maid I found for you." "She." Su Changfeng placed the brush in his hand on the table and looked back and forth between the two people. After a long time, he said, "It was arranged by Tiger Lord, right?" Holly nodded quickly. Su Changfeng turned his gaze to Meng Xiaonan. Meng Xiaonan snorted and said, "If you want it, keep it. You can't let Uncle Shi down, right?" Su Changfeng grinned, picked up the brush again and started writing. Rong Yoshue was ready early in the morning and led people to Qingfeng village. Shang Yun had never seen such an anxious lady. In the past, no matter where she went, she was always leisurely and would only set off after arranging everything. Not today, except for dressing up more carefully, all the work is not arranged properly. A dozen thugs and a carriage. The driver of the carriage was a skinny and somewhat sloppy old man, who looked out of place with the entire team. Inside the carriage, Xiang Yun looked at Rong Yoshue, who was still dressing up, and couldn't help but mutter something. "Miss, is it inappropriate for us to go like this?" "What? My makeup is not good." That's not what she meant. There are many bandit problems on the way from here to Qingfeng village. They didn't know this last time, so they went there in a hurry. What if something goes wrong this time? After finally finishing her makeup, Rong Yoshue picked up the book and took a look at it. Suddenly, she realized she was not in the mood, so she put it away again. "I know what you're worried about. Don't worry. We've been flying under our banner all the way, so no one dares to mess around. Besides, isn't there Uncle Fu?" Seeing the other party put away the book, Xiang Yun felt even more helpless. That sloppy old guy. Xiang Yun was a little skeptical about this. In the past, no matter where the young lady went, she always had a book in her hands. But today, the young lady has been dressing up. You may have forgotten that Su Changfeng has his own wife. This kind of joke would only work if Xiang Yun was very familiar with her and was used to it, otherwise she would definitely not agree. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just thinking about something. What does it have to do with Su Changfeng? Don't you know that it's not a good idea to read when you're thinking about something?" Xiang Yun sighed slightly and could only keep responding. Just as Rong Yoshue said, there were no obstacles along the way. What about Fengguolan and Gitupo? Except for encountering a few hunters on the road, there is no danger at all. It was not until they arrived at Qingfeng village that Rong Yoshue suddenly became nervous. "Xiang Yun, do you think it would be a bit abrupt if I asked him for poetry directly? What if he refuses? By the way, what business are we here to discuss this time?" Xiang Yun already knew how to answer. She discovered that her young lady had become possessed. She is somewhat different from her own lady, and she doesn't like Su Changfeng. Because she felt that no matter how knowledgeable Su Changfeng was, he was born a bandit and was at best just a knowledgeable bandit. Qinglong Mountain, Qingfeng village, you will know the location if you go out and ask around. It's just that I've started my business now and things are on the right track. Rong family, Rong Yoshue is here to visit. Please inform your boss. Soon, the carriage arrived at the gate of the village. The news of Rong Yoshue's arrival spread in the mountain village. In the eyes of the people in the village, Rong Yoshue is their biggest customer. Su Changfeng, who got the news, was practicing Tai Chi. On the side, Meng Xiaonan was still eating breakfast, with two maids standing by to serve her. "What is she doing here at this time?" Su Changfeng asked with a frown. Meng Xiaonan finished a piece of dessert, clapped his hands, and said sourly, "You are the boss here, and they come here to congratulate you. Don't talk nonsense. The news hasn't spread yet. She can't possibly know. That means I came here specially to see a great talent like you." Su Changfeng was helpless about Meng Xiaonan's jealousy. Now that people have arrived, he can only welcome them with courtesy. The moment she saw Su Changfeng, Rong Yoshue did not ask why she didn't see Meng Yi. He was just being polite with Su Changfeng and Meng Xiaonan, saying some meaningless words. Until they were returning, they met some people from the village and greeted them. Are you the boss here now?" Rong Yoshue was obviously stunned for a moment. She never thought that Meng Yi would give the position of boss to her son-in-law. Su Changfeng had no need to hide anything, so he smiled and said, "My father-in-law is not able to move around easily, so I am just helping to take care of Qingfeng village." Although she said that, Rong Yoshue took a deep breath and turned her gaze to Meng Xiaonan. Zhongyi Hall is not only the place where Qingfeng village holds meetings, but also the place where important guests are entertained in the village. The last time Rong Yoshue came, she was not invited to Zhongyi Hall. On the contrary, this time, Su Changfeng led a group of people and headed towards Zhongyi Hall. When passing by the paper-making site, Rong Yoshue and his group were all stunned. Rong Yoshue, in particular, stopped for a long time and watched from afar. "Is this paper?" Before Su Changfeng could answer, Meng Xiaonan at the side had already responded with a smile. "Xian paper, a craft unique to Qingfeng village. When Meng Xiaonan was explaining, she also took the other party to the paper drying site. He took down one and handed it to the other person. It's not as good as the silk tissue paper sold outside. It needs to be improved. Rong Yoshue didn't hear the latter sentence because she was already holding the paper and began to look at it. She couldn't see the situation clearly, but if she sold so many papers, this business should be more profitable than wine, right? Although she had only been to Qingfeng village twice, each time gave her a certain feeling. There is gold everywhere, and anyone who is not stupid can pick up money here. How much does this rice paper cost? She asked a question that everyone wanted to know. Meng Xiaonan had no way of answering. She knew the cost price of the paper, but Su Changfeng was good at doing business. So, he turned his attention to Su Changfeng. 30 cents, one piece. After hearing Su Changfeng's offer, Meng Xiaonan almost wanted to say something again, but fortunately she held herself back. Not only Meng Xiaonan, but even Dongqing and Chu Yue who were following behind were so shocked that they were speechless. Because they know that this paper is made of some common things that are mixed together. If there is any trouble, it is only the production process in the middle. Once you are familiar with the process, you can start mass production. Fortunately, there was someone nearby, otherwise all kinds of questions would have come bombarding me. Rong Yoshue was not stupid, and she could guess something just from the expressions of a few people. But she was still surprised and said, although the quality is not as good as the silk cotton paper on the market, the price is acceptable. Su Changfeng smiled and extended his hand to guide the other party to Zhongyi Hall to rest. As he walked, he said, "This is just the roughest paper we have here, so the price will be cheaper. Later, better quality Xian paper will be introduced, and the price will increase by then." That's it, she hasn't said anything more. Because, compared with the silk cotton silk used in the market, the price is already very low. The reason why there were so few literate people in Dakang was because the cost was too high and ordinary people could not even afford a piece of paper. If this kind of rice paper can be promoted, it cannot be said that everyone will be able to use it, but it can make many people able to afford it. Until they walked into Zhongyi Hall, Rong Yoshue was still thinking about how to take over the rice paper business from the other party. An 8-foot piece of rice paper is sold at 31 per sheet, so there is still a lot of room for her to maneuver. As a result, she forgot the purpose of coming to Qingfeng village this time. "Boss Su, we are also partners in the business world. Looking at Dakang, although our Rong family is not the largest trading company, it is also on the list. If you hand over the Xian paper business to our Rong family, you will definitely be able to maximize your profits." Before she even finished her cup of tea, Rong Yoshue had already started the conversation. Su Changfeng laughed, but kept saying something that the maid next to him couldn't understand. "I may disappoint Miss this time. The technology of rice paper is not mature yet. The paper we produce can only be used internally. We have no plans to sell it yet. But, can your Qingfeng village digest so much rice paper?" Su Changfeng picked up the teacup, sipped it carefully, and didn't answer at all. The more he acted like this, the more unhappy Rong Yoshue felt. "Speaking of which, this isn't the first time we've met, so there's no need to call me Miss all the time, Brother Su. Just call me Little Sister Yoshue." Rong Yoshue's change was so fast that even Shang Yun next to her couldn't stand it anymore. He was calling the other party boss just a moment ago, but when he heard that the other party did not sell rice paper, he immediately changed his tone and called him Brother Su. Not only Shang Yun, but also Meng Xiaonan and several guests in Zhongyi Hall had their mouths twitching. This woman is really open-minded for the sake of business. And Brother Su just said that the price of Xian paper is 30 coins per sheet. Since there is a price, it must be sold. Selling it to others or putting it on the market is selling it, so why not selling it to Rongs? Su Changfeng smiled and said, "It's not that we don't want to sell it, but we still have a lot of areas that we haven't improved, so. It's okay, I'm not particularly anxious, as long as the deal is settled, Brother Su can decide the time. Just say a word and we can come and get the goods at any time." For the paper business, Rong Yoshue really tried her best. Finally, Su Changfeng agreed to the other party as if he could not withstand the other party's firepower. "Okay, since the young lady has said so, I can give you a guarantee. As for the Xian paper business, as long as both parties are still in a cooperative relationship, Rong will definitely be given priority. Rong Yoshue was smiling happily, but she still had a reproachful expression on her face, and said, "Brother Su, you are being so formal again. I told you not to be so formal. Just call me Yoshue." Su Changfeng laughed loudly, but did not notice that Meng Xiaonan beside him was pouting. This time, Rong Yoshue was not in a hurry to leave, but stayed here. Since they are staying here, Qingfeng village cannot neglect their guests, right? Su Changfeng also had to assign some people to take care of these guests. The village originally had several hundred people, but after removing those who were unable to work, he found that there was a shortage of manpower. Brewing wine requires people, farming requires people, and papermaking also requires a large amount of manpower. If this continues, if Qingfeng village grows bigger, it is estimated that even he won't have enough money to join in. "Hey, do you have a headache? How can I make Miss Rong happy?" Meng Xiaonan followed on his left side, with his hands behind his back. She touched his body with her arm, her tone full of sadness. "She's good-looking, well-educated, and most importantly, she comes from a wealthy family. Isn't that what you like?" Su Changfeng glanced at him and said unhappily, "That's right, not only does she come from a wealthy family, she also has the ability to make money." Meng Xiaonan felt uncomfortable after hearing these words. She returned to her room angrily and slammed the door. Phew. Behind Su Changfeng, two maids covered their mouths and laughed. Dongqing, who was very familiar with this situation, leaned close to Chu Yue's ear and whispered, "In less than a quarter of an hour, the door will be opened." Chu Yue widened her eyes, not understanding what was going on. Sure enough, before dinner, the door opened and Meng Xiaonan did what she was supposed to do as if nothing had happened. That night, perhaps because Rong Yoshue was in the village, Meng Xiaonan tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Looking at Su Changfeng who was sitting cross-legged there practicing, she bit her red lips lightly, and finally couldn't help but shouted at him. "Hello. What's wrong?" Su Changfeng, who was about to enter a state of cultivation, heard the noise and subconsciously looked back. Meng Xiaonan was leaning sideways, supporting his head with one hand, staring at him. "Are you really going to stay like this forever? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by Dongqing and Chu Yue? What did you find?" It's not that Su Changfeng is not smart enough, he is just used to the current situation and couldn't react for a while. "My father said that long-term practice can easily cause nerve tension, which will have the opposite effect." "So what? This bed is big enough. I can give you half of it, but you can't mess around at night." This time Su Changfeng understood. At this moment, how could he still think about practicing? "Get up, take off your shoes, and go to the bed quickly." He lifted the quilt and crawled into bed. The bed was very big and Meng Xiaonan was far enough away from him, but he could hear Meng Xiaonan's pounding heartbeat. "Now that I'm in bed, if I just close my eyes and go to sleep, wouldn't that be worse than an animal?" The palm began to move, and after moving about a foot in width, it suddenly touched something. I always feel like something is wrong." "Sword. This woman never leaves her sword even when she sleeps at night. What you up to?" Meng Xiaonan turned sideways, looking at Su Changfeng with a smile in her eyes. Su Changfeng lost his temper instantly, loosened his palm, and stammered, "No, my hands and feet are just stiff, and I want to move them around." God knows what his mood is now. That's a weapon. If you lose your grip, it would be fine if you only get a minor injury. If he hurt the wrong place, wouldn't he become a eunuch for the rest of his life? Previously, he had thought that it would be easy to take her down based on her attitude towards him. Now this idea has completely disappeared. "I'm so tense after this night that I might as well just sit on the ground and meditate." Because he has the habit of moving around when he sleeps. What should you do if you move something you shouldn't while sleeping at night? What he didn't expect was that he had a habit of moving around, and the woman who shared the bed with him also had a habit of moving around. In the middle of the night, his body was pressed down by something. When I opened my eyes and saw the leg that suddenly turned over, I instinctively wanted to escape. Unexpectedly, the other party turned over, stretched out his arms again, and just wrapped around his neck. Damn it. Su Changfeng clenched his fist and calculated the position of the opponent's soft sword. When he felt there was no danger, he turned over and pressed on. Bang. If you don't behave yourself, I'll turn you into a eunuch. The hilt of the sword was pressed against his chest, and the tone of his voice was slightly murderous. Yes, it's you, first. Sleep. Su Changfeng was so angry. This is like the local officials are allowed to set fires, but the common people are not allowed to light lamps. Why can the opponent push over but I can't push over? So much so that night, he lay straight on the bed, his body bound by the other person, feeling the warm body but unable to move. That was such torture. Master, you are not in good health, please don't work too hard. How come you hurt your waist? Early in the morning, Qiu Yue went to prepare breakfast, while Dongqing helped Su Changfeng, who had difficulty walking, to sit down at the dining table. Hearing Dongqing's words, Su Changfeng said unhappily, "It's not that my waist is injured, it's that I haven't moved all night and my body is stiff." Ah. Dongqing blushed, glanced into the room, and whispered, "Then why don't you move? Aren't you afraid of tiring your wife?" This maidservant's words are full of hidden meaning. Does she really think he can't hear it? What kind of people are there nowadays? Who did they learn this kind of cryptic language from? You won't understand even if I tell you. Su Changfeng waved his hand and finally sat down on the chair he designed. Normally, after getting up and washing up, I would first do a set of Tai Chi and then go out for a run of 2 laps. Today's routine has been completely disrupted. Even when Meng Xiaonan came out of the room, he still had a complaining expression on his face. Meng Xiaonan blushed and seemed a little embarrassed. Especially when he saw Su Changfeng's current state, he walked up to him carefully. "Dongqing, I'll take care of the master. You go see if Miss Rong needs anything." Dongqing was sent away. Meng Xiaonan stretched out her little hand and began to massage Su Changfeng. While massaging, he complained, "Really? There's so much space on the bed, and I didn't say you can't move." Su Changfeng was so angry. Do I dare to move? I'm afraid I'll become a eunuch by accident. Phew. Meng Xiaonan smiled brightly and said, "It's because you are not being honest. I'm just worried that you will mess around." Women are creatures who say one thing and mean another, and Meng Xiaonan is a typical example. Although she had been obstructing Su Changfeng's little actions last night, she was very happy in her heart. If you don't get enough rest, you will naturally not have the energy to work the next day. The task of accompanying Rong Yoshue fell on Meng Xiaonan. Only women can have common topics. Of course, this is what Su Changfeng thought. Su Changfeng himself was attracted by one of Rong Yoshue's coachmen. Sloppy appearance and unsociable personality. A person sits in front of an open space where no one will disturb him, setting up firewood, eating barbecue, and drinking wine. The elegant look and the movements of tearing the game gave Su Changfeng a feast for the eyes. "Old man, it's unhygienic to eat like this, and it doesn't taste good either." Su Changfeng stepped forward, squatted down, took a look, and gave his evaluation. The driver was enjoying himself by taking a sip of wine with each bite of meat, but he became unhappy when he heard this. "You are the head of Qingfeng village, how can you be so rude?" Su Changfeng smiled, sat down in front of the other person, and then took out 2 bottles from his body. "You're like this now, if I speak too politely, wouldn't it seem too sour? Besides, the more impolite you are, the closer you can get to each other." As he spoke, he took a skewer of barbecue from the other person, opened the bottle in his hand, and started sprinkling seasoning on it. The driver did not fight or argue, just watched the other party operate. But he said, "Interesting. This is the first time I've heard someone describe rudeness in such a refreshing and refined way." As he was speaking, Su Changfeng handed the barbecue in his hand to him. If it were someone else, seeing this kind of scene, they generally wouldn't dare to eat anything. But the driver didn't care. He took it in his hand and immediately took a bite. After just one bite, his eyes lit up immediately and he said, "What did you just put in there? It's even better than the food made by Tiangxi Anglu." Su Changfeng laughed and threw the thing to the other party. "It's just a seasoning. I provided all the seasonings for Tiangxi Anglu." The driver was overjoyed and handed his wine jug to Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng was not polite. He took the wine jug and took a small sip. After just one sip, he was also stunned for a moment and said, "This is our Qingfeng brew." Then he became more interested in the driver in front of him. He was interested in the driver, but he didn't know that the driver was also interested in him. "Young man, you are the head of Qingfeng village, why are you willing to come here and drink with an old man like me?" It seemed as if Su Changfeng had guessed that the other party would ask this question, so he did not hide anything. He explained, including Rong Yoshue, there are 15 people in total, 14 of whom are very well behaved. Only you hid as soon as you arrived here. The key is that everyone ignores you, which is abnormal and does not conform to the Rong family style of doing things. So what? The coachman also laughed, wanting to hear Su Changfeng's opinion. No, Miss Rong doesn't need a driver, so she won't find a disobedient driver. There is only one reason for looking for you. What's the reason? She can't control you, but she has to use you. Now seeing the wine you drank, I am more certain of my guess. The driver laughed, and his laughter echoed over the open space. Young man, you should go to the imperial court. It will definitely be better there than in this small place. Listening to the driver's words, Su Changfeng also said, you shouldn't be in Rong's, you should follow me. What? The driver suddenly laughed. If he thought Su Changfeng was interesting before, he now thought Su Changfeng was a little crazy. Even Ronglu didn't dare to say such words in front of him. Why? Because I have the most delicious barbecue in the world, and the best wine that even gods can't drink. The driver looked down at the barbecue in his hands, then at his own pot of wine, and asked, is it better than Qingfeng brew? Qingfeng brew is just my experimental product, the worst wine. Mad. This is the feeling Su Changfeng gave to the coachman. But he likes it. If you want me to follow you, you need to have the ability. Wait until you make better wine, then we can talk. As the voice fell, the men stood up. Then, the figures flashed continuously and disappeared in front of Su Changfeng in a moment. Master. Su Changfeng wiped his eyes and muttered, this is what a master is. I must get you. Having said that, he kicked the firewood away and headed towards his residence. On the other side, Meng Xiaonan was accompanying Rong Yoshue around the village. That's why people say Rong Yoshue is a businessman who has mastered human nature to the extreme. Meng Xiaonan was so coaxed by her that she was dizzy and was about to regard her as her best friend. Xiaonan, how did you get to know Brother Su? The two of them walked in front, followed by two maids, chatting and laughing as they walked. Him. Meng Xiaonan seemed to have thought of something and said, I stole it. Stolen. Rong Yoshue thought of many answers, but she never thought that the other party would answer like this. Yes, because there are not many people who can read here. He is a scholar from Qingping County. As you know, in a small place like ours, scholars are still very powerful. It just so happened that he was being bullied again, so I had someone tie him up and bring him here. It solved my problem and saved him from the dire situation, killing two birds with one stone. Rong Yoshue shut her mouth for a moment, not knowing how to comment on this matter. Accompanied by Meng Xiaonan, Rong Yoshue went to the paper mill, the winery, and the scenes of the old people farming. She was like a customer visiting her supplier, visiting every place. After the visit, Meng Xiaonan did not let her go back to Zhongyi Hall, but took her to her home. Looking at Su Changfeng lying on the chair, swaying back and forth, Rong Yoshue became curious again. This is... Oh, this chair is made by my husband. If you like it, I'll give you one when I leave. We can talk about anything and everything. Even the title of sister is used. Although Su Changfeng did not stand up, he couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. Meng Xiaonan is extremely powerful and has killed countless people, but she is not very worldly wise, which is very different from Rong Yoshue. What's more, in this mountain village, all the people fighting and killing are men, and it is rare to meet friends with whom you can talk. That's why she was fooled around by Rong Yoshue. When you feel very comfortable when getting along with someone, then the other person must be of a much higher level than you and is willing to accommodate you. This is the situation with these two women now. Su Changfeng stood up from his chair and greeted them hurriedly as if he had just seen a few people come back. When Rong Yoshue saw his expression, she covered her mouth and chuckled. Brother Su, don't worry about us. I'm just looking around with Sister Xiaonan. As he spoke, he pulled Meng Xiaonan and walked towards Su Changfeng's small vegetable garden. What's this? Sister Xiaonan, what is this? And this, what effect does it have? A series of questions kept coming out of her mouth, like a little girl with a strong thirst for knowledge. Meng Xiaonan beside him kept explaining, like children sharing their favorite things with each other, with a smile on his face all the time. Dongqing and Shang Yun followed from a distance, occasionally whispering a few words. Only Chu Yue has been following Su Changfeng and serving him carefully since she came back here. Su Changfeng was sorting out the recent accounts with a homemade convenient pen. As if he had thought of something, he suddenly turned around and asked Chu Yue. What do you think of Miss Rong? Chu Yue never expected that Su Changfeng would suddenly ask her. I stood there, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Don't be afraid, just speak up. Chu Yue bit her red lips and whispered, he's good-looking, gets along well with the lady, and is also a learned man, but... How about it? Chu Yue thinks she is very scheming and has her own purpose for everything she does. Su Changfeng smiled but said nothing. Chu Yue was standing aside, feeling a little nervous, afraid that what she said would cause Su Changfeng's dissatisfaction. Rong Yushue stayed in Qingfeng village for 3 full days. During these 3 days, she seemed to have forgotten everything and wandered in the mountains and forests with Meng Xiaonan every day. Until she left, she did not reveal the real purpose of her visit. The reason for leaving was that Wang Dikun's problem was resolved and Yuan Jin returned from Shanghai County. In order to prevent Yuan Jin from contacting the people here, she had to leave in a hurry. When I left, Meng Xiaonan actually gave me a recliner. It was also on this day that Shihu and others rushed back from various places. After coming back, they all looked excited and reported their battle results to Su Changfeng. Boss, Wang Dikun is done this time. Hundreds of thousands of taels of silver and countless jewels were seized from his home. A county magistrate has embezzled so much wealth. If the news reaches the imperial capital, even the governor of Yozhou may be punished as well. So, he must die this time, and no one dares to protect him. Listening to Shihu and others talking about the incident, Su Changfeng's face showed no joy. Wang Dikun was greedy for money and he even bribed others. Who knows what the next county magistrate will be like? What if he is even worse than Wang Dikun? Uncle Shi, Wang Dikun is finished, and it's time for us to expand our business. Shihu now obeys Su Changfeng's orders. Not only did Su Changfeng give them a place to stay, but he also helped them avenge their great revenge. What could be more exciting than this? So he quickly responded, you can make the arrangements, we are just responsible for running errands. Su Changfeng smiled bitterly, but he still said, we are seriously short of manpower, and brewing wine alone requires a lot of manpower. But we only have dozens of people brewing wine now, so our Qingfeng brew is simply not enough to meet the demand. This is just the beginning of our cooperation with Rongs, and the wine market has not yet been opened up. If it is fully rolled out. Before Su Changfeng finished speaking, Shihu had already realized it. Because he had been keeping watch at Tianxianglu and knew the situation there. At present, the supply of Qingfeng Nyang is insufficient in Tianxianglu, and they have to limit their sales every day. How much more so for the Rong family? Boss, you don't need to explain this matter, just arrange it directly. Su Changfeng was interrupted, but he didn't think anything of it. He said, we don't have enough manpower. Let's go rob them. Rob. When these words were spoken, Shihu was stunned for a moment and didn't know how to respond. He had heard of people robbing treasures and money, but he had never heard of people robbing people. Suddenly, he thought of Su Changfeng's experience of coming to Qingfeng village, and his face instantly fell. Boss, isn't this a bad idea? There's nothing wrong with that. Let's just go and rob people from some nearby mountain villages. As long as we treat them well enough, I don't believe we can't snatch them away. Treatment. Shihu's mind started to work rapidly, and he soon understood the meaning of Su Changfeng's words. Master, do you mean to give them some money and ask them to work for us as long-term laborers? That's what I mean. Call. Shihu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, I thought they were really going to rob someone. This method is feasible. Not only is it feasible, I can also guarantee that it will attract a lot of people. I think we can find not only the villagers in Qinglong mountain range, but also those near Qingping County. Su Changfeng shook his head. We don't need so many people for now. Our goal is Qinglong Mountain. What do you mean? Shihu heard something different from Su Changfeng's words. Su Changfeng explained, there are too many bandits nearby, which is not conducive to our long-term development. Bringing these people together and managing them in a unified way will allow us to make money without restraint. This is a bit difficult, isn't it? Knowing what Su Changfeng meant, Shihu frowned. If these people can make money, they will definitely be happy to cooperate. He felt it was unrealistic to expect these people to surrender. Not everyone is Shihu, right? Su Changfeng did not have this worry, and said, everything is difficult at the beginning. Sometimes it doesn't make sense because the benefits given are not enough. Take your time, one day, we will be able to control the entire Qinglong Mountain. This is a huge fortune, Su Changfeng doesn't want to give it up. A shrill scream pierced the tranquility of the early morning without warning. In the room, Meng Xiaonan clutched the sheets tightly, huddled in the corner, staring straight at Su Changfeng. The air was filled with tension and fear. On the other side, Su Changfeng was putting on his clothes in a panic and kept apologizing. I don't know anything, you. He had no idea what had happened, he only knew that when he woke up in the morning, Meng Xiaonan was naked. He even lost the leggings he had made for himself. As for the two men's bodies, there were various red bruises. Even a blind man could see what the two of them went through last night. Bang. 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 There was a hurried knock on the door outside, and the concerned voices of two maids. After finally getting dressed, Su Changfeng turned around to look outside the door and said calmly, "It's none of your business." At this point, the two maids outside the door finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was not until this time that Su Changfeng sorted out everything from beginning to end. "We got drunk last night." Meng Xiaonan stared at him intently, and the grievance revealed in her eyes made people feel distressed. Well, the clothes should be taken off by the two girls outside. Meng Xiaonan remained silent, just staring at Su Changfeng. That look made Su Changfeng feel uneasy. "Besides, you only have 2 strawberries on you, but I have more than a dozen. What is grass mold?" Finally, Meng Xiaonan spoke. Hearing her question, Su Changfeng also breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the other party would do something wrong, and as long as they still paid attention to him, it proved that there was no big problem. After all, they are a formally married couple, and the other party has a good impression of him, so this step will have to be taken sooner or later. That's it. Su Changfeng pulled down his clothes, revealing the red mark on his shoulder. Bang. A pillow was thrown at Su Changfeng. Shameless. As he spoke, he looked down at the bright red on the sheets. "I feel really bad." She had thought of countless scenarios for her first time, but had never thought of this one. It disappeared without me even knowing it. This. Not even a feeling. She is not the kind of unreasonable woman. Even if Su Changfeng didn't take the initiative to analyze the situation, she knew that this matter couldn't be blamed entirely on Su Changfeng. It was she who arranged the birthday and it was she who ordered the drinking of the wine. If something goes wrong, how can you blame others? "Xiaonan, I will treat you well in the future." Su Changfeng, who is usually eloquent, was tongue-tied at this moment and didn't know what to say. Yesterday was his birthday, and the other party celebrated it for him. Is this the biggest gift? Did he think that was the end of it? What he didn't expect was that there was an even bigger gift waiting for him. "Brother, Sister Xiaonan, you haven't gotten up yet. Uncle Meng is looking for you." Zhang Tiejuan's voice was heard outside the yard. "I have informed everyone. If Uncle Meng blames me, it can't be my fault." Zhang Tiejuan's voice gradually faded away, and it was obvious that he stopped by to inform them. Seeing Su Changfeng's innocent look, Meng Xiaonan wiped the corners of her eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "I'll settle the score with you later. Now follow me to see my father." Su Changfeng nodded his head, but his eyes never left Meng Xiaonan. "Are you still watching? Get out." Well. Su Changfeng had no choice but to walk out first. When he went out, he still looked calm, as if nothing had happened. Shen Liang and Zhao Sanyang were all present at Meng Yi's residence. Su Changfeng took Meng Xiaonan's hand and walked slowly over. At this moment, when the two stood together, the feeling was completely different from before. "Dad, what do you want from us?" Meng Yi's eyes moved back and forth between the two of them, especially when he saw the uncovered bruise on his daughter's neck. A smile appeared on his face. "Changfeng, have you already developed the sense of qi?" When Su Changfeng heard this, he knew he couldn't hide it, so he had no choice but to nod and admit. "Come here first, father-in-law has a big gift for you." Su Changfeng was slightly startled and subconsciously walked towards the other party. At this moment, Shen Liang was the only one who knew what was going on, so he subconsciously turned his head to the side. It was at this time that Meng Yi grabbed Su Changfeng. "Father-in-law." Su Changfeng was dumbfounded and his body flew up uncontrollably. "Father." Meng Xiaonan was also startled, thinking that Meng Yi was going to take action against Su Changfeng. Just as he was about to stop him, Shen Liang stopped him. "If you don't want something to happen to the two of them, just stand still." Meng Xiaonan became anxious and watched helplessly as Su Changfeng flew upside down and his palm was held by Meng Yi. He asked anxiously, "What's going on?" Shen Liang didn't look back, as if he knew what was happening behind him, and replied, "Dozhuan Qian Kuan, your father plans to pass on all his life skills to him." "Ah." Meng Xiaonan wanted to rush forward again, but Shen Liang stopped in front of her, and there was nothing she could do. "Dozhuan Qian Kuan, what Changfeng learned is Dozhuan Qian Kuan." "Uncle, what will happen to my father if this happens?" "It won't be anything bad. At most, I will spend my whole life in a wheelchair. It will be no different from before." "Why didn't you tell me in advance?" "So what if I tell you?" He was already prepared when you asked him for the mental cultivation method. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have passed the fight to him." Only then did Meng Xiaonan finally react. Her father had been anxious about whether Su Changfeng had developed qi sense, but he had actually been waiting for this day. Suddenly, she thought of the scene when the other party gave up his position as the boss. At that time, Shen Liang pushed her from behind. "I didn't think it was anything at the time, but now that I think about it, could there be any involvement between the two? What would have happened if he hadn't cultivated the sense of breathing?" It was only then that Shen Liang slowly turned back and looked at the two people who were still teaching their skills. "Will die." Hearing this, Meng Xiaonan shed tears involuntarily. "Why are you so stupid? That's half his lifetime cultivation." Shen Liang also sighed. "Yes, he is indeed stupid. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to do such a thing. For you, he would give up everything, even almost give up his own life." It was okay if Shen Liang didn't say it, but when he said it, Meng Xiaonan cried even more sadly. Zhao Sanyang on the side also had tears in her eyes. She slowly came to Meng Xiaonan and held her in her arms. "He has been planning for this day for a long time, and you can't stop him. Instead of trying to stop him, it's better to respect his choice." Zhao Sanyang was still feeling uncomfortable, but she still wanted to persuade Meng Xiaonan. "He just wants to protect you in another way forever and prevent you from getting hurt." During the persuasion, the practice of teaching has entered the final stage. Su Changfeng was in midair, and he looked like he was about to explode. He operated Daozuan Qiankuan rapidly, trying his best to absorb the energy. Only in this way can he avoid exploding and dying. After Su Changfeng arranged everything, Shihu was not only busy going to Qingping County to look after the scene, but also had to take care of recruiting people from other villages. Fortunately, Zhang Deshang was following him, otherwise Su Changfeng would be a little worried about his safety. After all, they are going to ask for someone's help. Although the method is a little different, it is still stealing someone. According to Su Changfeng's guess, it won't be long before there will be a lot more people here. After all, the rewards I offer are a lot, which are not available to bosses in this world. If there are more people, a reasonable arrangement is needed. "Yuan Bao, where is your father?" Su Changfeng came to the wine-making site. Yuan Qing is currently in charge here, and his son Yuan Bao is responsible for assisting him. The wine-making technology cannot be passed on to outsiders. The core technology is in Yuan Qing's hands, so he will be very busy. Yuan Bao, who was busy, immediately stopped what he was doing when he heard Su Changfeng's shout. He stood up and said, "The boss is here. My father has been out for a long time. It seems he went to choose a venue." Yuan Bao, as his name suggests, is a little fat boy who looks like a gold ingot and is very cute. Reaching out and patting the other person on the shoulder, Su Changfeng began to work with him. "Didn't I tell you, just call me brother, just like Tijuan and Liuzi." Yuan Bao was a little flattered. "Big boss, my father said that this is a respectful title and can't be used casually." "What honorific? Calling me brother makes us seem closer." Yuan Bao scratched his head and laughed, not knowing how to respond. This guy is different from Zhang Tijuan and others. He is usually more introverted. If he were left with Zhang Tijuan and his gang, he would probably be bullied to the point of being at a loss. "You are so busy every day, aren't you tired?" Su Changfeng suddenly spoke, scaring Yuan Bao. He turned his head to look at Su Changfeng, then shook his head and said, "It's not tiring at all to be able to make money." Looking at the smile on the other person's face, Su Changfeng sighed slightly and said, "You are going in the wrong direction, kid. I don't believe you even if you say you are not tired." Direction. Yuan Bao was puzzled. "That's right, a true manager doesn't have to do everything himself every day. But if I don't do it, they won't do it. They don't know how to do it, so you can't teach them. My father said that the technology cannot be passed on to others. No wonder we never see this guy all day long. He is busy in the winery every day." Yuan Bao, you have to remember that no matter what you do, you only need to master one core technology, and the other technologies can be passed on. You should get used to telling your subordinates to do things and make them happy to work for you, instead of you being on the front line every day. Yuan Bao was in a daze, looking at Su Changfeng, as if he had no idea what the other person was talking about. Su Changfeng gave up what he was doing, stood in front of the other person, and began to explain earnestly. From how to allocate tasks to how to retain core technology while allowing others to learn something. And they are willing to do things for themselves. At the beginning, Yuan Bao was still confused and didn't understand what was going on, but gradually, he began to understand. Su Changfeng is in a difficult situation now. He now lacks qualified managers, and there are only a few people who can be of great use. One is Shihu and the other is Zhang Deshang. As for the others, they just mechanically busy themselves with the things they have arranged. That's why he is so tired. He just wants to train a few now. If he had a person like Rong Yoshue under his command, his life would be at least several times easier now. Yuan Qing was busy all the time and came back very late. Su Changfeng told the other party about some improvements in winemaking and technical issues. When he returned, it was almost dark. Meng Xiaonan was playing with a soft sword at home. She is proficient in all kinds of weapons, but she has a special liking for soft swords. As if he was waiting for Su Changfeng on purpose, he immediately went to meet him as soon as he saw him. "Where have you been? My father has been looking for you for a long time." Looking at this wonderful person in front of him, the exhausted Su Changfeng instantly became much more energetic and asked with a smile, "Is there anything wrong with him?" "I don't know. I didn't see you here, so I went back." "Then I'll go over and take a look." Just as he was about to leave, Meng Xiaonan stopped him. "No, if he was in a hurry, he would have greeted me long ago. He didn't say anything, which means it's no big deal, and I can go there tomorrow." As she said that, she pulled Su Changfeng to sit down at the table, and then asked Dongqing to bring some side dishes. Looking at the table full of side dishes, Su Changfeng was a little confused. "What's the special day today?" Meng Xiaonan's eyes dodged, and he kept shaking his head, saying, "No." "Then how do you?" "It's just for fun, if you don't like it, forget it." When Su Changfeng saw that the other party was getting anxious, he quickly shook his head and held the other party down. The meal was very sumptuous, and even a jar of good wine was specially prepared. Both maids were forced to sit at the dining table and eat. However, the two of them didn't eat much, so in order not to disturb the dinner of their two masters, they were tactful enough to leave them enough space. Su Changfeng thought about a lot of things, but he just couldn't remember what day it was today. That night, both of them drank a little too much. Not only did he drink more, he also talked more. Especially Su Changfeng, he didn't expect that Meng Xiaonan could drink so well. He was staggering, but the other party was just blushing. I have to say that Meng Xiaonan, after drinking, was like the woman who had just taken a bath. Her complexion is like a ripe peach blossom, delicate and beautiful, with just the right amount of rosy color. Hey, today is your birthday, you didn't forget even this, did you? His tongue began to become tangled and he leaned on Su Changfeng's body, saying something that Su Changfeng himself had not expected. When the two got married, the old woman asked him for his birth date. He didn't expect that Meng Xiaonan still remembered it. When he thought about Meng Yi looking for him today, he suddenly realized something and was quite moved. He reached out and embraced Meng Xiaonan, letting her lean on his arms. At this moment, he completely regarded the other person as his own relative. Although she is usually harsh with words, she is really good to him in her heart. The night is late and the wine is gone. Facing the wind, Su Changfeng, who was already a little drunk, suddenly shook his head. At this time, Dongqing walked out of the room. Master and Madam, the bed has been made, it's time to go to bed. Su Changfeng glanced at Meng Xiaonan in his arms, feeling the other party holding his hands tightly. Helplessly, he had to hold her and walk into the room. He staggered and reeked of alcohol, and after he entered the room, even Dongqing and Chu Yue helped him take off his clothes and shoes. When the two maids put them together, they were still hugging each other tightly. I didn't expect that the relationship between the master and his wife is so good. When she went out, she closed the door and Chu Yue said something envious. Bang! Su Changfeng's body flew out and fell hard to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Regardless of the pain, he just got up and wanted to rush to Meng Yi, but was stopped by Shenliang again. I don't want his hard work to go to waste, so I should meditate and adjust my breathing immediately. Su Changfeng gritted his teeth and just sat there, using Shenliang's arrangements to exercise his energy and adjust his breathing. At this time, Meng Yi was like an old man who was dying and didn't even want to move. Meng Xiaonan and Zhao Sanyang rushed to the wheelchair. Dad, why are you so stupid? Looking at his crying daughter, Meng Yi forced a smile on his face. Don't think of your father as being so noble. He also has his own selfish motives. Having said that, he turned his gaze to Zhao Sanyang standing beside him. He wanted to reach out his hand, but found that he didn't even have the strength to do so. Zhao Sanyang seemed to know what he was thinking and quickly extended her hand over. Holding hands together, Meng Yi suddenly smiled. Now, do you dislike me as an old man? Zhao Sanyang couldn't stop her tears from flowing down and she kept shaking her head. Meng Yi's voice continued, but this time he was talking to Meng Xiaonan. I have done what I promised your mother. Now I am free. If I accept your third aunt, you won't blame Dad, right? Meng Xiaonan also kept shaking his head. Not to mention that her father didn't do that. Even under normal circumstances, she would be willing to let the two of them be together. It's just that she never knew what her father was thinking. Father won't be able to take care of you in the future, but it doesn't matter, Changfeng will take care of you the same way. Dad has given all the fighting skills he has practiced for half his life to him. If he takes care of you, it means that Dad takes care of you. After saying that, he suddenly started coughing. Meng Xiaonan was startled and quickly turned around and shouted to Shenliang. Shenliang said nonchalantly, Don't worry, he is just an ordinary old man now, he is just a little uncomfortable with it. I prepared some medicine for him in advance and he has been drinking it for many days. It will be fine in a few days before he gets used to it. After hearing this, several people breathed a sigh of relief. Su Changfeng practiced the exercises for nearly half a day. He didn't stop until the internal forces in his body gradually stabilized. As soon as he stopped, he started looking around. Where's my father-in-law? Where's Xiaonan? Not far from him, only Liuzi was sitting there, as if waiting for him to wake up. Seeing him wake up and hearing his question, Liuzi quickly stood up and went to greet him. Uncle, my grandfather told you not to worry, Grandpa Meng is fine, he just needs to rest for 2 days. By the way, they are going back now. If you are worried, just go there now. How could Su Changfeng dare to stay? But when he was running, his body was so light that he almost flew out accidentally. Since he didn't know how to control the force, he fell heavily to the ground. Pooh. After brushing the dirt off his body, Su Changfeng didn't dare to do anything rash anymore. When he arrived at Meng Yi's residence, Meng Yi had already laid down to rest, and Zhao Sanyang was taking care of him. At this time, Zhao Sanyang no longer avoided the crowd, and was as gentle as a little daughter-in-law. Su Changfeng did not pay attention to this small detail, but came to the bedside and asked anxiously, "How is it?" His hair has turned white and there are many wrinkles on his face, as if he has aged more than 10 years all of a sudden. Meng Xiaonan squatted aside, shook his head and said, "Uncle Shen said, nothing will happen. Is it really going to be okay?" Su Changfeng obviously didn't trust Shen Liang. Last time I said that the other party's leg could be cured, but what was the result? What? You don't trust me? Shen Liang had just walked in from the outside with medicine in hand, and happened to hear Su Changfeng's words, and he was obviously dissatisfied. I said he was fine, and he was fine. With that said, the person had already arrived at the bedside, and with a slight movement, Su Changfeng was lifted up by him and thrown aside. He reached out and pulled out a few silver needles from Meng Yi's body, and began to pour medicine into him. He's not awake yet. I know better than you. Shen Liang snorted softly, so shocked that Su Changfeng did not dare to say anything more. In this world, if he owes money, he can just find a way to pay it back. It's hard to return a favor. Although he was kidnapped by Qingfeng village, Meng Xiaonan avenged him and now she is his woman again. Meng Yi passed on his lifelong skills to him. He no longer knows how to repay this great kindness. You kid, now you have got such a great advantage. If you dare to do anything to let Xiaonan down in the future, not to mention your father-in-law, I will not forgive you. Su Changfeng didn't say anything. He turned his head to look at Meng Xiaonan, then reached out and held the other's hand. Linjiang City, Su Mansion. Su Shouan was sitting in a chair, rocking back and forth. Next to her, Rong Yoshue had a smile on her face and felt quite proud. How about it, Grandpa Su, is this chair comfortable? Su Shouan laughed loudly, and his laughter echoed in the yard. It's comfortable, it's really comfortable. I'll use this chair from now on, you come back. Before she finished her words, Rong Yoshue suddenly refused to give in. Grandpa Su, Yoshue just felt that good things should be shared with you. I brought them here so that you can imitate and remake them, but I'm not giving them to you as a gift. This chair was given to you by a good friend of Yoshue, how can I give it to you again? Su Shouan twitched his beard twice, obviously dissatisfied. You little girl, even if I have never learned carpentry, I know that this chair cannot be imitated without a skilled craftsman. No way. Rong Yoshue came over, took a look, and said, my friend made this thing very simply. This is what they made during the few days I was there. Su Shouan shook his head, it's not difficult for those who know how to do it, but it's difficult for those who don't know how to do it. If I find a skilled craftsman, the best he can do is to imitate a large one. It is a bit difficult to achieve this effect completely. Time does not permit it. At this point, he suddenly laughed and said, girl, I will find someone to copy this thing, but I don't want yours either. Leave it here for now. I'll sit down and return it to you later. But it's nothing to worry about. I'm not taking away someone's love. I'm just borrowing it for a while. Rong Yoshue couldn't do anything to the other party. I'm not afraid of the other person being old, I'm just afraid of the other person being shameless. At this moment, a deep voice came from outside the yard. I can't even sleep well this early in the morning. I'm fighting for a chair with a little girl here. Seeing the person coming, Rong Yoshue hurried forward and saluted, saying, greetings, 6th Prince. Qin Hongyuan, the 6th Prince of Dakong, the uncle of the current emperor. Just by walking the short distance from the courtyard gate to here, Rong Yoshue already felt the oppressive feeling coming towards her. Qin Hongyuan looked at Rong Yoshue and raised his hand casually, no need to be polite. Are you Rong Lu's daughter? Before Rong Yoshue could speak, Su Shouan on the side took the initiative to introduce them. Rong Lu's daughter just came back from Shanghai County and brought me some goodies. The Qingfeng brew I served to you yesterday was sent by her. Take another look at this recliner. How about it? Shanghai County. Qin Hongyuan did not check the recliner, but asked, "Do you know about the Qingping County Magistrate's corruption case?" When facing Qin Hongyuan, Rong Yoshue couldn't let go at all. "Your Highness, this case was handled by Yuan Jin, the son of the governor of Yozhou. I was in Qingping County at the time and I know a thing or two about the case." Qin Hongyuan sat down at the table and a servant immediately poured him tea. "So what do you think about this case?" Rong Yoshue looked towards Su Shouan, who was sitting on the recliner, but Su Shouan said nothing and just shook the chair below him. Yoshue is just a businessman. Although she knows about these things, she doesn't understand them. Qin Hongyuan was amused, staring at Rong Yoshue, shaking his head and saying, "You guys clearly know what's going on in your mind, but you refuse to speak it out. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this incident was caused by someone being dissatisfied with the little county magistrate and deliberately plotting to get rid of him." Rong Yoshue lowered her head silently, her lips tightly closed, not daring to make a sound. Instead, Su Shouyuan, who was lying there, suddenly spoke up, "But it is an indisputable fact that the county magistrate is corrupt. A small county magistrate actually embezzled nearly 1,000,000 yuan in property. Even if he was a prince, he couldn't come up with so much money at once, right?" Qin Hongyuan sighed slightly and said, "Yes, corruption is a fact, so his death is not a pity. But it is an indisputable fact that someone in a small Qingping county dared to take advantage of the imperial court." Su Shouan stood up from the recliner and also came to the table and asked, "What is the sixth prince going to do?" Qin Hongyuan snorted lightly, "I have heard about Qingping County a long time ago. The bandit problem is rampant and cannot be completely eliminated. Before Wang Dekun's corruption, he had sent people to suppress bandits in order to gain political achievements. There wasn't a long time between the two. So your Majesty thinks that this incident was caused by those bandits? Whether it's them or not, when I return to the imperial capital this time, I will report to His Majesty that the new county magistrate must take it as his responsibility to suppress the bandits. If the bandit problem is not eradicated, this kind of thing will continue to happen in the future." Rong Yoshue stood aside, listening to the conversation between the two, and her heart skipped a beat. Her original intention was to come and see Su Shouan recommend Qing Feng Brewing to the other party, but she didn't expect to hear such remarks. For a moment, she began to worry about Su Changfeng and others. At this time, Su Changfeng naturally had no idea what was happening here. After a few days of rest, Meng Yi finally recovered. Zhao Sanyang moved to where he lived openly and took care of him every day. There was no matchmaker, let alone a wedding, but the two of them just got together. Since his legs became disabled, he rarely goes out. But now, he is pushed around the whole village by Zhao Sanyang every day. He smiles more often and will actively make jokes with people he meets. He often has food in his hands, and occasionally when he sees children in the village, he will take the initiative to play with them. Have you noticed that father-in-law has become much more cheerful recently? Su Changfeng held Meng Xiaonan's hand and sat in the yard basking in the sun. Bang! Feeling the dishonest movement of Su Changfeng's hand, she reached out and slapped it. "Don't move." Su Changfeng immediately showed a bitter face and said, "Don't be like this, we are husband and wife after all, how can we not even touch hands? Besides, your father has handed you over to me, why can't you let go?" Meng Xiaonan glared at him fiercely and said unhappily, "I haven't settled the score with you for the last time, don't push your luck, I'll let you sleep on the ground tonight." He thought that now that the two of them had broken the window paper, he could do whatever he wanted. He never expected that this woman would keep a certain distance from him, which made him feel itchy. The key point is that he knew nothing that day. So sad. He reached out to pull the other person, but Meng Xiaonan dodged him. She stood up, picked up a steel knife from the side, and said, "It's time to rest, keep practicing." Su Changfeng clapped his hands helplessly and began to practice with the opponent. According to the requirements given by Meng Yi, suddenly possessing so much internal strength will definitely require some time to adapt. During this period, Meng Xiaonan was his mentor, using various methods to help him adapt and also learn some life-saving methods. "Master, a letter from Lin Jiang." Just as Su Changfeng also picked up the steel knife and prepared to receive Meng Xiaonan's training, Chu Yue came trotting over. This woman has become more and more beautiful since she started staying with him. "Lin Jiang." Su Changfeng put away the steel knife, took the letter handed to him by the other party, and already had a guess in his mind. When he came to this world, apart from the people from Qingfeng village, Rong Yoshue was the only acquaintance he had. And the Rong family's headquarters is in Linjiang. So, there is no need to guess who this letter is, it must have been sent by Rong Yoshue. When he opened the letter and read what it said, the expression on his face changed slightly. What's wrong? Meng Xiaonan noticed that something was wrong with his expression and hurried over. It has something to do with the new Qingping County Magistrate taking office. It's been decided so quickly. Su Changfeng shook his head. It has not been decided yet, but no matter who takes office this time, the first thing to do is to suppress the bandits. Meng Xiaonan's expression also turned a little ugly, and he asked, is the news reliable? The letter sent by Miss Rong should not be wrong. After all, we have common interests. So what do we do now? Su Changfeng shook his head. We are fine, now we are the people of Dakong. Not only is it registered with the county government, but there is also a tax record, so they won't do anything to us. And you? I'm worried about other villages in Qinglong Mountain. Something might happen. Call. When Meng Xiaonan heard this, he was finally relieved and said, what does that have to do with us? Yes, these people are our prepared labor force. If they are eliminated, it will be a certain loss to us. At this point, Su Changfeng suddenly said to Chu Yue, go find Shi Hu and Zhang Deshang and ask them to come to me. Chu Yue left in response. Meng Xiaonan put away the steel knife and sat down at the table with Su Changfeng. What are you going to do? Su Changfeng put away the letter and said, hurry up and spread this news appropriately. If you do this, no one will believe you. Believe it or not is one thing, say it or not is another. Meng Xiaonan said nothing more. She didn't know as much as Su Changfeng about this kind of thing, and she was no match for Su Changfeng in terms of scheming. Soon, Shi Hu and Zhang Deshang arrived. After their efforts over the past few days, the entire Qingfeng village has recruited quite a few people. With high pay, they are happy to come here to work even though the journey is long. At worst, I can just live here and go back every few days. Looking at the smiles on their faces, Su Changfeng motioned for them to sit down and told them the news about the new county magistrate. The two people who were originally very excited became anxious after hearing the news. Suppressing bandits. Who would be willing to rob people if it can keep us well fed? Who the hell made this suggestion? This is just pushing people to their death. Listening to the two people's complaints, Su Changfeng had no choice. Could he still influence the situation in the court? A large amount of news spread out, and just as Meng Xiaonan guessed, those mountain strongholds in Qinglong Mountain thought he was exaggerating. The county magistrate hasn't taken office yet, so who issued the order to suppress the bandits? I'm afraid Qingfeng village is spreading these rumors in order to annex them. It's a thankless task, and that's exactly what Su Changfeng is doing now. When he released this news, instead of causing any resonance among the various strongholds, they began to hate him. This made Meng Xiaonan very angry. What kind of people are they? We were worried that they would be wiped out, but now they won't even send us labor even if we pay them. Looking at her cute appearance, Su Changfeng was very happy. It's their business if they don't believe it. It has nothing to do with us. Why is it okay? What if we are implicated when the bandits are suppressed? Su Changfeng took the opportunity to hold her hand, put it on his leg, patted the back of her hand and said, we can't be implicated. We are a major taxpayer in Qingping County. Having said that, he took out the last part of the deed that Meng Xiaonan had snatched from Zhao Xian. Now the time has come and these deeds can come in handy. These. If Su Changfeng hadn't taken it out, Meng Xiaonan would have forgotten about it. At that time, they robbed a lot from Zhao Xian. At first, they only used those from Tiangxianglu, and later on, they used those from various shops in the city. What about these now? This Zhao Xian is obviously a wealthy man, but the land he owns is pitifully small. Su Changfeng said cheerfully, if we can settle the 100 acres of good farmland before the new county magistrate takes office, we can gain a firm foothold in Qingping County. How many? Meng Xiaonan felt dizzy and didn't react for a while. 100 acres, you stole it yourself, don't you know? How would I know? I just threatened him at the time, and he gave it to me. In any case, the things snatched from Zhao Xian this time have been completely used up. 100 acres of fertile land would only cost Zhao Xian money to eat up all the food he had. If there was a year of famine, there wouldn't even be enough food to eat. But in Su Changfeng's hands, it plays a huge role. Through the planting work of the people in the mountains during this period, he has cultivated a lot of good things. With artificial pollination and selection of fine seeds, the products cultivated will definitely be much better than before. Perhaps the effect of these 100 acres of fertile land will not be seen in the short term. But what about 3 years, or 5 years? It should be possible to feed some people, right? After the land deeds were used up, Su Changfeng finally temporarily relieved the pressure in his heart. Every day I follow Meng Xiaonan to learn knife skills and make plans for the future direction of the entire village. The winery is still short of manpower, so all the daily output is retained. Although Tianxi Anglo sells wine, the quantity is limited every day. Papermaking is better, as it is done by the women in the village. It has to be said that he provided these women with a good livelihood. At least it was no longer the previous situation where the men worked outside and the woman worked inside. Women can also earn money to support the family. This is a first. Master, there's news from Lord Tiger. The new county magistrate has taken office. Su Changfeng, holding a steel knife and with Meng Xiaonan's arms around his waist, suddenly became alert. What's your name? What kind of person is he? Chu Yue said excitedly, I heard that it was recommended by the 6th prince. His name is Mo Jingping, and he is very young. By the way, according to the news from Tiger Lord, this Mo Jingping is a big shot, and he has 2 masters protecting him personally. Su Changfeng frowned, put away his steel knife, and asked in confusion, a small county magistrate is protected by a master. How powerful is he? Chu Yue shook her head, I'm not sure about that. Anyway, that's what Master Tiger said in the letter. He said that the county magistrate this time is not easy to deal with. Su Changfeng paced back and forth in the yard. Meng Xiaonan and Chu Yue didn't dare to disturb him. They just stood aside and waited silently. After a while, Su Changfeng finally stopped. Make the arrangements. Everyone should be quiet these days and don't cause any trouble. A new official should do the first 3 things when taking office so as not to give the other party any handle. As for Tianxi Anglo, we can discuss the expansion after the current storm has passed. According to his plan, Tianxiang Tower will be expanded soon. It may even be possible to open branches in other counties. Now that this has happened, his plan has to be put on hold. The first thing to do is to see the attitude of the new county magistrate. In this way, with Su Changfeng's arrangement, everyone was cautious, and even if others provoked them, they would apologize with a smile. Although this kind of thing is frustrating, they have no choice. Instead, people from other villages in Qinglong Mountain began to become arrogant. For them, the nearest Qingfeng village is not ordinary. They opened a restaurant in the county town and did business with the Rong family, and some even came to poach their employees. If Qingfeng village was still the leader as before, they might be a little afraid. But Qingfeng village has changed now. The strength was greatly weakened, and the boss was replaced by a weak scholar. Isn't this like doing business in these bandits' den, just like raising livestock in a pen that can be slaughtered at any time? Especially in recent times, several clashes have made them realize that the people of Qingfeng village are particularly easy to bully. Just within half a month, there were 7 or 8 collisions. Boss, our people have been robbed. Boss, Ji Heng has taken refuge in Feihu village and is blocking our way at Gitu Slope. There is no way we can get through. Boss, Rong's business with us this month has to be put on hold. We can't ship our wine out at all. Someone comes to report almost every few days. It can't be called a report, it can only be considered a complaint. Su Changfeng sat firmly on the Jiaoyute, unmoved at all, and the order he gave was just one word. Tolerate. Finally, the order to suppress the bandits was issued again. This time, Qingping County mobilized a total of 3,000 people, led by a guy named Mo He, and headed straight for Qinglong Mountain. For a moment, the entire Qinglong Mountain was silent, and everyone was frightened by the scene. Instead, it was Su Changfeng who led the team personally, pulling more than a dozen horse-drawn carriages loaded with wine, heading towards Qingping County. They acted very arrogantly and regarded these as their guards. Shihu and others were all born bandits, and they would feel timid when they saw these officers and soldiers. So they were afraid of encountering these people. But little did they know that Su Changfeng did it on purpose. As soon as they left Qinglong Mountain, they were stopped by those soldiers. At each checkpoint, there were dozens of soldiers with spears and 2 generals. "Oh my, I finally get to see you all." Su Changfeng changed his usual behavior and took the initiative to dismount and go towards these people. "Quick, present the thank you gifts we prepared in advance to the officials." Su Changfeng was stopped outside the checkpoint by these people, but he was not discouraged and said excitedly, "Due to the trouble caused by the bandits in the mountains these days, our business with Rungs cannot proceed. If the officials hadn't arrived, we would have had to pay a lot of money this time." "Rong family. Are you from Qingfeng village?" Su Changfeng straightened his back immediately. "So the officer has heard of us, so he should know that our Qingfeng village is just a village, not a banditry. We've been in a lot of trouble recently, and have been robbed several times. Show us your proof. As long as you can prove that you are from Qingfeng village, we will let you pass." Hearing this, Shihu and others finally breathed a sigh of relief and gave Su Changfeng a thumbs up. At this time, the general spoke again and said, "After you are released, you will immediately go to the county government office. Our county magistrate has something to ask you." As soon as these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded, and looked at Su Changfeng worriedly, wanting to stop him but not daring to speak at this time. After passing the first level, everyone was worried about Su Changfeng. "Boss, we can't go to this county government office. This is clearly a trap, waiting for us to jump into it. You can go if you want. I'll go with you. At least I can guarantee your safety." Listening to these people's concerned remarks, Su Changfeng didn't care at all. "Don't worry, he invited me over, which just means there won't be any danger." "Why?" "Because he wanted to get rid of me, and he had already done it just now, instead of inviting me to come openly. At least not at this critical juncture when he just took office." "What if?" The monkey stood aside, a little anxious. "Nothing will happen. Just go ahead and make the deal. I'll go to the county government office to meet the newly appointed county magistrate." After entering Qingping County, Su Changfeng parted ways with these people. He originally wanted to go alone, but he failed to get rid of Meng Xiaonan. In Meng Xiaonan's words, he had already said when he took office as the boss that he would never leave his side. It would be fine if he stayed in Qingfeng village, but how could he be allowed to fall into danger alone outside of Qingfeng village? No matter what Su Changfeng said, it was of no use, and in the end he had to take her with him. The two had seen the county government office from afar but had never been there. There were no soldiers stationed there, only some yamen runners and servants walking around. There was no hindrance at all, as if they had made arrangements in advance, and led by the servants, they directly came to the other party's resting place. A backyard with pavilions, towers and huge rocks, like a back garden. These were all written by the previous county magistrate, Wang Dikun. It's quite arrogant to build the county government like this. Mo Jingping was sitting in the pavilion, holding a book in his hand and reading it seriously. Not far away, a man in white was sitting against a rockery, holding a wine jug and drinking from it. When Meng Xiaonan saw the men, his eyes stayed on him for a while. As if noticing her gaze, the other party also looked over here. Su Changfeng from Qingfeng village greets the county magistrate. Su Changfeng's voice sounded, attracting Mo Jingping's attention. Mo Jingping put down the book in his hand and looked towards him. "Sit." He didn't stand up, but just stretched out his hand to signal Su Changfeng, and then asked the servants to pour tea. Su Changfeng was not polite and sat down at the stone table. Meng Xiaonan was dressed in tight, neutral clothes, standing behind him like a guard, motionless. Su Changfeng, a scholar from Qingping County, offended Zhao Xian, and his parents were beaten to death by him, and you were also arranged to be a teacher in the school. Mo Jingping talked about Su Changfeng's story with no expression on his face, as if he had buried all his joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness deep in his heart. However, Su Changfeng couldn't help but frown at this moment. Later, he was spotted by the daughter of Meng Yi, the leader of Qingfeng village, and was taken to Qingfeng village, becoming the leader of Qingfeng village. Kill Zhao Xian, seize all the other parties' land deeds, and take them for yourself openly. Su Changfeng, you are so brave. As soon as these words came out, Meng Xiaonan's hand had quietly slid to his waist, and he took 2 steps forward. It was at this time that the men standing next to the rockery also became alert. Su Changfeng stretched out his hand to block Meng Xiaonan and suddenly laughed. Master Mo, you are joking. Everything requires evidence. Although Qingfeng village has no power or influence, we cannot allow you to wrongly accuse me like this, right? Mo Jinping snorted and said, you bribed the former county magistrate with money and destroyed all the evidence. You are committing an even greater crime. Seeing the other party's reaction, Su Changfeng couldn't help but smile even more. He picked up the cup on the table and started to taste it. Mr. Mo invited Su here this time, it should be more than just to blame, right? It doesn't make sense that you sent people to Qinglong Mountain to suppress the bandits, but at the same time you are talking to Su about irrelevant things here. Mo Jinping remained silent, as if he wanted to watch Su Changfeng perform. The situation in Qinglong Mountain is complicated, and you have only sent 3,000 people into Qinglong Mountain to suppress the bandits. The final result will probably be the same as that of Wang Dikun, with some civilians like those in our Qingfeng village being hurt. The real gangsters could hardly move at all. So, the reason why you invited me here this time is probably because you want to hear my opinion, right? There was finally a barely perceptible tremor at the corner of Mo Jinping's mouth, and he finally took action. He just picked up the teapot and refilled Su Changfeng's tea. What does Master Su think of my suppression of bandits this time? Su Changfeng was not polite and said, Su would like to ask you, sir, why are there so many bandits in Qingping County? Why? Because of Wang Dikun's corruption, the people here are hungry and cold, and have no place to seek redress for their grievances. Since they will die anyway, they naturally have to give it a try. So we have the Qinglong Mountain and the many bandits in that mountain. Mo Jinping frowned, and even the man in white not far away pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Then do you have a solution? After just a few cups of contact, Su Changfeng already had a certain understanding of Mo Jinping. He said 2 words without reservation, recruitment. What is the meaning of recruiting? Send someone to persuade these people to change their ways, and let bygones be bygones. In the future, I can use the name of adults to ensure that they have food and drink and can live a normal life. Now my Qingping County is penniless. According to what you said, don't we have to ask the court for money? Why do you want to ask the court for money? Without money, how can I ensure that so many people have enough food and clothing? My Qingfeng village is in urgent need of manpower. As long as you can make these people become good people, I can at least feed most of them without any problem. Since you know Su's affairs so well, you should also be aware of the cooperation between me and Rome. I am short of manpower now. You have people in your hands, and I have food and drink in my hands, so isn't this mutually beneficial? Mo Jinping didn't ask any more questions, but sat there and began to think. Su Changfeng was not in a hurry and continued to talk about his theory of suppressing bandits. What the imperial court wants is peace and prosperity for the country and the people, what Lord Mo wants is the peace of Qingping County, and what my Qingfeng village wants is for the brothers in the village to have food and drink. As long as the adults agree, this will be a matter of great benefit and no harm. After a long time, Mo Jinping took a deep breath and asked again, can a winery alone provide food for so many people? Su Changfeng knew that the other party was already moved. Because the other party is different from Wang Dikun. What he cares about is not money, but political achievements. Of course the wine shop is not available, but I have recently cooperated with Rongs in another aspect. It's just that due to the shortage of manpower, I was unable to conduct normal transactions. What kind of business? Papermaking. Mo Jinping narrowed his eyes and stared at Su Changfeng, as if wondering whether Su Changfeng's words were credible. At this time, the men in white had come behind them at some point. When Meng Xiaonan came out of the county government office, he was still a little dizzy. How can you be sure that the other party will agree to you? She couldn't figure it out because Su Changfeng was so calm from beginning to end, giving people a feeling that he was confident. Su Changfeng smiled but did not answer. This Mo Jinping is a little unusual. Why is it not simple? This time Su Changfeng became interested, stopped and turned his gaze to Meng Xiaonan. Anyway, he's different from Wang Dikun, and the man next to him is very strong. The one in white. Yes, I sense a dangerous aura from him. Su Changfeng considered himself a master, at least all his father-in-law's lifelong skills had been passed on to him. But he didn't sense any dangerous aura from the man in white. No matter how strong he is, Mo Jinping has agreed anyway, so we can start planning. What's the plan? After coming out, Meng Xiaonan felt much more relaxed, exuding a youthful aura. The expansion of Tianxiang Tower must become the signature of Qingping County. There is also a brewery site and a paper mill. Paper mill. Meng Xiaonan knew about the winery, but what about the paper mill? Yes, it's a paper mill. As long as we can cooperate with Mo Jinping and convince the dozens of large and small villages in Qinglong Mountain, we can build a large workshop on Qinglong Mountain. Choose a hill, make a lot of paper, and sell it. Su Changfeng didn't know what else, but once papermaking was mastered, the profits would definitely be huge if the process was improved. As for those expensive ones, he will not talk about them, and make some paper that ordinary people can afford. By that time, his skill would become a monopoly industry. When the two returned to Tianxiang Tower, Shihu had already completed the transaction with Rome. A large amount of grain, filling more than a dozen carts, was parked in front of Tianxiang Tower, lined up in a row, which was very spectacular. Big boss. As soon as the monkey saw Su Changfeng and the other men, he rushed over immediately. That dog official didn't do anything to you, did he? Su Changfeng didn't say anything about being called a monkey. It is an indisputable fact that these people have no good feelings towards the county magistrate, and it cannot be changed in a short period of time. What can he do? Su Changfeng smiled and followed the other person towards Tianxiang Tower. All those gorgeously dressed reception girls were standing at the door. Although it is a brothel, the people there dress decently and don't even have physical contact with the customers. If it were a normal restaurant, these women did have the ability to attract customers. Therefore, today's Tianxiang still follows the style of a modern hotel. They just use some marginal means to give these women a job to support themselves. At least it seems to be working well for now. Just as I got upstairs, Shihu, who got the news, ran over. As soon as he came over, he asked, "How about it, are we going to change the policy next?" Seeing his anxious look, Su Changfeng said, "No need, Tianxiang will expand normally and must become the signature of Qingping County. In addition, let's find someone who is familiar with the terrain of Qinglong Mountain." Do what? Cooperate with Mo Jinping to recruit all the strongholds in Qinglong Mountain. What? Shihu thought he had heard it wrong and just stared at Su Changfeng in a daze. Su Changfeng also knew that Shihu would find it difficult to accept such a thing, but he had no choice. This was the best outcome. The sixth prince has given the order to wipe out the bandits with all his strength. If he doesn't do so, the entire Qinglong Mountain will be a river of blood. You know, there are many old people, weak women and children on Qinglong Mountain. Let them live a normal life, or let the imperial army attack them directly. Which do you think is better? Shihu was silent. The monkey at the side suddenly said, "Uncle, the boss is right, if there is a chance to survive, no one wants to become a bandit. Now that the opportunity has come, I don't believe they will be hard on themselves. Besides, they all have families. If they resist, do they want to follow the old path of our Shijiazhai?" These words hit Shihu's heart hard. "Okay, I'll do it. As long as Mo Jinping is a good official, I guarantee I can convince most people." Shihu left without even escorting any food back to Qingfeng village. Because he knew that in this situation, no one would be so blind as to dare to act recklessly. Tianxiang started a new round of renovation. He took back the two surrounding shops, expanded the area, and redecorated them according to Su Changfeng's requirements. At Su Changfeng's request, Yuan Qing's winery occupied a hilltop and built some simple houses, which were used only for brewing wine. The papermaking industry also found a hilltop and became a place where these women worked independently. In order to produce paper that meets the standards, the entire process is handled by several people, and each process is carried out separately without interfering with each other. This can also keep the loss of technology to the greatest extent. For a time, the entire Qingfeng village was under construction and work was in full swing. No one expected that such a small number of people could move faster than they did in their previous heyday. With enough food and money as a reward, everyone wants to work harder and earn more money to supplement the family income. Sometimes, when the labor force in the family sees that their wives earn more money than themselves, they all want to join this team. The granary was built and was guarded by a special person. Shihu and Mo Jingping cooperated and began to have the intention of setting up a copycat. Especially those who are not very strong but have gained benefits from Qingfeng village. In just a few days, more than 300 people joined their team. Those who have martial arts skills are directly placed in the team transporting goods. All the old people and women were arranged to work in wineries and paper mills. During the work period, food and accommodation are provided, and after a month, you can receive money according to your work results. It is such a good thing that even the runners in the yamen are a little jealous. Mo Jingping sat in the county government office, listening to the reports from his men, his expression becoming more and more strange. This Su Changfeng, is this how much money he can make by cooperating with Rome Corporation? With such a high salary, how much more can he earn from it? Your Excellency may not know that this wine has already been brought to the imperial capital and has become a tribute wine. Qingfeng Brew. Tribute wine. I just got the news yesterday. The 6th prince recommended it. After His Majesty drank it, he was drunk for a whole day and kept saying it was a good wine. Mo Jingping looked up at the men in white in front of him, and the expression on his face became even weirder. Nowadays, Qingfeng Nyang is not available outside the palace because the amount of wine produced is too small. People are looking for the recipe of Qingfeng Nyang everywhere. As far as I know, Rome is keeping a close eye on their papers and is urging them to finish. Mo Jingping drummed his fingers on the table until the men in white finished speaking, and then he made a decision. He raised his head and said, "We are friends with Su Changfeng now, right?" The man in white was puzzled and did not answer. Mo Jingping stood up and said, "It's normal for friends to exchange gifts and exchanges, right? Now, let's have someone prepare a small gift and go visit our old friend." The man in white finally understood, but he soon frowned and said, "Sir, where is the money?" "You don't have any money." By Qingfeng Brew. Mo Jingping flicked his sleeves and said, "My lord, I don't have any money either. Let me keep the account first." The man in white turned around and shifted his gaze to the rockery. The county magistrate came to visit, and he also brought a huge gift. This action gave Su Changfeng enough face. Su Changfeng did not expect that Mo Jingping would come to visit him, so he hurriedly took people to greet him. At the gate of the village, a smile appeared on his face as he looked at the gifts brought in by the horse-drawn carriage. The county magistrate has come, and brought such a big gift. How embarrassing. As he spoke, he began to signal Zhang Tiajuan and others nearby, asking them to take the gifts back. Master Su has helped our Qingping County solve such a big problem. I can't just not show some appreciation, right? While talking, his eyes were looking around. Behind him, the men in white followed closely. It's just that he is a bit cool in protecting people. He held a wine jug in his hand and occasionally took a sip, his eyes also looking around as if he was looking for something. Led by Su Changfeng, the group headed towards Zhongyi Hall. He thought the other party just came to express his gratitude, but after sitting there for less than a quarter of an hour, Mo Jingping could no longer stay. "Master Su, the main reason I came here this time is to see how those who were recruited are living here. Su Changfeng is not stupid. Judging from the other party's actions, this guy just wants to test his background. A winery and a paper mill. Anyway, both places are now on the right track, and the other party can't figure out what's going on." He took the other party to the winery in Qingfeng village on the spot. Mo Jingping was fine, but what Su Changfeng didn't expect was the men in white. He took his own wine jug and started drinking here. He really thinks this is a place for him to drink for free. "Bai, this wine is not cheap, don't drink too much." After Mo Jingping's words, Su Changfeng finally knew the guy's real name. It was too late. The other party's wine jug was full and he was holding a large jar in his arms. However, Mo Jingping's cheerful look clearly showed that he was trying to take advantage of this. The situation at the winery was fine, but when it came to the paper mill, the situation suddenly changed. Bai He was very interested in wine, but had no interest in Xian paper. Mo Jingping is different. He is a scholar and an official appointed by the imperial court. Looking at those sheets of rice paper, I was so excited that I was speechless. Su Changfeng stood aside, looked at the other person's appearance, and sighed slightly. Papermaking and winemaking are just two small things he has learned from his vast knowledge. Just this made the other party so shocked. If he took out everything in his mind, wouldn't it make the world tremble? Master Su, how much is this rice paper worth? Su Changfeng had no intention of hiding anything and replied directly, my transaction with Rongs is 30 coins per piece. As for what price they sell it for, I don't know. Only 30 cents. Completely different from Rong Yoshua's reaction, Mo Jingping actually thought this thing was cheap. What about the wine? On the side, Bai Yi heard the conversation between the two and asked quickly. Wine. Su Changfeng laughed. We have an agreement with Rongs for this wine. They have the exclusive right to sell it, so I can't tell anyone the price. So the wine isn't as expensive as it is sold outside. Bai He seemed a little unhappy, feeling that the money he had previously spent on buying wine wasted. That doesn't matter. If this old man likes to drink it, wait until our next wine that's better than Qingfeng comes out, and he'll give you as much as you want. Su Changfeng started making big promises again. This is the same trick I used last time to deal with the coachman Rong Yoshua. It's just that the person was not deceived. Is there any better wine than Qingfeng brew? Not only Bai He, but even Mo Jingping next to him was tempted. Of course there is. We have already thought of a name, and it will be released soon. Mo Jingping held the 8-foot-long piece of rice paper and asked again, if we buy this kind of paper. Master Mo, you are joking. Considering the great gift you just gave me, why wouldn't it be a problem for me to give you a few knives? When he heard about the big gift, Mo Jingping's expression was slightly embarrassed, but he still asked, what do you mean by a few knives? Su Changfeng was stunned for a moment, then he remembered that there was no way to measure paper here. In order to make it easier to understand, Su Changfeng thought for a while before replying, in the final stage of making our rice paper, we will use a knife to cut it. Lay the paper neatly and cut it with one stroke, so. This cut doesn't matter how many feet of paper there are, the standard is 100 sheets. After hearing this method of measurement, Mo Jingping immediately felt relieved and said, then I'll make 2 cuts first, and the money will be recorded first. Before he could finish his words, Su Changfeng interrupted him. What's the money? These 2 pieces of paper are gifts from Qingfeng village to Lord Mo. You can't do that. Although Mo Jingping was willing in his heart, he didn't dare to say it out loud. He is very different from Wang Dikan. If this matter were in Wang Dikan's hands, he would wish that the other party would give him more. If he could exchange these rice papers for silver, Wang Dikan would probably be happier. Sir, this rice paper is a gift to you, but it's actually a reward for you. Remuneration. Su Changfeng's words instantly made Mo Jingping dizzy and confused. Su Changfeng laughed and explained, our Xian paper has just been released, and many people don't know its quality. Now that the county magistrate is using our paper, if this gets out, it will undoubtedly be an advertisement for us. These 2 pieces of paper are not enough as a reward. What is advertising? Mo Jingping heard too many strange remarks today. When he was with Su Changfeng, he felt that he was particularly ignorant, as if he encountered blind spots in his knowledge after just a few words. Advertising means to make it known to the public, to publicize it. Oh. Mo Jingping nodded as if it was a matter of fact, and said, okay, I, Mo Jingping, will accept these 2 pieces of paper, and I will definitely advertise for you. After seeing Mo Jingping off, Meng Xiaonan looked unhappy. He muttered, he exchanged a stone for a jar of Qingfeng brew and 2 pieces of paper. This county magistrate is not a good person. What stone? Su Changfeng didn't understand. It's the gift he gave us. I just went to see it. It's just a piece of stone. Su Changfeng's face looked a little unhappy. Seeing that Meng Xiaonan didn't seem to be joking with him, he turned around and ran back. The large gift is still in the village. It was covered with a red cloth and you couldn't see what was inside. Su Changfeng lifted the red cloth in disbelief, and a stone that looked familiar appeared in front of him. There were 3 big characters, Qingfeng Village, written on the stone, and Mo Jinping's name below. Looking at this stone, Su Changfeng felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. If he was not mistaken, this stone was one of the ornamental stones in the county government. Tijuan, put this stone at the entrance of our stronghold so that everyone can see it. The county magistrate of Qingping County wrote this in person, and it is officially certified here. As the policy of recruiting amnesty gradually came into effect, Qinglong Mountain entered a period of turmoil. During this period, many people were in a state of panic, fearing that Mo Jinping would suddenly change his mind, gather them together and kill them. But they had no choice. The enemy is at the foot of Qinglong Mountain, and they are a group of scattered sand. How can they resist? Of course, among these people, there are some tough nuts to crack. Persuasion failed, so He gave an order, arrows were shot, and the army followed closely and flattened the city directly. What makes people feel relieved is that this He is not like Wang Dikun. He only kills those who resist. As for the elderly, the weak, women and children in the village, let them all go. Compared with these, Feiyun Village is a more typical example. This mountain village is one of the best in Qinglong Mountain, second only to Qingfeng Village. It's not because they have a large number of people, but because the boss is a righteous man and has gathered a group of fearless guys under his command. At this time, all the old, weak, women and children in Feiyun Village surrendered and were transferred to Qingfeng Village. Instead, it was the boss Qingjun, who led a group of men, and dealt with the government in this mountain. After 3 days of chasing each other, we finally surrounded these people on this small hill. As long as He gives the order, there will surely be another fight. Shi, who was following beside him, clenched his fists and kept persuading He. Sir, don't do it yet, I'll try to persuade you. Advise. He was furious and said bitterly, how many chances have I given them? They kept playing tricks on us. If it were someone else, I would have ordered a siege and killed them long ago. Shi also knew that He could not be blamed for this. Because this guy was here to carry out the order to recruit people, and every time he would order a siege and killing after others took action first. If it weren't for the death of some soldiers that angered him, those mountain strongholds wouldn't have ended up like his Shijiazhai. Shi raised his hands and walked forward slowly. Master Cheng, you are a wise man who knows the current situation. You are very clear about the current situation. Put down your weapons. I, Shi, promise that Lord Mo will not blame you. Sweat covered his forehead, for he was afraid that these people would get angry and kill him. The reason why he gave advice was not for any other reason, but because he admired Qingjun's character. This guy is the same type of person as Meng Yi. When something happened in Shijiazhai, if he did not join King Feng's Hai, he would most likely lean towards Feiyun's Hai. Moreover, there is a high probability that Feiyun Village will accept them. Your family members are all settled in my Qingfeng Village. Our boss said that as long as he has food to eat, he will never let you go hungry. Wang Dikun is dead, and things are different now. I promise that as long as you lay down your weapons and follow us to the city to register, you will be treated like normal citizens. And I will convince our boss to let you have a place in my Qingfeng Village and not be excluded. Shi tried to persuade them earnestly, but the only response he got was the birds and beasts in the mountains that were suddenly startled. Brother Shi, don't bother worrying about it. I know these people well. They have their own beliefs and will never surrender. In the distance, He was moved by Shi's persistence, and his tone was no longer as tough as before. On the hillside, in the dense forest, a group of people hid here, motionless. They heard Shi's shouts clearly, but no one put down their weapons. Qingjun stood against a tree, holding a steel knife. Apart from fatigue, no other expression could be seen on his face. Shi's voice continued. Qingjun, you are a stubborn person, and you are determined to push your own brothers to the gates of hell. Even if you don't believe me, Shi, you will at least believe Meng Yi, right? Hearing this, Qingjun, who had no expression on his face, glanced at his brothers. Lao Wang, take the people out. Brother, what about you? I. Qingjun tilted his head back, letting the sunlight shine onto his face through the dense branches and leaves. You can surrender, but I, Cheng Jun, swear to live and die with the village. If Big Brother doesn't surrender, how can we leave him alone? The whole group of people gathered around. These people all had scars on their bodies, more or less. But since they were surrounded and chased, no one has died, which is why Cheng Jun said those words just now. You have families, but I, Cheng Jun, am alone. We are different. Lao Wang kept shaking his head, turned his head to look at the people behind him, and then he seemed to have made a decision. While Cheng Jun was not paying attention, he hit the other person on the back of the head with a knife. You. Cheng Jun did not faint, but looked at his most trusted brother in disbelief. What are you still standing there for? If you don't want Big Brother to die, tie him up. Lao Wang reacted very quickly. Before Cheng Jun could react, he pounced on him and pinned him under him. At this time, a group of people rushed over and tied Cheng Jun up. On the other side, Su Changfeng was giving a lecture to the people who had just arrived at Qingfeng village. Ideological and political class. After all, I have been in Qingfeng village for so long that I know what these people are thinking. If he wanted these people to stay here without any worries and work for him, he had to resolve the doubts in their hearts. However, until the bandit suppression campaign is over, the knots in these people's hearts will never be resolved. I know you all have concerns, and I know what they are about. Su Changfeng described the scene vividly, and the expression on his face was so vivid that even he himself doubted when he had such acting ability. We have more than a dozen strongholds of varying sizes in Qinglong Mountain, and none of them came here to become bandits. The reason I came here is because my life is not going as I wish, either I don't have enough to eat or I am bullied. To tell you the truth, you can go to the county town to inquire about my, Su Changfeng's affairs, but they are not much better than yours. But the situation is really different now. Through our efforts, we have achieved peace now. Su Changfeng spoke for half a day until his mouth was dry, and no one responded to him. Those who really didn't need his lectures had already followed their brothers in the village out to work. Either they would go to the county town and follow Shihu to look after the place, or they would be broken up by Zhang Deshang and taken to deliver goods. Those who stayed here were all the old, weak, women and children who had no fighting ability. In the next period of time, I will let the people in the village teach you some technical skills. Working here, you will have food and drink, and you can also earn a lot of money to supplement your family expenses. I can't say that I can make every one of you rich, but at least I can make sure that you and your families have enough food and clothing. Su Changfeng began to make promises. In the future, I will build a school here so that every child can read and learn to read. Qinglong Mountain is our common home, and we need to work together to build a beautiful home. Not far away, Meng Yi was being pushed by Zhao Sanyang, watching and listening from afar. Until this time, Meng Yi suddenly laughed, turned his head and said to Zhao Sanyang, "See, if this kid goes to the court to be an official, he will have great achievements." Zhao Sanyang rolled her eyes, showing her charm. "Is this why you went to so much trouble to bring him here?" Meng Yi laughed even more happily and retorted, "It's not me who wants to tie up that person, it's Xiaonan." "Xiaonan was fooled by you too." Zhao Sanyang looked down at Meng Yi's legs and sighed, "Similarly, you have ruined yourself. Old Wang, you are a bunch of traitors. Even if you tie me up, I will never surrender. I will live and die with Feiyun village." In front of Qingfeng village, Shihu led a group of people to surrender. Cheng Jun was tied up by these people and carried here. Su Changfeng was very familiar with this scene. When he heard the noise and rushed over with people, he saw this emotional scene and couldn't help but glance at Meng Xiaonan next to him. Meng Xiaonan seemed to know what he was thinking. Although she felt guilty, she pretended to know nothing. "Uncle Shi, what's going on? Why are you?" "Chu Yue, quickly take him to Liu Zi's house and treat his injuries first." Su Changfeng stepped forward, looked at these people, and started making arrangements without even waiting for their explanation. However, no one took any action and everyone stared at Su Changfeng. "What are you looking at me for? Untie him now." Shihu smiled bitterly and stepped forward and said, "Boss, this is Cheng Jun, from Feiyun village. This guy was stubborn and insisted on fighting the government to the death. They couldn't stand it anymore and tied him up. I finally got him back from Mohe. After hearing this explanation, Su Changfeng was stunned. Is that so? Then keep tying him up and call all his family members over to give him some good advice. We are all Big Brother's family. The one who answered Su Changfeng was the temporary leader Wang Bangchang, also known as Old Wang by Qingjun. With just this one sentence, Su Changfeng understood what it meant. He came up to Qingjun, looked him over, and said, "Why bother? If you're not afraid of death, why are you afraid of living?" Qingjun was stunned by these words and forgot to yell for a moment. "What's your name, old man?" Su Changfeng turned his gaze to Lao Wang. "Wang Bangchang, just call me Old Wang." Su Changfeng nodded. "Okay, I can live here with peace of mind from now on. I don't have to lick blood from the knife edge, and I can live a stable life. This Qinglong Mountain was your home before, and it will be your home in the future. Mr. Cheng is a little emotionally unstable. You take him back first and tie him up so that he can take a good look at Qinglong Mountain. Let's make him stay here willingly and make him convinced." When Meng Xiaonan and others heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched, but they didn't say any more nonsense. It wasn't until Lao Wang and others headed towards Shenliang under the leadership of Qiuyu that Shihu came over. "Master, this Qingjun is a good person. There are many good players in Feiyun village and they are very powerful." "Just those people?" Su Changfeng became interested. "Yes, those guys are all favored by Qingjun. Any one of them can fight me for several rounds." Shihu was obviously concerned and continued, "The reason why Qingjun refused to surrender is because he is alone. My family members were killed by Wang Dikun before." Su Changfeng understood, and his expression became a little solemn. "Let's comfort him first. Wang Dikun's death was caused by us. As long as he is a person of character, he should know how to be grateful. We can start from this aspect." Shihu nodded vigorously. "I understand, I know what to do." The two were still discussing in a low voice when Qingjun, who had just reacted, started shouting again. "I want to see Meng Yi, bring Meng Yi to me." Su Changfeng frowned. No matter how he looked at Qingjun, he didn't seem like a particularly powerful person. He even wondered if Shihu had made a mistake. With Su Changfeng's arrangement, Qingjun was tied up and looked after and persuaded by Lao Wang and others. He wanted to see Meng Yi, and he actually saw him. Looking at Meng Yi, who was sitting in a wheelchair with a head full of white hair, my heart sank. Especially what Meng Yi said to him, which made him feel uncomfortable, confused and at a loss. "The food in Qingfeng village is very good. I have never eaten so full before I was tied up." The women from the former Feiyun village would often greet him when they saw him. The previous fears of these people disappeared and smiles appeared on their faces. I also saw the children sitting together, being taught by a special person how to read, and there was no distinction between boys and girls. He was somewhat repulsed at first, but suddenly he became curious about this place. "Old Wang, is it okay to leave your eldest brother to me?" That day, Su Changfeng came over holding a jar of wine. Behind Su Changfeng, Qiuyu followed from a distance, waiting for instructions at any time. "You are joking, boss. We are relieved to leave it to you. I just need to go out with Brother Shihu to register at the county government office." After Lao Wang left, Su Changfeng directly pulled out the steel knife and cut the rope on Qingjun's hand. "Master Cheng, shall we go for a walk?" Qingjun was not surprised at all, he just moved his palms and said, "There is nothing to leave. I admit that your Qingfeng village is very powerful now. But I can't ask Qing to bow to the government." Su Changfeng opened the jar of wine in his hand and handed it to the other party. "New wine, not sold outside yet, I guarantee you haven't tasted it." Seeing the other party take the wine jar, Su Changfeng said, "I didn't ask you to bow to the government, I just changed a way to survive. You have been in Qinglong Mountain longer than I have, and you have feelings for this place. From now on, this will be our common home." Qingjun picked up the jar of wine and took a big gulp. It feels hot when it goes into the throat, but it makes people feel refreshed. Good wine. Su Changfeng smiled and continued, he was the county magistrate. After a few years, he achieved political success and was transferred away, but we are still here. Since he wants political achievements, we will give him political achievements, but he needs to pay a certain price. Cheng Jun was stunned for a moment, just staring at Su Changfeng, motioning him to continue. Protect us and let our people live and work in peace and contentment. The word escort could not impress Cheng Jun, but the word live and work in peace and contentment broke down Cheng Jun's defenses. Live and work in peace and contentment. Really? Just look at my Qingfeng village and you will know that in such a short period of time, we have no shortage of food and we have enough food at home. Cheng Jun had no way to refute this. Because he had seen the granary of Qingfeng village and witnessed the transaction between Su Changfeng and the Rong family. He also watched the cartloads of grain being put into the granary. Besides, there are many people like Wang Bikan, but as long as they are against us, we can also raise our butcher knives and chop them down. Cheng Jun took a deep breath, took another sip of wine, and said, just like this time when you framed the other party. Su Changfeng stood in the wind, looking at the hills in the distance, his clothes fluttering in the wind. That elegant look made Chu Yue, who was following from a distance, stare at him in a trance. Sometimes, the Jianghu is not only about fighting and killing, but also about the human relationships and ways of the world. When you waved your knife at Wang Bikan, you violated the laws of the imperial court and eventually became a bandit, like a rat crossing the street, without a family. By using different strategies, he not only kills people, but also allows himself to get away with it. As the art of war says, the best strategy is to attack the enemy's plans, the next best is to attack their alliances, the next best is to attack their troops, and the worst is to attack their cities. The best strategy is to attack the enemy's plan. The best strategy is to attack the enemy's plan. Cheng Jun muttered to himself, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Cheng Jun was persuaded and was willing to stay in Qingfeng village and join Su Changfeng in conquering the world. After learning about this, Lao Wang and others held a banquet to celebrate. In the area where the people of Feiyun village lived, a bonfire was lit and the aroma of meat spread across the entire hilltop. This time, the celebration was not only attended by the internal staff of Feiyun village, but also Su Changfeng and others were specially invited. The other party provided barbecue, while Su Changfeng provided seasonings and wine. A group of people sang and danced and gathered together. In front of the campfire, Cheng Jun held a jar of wine and barbecue in his hand, and continued to drink with Su Changfeng. You know what, this seasoning of yours is simply amazing. Just sprinkle a little bit, and the barbecue is instantly different. Holding the small porcelain bottle, Cheng Jun was no longer as decadent as before. It's okay. If I give this business to you, are you sure you can make it bigger? Su Changfeng was also eating barbecue. Next to him, there were some cut rice paper in case of emergency. Business, what business? It's the seasoning business. Su Changfeng shook the bottle in his hand and said, make a large amount of these things and sell them on a large scale. Just like the salt we eat every day, if we make this kind of thing available to every household, there should be money to be made, right? As Su Changfeng explained, Cheng Jun forgot to eat the meat and held the jar of wine motionlessly. After a long while, he took a deep breath and asked, if we do this kind of business, how do we determine the price? Of course the initial price should be higher, so that our products can appear more valuable. But it can't be too expensive, otherwise many people will not be able to afford it. So it can be several times more expensive than salt. Cheng Jun was silent and began to think. Su Changfeng's voice continued. As time goes by, our costs will gradually decrease, and the price will naturally drop gradually, to a level that everyone can afford. In this way, we can make a lot of money by selling at a low profit margin. The plan is good, but Cheng Jun is not very optimistic about it. It may be possible in the early stages, but when the business grows to a certain size, people will definitely target you. When the benefits are big enough, many people will come to compete for it. Cheng Jun's worries were not unreasonable, but Su Changfeng had already made plans for these. So while we are expanding our business, we must also strengthen ourselves. No matter how powerful you are, can you be stronger than the imperial court? Su Changfeng smiled and didn't explain further. The two of them drank together until they were both drunk. Cheng Jun suddenly spoke up and said, no matter what, you are the boss. I will do this business and I will do it the best. Seasoning is not something that can be made casually. It requires manpower and a recipe. Some things need to be dried and ground, while others need to be fried in a pan. In short, this thing will be the most difficult one to imitate in Qingfeng village. Su Changfeng also considered carefully before handing this thing over to Cheng Jun. Having nothing, Cheng Jun started preparing from scratch. According to Su Changfeng's arrangement, an independent hill was also set up and a workshop was established. They built earthen walls and put up fences, and made the whole hill look presentable. While construction was in full swing here, Tianxiang Tower in Qingping County had finally completed a new round of expansion. Just the area it occupies is several times larger than before. On the first day of the opening, not only were drinks half price, but any customer who came to eat here could even have their meal for the day waived if they could write a poem. Not just literature, being good at martial arts is also fine. If you set up a fighting ring in front of this store and win 5 games in a row, you can also get 1 day's meal free. If you can become the consecutive champion, you can even continue to do it for free. At first, some people thought that Su Changfeng's arrangement was inappropriate. It was not until the business here became booming that I realized the significance of his actions. This is also a form of advertisement, a way of promoting Tianxianglu. People coming from the south or the north, as long as they come to Qingping County, will definitely gather at Tianxiang Tower, at least to join in the fun. As a result, even though the venue of Tianxianglu has been expanded several times, it is still packed every day. This Su Changfeng is simply a genius. He can even come up with this method. Below the ring, Mo Jingping was deeply moved as he watched the 2 people still fighting above. With his current behavior, it won't be long before many people in remote areas will hear the news and come here. Bai He, who was standing by, heard his remarks and said with a smile, "Isn't this exactly what the adults want to see?" Mo Jingping laughed, "That's right, the more famous Tianxianglu is, the more famous our Qingping County will be. As Qingping County becomes more prosperous, our people will gradually live a better life." Mo Jingping was speaking when, without noticing, the white crane beside him leaped up and landed on the stage. What is he going to do? Mo He, who was standing by his side, suddenly smiled and replied, "I don't have any money, but I saw the rules of Tianxianglu and wanted to get a free meal." Mo Jingping looked a little embarrassed and said, with his ability, wouldn't he be the champion every day in this arena? Mo He shook his head, "That's not the case. His strength is strong, but it's far from enough in Dakang." At this point, Mo He seemed to suddenly think of something, and said to Mo Jingping, "By the way, uncle, there are some unfamiliar faces in our Qingping County these days. These people came here to ask around for news about Qingfeng brewing." As if Mo Jingping had guessed it long ago, he said nonchalantly, "Let them investigate." From the moment they entered Qingping County, this matter was destined to be complicated. That Su Changfeng is not an easy bone to chew, not to mention that their interests are tied together with those of the Rong family. No matter who comes to investigate, they will all come back empty-handed in the end. Mo He was a little puzzled and said, "Is it not possible that someone offered a higher price and squeezed out the Rong family? Or maybe launch another wine, do a collaboration?" Impossible. Su Changfeng is very smart, he understands the pros and cons of this matter better than anyone else. Moreover, the Qinglong mountain is now like a rope, and whoever troubles them will be in trouble. A powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Su Changfeng is now the local snake of our Qingping County. Then why did uncle allow them to occupy Qinglong mountain? Su Changfeng said that this is beneficial to all 3 parties. There is no reason for me to refuse. Mo Jingping glanced at Bai He, who was still challenging on the ring, then turned and left. He explained, "Besides, Su Changfeng has good things in his hands. If he continues like this, it will be of great benefit to Qingping County and Dakang. For example, once the Xian paper is circulated in the market, do you know what it means?" Mo He shook his head. He didn't think as much as Mo Jingping. His mission was to protect the other party. It means that Dakang's literacy rate will increase greatly. Within 10 years, Dakang will be full of talented people. Mo He was silent and turned his head to look towards Tianxiang Tower. Because on the 2nd floor of Tianxiang Tower, Su Changfeng was sitting in front of the window, watching the situation on the ring in front of the door. Su Changfeng was sitting in the wing room on the 2nd floor, always paying attention to the situation outside Tianxiang Tower. He didn't come here to watch any boxing competition, but to check the response of rice paper. Things like leaving a poem for a free meal and boxing competitions are all just his tricks to attract customers. If you want to leave a poem in Tianxiang Tower, you have to write it down, right? The paper used for writing is the Xian paper they made. The paper used for promotion at the entrance of Tianxianglu is also their Xian paper. Those who pass on this kind of things are usually the literati. Look, in just less than a day, many people here have started to inquire about the origin of Xian paper. Anyone who has used Xian paper will ask the waiter at Tianxiang Tower about it. The waiter at Tianxianglu had prepared the responses in advance and gave a unified reply. The paper used is Xian paper. In the next few days, a study room will open opposite Tianxiang Tower, and some Xian paper will be sold here. The price is low, ensuring that many people can afford it. Once the news spread, all the literati and wealthy children in Qingping County became excited. Instead, it was Meng Xiaonan who sat opposite Su Changfeng, holding her chin with both hands, staring at him like a little fangirl. If you do this, won't it ruin our cooperation with Rongs? Su Changfeng knew what Meng Xiaonan meant. She was simply worried that the winery's business would fail. But since Su Changfeng dared to do this, he had already made various preparations. Don't worry, we haven't signed a contract with Rongs for the Xian paper business. They just have priority. That's also a kind of agreement, right? Meng Xiaonan was puzzled and said, "You are now openly selling paper, how can she make money from it? We have two prices for our paper." What's the meaning? Not only Meng Xiaonan, but even the two maids serving beside them pricked up their ears and listened. Since they followed Su Changfeng, they were always able to learn a lot of knowledge that they had never been exposed to before. One is the factory purchase price, which is the price I discussed with Rong Yoshue in advance. Of course, that price is only limited to that type of paper. The other is the sales price of each Dakang store. For example, the paper we made before was sold to the Rong family at 30 cents per piece. But if we sell it ourselves, it will cost at least 50 cents. This would give the Rong family a buffer profit of 20 cents, and they could also take advantage of regional differences to sell at a higher price in the early stages. Do you understand what I mean by that? As if he was afraid that Meng Xiaonan might not understand it very well, he even went out of his way to describe it. After his description, Meng Xiaonan finally understood, and gave Su Changfeng a thumbs up, saying, "If that's the case, we really didn't break our promise." But Sister Yoshue must be feeling bad. Su Changfeng doesn't care about that. He had to have a long-term vision. Once Qingfeng study opened, he would definitely sell more than just paper. All the pens, ink, paper, and inkstones are for sale. These are big businesses. As long as they can expand these businesses, even if they are not royal merchants, they will be able to compete with trading companies like Rongs in the future. At this time, opposite Tianxiang Tower, Monkey, who had finished his work, was leading his men towards this side. He saw with his own eyes this guy running into his box. "Boss, everything has been arranged. Once the paper is delivered tomorrow, we can open for business." Su Changfeng stretched out his hand and motioned the other party to sit down and talk. After spending such a long time together, Monkey knew Su Changfeng's temper. He didn't bother to be polite with him. He sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. "My uncle has already taken people back and is preparing to load the truck." Su Changfeng smiled and said, "You all know the watermark on paper, right?" "I know." Monkey said excitedly, "We can't sell anything without a watermark. My uncle has already arranged this." Su Changfeng nodded, "Okay, you guys can take care of this matter, I still have to go to our farm. It's the autumn harvest season recently, and as a small landowner, I still have to check on my own fields." Looking at Su Changfeng's expression, Meng Xiaonan pouted and had no idea what Su Changfeng was happy about. Small landlord. Not to mention Qingping County, looking at the entire Dakang area, small landlords are also the representatives of poverty. If you own 100 acres of fertile land, you can be called a small landlord, but these people have to support a large family and the farmers who help them farm. The most important thing is to pay taxes to the court. Therefore, if you want to live a good life, 100 acres of good farmland are far from enough. She had promised everyone in Qingfeng village that she would protect their safety, so wherever Su Changfeng went, she would naturally follow him closely. A carriage for 2 people. As for their maids, they sat outside the carriage and drove it. It is not far from here to the location of their farm. It is not far as long as you leave the city. Sitting in the carriage, Su Changfeng reached out to grab Meng Xiaonan's hand again, but was pushed away by the other party. Don't move. Su Changfeng was very shameless. Instead of feeling embarrassed, he continued to do bad things. The second time, Meng Xiaonan did not resist. She seemed to know Su Changfeng's temper and was determined to achieve her goal. Sometimes she doesn't understand, is it really fun to take advantage of such small things? Su Changfeng played with the other person's little hand like a child who saw a fun toy and couldn't let it go. Before she knew it, Meng Xiaonan leaned on him. Although they said no, the two had already had sex after all. And every night when they go to bed, their sleeping positions are not very good, and one of them always crosses the line. Gradually, Meng Xiaonan got used to the intimate contact between the two. Just as she relaxed, Su Changfeng's palm became restless. Playing with your hands is just the beginning, not the end. As his hands slowly climbed upwards, the 2 maids outside the carriage began to worry. "Ma'am, are you feeling unwell?" There was no response, but the occasional panting sound and the weak voice of blame coming from the carriage made the 2 maids more worried. "If you're not feeling well, let's go back. We can go to the farm anytime anyway." The carriage slowly stopped. At this time, Su Changfeng's voice suddenly sounded, "Madam, it's okay, go to the farm first." "Are you really all right? Can the master still deceive you?" Chu Yue wanted to open the car curtain to take a look, but was stopped by Dongqing. The carriage continued to move forward until it arrived at the farm, then it stopped. "Master and Madam, we have arrived at the farm." There was no response, but the interior of the car shook, as if something was being sorted. Soon, Su Changfeng opened the curtain, stuck his head out, and jumped out of the carriage with Chu Yue's support. When Meng Xiaonan walked out of the car, the 2 maids looked at her strangely and hurried forward to help tidy up her clothes. There was something wrong with this itinerary. When they first entered the farm, the staggered thatched houses caught the eyes of Su Changfeng and others. During the autumn harvest, farmers wearing coarse linen clothes and holding hoes work in the fields. Su Changfeng, who had just been messing around in the carriage, suddenly stopped when he saw the scene in front of him. These farmers had their clothes soaked with sweat, but no one complained. Are they really not afraid of getting tired? Just because this autumn harvest season is their hope for the year. Chu Yue, bring over those account books I asked you to sort out earlier. As soon as Su Changfeng finished speaking, Chu Yue immediately took a thick book from the carriage. These books are all cut from their current rice paper, covered with cloth, and sewn with needle and thread. When Su Changfeng opened the account book, he frowned as he looked at the accounts. These things did not belong to them, but were collected by him from other places. I just want to compare and see how these big landlords collect rent. I didn't think anything of it before, but when I saw the real scene now, my heart skipped a beat and I felt a little uncomfortable. How do they survive the winter with so little food? This time, it was not Chu Yue who answered him, but Meng Xiaonan, who had already tidied her clothes. He slowly came to Su Changfeng and explained, "This is why there are so many people robbing in Qinglong Mountain. We can't do this." Su Changfeng handed the account book in his hand back to Chu Yue and slowly walked towards the farmers. This was his first time here, but this place had already been taken over by his people. As soon as they saw him coming, several brothers from the mountain village who had been stationed here in advance immediately came to greet him. "Boss, why are you here?" Su Changfeng waved his hand, signaling to the brothers not to be polite. Said, "I just came to see how our people are living." As he spoke, he walked towards the farmers. These people seemed to know who Su Changfeng was. As soon as they arrived here, these people immediately called Su Changfeng boss. However, these people were very afraid of them, and even avoided looking at Su Changfeng. Looking at those shirtless children bending over to harvest, Su Changfeng was even more stimulated. The harvest this year is not very good. Su Changfeng grabbed a handful of straw and said something that made the farmers even more frightened. "Don't worry, sir. We will gather enough food no matter what. You won't be left without any." Su Changfeng shook his head. "Give it all to me, what will you eat? Let's deal with it, we can still get through it." Su Changfeng smiled and looked at these people. Looking at the evasive eyes in front of him, Su Changfeng turned his gaze to the brothers behind him. Pay all the taxes this year, and leave the rest for them to use during the winter. When he said this, everyone around him thought they had heard it wrong. Even the brothers from Qingfeng village nearby were the same and even put forward their own opinions. Boss, this is not good, right? There has never been a precedent like this before. Su Changfeng put the rice in his hand back to its original place, clapped his hands and said, "There's nothing wrong with it. This little bit of food is just a drop in the bucket for us. Instead of wasting energy on this, we should think about what to plant after autumn." Growing things in autumn. Including Meng Xiaonan, everyone looked at Su Changfeng with strange eyes. It is their custom here to plow the land after the autumn harvest and leave it for further planting in the spring of next year. It's not that we don't want to plant, but there are no crops that can withstand the cold. On the contrary, Su Changfeng didn't care at all about how these people looked at him. These people had no way of influencing his decisions. He did not explain too much, but arranged for the two brothers who were previously guarding here to go back to the village to prepare. Let someone bring some of the things he cultivated over here. Cut bamboo, translucent fabric, and cultivated vegetable seedlings. It's not much, but it's enough for planting on these 100 acres of fertile land. Moreover, the early stage is just a testing phase, and he needs a large number of people to help guard these things. Aren't these farmers now good candidates? When the farmers heard that Su Changfeng would not collect their crops today, they all knelt down in front of him excitedly. He kowtowed repeatedly until Su Changfeng couldn't even pull him up. "I say, if you continue like this, I will take back my previous decision." Only then did these people stand up. Looking at these simple farmers, Su Changfeng didn't know what to say. He did not return to Qingfeng village that night. Chu Yue asked people to go to the city to find some quilts, and cleared out 2 thatched huts for them to live in. They eat what the farmers eat. Chewing the dry bread and drinking the porridge with only a few rice grains, Su Changfeng felt even more sad. He suddenly understood the people on Qinglong Mountain. If it were him, living such a life, he would also go into the mountains and become a bandit. At least you can still dig up some wild vegetables in Qinglong Mountain. Here. That night, Su Changfeng was in a bad mood, and Meng Xiaonan noticed it. When a few people were eating, they talked much less than usual. "Master, it's time to go back and rest." The night was as cool as water. Su Changfeng sat in front of the thatched cottage, in a daze. The two maids watched from a distance and did not dare to get close. Meng Xiaonan came up to him and took his arm. Su Changfeng was slightly startled and turned his head to look at the other person. "Why aren't you asleep?" Meng Xiaonan actually leaned on his shoulder. This was the first time in history. "How can I sleep if you're sitting here all the time?" After hearing this, Su Changfeng finally helped the other person back into the house. The hut was simple. There was no table for dining except a bed. However, the quilts on the bed were all clean, which looked very out of place with the entire thatched hut. Today's Meng Xiaonan was quite surprising. Since entering the farm, Su Changfeng has been somewhat surprised by everything that has happened. First, he behaved somewhat intimately with me, and then he took the initiative to hug me. So, after they went to bed, I don't know if it was because the bed was small or if the woman did it on purpose, but she squeezed tightly together with him. The smooth skin caught Su Changfeng's attention. Turning his head to look at Meng Xiaonan, who had her eyes closed, he even thought he was wrong. This woman actually took off her clothes. She is never like this normally. He stretched out his hand, felt the warmth on it, and looked at the other person's red face. Su Changfeng finally understood what was going on and turned over and pressed on him. That night, in the small thatched hut, Su Changfeng reached the peak of his life. Last time he only felt the result but not the process, but he finally experienced it in this farm. The sound of the wind, the chirping of insects, the shaking of the wooden bed in the room, and Meng Xiaonan's deliberately suppressed voice came together to form a beautiful movement. On the first day, we only sold rice paper. A large amount of rice paper was transported from Qingfeng village to the study, and everyone was eagerly waiting. Coupled with the popularity of Tiangxi Anglu in recent days, the study has also gained a lot of attention. The literacy rate in Qingping County is not high, but when everyone gets together, they are a considerable force. All the prices are posted at the door of the study, accurate to every piece of paper. When you enter the store, there are paper samples. If you want a certain type, after looking at the samples, just greet the counter staff. When they saw the price, the students went crazy. They have used these rice papers. The writing effect of the cheapest hemp paper is not very good, but the writing effect of rice paper is very good. Even second only to those expensive silk cotton papers. For a moment, these students began to buy crazily, as if they had found a huge bargain. The spread of paper is still very fast. After the rice paper was sold, some people used it to copy letters, and within less than a day, the news spread throughout Shanghai County. Shanghai County, County Magistrate's Office. County Magistrate Wen Shuyang had a very interesting expression on his face when he was holding the letter sent from Qingping County. Is this from Mo Jinping? Your Excellency, it was indeed sent from Qingping County. Wen Shuyang took the letter paper and flipped it over casually, looking at it continuously. I couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the sixth prince, the paper he used to write the letter is different from ours. However, the quality is not as good as the paper sold on the market. Your Excellency may not know that this kind of paper is called Xian paper, produced in Qingping County, cheap and very practical. How much is it? 50 cents. When Shuyang became restless, he took the paper and compared it with those on his desk again and again. Finally, a conclusion was reached. If he were to choose, he would definitely choose the one in his hand. A lot cheaper, and great for writing. Now, go to Qingping County immediately and buy me some. I will report this to His Majesty, and he will surely be very pleased. Sir, this paper seems to be the property of the Rong family. Rong family. When Shuyang was stunned for a moment, feeling a little confused. He asked, why did the Rong family start their business in Qingping instead of Linjiang? Qingping County should be suitable for making this kind of paper. When Shuyang nodded, a smile appeared on his face, and said, no matter what, Qingping County is under the jurisdiction of Shanghai County, which is beneficial to us. You can go to Qingping County now and buy a car for our internal use, which can save us a lot of expenses. He brought a cart with him as soon as he opened his mouth. This county magistrate is no ordinary person. He didn't know that if he went to Qingping County now, he might not even be able to buy a car, let alone $1. The popularity of paper was beyond Su Changfeng's understanding. Not to mention selling them outside, he almost couldn't stand the pressure and disposed of all the things he had given to Rongs. Fortunately, he did not sell them all, otherwise he would not be able to explain to the other party. Look, in just 2 days, the news spread to Linjiang City in Yozhou. Rong Yoshue was so angry after listening to the report from her subordinates that she didn't know what to say. Even her maid Shang Yun was gritting her teeth in hatred. Miss, we take them seriously, but they don't take us seriously at all. Now, they are doing the rice paper business on their own. The price has been set, and everyone knows the price, so how can we do this business? Rong Yoshue did not answer, but paced back and forth, thinking of a countermeasure. After a long time, she sighed slightly and said, I believe that since he has promised that the cooperation with Xian paper will give priority to us, there must be room for turning back. We will immediately send people to Qingping County to find out the truth. No, I have to go by myself, this is a big deal. Shang Yun showed a bitter face, Miss, you really can't go there for this matter. You have promised the eldest princess that you will be going to the imperial capital this time, and you may even have to meet the emperor. And the rice paper, you made a promise to the princess, if this matter cannot be resolved. Shang Yun didn't dare to think any further. If this matter cannot be resolved, it will easily put the Rong family in a dilemma. I will write a letter, and you send someone to take it to Qingfeng village. Our caravan will also go with it. Shang Yun breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the other party finally listened to her advice. When Su Changfeng received Rong Yoshue's letter, nearly 2 days had passed. At this time, Qingfeng's study is still selling Xian paper in limited quantities. Because of their relationship, the previous paper business was squeezed and could not be sold at all. They would rather queue up at the door of Qingfeng's study than pay a price comparable to gold to buy the expensive silk cotton paper. At this time, Su Changfeng was standing with his hands behind his back, Reading the opening words of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The Yangtze River rolls eastward, its waves washing away all heroes. Success or failure is all in vain, the green mountains remain, and the sunset is still red. The white-haired fisherman and woodcutter on the river bank are accustomed to seeing the autumn moon and spring breeze. A pot of muddy wine brings joy to our reunion, and all the events of the past and present are turned into jokes. Although this poem was added by later generations, he felt that if he published a book, using this poem as the opening would definitely attract many people. He was reciting while Meng Xiaonan was concentrating on writing. If there are words that he cannot write or do not understand, he will ask Su Changfeng directly. It would certainly be unrealistic to ask Su Changfeng to memorize the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, but he could retell the general plot in his own words. Just as he began to speak, Chu Yue came trotting over with a letter in her hand. "Master, the Rong family's caravan is here, along with a letter from Miss Rong." Su Changfeng was slightly startled, then he laughed and said, "The news spread very quickly, it has already reached Linjiang. I just wonder why she didn't come in person." As he spoke, he took the letter that Chu Yue handed over. On the side, Meng Xiaonan, who had just finished writing, shook his sore wrist and said unhappily, "What? You're so tempted by her beauty that you really want her to come." You know what, she suddenly felt that practicing sword skills was much easier than writing. Even if she practiced for several hours before, she didn't feel as sore as she did now. No way. Su Changfeng smiled bitterly, "I just think that with her personality, she would definitely go there in person. It must be something bigger than the rice paper business." After Meng Xiaonan's reminder, Su Changfeng suddenly came to his senses and a hint of expectation appeared on his face. When he finished reading the letter, he handed it to Meng Xiaonan. "Your good sister is anxious and afraid that we will monopolize the business. She is trying to provoke me with words." Having said this, he turned to Chu Yue and instructed, "Tell Uncle Yuan to hand over the papers prepared in our warehouse to the Rong family caravan. Remember, only give it to those with watermarks." Chu Yue responded and ran out immediately. Behind him, Su Changfeng's voice continued, "Remember to let Yuan Bao participate as well. This kid has made a lot of progress in recent times." New. Looking at Chu Yue's departing back, Su Changfeng couldn't help but sigh and said, "This girl is finally getting familiar with me." This was the first time Su Changfeng got up late since he traveled through time. Chu Yue, who was familiar with his sleeping state, stood at the door for a long time but heard no movement in the room. Could it be that the master is so particular about his bed that he couldn't sleep last night? Dongqing also came to the door and waited for Meng Xiaonan. He was holding clothes in his hands, waiting to be called by his master. Hearing Chu Yue's words, she shook her head and said, "Probably not. The master can sometimes fall asleep while lying on a chair. He sleeps very well." Chu Yue frowned, "That's because there are too many mosquitoes here, so I didn't sleep well last night." "There aren't any mosquitoes in this weather, right?" The two talked at the door and watched the breakfast time pass. Even those who had returned to the village to deliver the seedlings had returned, but the two masters still hadn't gotten up. "How about shouting? It's better not to. We have finally had a good rest. If we wake them up again, the master will blame us. Sleeping until you wake up naturally, this is how Su Changfeng is now." When he came out of the house, he felt refreshed. "Since I traveled through time, I have never been as energetic as I am today. It's so late." Looking at the two maids who were pounding their legs at the door, Su Changfeng said, "Go in and help madam change her clothes. Remember to be careful." Not only Su Changfeng, but Meng Xiaonan is the same. When she came out, her face was rosy and she seemed to be a few years younger, giving people a more charming and beautiful feeling. Not only did his mental outlook change, but his attitude towards Su Changfeng also underwent a 360-degree turn. On this day, perhaps because Su Changfeng was in a good mood, he actually took the initiative to help the farmers plow the land. Teach these farmers to plant all the vegetable seedlings in the fields. "Master, if you plant them like this, they will freeze to death in the winter and won't grow well at all." Su Changfeng turned around, glanced at Chu Yue, and said with a smile, "Since they will freeze to death, then keep them warm." "How do you keep warm?" Not only Chu Yue, everyone present turned their eyes to Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng often makes some weird remarks, and Meng Xiaonan has gotten used to it. However, it is precisely because of his strange remarks that Qingfeng village has developed into its current scale. Master, is there any way to keep these seedlings warm? Meng Xiaonan's way of speaking has changed, and Su Changfeng really benefits from this attitude. It's just to keep them warm. We can just build a house for them. As he spoke, he asked people to bring over all the cloth and bamboo that had been prepared in advance, and started to build the shed according to his instructions. With strength in numbers, a small vegetable greenhouse was soon built. Looking at this achievement, Su Changfeng's face was full of smiles. See, the shed made in this way can block wind and prevent frost. When it's really cold, we can light a fire inside to keep the temperature constant. Hearing this, everyone in front of them was dumbfounded. Especially these farmers, they always feel that their boss is a little whimsical. Planting in spring and harvesting in autumn is the law of nature. Their boss actually wants to change the law of nature. How is this different from sorcery? But Su Changfeng was the boss, and he left all the grain they grew to them yesterday, so even if they disagreed in their hearts, they wouldn't say much. Soon, all the farmers in the farm began to follow Su Changfeng's orders. With the help of fellow villagers, greenhouses were built on most of the fields. Greenhouses of all sizes wasted a lot of money for the village. From a distance, they look like huge buildings, attracting a lot of attention. Remember, you must always pay attention to the situation here. When winter comes, others will have no vegetables, but we will have them. Then, we can sell these vegetables to the rich people in the city and exchange them for enough food. The price of winter food will definitely be much higher than usual. Su Changfeng's words made these farmers particularly concerned. At least we should hold on until winter and see how things go, right? They have wasted so much money, and if they offend their boss, they will be in big trouble. Looking at her own achievements, Meng Xiaonan got on the return carriage and stared at Su Changfeng. Her eyes seemed to be able to speak. Waste so much money just to give them a good life. Su Changfeng leaned against the car window, stuck his head out, and watched the farmers waving goodbye to them. Of course not. This is one of our industrial bases. What base? Well, the farmland planting industry. The expression on Meng Xiaonan's face was particularly wonderful, and he said, just relying on these more than 100 acres of land. Su Changfeng finally withdrew his gaze, closed the car curtain, and put his arm around Meng Xiaonan's slender waist. Don't underestimate these 100 acres of land. Not only can it improve our lives, but it can also lead the trend of the entire Dakong. At this point, he seemed to have thought of something and said again, by the way, when we go back this time, we have to find a way to let the people in the village learn how to raise livestock. Farming. If you can raise chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, and the like, you can raise them. Things are different now than they were before. Su Changfeng said with emotion, now that life in our village has improved, it is necessary to raise some livestock to prevent waste. With these livestock, their manure can be made into fertilizer and spread on the fields, and they can also be slaughtered and eaten for meat during festivals. If you are short of money, you can sell them to ease the pressure of life. Are there so many benefits? Meng Xiaonan's eyes lit up and he secretly kept all of this in mind. Not only Meng Xiaonan, but even the two maids driving the carriage in front, secretly kept these in mind. There are many benefits. These are just small things. As our quality of life improves, there will be more benefits in the future. Meng Xiaonan looked at the other person with admiration on her face. It's better to be educated and have a quick mind. One person can do the work of 10 people. Sometimes I really envy Sister Yoshua. Listening to Meng Xiaonan's sour words, Su Changfeng comforted her, don't compare your shortcomings with others' strengths. You envy her brain, but she envies your skills. Meng Xiaonan shook her head and said in a coquettish tone, husband, can you teach me how to read and write? Don't you know how to do it? But I'm not good at it. I can't write poetry or articles, and my handwriting is not good either. Hearing this, Su Changfeng laughed, and at the same time an idea came to his mind. He said, how about this, you teach me martial arts and I help you study and practice calligraphy. Meng Xiaonan nodded repeatedly, it's a deal. The two of them stretched out their fingers and hooked them together like children. It's a deal, and I already have a plan in my head. What's the plan? Isn't our Qing Feng study about to open? From now on, I will dictate and you will write, and together we will write a few masterpieces. Really? Of course, I've already thought of the title for the first part. It's called Romance of the Three Kingdoms. A large amount of paper was given to the Rong caravan at the price of 30 cents. Su Changfeng also wrote a letter back to Rong Yoshue. Meng Xiaonan, who had only written the beginning, was obviously not happy. However, the time had come and Su Changfeng needed to take care of other things, so she did not force him. He practices martial arts in the morning, then takes an hour to write books, and then it is Su Changfeng's normal working hours every day. Although he is always by her side, Meng Xiaonan is actually busy with his own affairs most of the time in Qingfeng village. Although Su Changfeng is now able to protect himself, she still follows him every time he goes out. There was no way. Su Changfeng was too important to Qingfeng village, and he was afraid that something might happen to him accidentally. Walking in Qingfeng village and looking at the busy people, Su Changfeng had a constant smile on his face. By the way, Chuyue, let's go to Uncle Lu first. Lu Chun, the carpenter of Qingfeng village. Before coming to Qingfeng village, his life was also quite miserable, not much better than Su Changfeng's. Of course, given his personality, he wasn't valued much after arriving at Qingfeng village. It was not until Su Changfeng's arrival that he was taken seriously. At this time, Lu Chun was busy in his yard with tools. Various kinds of chairs were placed in his yard. These were all drawn by Su Changfeng and completed by him. No matter how much he worked, Su Changfeng would pay him enough wages so that he could supplement the family income. In fact, he didn't even have a wife. He could feed his whole family with just one person, and he didn't need much money. However, the chair he made was given as a gift by Su Changfeng and was very popular. For example, Rong Yoshue asked them to customize several lounge chairs, and the price was outrageously high. Big boss. As soon as he saw Su Changfeng, Lu Chun immediately stopped what he was doing and walked towards him. He has a simple and honest face and doesn't look very smart. This is also the reason why he is not valued in Qingfeng village. But Su Changfeng never looked down on him, which is why he was so devoted to Su Changfeng. Uncle Lu, are you still busy? Su Changfeng smiled and came to the other party's workplace, picking up the scraps of wood on the ground. I'm not busy. I just have nothing to do, so I made some small things. Are you free? Su Changfeng smiled and said, how about I find you something to do? Lu Chuanlai became alert, wiped his palms, and said excitedly, boss, please give me your orders. Forget about giving orders. I just want to make some small gadgets. I need a lot of them, so it's a waste of time. It's just time. I have plenty of it, Lu Chun. Su Changfeng didn't say much, but sat down where Lu Chun used to work, and then raised a finger-sized piece of wood scrap in his hand. Well, I want a batch of really nice little things. It is square, and the words engraved on it are smaller than the words on our usual books. Lu Chun listened carefully without making any comments. Chuyue, who was standing by, became interested. She knew that whenever her master made such a strange request, something good would come out. Either it's an idea to make money, or it's something that has never appeared before and has a huge impact. How about this, we'll make one on the spot first, and you can just imitate it later. There are no other requirements, just that the size must be consistent and there can't be too much deviation. Having said that, the two began to prepare. Narrated by Su Changfeng and produced by Lu Chuanlai. It was just a small piece of wood, and Lu Chun quickly made one according to the other party's description. Then, Su Changfeng took a pen and wrote a word in reverse on it and asked Lu Chun to carve it. At first Lu Chun didn't know what was going on, until he finished carving a piece of wood, then he suddenly realized. Boss, this thing looks a bit like a seal. This is not a seal, but the principle is similar. And I need a lot of them. I need to make a part for each word. The more the better. Is that a problem? That's definitely no problem, but I need someone to help me, after all, I can't read very well. Su Changfeng waved his hand and said, that's no problem. I'll arrange the staff for you. So Su Changfeng found some people for Lu Chun and let him choose by himself. Some are literate, and some have nimble fingers and can do a little carving. In short, his actions gave people the feeling that something big was about to happen. For example, brewing wine, making paper. Every time it appears, there will be big moves. This matter soon reached Meng Xiaonan. When she learned about this, the first thing she did was to find Su Changfeng. "Master, is there any profitable business again?" "Money, money, money." Meng Xiaonan is now almost obsessed with money. Su Changfeng smiled and responded, "I will keep this matter a secret for now. I will tell you the answer after we finish writing part of our book." His behavior made Meng Xiaonan quite unhappy. However, since Su Changfeng didn't say anything, she had no choice but to guess on her own. "Boss, something happened." The very next day after this incident happened, Monkey rushed back from Qingping County and brought back bad news. "What's going on?" Looking at his anxious expression, Su Changfeng had a bad feeling in his heart. The Rong family's caravan was set on fire while heading to Linjiang. Rice paper. The monkey took the water handed to him by Chu Yue and drank a large bowl of it in one breath. "Yes, it is the rice paper shipped from here. Are there any casualties?" What Su Changfeng cared about was not the paper, but the caravan. There were no casualties, but there was a trader who set a fire on the way, burning more than half of the rice paper on several trucks. Hearing this, Su Changfeng's face brightened and he said, "So, some of them were rescued?" "Yes, we found it in time. 2 cars were not burned. The trader was caught." Su Changfeng paced back and forth for a long time, and then asked again, "Didn't they say a few days ago that someone in Qingping County had been asking about our Qingfeng brewing? What was the result?" Speaking of this, the monkey became excited. "Those guys got beat up." "Hit?" "Yes, my uncle suspected that it was Mo Jinping who did it, because there was a shadow of Baihe in it." Su Changfeng was happy. There is finally some good news about the burning of Rong's Xian paper. Mo Jinping took action, obviously standing on the same front with him. In the future, the development of their Qingfeng village will be smoother. We don't need to worry about the Rong family. If they dare to take action, it's definitely not something we can provoke. But we must be careful in Qingping County. Go back and tell your uncle that we are not strong enough now and cannot step into the spotlight. We need someone to carry the banner for us. If you encounter someone you don't want to mess with, go find Mo Jinping." Monkey nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry about this, boss. My uncle also said the same thing." The monkey came back to report the news and to report the situation in the county to this side. Ever since their business grew and Qinglong Mountain was unified, their people travel between the two places every day. He took the opportunity to run between the two ends. It's very tiring. Dakang Imperial Capital is a symbol of prosperity and nobility. The city walls are tall and solid, demonstrating the royal majesty everywhere. The city gates were open, people were flowing in, vendors were hawking all kinds of goods, the sounds were one after another, and it was very lively. A luxurious carriage slowly came from outside the city gate. The driver of the carriage was the same one who had eaten barbecue and drank wine with Su Changfeng in Qingfeng village. "Uncle Fu, let's go directly to the Pear Garden. This Pear Garden Poetry Festival is organized by the princess. We can't go too late." There was no response, but from Uncle Fu's actions, it could be seen that the driver was a little anxious. Every time Rong Yoshue came here, she would feel deeply moved by the prosperity of this imperial capital. In fact, she and the eldest princess were still friends, the kind of close friends who seldom met but often communicated through letters. The Liyuan Poetry Festival is held in Liyuan every year, and all the guests invited are princes, nobles, and children of officials. This is the first time for her to do this. Therefore, she attaches great importance to it and also wants to take this opportunity to promote her business. For example, the rice paper she asked for to be delivered in advance is a typical example. It was a good idea, but she didn't expect to be tricked by Su Changfeng halfway through. Whenever she thought of Su Changfeng's Qingfeng study, she felt sad and felt that she had been fooled by him. Just when the carriage was about to reach the Pear Garden, it suddenly stopped. Rong Yoshue opened the car curtain and asked, "What's wrong, Uncle Fu?" Uncle Fu turned around and said with a smile, "A letter has been sent by carrier pigeon from Qingping County." Qingping County. Rong Yoshue's heart moved, and she immediately took the letter box and opened it carefully. Now even the letter paper has been replaced by rice paper. The content of the letter was simple, but it made her feel greatly relieved. "Miss, is there any good news?" Shang Yun asked in a low voice. Brother Su did not lie to us. The rice paper sold at Qing Feng's study for 50 cents was sold to us for 30 cents. Moreover, Qing Feng's study has limited quantities, and all the rice paper they have produced recently has been supplied to us. As she spoke, she carefully put away the letter. The carriage continued to move forward, and Shang Yun's expression became strange. She said, "If he sets the price at 50, won't that put a stop to our price?" Rong Yoshue shook her head with a smile on her face, and said, "Brother Su wants everyone in the world to have paper to use and books to read. This is a great good." Shang Yun kept curling her lips. Although she didn't have much contact with Su Changfeng, she understood him. "This person is not as great as my lady said, he is just a greedy guy." Before, she kept calling him Su Changfeng, but now that she knows the situation, she immediately changes her mind to Brother Su. "Miss, you change your mind very quickly." Hearing Shang Yun's teasing, Rong Yoshue blushed. Liyuan is located in the center of the entire imperial capital and is very close to the imperial palace. When their carriage arrived here, there were already many carriages parked here, as well as guards and maids escorting their masters. Compared with the carriages in front of him, Rong Yoshue's luxurious carriage seemed a bit shabby. She put on a veil and, with the support of Shang Yun, went towards the pear garden. Uncle Fu parked the carriage aside, and his voice rang in Rong Yoshue's ears. "Just go in, if there's any danger, I'll rush over as soon as possible." This is the pear garden, and the poetry gathering was organized by the eldest princess. What could happen? As soon as I entered the opera house, I saw young men from aristocratic families dressed in gorgeous robes, as well as wealthy ladies with veils and enchanting figures. What these people were talking about was actually related to her, the Rong family. To be precise, it is related to the tribute wine they sell. You have to be the eldest princess to get the Qingfeng wine that is usually worth a fortune. This Qingfeng brew is a fine wine that even the emperor praises highly. Last time, I was scolded by my father for 3 days just to have a sip. I heard that the paper we use for writing poems and painting today is a little different from usual, but I don't know what the difference is. One sound after another reached the ears of Rong Yoshue and his servant, making them laugh. They didn't have many acquaintances here, and wearing veils would not attract anyone's attention at all. Sitting in the corner, Shang Yun leaned close to Rong Yoshue's ear and whispered, "Miss, these people have never seen the world. This Qingfeng brew is so common in Qingping County, but they regard it as a treasure." Rong Yoshue reached out and touched her. "Keep your voice down, Qingping County is far away from here, and Qingfeng Yang is a tribute wine, so there is not much produced. It is normal that they can't drink it. It won't be long before this stuff isn't so rare anymore." Shang Yun didn't care at all, muttering, "It was the same then." Miss Meng said that their Qingfeng village has produced Qingfengshui, which is much better than Qingfeng brew. Phew. Rong Yoshue laughed out loud. But she said, "Okay, stop talking, someone is coming." At this moment, several maids came hurriedly. As soon as they came in front of the two of them, they said, "Excuse me, are you Miss Rong Yoshue? The princess wants to see you." It was not until this time that the young men and women around noticed the two inconspicuous women sitting in the corner. "Look, the poetry reading is about to begin." I don't know who shouted. I saw a dozen maids dressed in the same way, each holding a stack of rice paper, slowly coming over. After the young men and ladies were seated, the rice paper was placed on the table in front of them. The princess said that the poetry gathering is a grand event to showcase everyone's strengths. For such a grand occasion, there is no need to be too polite. Please feel free to write. If there is not enough paper, someone will bring it to you. After he finished speaking, the young eunuch retreated. Soon, someone discovered that this rice paper was different from the usual ones. "May I ask, Princess, what kind of paper do we use to write?" How could the princess have the time to answer? At this time, the eldest princess was receiving Rong Yoshue. But she hadn't arrived yet, so naturally someone here would answer for her. "In reply to your question, our princess said that this is Xian paper, which is cheap and suitable for writing and painting. Your Majesty likes it very much. Therefore, the paper used for this poetry gathering was instructed by Your Majesty. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone below became excited. With the current emperor's instruction, the meaning is different. In other words, even the current emperor paid attention to this poetry reading. Maybe their performance this time will be noticed by the emperor. Rong Yoshua never thought that she came here just to promote Xian paper. Now, she hasn't done anything, and the paper has already been publicized. In this imperial capital, at a poetry meeting held by the royal family. Just the fact that Your Majesty likes it is the biggest advertisement. From this day on, Xian paper will become famous and everyone will take it seriously. Not to mention Rong Yoshua, even Su Changfeng probably didn't expect that the speed of delivery of rice paper would be so fast. If people knew, this paper burning incident would become extremely funny and ridiculous. She doesn't know now that the reason why the eldest princess invited her alone this time is also closely related to the current emperor's selection of a concubine. The eldest princess knew, Su Shouan knew, Ronglu knew, but Rong Yoshua didn't know. Pear Garden, inside the waterside pavilion. Rong Yoshua was chatting with her princess friend whom she rarely saw. It seemed like they were just chatting, but Rong Yoshua was actually not happy at all. Yoshua, I treat you as a sister, and you should also know that no one else can influence the decisions of His Majesty. If you enter the palace, you can break the deadlock of no one in your Rong family serving as an official. Besides, His Majesty is only a few years older than you, and His Excellence will not let you down. Rong Yoshua looked very bad, her head turned to the side, not daring to look into the eldest princess' eyes. I have only one younger brother in the Rong family, and he is still a minor. If I enter the palace, who will share the burden for my father? Besides, Yoshua already has someone she likes. Since Her Royal Highness considers Yoshua a friend, she shouldn't force her, right? Do you have someone you like? The eldest princess was obviously stunned for a moment and didn't quite believe what Rong Yoshua said. Soon, she regained her noble and elegant temperament, slowly stood up, and walked to the fence of the water pavilion. The light steps swayed gently, emitting a charming glow. With your talent, Rong Yoshua, it would be hard to find someone you like in this world, right? Besides, do you think the current emperor would give up on someone he likes so easily? No one knew how complicated Rong Yoshua's heart was. She even regretted coming to the opera house. Please grant me your blessing, princess. Bang. Rong Yoshua just knelt down like that. When she knelt, even Shang Yun who was standing beside her was frightened and knelt down as well. It was at this moment that an inappropriate voice sounded in the pavilion. Miss, I'm afraid we can't attend this poetry gathering. Our rice paper was burned. The sloppy old man, reeking of alcohol, bowed and came up to Rong Yoshua. No one knew how he got in. When his voice rang out, it was too late for the princess's guards to react. The eldest princess turned around, looked at the old man, and stretched out her hand to stop the guard who was about to rush over. At this moment, the expression on her face was extremely complicated. Just as he was about to speak, Uncle Fu came forward and pulled Rong Yoshua up. Like an old man who knew nothing, he said to the princess, something bad has happened in my family. Our young lady should be able to go back, right? The eldest princess nodded subconsciously and opened her mouth twice, but not a word came out. Thank you, princess. At this time, Rong Yoshua finally reacted and hurriedly thanked the eldest princess. Until the three people left, the eldest princess in the water pavilion was still staring at the background of the three people, in a daze. Why is he here? And he has become Rong's servant. He shook his head slightly and said to the people around him, go check who started the fire. Rong Yoshua, who had just left the opera house, breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Fu, thank you for what you did just now. Uncle Fu was driving the carriage, holding a wine jug in his hand, and occasionally taking a sip. Hearing this, he said nonchalantly, why thank an old man like me? You should thank the person who set the fire. This time the loss was huge, so much rice paper was burned in a fire. Rong Yoshua's expression also turned a little ugly. This truckload of rice paper was the key to her opening up the market, but now it had been burned. This immediately disrupted her plans. Apart from those big businesses, no one else would dare to set fire to our Rong's merchandise. As for us, How are we going to tell Brother Su about this? It may be difficult to get him to produce so much rice paper again. When she thought of the conversation she had just had with the eldest princess in the pear garden, she felt irritated. The key point is that Shang Yun at this time has not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. Miss, we haven't seen His Majesty, have we? Rong Yoshue shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. Since you haven't seen her, we can use our relationship to describe her as ugly, so that His Majesty won't have any intentions on you. Rong Yoshue turned her head and looked at the simple-minded maid. Is this a matter of appearance? This is a matter of politics and money. What the current emperor is attracted to may not be her as a person, but it is very likely the wealth of the Rong family. This shows that the national treasury may be empty and Dakong is not what it seems to be. Uncle Fu, we don't need to go back for now, let's go directly to Shanghai County, Qingping County. On the other side, in Qingfeng Village, in the small courtyard where the boss lives. With his hands behind his back, Su Changfeng began his book-writing journey with his wife. The general trend of the world is that after a long period of division, there will be unification, and after a long period of unification, there will be division. One speaks and the other writes, and there is an occasional pause in between, but it does not affect the writing speed. Because speaking is always much faster than writing. Because Meng Xiaonan focused on practicing calligraphy, he only wrote about 1,000 words in an hour. Su Changfeng was very satisfied with this speed. Maybe Meng Xiaonan had made arrangements in advance, because at this time of day, the two maids would always come over with something or other. But today, there was no sound of anyone talking for an hour. Only when it was over did Meng Xiaonan shake his aching wrist with satisfaction, then stood up and organized what he had written today. Although there are some corrections, I am still satisfied with it overall. Master, what dynasty is this Qin dynasty? What year was the end of the Eastern Han dynasty? Why have I never heard of it? The corner of Su Changfeng's mouth twitched. If Meng Xiaonan had heard of it, then there would be something fishy about this matter. It's correct that you haven't heard of it. It's just a story, all made up. When we really publish a book, we will have to write on the first page that this story is purely fictional and any similarities are purely coincidental. Otherwise, if I sell it, someone with ulterior motives might use it to make trouble and offend others, which would be bad. Phew. Hearing this, Meng Xiaonan laughed out loud. This smile made Su Changfeng feel better. After the baptism of love, Meng Xiaonan has become more mature than before. It used to be, but now the character should be changed too. Especially the display of the other person's figure, which really makes people unable to stop. Master, what are you looking at? Seeing Su Changfeng staring at her, Meng Xiaonan blushed and gave him a cold look. Su Changfeng smiled and said, I was thinking, this is too uncomfortable for you. I should design a pair of underwear for you. What kind of clothes are underwear? It touched upon my own blind spots in knowledge. Su Changfeng smiled and said, it is a kind of clothing that allows you to be free from restraints, move around easily and look beautiful. No, I have a lot of inspiration now. I will draw the blueprint first and ask Sanyang later. Without Sanyang, Dongqing can make it by herself. As he spoke, he had already walked to the table, picked up a pen and began to write and draw. Meng Xiaonan was a little curious, but she stood aside, holding her breath, not daring to disturb him. Even the two maids who ran in at the right time were stopped by her. Because I used a brush this time, I didn't paint very quickly. But when the figure appeared in Meng Xiaonan's sight, his face suddenly turned red. Seeing Su Changfeng stop what he was doing, she finally couldn't help it. Husband, can I wear this kind of clothes? Why not? Not only can you wear it, you're guaranteed to be comfortable in it. At this point, he said to the two people standing at the door, you two came at the right time, come here and let's study together how to make this dress comfortable and suitable. Dongqing, your choice of fabric is not good, it is too rough and not suitable for close-fitting wear. You have to understand that this dress is a woman's second skin, so it must be made of good material. Chuyue, don't rush to cut it. Measure the size first and make sure it fits just right so it's comfortable. The two maids didn't know what to say after listening to their master's strange remarks. Master, we can understand that the fabric is of good quality, but the size. Chuyue turned her head and looked at Meng Xiaonan, feeling a little troubled for a moment. Su Changfeng was slightly stunned and also looked at Meng Xiaonan. Meng Xiaonan was stared at by these three people, her face as red as a ripe apple, and she subconsciously took 2 steps back. "How do you measure this size?" she asked in a low voice. Su Changfeng stretched out his hand, gestured, and then looked at Meng Xiaonan. "Of course you have to measure it with your palm." As he spoke, Su Changfeng pulled Meng Xiaonan into the house. This scene made Meng Xiaonan very embarrassed and the 2 maids very happy. It was not until Su Changfeng took out a cotton rope that she realized that she had been tricked by Su Changfeng. The master and his servant were extremely busy working on Su Changfeng's idea. The clothes hadn't been made yet, but Cheng Jun came over first. "Boss, our seasoning samples have been made. Would you like to take a look first?" After hearing this, how could Su Changfeng still have the heart to make this underwear? He left the stall directly to the master and his 2 servants, and followed Cheng Jun towards the hill where the Qingfeng seasoning factory was located. Seeing him leaving, Meng Xiaonan curled her lips. "You were still talking about making clothes, but you're running away now." On the side, Dongqing and Chu Yue kept laughing. In fact, the master is a very good person, and he still has a lot of time to spend with his wife. Look at those wealthy families out there, each of them has 7 or 8 beautiful wives at home, and they also have other affairs outside. Our master is busy making money all day and doesn't bother to do these things. When Meng Xiaonan heard this, he reached out and picked up a piece of cloth and held it against his chest. The smile on her face grew wider, like a bud about to bloom. Su Changfeng and Cheng Jun rushed all the way and greeted the people here. When they arrived at the hill where the seasoning factory was located, Cheng Jun couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect the boss to be so skilled." Su Changfeng was slightly stunned and instantly understood what the other party meant. He walked along the way without blushing or getting out of breath. Looking at Cheng Jun again, there was no comparison at all. However, he didn't know that Su Changfeng only possessed strong internal strength. If a real fight broke out, he would be no match for Cheng Jun. Soon, under Cheng Jun's arrangement, several porcelain jars appeared in front of Su Changfeng. A familiar smell attacked Su Changfeng. Holding the spoon prepared in advance, they began to taste one by one. With every bite, the smile on his face grew wider. "Yes, although it feels like something is missing, but if we sell it, it will definitely change an era." Su Changfeng is very confident in himself. These things will inevitably enter thousands of households. Moreover, once the formula of this thing is mastered, it is impossible to imitate it with the technological level of this society. This is a total monopoly. "So, you can sell it?" Cheng Jun was already a little anxious. The winery is making a lot of money, but the Xian paper business is short of manpower and is complaining about a shortage of staff every day. He is the only one who is still doing research. Not only has he not made any money, but he has also invested a lot. If he doesn't make any progress, he'll be too embarrassed to go out and see people. "You can sell it, but it has to be packaged. You can't sell it in bulk like this." "What is packaging?" Su Changfeng scratched his head and began to think. Seeing this, Cheng Jun didn't dare to disturb him. After about a cup of tea, Su Changfeng suddenly looked up and asked, "Do these things have names?" "Name?" When Cheng Jun heard this, he immediately came to his senses and said, "Yes, I asked Brother Meng to get them. Qingfeng number 1, Qingfeng number 2. This name is very casual, but he likes it. As long as you have a name, you can take these to Tianxiangla first and sell them there. Selling it temporarily. During this period, you must first find a way to buy the shop next to Shu Qingfeng's study. I will ask the paper mill to produce a batch of paper bags for packaging." Paper bag. Cheng Jun was not too worried about buying the shop. As long as the money is enough, he believes the other party will definitely sell it. Instead, he was a little confused about the paper bag in Su Changfeng's mouth. "This is a sales tactic. I can't explain it to you now. After I make it, we can discuss it slowly." After solving the problem here, Su Changfeng ran to the paper mill without stopping. Nowadays, in paper mills, except for the real papermaking masters, the people working outside are all women. We talked and laughed, and made money. As soon as he saw Su Changfeng, he immediately greeted him and said hello. Su Changfeng was a little anxious and shouted directly to a young man in the distance. Xiaosheng, where is your master? The young man was dirty and covered in sweat. Hearing Su Changfeng's question, he hurried over. The master has gone up the mountain to select materials. If the boss has anything to do, you can tell me. Su Changfeng grabbed the other person and said, it's just a batch of papers. It's the same if you come. For Su Changfeng, these things should not be difficult to make. But he didn't know that he was just thinking about things with modern people's thinking. Often, things that he thinks are not difficult can make these people feel embarrassed for a long time. So, he was writing and drawing on the ground with a stone for a while, but Tianxing still couldn't figure out what was going on. Boss, may I know what these papers are used for? It can be made into bags to hold things, such as salt, seasonings, etc. But, you can just use bottles or cans or something like that to store these things. If you use paper, won't it rot? Su Changfeng shook his head. This involves something about sales. It doesn't matter whether it's rotten or not, as long as it's not rotten when we sell it. And after customers buy them home, they can unpack and pack them themselves. Tianxing still didn't understand. Since you will have to take it apart after you buy it, why bother putting it back together? He couldn't understand, but he was not the boss, so he had to do whatever Su Changfeng arranged. After Su Changfeng finished his explanation, he wrote down these knowledge points one by one. I'll go try it first, and when my master comes back, I'll discuss with him how to do it. Su Changfeng had just finished his work when Lu Chun sent someone to find him. A part of that batch of gadgets has already been produced, and I want him to come over and take a look to see if they are up to standard. It can be said that Su Changfeng is very busy today. Busy as hell. Small squares, neatly arranged, all the same size. All in all, there are at least more than 100. Several people carved so many things in such a short time, and Su Changfeng was also surprised by their speed. How about it, boss? Does this meet the requirements? Looking at Lu Chun's excited expression, Su Changfeng did not answer. Instead, he took out a book-sized wooden board that he had prepared in advance. This piece of wood was glued together in advance. Put these small pieces of wood on it and click them lightly to make them fit together perfectly. Come on, let's try the effect first. Lu Chun didn't understand why, but he still followed Su Changfeng towards Zhongyi Hall. Here, there is paper for writing and ink that has not yet dried. Su Changfeng arranged the wooden blocks in a certain order. Although there are not many words, it is still possible to arrange them into a few simple sentences. The first few sentences are fluent, but the latter ones feel a bit forced because of the broken characters. For Su Changfeng, the main thing is testing. It doesn't matter whether it works smoothly or not. After arranging them, apply a layer of ink evenly on the wooden blocks, and then gently place the pre-cut paper on them. A magical scene appeared. As Su Changfeng made rubbings, neatly written words appeared on the paper. According to Su Changfeng's requirements, all these fonts are very neat, so there is naturally a certain difference between printing them on paper and writing them. However, when the paper was gently peeled off, Lu Chun's heart couldn't help but start beating. He didn't dare to speak until the paper was completely removed. I understand. With our rice paper and this piece of wood, we can make books in batches. The boss is truly a god, he can even imagine this method. Looking at the other party's excited expression, Su Changfeng chuckled and nodded, but did not feel proud of it. Lu Chun's excited voice continued. With these books, our children will no longer have to worry about having no books to use. His thoughts were still on his small family, but Su Changfeng knew that if this movable type printing technology could be popularized, it would have epoch-making significance, just like the emergence of rice paper. Perhaps the craft of using rice paper can be preserved so that people cannot learn it in a short period of time. But movable type printing is different. As long as someone looks at the manufacturing process once, they can immediately apply it to other situations. Master, Miss Rong is here, and Madam wants you to come over. Just as Su Changfeng was talking to Lu Chun about movable type printing, Chu Yue, who was making underwear at home, came jogging over. Those long legs are extremely beautiful when running. Rong Yoshue. What is he doing here at this time? Su Changfeng picked up the freshly printed paper and headed home. Isn't it related to the burning of rice paper? Just as he muttered a few words, Chuyue spoke again from behind. "Master, they are not at home. Madam took them to the fields." "In the field?" The expression on Su Changfeng's face became even weirder. "What are you doing in the fields at this time? The autumn harvest has passed, and the entire field is covered with greenhouses they have built. It is bare and there is nothing to see." However, the other party had gone over there, so he had no choice but to go towards the fields. He didn't walk fast, but Chuyue had to jog to keep up with him. In the fields, Meng Xiaonan was taking Rong Yoshue for a stroll. Two maids followed at a distance. When Su Changfeng saw Rong Yoshue again, he always felt that this woman had changed in some way. Less agility, more sadness. As if he was always paying attention to this side, as soon as Su Changfeng arrived, Rong Yoshue immediately noticed him. "Brother Su." There was finally a smile on the face that had never smiled. "About the burning of rice paper." Su Changfeng started talking about serious matters, which made Rong Yoshue very unhappy. "Not entirely. The main reason is that I forgot one thing when I came here last time." "What's up?" "Brother Su is a forgetful person. You probably don't remember that you owe me a poem, right?" When she said that, Su Changfeng frowned. He didn't even remember that he had promised her to write a poem. "Why, Brother Su, are you trying to cheat?" In just a short while, she, who was originally a little sad, actually forgot all her worries. Meng Xiaonan saw the other person's appearance and sighed slightly. But she still held Su Changfeng's arm and said, "The master promised Sister Yoshue, so now that I have some free time, why not write a poem for her?" Su Changfeng shook his head. "How can it be so easy to write a poem? How can it be done just by saying so? But when you wrote the book before, the poem Lin Jiangxian was very good." He didn't expect that the one who held him back was actually his own wife. "What is Lin Jiangxian?" Rong Yoshue was obviously curious. She looked back and forth between the two of them, trying to find out something. Before Meng Xiaonan responded, Su Changfeng spoke first. "Lin Jiangxian, I'll keep you in suspense for now. You'll understand soon." Seeing this, Rong Yoshue did not force it, but smiled and said, "Since Lin Jiangxian is keeping it a secret, then the poem I owe you should be delivered today, right?" Su Changfeng has a headache. He is familiar with Tang and Song poetry, but if he is asked to suddenly pick out a poem, he will be at a loss. Because once you write it down you have to explain it, and covering up the lie is the most troublesome thing. Rong Yoshue didn't care and said, "Shan Yun, take out the pen, ink, paper and inkstone I prepared." Looking at Shan Yun who suddenly came, Su Changfeng felt even more headache. This woman came prepared today, and I really can't hide from her today. "Chuyue Dongqing, come over and help me so that I can write more easily." Meng Xiaonan was also very curious, so she immediately shouted to the two maids. Now Su Changfeng is forced to do something he is not prepared for. He has to do it no matter how hard it is. He looked around and suddenly remembered the scene when he saw Rong Yoshue just now. He did not linger for long, but handed the printed paper in his hand to Meng Xiaonan and started writing. Everyone was staring at the pen in Su Changfeng's hand, only Meng Xiaonan was holding the printed paper, lost in thought. At this time, Rong Yoshue began to read following the brush in Su Changfeng's hand. "Young people do not know the taste of sorrow, they love climbing high buildings. Love is like a building, and I force myself to be sad in order to write new poems. Now I know the taste of sorrow, and I cannot speak of it. I want to say something but I don't. It's a nice autumn with cool weather." She didn't notice that Uncle Fu, who was supposed to park the carriage, appeared behind her at some point. Following her pace, he also recited the poem written by Su Changfeng. Even if Rong Yoshue was stupid, she could tell that this poem was not written for her. But she regarded it as a treasure. When he returned to his residence from the fields, he was still muttering to himself. On the contrary, Shan Yun felt uncomfortable seeing her distraught look. "Miss, it's just a poem." Shan Yun feels that it is far from the Qingping Diao. Rong Yoshue turned her gaze to Shan Yun, then carefully unfolded the poem and looked through it again. It is said that there is no best in literature. When it comes to Brother Su's level, there is no distinction between good and bad poetry. As long as it comes from his hand, it will surely be passed down through the ages. Shang Yun curled her lips. He calls the other person Brother Su all the time, which is praising the other person to the sky. Is it still passed down through the ages? If this continues, if her young lady continues to maintain an unclear relationship with the other party, it will sooner or later harm her, Brother Su. Being a love rival with the Emperor of Dakong, isn't this seeking death? Miss, don't forget that this Mr. Su has a wife. Moreover, if the current Emperor's problems cannot be solved, we will only bring him endless troubles. In serious cases, there may be danger to one's life. Shang Yun's words were like a thorn, piercing Rong Yoshua's heart. Not far away, Uncle Fu was leaning against a big tree, drinking wine intermittently and muttering the same poem he had just read. This old man is drinking all the time, but he seems to never get drunk. Hearing the words of the master and servant, he seemed to be moved and said with emotion, "Such a talent, but why is he a bandit?" The voice was loud enough for the two girls to hear clearly. Rong Yoshua even retorted, "Uncle Fu, he is not a bandit." Uncle Fu laughed, as if he was a little drunk, and said, "People in Qingfeng village keep calling each other the big boss. If they are not bandits, what are they? He is now a businessman, a registered businessman." Rong Yoshua began to argue with him, saying, he helped Mo Jinping to pacify the entire Qinglong mountain, and also let these people live a good life. The three words, Qingfeng village, written by Mo Jinping himself are still standing at the entrance of the village. You probably don't know yet, Mo Jinping was recommended by the sixth prince, and his future is limitless. Sixth prince. Uncle Fu raised his head and shouted again, if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. This sixth prince is not a good guy either. You. This one sentence frightened Rong Yoshua so much that she immediately stepped forward and tried to stop the other party from continuing. Uncle Fu, however, was holding a wine jug and walking out of the courtyard. Okay, girl, in this place, there won't be the disputes you're worried about. Apart from anything else, this boy surnamed Su is quite capable. He is much stronger than the sixth prince you mentioned. I won't say any more. I'm going to ask him for some wine. That guy has recently released a new wine that he has been keeping hidden. Looking at Uncle Fu leaving, Rong Yoshua was fine, but Shang Yun was so angry that her face turned pale. Miss, you said the master is really something, why does he have to let such an old man follow us? If you keep your mouth shut, you might get hurt by him one day. Rong Yoshua glanced at her and said in a somewhat reproachful tone, remember, don't say bad things about Uncle Fu in the future. Shang Yun stuck out her tongue and dared not say anything more. Although the relationship between master and servant is good, she still has her limits. Because of a poem, several people were in a bad mood, including Meng Xiaonan. After settling Rong Yoshua and the other two, the smile disappeared from Meng Xiaonan's face. What's wrong? Looking at the other person's appearance, Su Changfeng was a little worried. Fine. Meng Xiaonan fell into the other's arms and said, Master, are you unhappy in Qingfeng village? Unhappy? Su Changfeng was stunned for a moment, then he straightened Meng Xiaonan who had just fallen into his arms, stared into her eyes, and asked, why do you say that? The poem just now. Although I am not well educated, I can hear the sadness in the master's heart. Meng Xiaonan spoke quietly, as if she was still thinking about the incident of kidnapping Su Changfeng. If you really don't like it here, you can go back now, back to Qingping County, by the old house, and we. Without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, Su Changfeng directly took the other party into his arms and hugged him tightly. Call you stupid, you're usually pretty smart. You take my poem seriously. It was just a response to the occasion. It's my understanding of life. What does it have to do with myself? Besides, this Qingfeng village is pretty good. Even if you were to exchange it for the imperial palace, your husband would not trade it. Phew. Meng Xiaonan, who was originally feeling a little sad, was broken down by these words. He said unhappily, you wish for it. The emperor is not a fool. Will he trade with you? Her heavy mood was relieved by Su Changfeng's words. It was not until this time that she suddenly remembered the piece of paper. Su Changfeng had forgotten it, but she still kept it. She broke free from Su Changfeng's arms and took out the piece of rice paper that she had carefully put away. My husband, this is the opening words of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Although it is fragmentary, I can still understand it. And this handwriting is so neat, it doesn't look like it was written at all. Su Changfeng thought it was something else, so he took the paper from the other party and said with a smile, "Of course it's not written, we are going to publish a book in the future. Wouldn't it be too troublesome to write a large number of books word by word?" So I asked Uncle Lu to make a set of movable type printing, and these words were printed. Typography. Meng Xiaonan has great interest in these. She knew that Su Changfeng's brain was different from others, and everything he created would cause quite a stir. But of course she would study something that could speed up people's writing. What if I could improve my knowledge quickly? It's no use telling you now. In a few days, when Uncle Lu has finished making everything, I can show it to you on the spot. Having said that, he once again took Meng Xiaonan into his arms. Sitting on that recliner, holding a beautiful woman in my arms, my hands involuntarily crawled up to her. Suddenly, the familiar touch reminded him of something. "Xiaonan, how are your clothes going?" Meng Xiaonan slapped the other person's hand away and said, "How can it be so fast? I guess I'll have to wait for 2 days. Besides, why are you in such a hurry to make clothes for me?" Su Changfeng was amused and argued, "It's true that the clothes are yours, but you wore them for me to see, so of course I was anxious." Meng Xiaonan was amused again. She found that when she was with Su Changfeng, she had no way of associating him with a literati. Not only does he have many evil ideas, but he is also very smooth-talking. However, money can't buy her love. Just as the two were flirting as if no one was around, a cough was heard at the gate of the courtyard. Then, Uncle Fu's familiar voice came into the courtyard. "My boy, you promised me that if there was good wine in the village, you would give it to an old man like me. You won't go back on your word, will you?" Hearing this, Su Changfeng stood up quickly and walked towards the gate of the courtyard with excitement on his face. "Old man, do you agree to follow me?"